TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
The quantity of speech is not always indicative of the quality of thought.
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Told to. Get a life! Get a life!
Do I look like the kind of guy that would read someone else's mail?
Yeah! Well, listen here, you two fat, roly-polies! If I looked as bad as you guys did, I would have stayed in the backyard!
Win, lose, or draw, you gonna know Bullet Bob was on the scene, brother.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn!
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 47. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are covering the month that is April 2006, leading up until Lockdown 2006. I'm Garrett Kidney. I am joined by Liam Jones.
I'm locking in for lockdown.
That's wordplay.
Yeah, that's a new internet meme. People are always saying they're locked in now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that a new young person thing?
Yeah, they're all saying they're locked in. This is me locking in. Here is a GIF that represents me being locked in.
So, like, they're excited for a thing and they're prepared for it? Is that what we mean by locked in here?
No, more like, it's time to assassinate a royal. I'm locking in.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
A deep commitment has been made, and it's time for me to go all in.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you for keeping me young and educating me about the youth.
I know who I Show Speed is.
I did not know who I Show Speed was. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? It's funny, like, I'm at the point where I don't even recognize the names, which, like, I was never on board with influencer culture, but, like...
You recognize the Paul brother.
Yeah, I wasn't like, who the fuck is this guy when Logan Paul showed up, you know? But I am at the point where I Show Speed shows up, and I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? What the fuck is an I Show Speed?
He's like the worst.
Well, he's a fucking streamer. Of course he is. They're all the most obnoxious people on earth.
He's the worst one.
Oh, why is he the worst? What makes him the level above the rest?
He's energy.
But they all have bad energy.
No, but it's the worst one.
I don't even want to watch him now if he's the worst of all of them.
No, yeah, he's by far the most annoying one. He just screams all the time.
The culture of the children is so cursed.
I want to find out where he's listed on Social Blade.
Because, like, kids, you can watch and enjoy people who bring something to the world that isn't just being really annoying.
Nah.
You can listen to this podcast. It's much better.
Nah.
All you I Show Speed listeners who like wrestling now because he was in a Prime bottle, you should head to patreon.com/kiddingme. And instead of subscribing to his Twitch or whatever, you should give us all the money. Give it to us.
I think he actually got banned from Twitch.
He's too annoying for Twitch?
Yeah, let me find out.
Dear Lord.
What's he doing now?
WrestleMania, apparently.
I think he's on YouTube now. I think he moved from Twitch to YouTube. On August 16th, 2023, during a live stream, Watkins jumped up from his seat to being jump scared while playing Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach and accidentally flashed his penis to a live viewership of 25,000 people.
I have so many questions.
Yeah.
Was he naked from the waist down?
I don't know, I wasn't there.
Was it just that he had extra revealing shorts as he jumped?
I would imagine.
Okay.
Yes, he has moved to a YouTube streamer.
Do people actually, like, watch live streams on YouTube other than, like, Joe Rogan?
Well, I think it is by far the secondary brand. But a few years ago, YouTube made a big play to sign the biggest Twitch streamers.
Yeah.
Notably, the number one streamer, Ludwig, was, like, jumped. So he's, like, the main sort of YouTube streamer representative. But even, like, he states that if you want to start streaming, start on Twitch. It's easier to grow an audience. YouTube is, like, if you have an audience.
YouTube does feel too big to start on, you know?
Yeah, because the algorithm isn't as, like, beneficial either. Like, to find streamers, you know. But
yeah, whereas if you're going to stream, you should probably do it. Like, because you sent me the stats, I think, the other week about the total number of people online on Twitch, and it was like, was it 4 million or something?
Yeah.
I was like, that feels small.
It was also, like, Australian time.
That's true. It could have been the middle of the night. It's not a great time zone,
right
is it?
now.
It feels like it should have been more people. Well, it's the middle of the night US time now as well, so probably not a lot of people online.
So, like, yeah, there are some big YouTuber streamers, but they're not the main one, obviously. Waiting for twitchtracker.com/statistics to load.
See how many people are streaming at 7:30 a.m. in the morning US time, Eastern time anyway.
They have 1,700,000 live viewers now.
See, that still feels low.
There are 52,000 live channels now.
Like, if you were to, I'm sure, look at right now the number of active users on YouTube, it would probably be in the hundreds of millions.
But also because, like, Family Guy Funny Clips is currently live streaming on YouTube and has 700,000 viewers, you know?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like that there is the scale of difference between the two versus the relative influence between the two is interesting to think about.
The average concurrent viewers of 2023 was 2.4 million.
See, that sounds really low to me.
So, and it is currently 2.5 million in 2024, which is up from last year's average, but lower than 2022 and 2021. 2021, obviously the peak, which, you know, makes sense with world events.
Everybody inside watching Twitch.
Yeah, that was when I talked to you the other, I don't know how long ago it was, about, like, the streaming bubble. And being like, this is something that obviously exploded during COVID because everyone was at home. Therefore, a whole bevy of new streamers came from it and a whole bevy of new viewers came from it. And I was just interested in, like, you know, is that going to be something that we see a decline of? But, you know, they're up from last year so far.
Yeah, these things, they don't, like, they're, as I said, world events do occasionally cause them to go backwards, but they don't generally go backwards. You know, it's generally just more people are on Earth, more people are now watching these streams.
The most common category is just chatting at 14%. The second most popular category is Grand Theft Auto 5.
Oh, not Splatoon?
I don't think that's ranking.
Because the Wii U was turned off yesterday, so I streamed 3 hours of Splatoon last night.
Did you?
I did.
Wow. You weren't in just chatting?
I wasn't. I was in Splatoon.
It's funny that the games is like the top two games, Grand Theft Auto 5 and League of Legends still.
We just haven't had new games. Culture just has stopped.
I mean, I say that, but like Valorant is 3. That's a new game.
But that's still Riot. It doesn't count.
Yeah, but like, it is a new game. Because after that, it's Dota 2, Counter-Strike, Fortnite, Warzone, Tom Clancy, Rainbow Six.
Ugh. How far do you have to go to find a 2024 release?
Content warning.
That's my favorite game.
Which is 18 on the list.
Oh, not a good year then.
Well, and then Overwatch 2.
That was 2023.
Oh, same shit.
So other than iShow Speed, how did you enjoy both WrestleMania and WrestleMania weekend?
I have barely watched any of both.
Ooh, you're not interested?
I'm interested. I want to watch Dean.
Yeah.
But that's about it. I don't really have any interest in watching anything else. Night 1, I didn't really care about, but I watched Night 2 with people, so that was easier. I probably wouldn't have watched it otherwise. Yeah, I don't know. I'm indifferent.
Not like worst show of all time, not like best show of all time?
No. I mean, most of Night 2 was really boring, but like, there was like some funny bad, there was some good.
On the one hand, I really appreciate the fact that every match is 9 minutes long.
Yeah.
It makes the show much more watchable. Like, they do just blast through it, but it does make it largely boring other than the top 2, which were really good. Both Io and Bailey and Reigns and Cody were really good, but then the rest of that card was fine.
I watched NXT.
Why did you watch NXT of all things?
It was on at 4 a.m. and I was awake.
Ah, did you love it?
No, it sucked. It was awful. Really bad.
NXT is really funny to me because like WWE fans still pretend like there's this huge difference between them and AEW when like NXT is just PWG on steroids even more than AEW.
Yeah. But with all like the negatives of WWE production.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's not even the same thing. It's the same thing philosophically, but worse. Stop pretending you're sitting on your high horse. High horses are a thing I don't like.
I didn't watch the opener, which has an 8 on Cage Match.
What was the opener?
Baron Corbin and Braun Breaker versus Axiom and Nathan Fraser.
I'm sure that one was actually fun.
Then it was the NXT North American title 3-way, which has an 8.96.
Would you agree with that rating?
I think I gave it 2 stars.
Yeah, that seems to be a discrepancy there.
Yeah, no, it's awful. It's really bad and boring. And then the 6-woman tag match has a 5.9, which I gave 3.5.
You are the biggest women's respecter. Well done, sir.
It was just a Dragon Gate 6-man. They didn't do anything. Like, they just did their spots. They hit everything clean. Fallon Henley is like... or was it Thea Hale Which one is the one with the facial expressions?
There is no way of knowing.
Whatever the small one is.
That doesn't narrow it down.
Who does really bad facial... She's annoying. She sucks. I don't know. Thea Hale, I think it is. Like, she's, like, dreadful. But everyone else in the match, like, was pretty good. Roxanne Perez versus Lyra Valkyria was bad. It has a 7 on Cage Match.
I was reading, I don't remember what the list was, but somebody had that as like the 6th best match of the weekend. And I'm like, what? What match did you watch?
I mean, no. And then Ilya and Tony was bad, but it was mostly boring than like fundamentally bad. It was like a 2.5. That is a 7.7. And Trick Williams versus Carmelo Hayes. I fell asleep after the first 5 minutes of nothing. So. And
it also had like another 5 minutes of nothing and then a finish. So you didn't miss much.
Yeah. So I cannot comment on that one.
I watched a decent amount. Like, I watched the back half of NXT. I watched most of WrestleMania. I watched a decent chunk of Big Gay Brunch. I watched pretty much all of Bloodsport. I watched a little bit of Dragon Gate versus ETU. I watched a little bit of Dean. A little bit of Hog versus Wrestling Revolver. And for the most part, it was all fine. Watched most of Defy. So I watched a decent amount of wrestling. And there's not much of it that really stood out, honestly. Even the good matches were like, they were solid, but I'm not like moved by them.
Did you watch the top 2 on Dean?
No, I only watched some of the Jaden Newman tag because there was a lot on that night, and I think Impact was on that night as well, so I was also working technically. But yeah, it was like there's people who are very down on WrestleMania weekend. And somewhat understandably so, because it's like 175 shows in which you get 5 good matches out of. But I kind of like how it captures the fullness of wrestling now.
Well, I was going to say that, like, I felt like this Mania weekend was kind of like better than the last few. It felt like the most authentic, and then it was just like weird, and like maybe it was a help that everything was easy to find.
Yeah.
Just like half of it was on Triller, and if it wasn't on Triller, it was on IWTV.
Unless there's the 2 shows that were on High Spots.
Yeah, but who cares about that? Yeah, it's like, but like you always know that the High Spot show was going to be on High Spots, right? Like, that's fine.
But there was a few years where the High Spot show was on Triller.
Was it?
Yeah, it was in the package for a little while.
But I remember like I had to, whatever. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I don't know, I had like a better feeling about this Mania weekend than I did like the last few. Which I watched everything of, so.
I like the way, like, you're like, I didn't watch any of it. I have a better feeling of it, because you didn't watch any of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was into it. I felt better about it. Maybe that does come from not watching all of it. Because last year was my year where I watched everything. Every ounce of every show that was on.
Because, like, that does become exhausting. You see the same wrestlers 100 times. You see the same comedy spots 100 times. And you're like, somebody do a match. I don't want another scramble.
Throughout the rest of the year.
I know. But, like, I don't know. There's something about WrestleMania weekend now that does capture, like, everything about who and what pro wrestling is right now. The good and the bad. Like, it's all there. Like, the kind of indie dream match kind of gave a disproportionate sample of wrestling in America. It was like, well, if we have 7 Lucha Bros matches, we can cover over the fact that a lot of this stuff is shite. Whereas now it's just like, it is the fullness of pro wrestling. For better or for worse, it is guys and gals going out and having fun and trying to have good matches. And sometimes they don't, and sometimes they do, but that's wrestling.
That's wrestling.
Speaking of wrestling, you can get a lot more wrestling at your favorite website, patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, where you can subscribe and get many podcasts and other such things, such as our Lucha Underground series, Gift of the Pods, Rain Takers, our New Japan Pro Wrestling series, Global Force Gold, our GFW series, Guerrilla Radio, our PWG series, Review It For Her, our Wrestling Society X series, Monday War Games, our Monday Night Wars 2010 show, all of that there, Ringcat Kings, our Ringcat King retrospective podcast, all of those waiting for you on the $5 tier in our Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme. You can also, if you'd like to bump up a little bit, you can get a bunch of watch along for $10. You can be like, whoa, you can watch all of the pay-per-views and a bunch of the weekly pay-per-views along with us and hear our thoughts. And some of them are absolute chaos. This one was pretty normal, but some of them are absolute chaos.
Yeah, this one was like a regular podcast.
Yeah, not that we didn't go too deranged.
No, I kept my composure.
So yes, if you would like the show notes for this episode, if you would like the ad-free episode for this episode, if you would like the watch-along for this episode, or if you would like any of those other podcast series we just mentioned, you can head to patreon.com/gettingyourtnachat.com, where you can find all of that and frankly more. There's even more. We have like 140 pieces, I think, of exclusive Patreon audio at this point.
That's too many.
It is a lot. What?
I'm gonna start removing them. I'm gonna start deleting them. So get in on there now.
That's a good marketing stunt. It will be gone. We will remove it. You will never be able to hear our Lucha Underground takes.
Nope. I'm going through and deleting the Rinka King series right now.
No!
Yep.
But so you can head to, but it defeats the purpose of the push, Liam. You should at least wait a few days.
Episode 1's gone.
Head to patreon.com/gettingyourtnachat.com and you can support the show, help us out, and also get a bunch of stuff in return.
Wow. I'd feel like a real cunt if I didn't. I was gonna say dickhead too, but I was like, nah, I'm gonna emphasize it.
Yeah, well, you're Australian. You can't not say cunt.
Legally, I'm allowed to.
That brings us to the month that is April 2006 in TNA. How are you feeling about this month?
Good.
Good?
Good. I had a good time watching Impact.
That is going to be a very interesting contrast to a bunch of the stuff we talk about. Not my opinions, but a bunch of the news notes. It's going to be, frankly, I would say, weird contrast to the actual quality of the television shows.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was good. I thought all the episodes were breezy. I feel like towards the end of the month, it kind of like, the last episode was clearly like them being like, fuck, what more can we do?
Yeah, because it's a 6 weeks build, so they are like, oh, we're running out.
Yeah, like the last episode, it felt like they were stretching it. But I thought for like the first 4 or 5 that it was good and everything felt fun, breezy, nothing really dragged. I was into it.
A second month in a row, I think, that they got at least the big match pay-per-view build right. That like the Lethal Lockdown, the Christian Abyss matches, and like I don't really care for the Team 3D Team Canada stuff on the whole, but like they did build it comprehensively across the month.
I don't like Team 3D, but I thought they did a good month of like work towards building to a big match.
Yeah, so like the same thing as last month, where it's like instead of building out the whole card, because it's kind of the same thing this month, where there's then like 3 other X Division matches just tacked onto the pay-per-view, but they did build the top matches substantially enough that I don't really care that you're just throwing an X Division 6-man scramble in to fill things out.
Yeah.
So that takes us over to the news. After TNA and Spike TV issued several press releases touting the move to primetime, Spike issued a new press release on March 20th with the new lineup. We're putting 2 of the hottest brands together in one block that will surely be a destination for guys.
Oh, for the lads.
Said Kevin Kay of Spike TV.
No girls allowed. It's time for you to watch TNA on Spike TV.
All you women, you can tune in for your CSI from 8 to 9, but then you're getting Full Contact Thursday after that.
Listen, bruh. All I'm saying is, babes only when we're watching TNA. If you're not a total tubular babe, you can't be watching TNA with me. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
That's just how it works. Babes only.
There is like 2 women on the show, and I think that is actually the philosophical approach to women on TNA. So
yeah, we're a babes forward brand. That's all I'm saying.
That's a form of empowerment.
Yeah, we're doing it for women.
Yeah.
It's National Women's Month, and we're here to say babes only on TNA.
Spike determined that the CSI lead-in from 8 to 9 before Full Contact Thursday programming would translate to higher viewership with UFC, not Impact, which is the reason Impact was put in the 11 p.m. slot while UFC fills 9 to 11, including The Ultimate Fighter, which is 10 to 11. There was no mention of flagging Impact ratings on Saturday nights. When the move to primetime was announced, Impact reached its highest rating of 1.1 for the Sting retirement speech. However, the rating range quickly subsided to a 0.7 or 0.8. When Jarrett made the announcement in Orlando on March 14th, wrestlers were confused by the announced switch. It was presented as a very positive mood with the UFC lead-in, said one TNA wrestler. However, when it was over, there were a lot of people scratching their heads. The announcement caught many wrestlers by surprise. The locker room was geared up for the primetime debut because it meant another opportunity to gain television exposure and produce an alternative product.
Too many babes tried to get in, you know? Because, you know, like, prime time, that's babe time.
That's true. The women are awake at 9 o'clock, but the men force them to go to bed once you get past, like, the later hours.
They say, babe, we've watched our McLeod's daughters, alright? You gotta head to bed, because I gotta chuck on TNA Impact Wrestling.
Gotta engage in my full contact Thursday.
I'm talking full contact with the boys, alright? There's no babes allowed. You ever work out how fun the word babe is to say?
You are expressing it very strongly in the last, like, 2 or 3 minutes.
It's a lot of fun.
There was minimal talk of a Thursday night Impact special on March 30th, 2 weeks before Impact officially moves to Thursdays at 11 p.m. Eastern, to prevent going head-to-head with the WWE Hall of Fame ceremony on Saturday, April 1st. Instead, Impact will remain in its 11 p.m. slot on Saturday and will go head-to-head with the Hall of Fame on USA Network, which is the Bret Hart Hall of Fame as well, the disgusting traitor going back to WWE.
What a coward.
Discussion of the rumored Thursday night special did not reach many wrestlers in the locker room. One TNA wrestler said they were not aware there was talk of a March 30th date. It's apparently a thing that ended up on the Spike TV website, and people were like, what the hell's going on here? So no one knows if there was like an actual idea to do that, or if it was just like a scheduling error. But like the rating ended up being a 0.6 with 664,000 viewers head to head with the Hall of Fame. So they did take a hit. So it might have made sense to actually move it that week.
Now they said, Brett, we got you.
We're going to go head to head.
We're going head to head, baby.
It's not the first time this company will go head to head with Brett.
Yeah, no, Brett does become a recurring thorn in the side.
Every time WWE want to take down TNA head to head, Brett is there.
My God. He's the biggest anti-TNA missile that the WWE has to launch.
It does speak to, like, every time we talk about TNA on TV at some point, we end up having to go back to, they want a Monday Night War again, you know?
But every time they do it, they just get fucking romped. They lost to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they're going head to head with the fucking Hall of Fame, and they took a pretty substantial dent to their audience at 11 p.m. on a Saturday. Like, if you can't compete with the Hall of Fame, where do you get the delusions of grandeur that the going head to head with the show that has, at this point, like 3 million viewers or something, is going to go any better?
Yeah. I don't know.
Delusional.
There's no point to it. Like, I don't even know how you really justify it beyond maybe it'll get excitement up. Because, like, statistically, it's not going to work out.
It worked once, you see, Liam, so it will work again? With the Thursday premiere coming up, TNA has reason for optimism that they'll reach a larger audience, because the Ultimate Fighter debuted the week before TNA moved to Thursdays. So the premiere of the Ultimate Fighter, which will serve as TNA's lead-in for the next dozen weeks, scored a strong 2.0 rating. Ken Shamrock and Tito Ortiz are the coaches and the centerpiece of the show, along with the students and the fights. So people are into the Shamrock Ortiz thing, shock of all shocks.
That does not surprise me. Historical feud and all.
So TNA ended up drawing a 1.1 rating for its Thursday night debut on April 13th. The show drew an average audience of 1.3 million viewers over the 1 hour broadcast, making it the most watched TNA telecast to date. The show retained or matched 85% of the UFC lead-in in the 10 to 11 time slot for the Ultimate Fighter 3 episode, which drew a 1.3 rating overall. In the old time slot, where there is still a replay, the Saturday night replay of Impact 2 nights later drew a 0.6 rating, creating a combined ratings for both telecasts of 1.7. The good news for TNA is that it drew so well in Spike's key target demographic, men 18 to 49.
No babes!
In fact, the 1.4 rating in that demo made it the top rated program from 11 to 12 that night in that demo among all basic cable programs, beating the runner-up programming on FX by 30%. It also drew a strong 1.7 rating among men 25 to 34 and a 1.5 rating among men 18 to 34. Sources say TNA's parent company Panda Energy is thrilled with TNA right now and sees it as a potential cash cow for in a few years.
Okay. Yeah.
That goes great. That's fine. Everything's going great. Making the losses incurred so far during the investment period seem insignificant. Sources also say TNA is holding back on going after big name signings until they get into prime time. Goldberg was pursued recently, but not chased.
Let's talk more about Goldberg. Goldberg is always talking This man loves TNA. He's going to be there any day now.
Because you do get the sense, the way they set up the build for the Lethal Lockdown, where Sting consciously waits a little while until the second set of TV tapings to announce who his team is, you do get the sense they were holding out hope that they'd get Goldberg.
Which is fair.
It's like, of all the people, for some reason, I can't imagine Goldberg in like the Impact Zone.
He makes very little sense optically. Like, it doesn't vibe right.
Yeah, the idea of him on the soundstage, for some reason, like, no.
Yeah. Perhaps it's because he feels like too big of a star.
That probably is it, and he probably wants lots of money. Bill Goldberg did an interview at WrestlingMag.com where he said, "When I think of WWE, I want to throw up. Needless to say, it left a bad taste in my mouth. I was appalled at the way WWE chose to alter my character." This was in response to a question about appearance number 1 where he put on the Goldust wig. Whether it was an ego thing or not on their part, it was not a good business decision to say the least. Regarding TNA, all he would say is never say never. He said TNA has approached him on many different levels, but said he doesn't watch WWE or TNA TV, though there is a note apparently he's watched some TNA of late.
He loved Lance Hoyt versus Kenny King.
He was like, that's the match that's getting me here. I want to do a dream match against Lance Hoyt.
I want to do a dream match against Kenny King.
Then he saw the flagging Hoytomaniacs, and he was like, no, I can't go.
Yeah, he thought that was going to be. It was going to be like the big Goldberg Hoytomania clash, but it was not to be.
The dream Goldborg. Hoyt. That's his actually TNA name because WWE legally trademarked his name actually. And then Hoyt. So you get the Goldberg Hoyt.
Hoyt.
This does feel like the closest they came to trying to sign Goldberg, I guess. Like they did seem to really want him. I wonder if they did hold the primetime spot, would they have been more willing to like go more aggressively after him? Because by the time they do get that primetime spot, they have Kurt. So like Kurt's like the top star to fill that kind of the aggressive pursuit of a second top star after Sting. So I wonder if they did actually have that 9 p.m. hour here, would they have signed Goldberg, or at least tried to be more aggressive in signing Goldberg?
It probably all comes down to like cost versus value and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, I feel like Goldberg would have been off, like asking for insane money.
Like, yeah, Goldberg is nearly certainly a 7-figure deal at this point, right? Which I don't think Sting or Kurt are. Those are both 6-figure deals.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Kurt was like a guy who was like already kind of out when he left and was getting down cycled and was injured up and had all that stuff going on. So it was probably more of a value pick than a Goldberg.
Yeah, it's not like Kurt had a bidding war element to him.
No.
The move to Thursdays did really, really well. Best rating in the history of the show, so you can't really complain. And I thought really good episode on the whole.
Yeah, I agree. I think they kind of hit it out of the park a little bit. They're really good at their first impressions. I've always said that about them.
Yeah, it was my impression as I watched that show. It's like, once again, they especially like the first impression. Like, you get the Ultimate Fighter, which is like a UFC audience, and then the first thing you see on Impact when it comes over from the Ultimate Fighter is Samoa Joe kicking Christopher Daniels' bloody head into a guardrail. Like, the decision to actually start that episode in progress, so you get straight into the meat of the action between Joe and Daniels, that's really, really smart in terms of trying to retain the UFC audience.
Yeah, it's a perfect kind of match for that. For the shoot fans, they should have just gone full UWF.
Daniels doing a UWF match? You really want that?
Yeah, maybe.
Joe could do it. Daniels?
I've probably seen worse.
Spike TV executives were backstage at Lockdown on Sunday. One wrestling executive tells PW Torch that a network executive said Spike was pleased with TNA's ratings and the company's overall vision. As of press time, the front page of Spike TV's website contains a full-size TNA banner logo next to the UFC banner logo. UFC gets renewed for another 3 years here with Spike as well this month, so UFC are with Spike for the relative long haul until they blow up as a humongous company that's like one of the biggest entertainment properties in the world, which is not quite where they are here.
It's not quite where TNA ends up either.
No, not really.
Not comparatively.
They do end up on pretty different trajectories in the end, unfortunately. One former TV producer tells PW Torch that networks generally bury a program on their website or on company press releases if they are unhappy with it, but rather Spike is showing unprecedented confidence in TNA considering the brand is not strong yet, the source said. Spike is only selling limited national advertisements during the impact time slots. Spike is mainly running TNA merchandise and product ads, while local cable companies are filling the remaining ad time with local sponsors such as car dealerships. So Spike is trying to build name brand recognition with the TNA property to attract potential advertisers.
Easy.
There's and we'll talk about it pretty extensively here in a little bit, but there's a lot of hand-wringing about the Impact ratings, like that they stagnated around a 0.8-ish and they didn't grow. But it's really interesting to see, in contrast, Spike are apparently delighted. It's really weird to see wrestling media it's not growing, what's going wrong? And Spike is we're really happy with this. We're we're growing it on a decent trajectory.
I mean, it seems like a generally positive sort of environment for TNA right now.
It should.
Well, yes.
It should.
Yeah.
Impact on Thursday, April 20th, which is the second Thursday night, drew a 0.9
I love
rating.
setting them up like that, don't you?
Teases. So that's the second week on Thursdays. They drew a 0.9 rating.
Less people watched because they were all busy smoking that ganja.
Oh, what?
420.
Oh,
April
right.
20th.
I was is there something about 11 p.m. that I don't know about?
No, they were all busy smoking up with babes, so they couldn't watch the TNA Impact.
Yeah, the Ultimate Fighter did a 1.9, so they did lose over half of the Ultimate Fighter's audience, which is not great, but listen.
I mean, yeah, that's a show that you blaze up to, am I right?
There were actually people in TNA relieved to hear the rating dropped.
I thought you were going to say something else completely then.
What?
There are actually people in TNA blazing up.
There were actually people in TNA relieved to hear the rating dropped in week 2 on Thursday night. The feeling is TNA cannot succeed in the long run with the current booking team, and strong ratings only delay that inevitable realization.
Wow, that is an insane... Wow. Our good ratings only prove that our bad booking team can hang in there?
Yeah, the fact that our show is worth watching means that no one will realize how badly booked it is.
That's... Oh, it works for WWE.
Listen, you're not wrong. Get their asses. When the rating sank well below 1.0 a couple months back, Dixie Carter was said to be close to making some creative team changes, but when the ratings rebounded, changes were put on hold. The booking team is obvious in their ineptitude, says one wrestler. They are genuinely shocked when bad reviews come in for their work. They're too close to really see how bad they are.
Wow, I wonder who's saying this.
I don't think this is a perfectly booked wrestling company right now.
No.
But it's pretty good.
I haven't wanted to bludgeon my head recently while watching.
I actually, especially the last couple months have been, better than they were even, in December, January. And there's, it's not just wrestling leaks. There's whole editorials about how bad the creative is right now. And I'm like, what show are you guys watching? What is going on?
Especially, comparably to the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'm just it's, as I said, it's not perfect. It's not, the best wrestling product you'll ever see in your life. But the pay-per-views are pretty good, and the TV is, relatively exciting at the moment. So, what's wrong with you people? Why are you creating the fucking runway for Vince Russo?
Because it's not sports entertaining enough?
Dave goes off in The Observer a bunch about how TNA is sitting in the middle of it being a product for hardcore audiences and a product for sports entertainment people, which he's probably not wrong about.
I was going to say, that's not incorrect to say that this is a show that is trying to serve two different audiences.
And, ultimately not serving either of them and not having your own identity, which I don't think he's entirely wrong about, but I also wouldn't really say it's currently a problem.
No, I'd say right now, as a show that is getting exposed to the most amount of people for the first time, that presenting it with two distinct sort of ideas isn't an inherently negative idea because you can sort of gauge how the audience responds to both types of product and then see how you want to develop it moving forward. Because, like, I think you need to have an element of familiarity with, like, the main thing, but also have your own distinct features that make you feel wholly unique. So this idea of serving both audiences isn't inherently negative. It's at this time, but there will be a point where you'll have to pick a lane.
And I also don't think, like, it's especially bad when you do bad versions of sports entertainment, like, say, brochachos, for example. But, like, the sports entertainment stuff on these shows, is like the Alex Shelley paparazzi cam stuff, which is really good.
I would argue that it's not even like WWE style sports entertainment.
Yeah, it is your own kind of brand, your own like different thing you're doing, your own different approach to that kind of sports entertainment product.
Even if you are sort of taking an element of it, you are still making it wholly unique. And maybe that comes from like having less budget and having to be creative and interesting in how you present these sort of things. Because like WWE would never do like a handheld camera commentating from the guy filming it sort of perspective thing, right? Like that would just be shot with real cameras as they barge into someone's house in a lighting crew, and you know, like there is a level of like that boots on the ground style of creativity there.
Yeah, it's the classic when WWE did that Randy Orton home invasion there, when someone was thrown through a window, there was for no reason whatsoever a camera on the other side of the window.
Yeah. So it's like they're doing similar things, but in a more interesting way. Probably not because that's like a conscious choice, but because they're dealing with the things that they have to work with. Which I think in most sort of art that breeds better art. Like when you have to go the extra mile to make something look good because you don't just have everything at the snap of your fingertips.
Yeah, traditionally limitations have bred creativity as opposed to actually handcuff people. You have to find new and unique and frankly cheaper ways of doing things as opposed to having endless resources to do whatever you want and then everything that looks like hyper polished and boring.
Yeah. Because I think that's the problem with like WWE now is like they may have good ideas for things, but like everything is so fake and inauthentic that it like comes across so badly. It's like, well, it's like the Rock thing, right? Where he like beat up Cody like backstage and then like he released that footage with the 17 fucking cinematographers shooting it and the 3 sound crews and all the lighting and like the PAs on the side, and you're like, well, there's a reason none of this stuff feels real or genuine.
You can see the sheen at all times with WWE. Like you can see that world-class production sheen, and it does just make it feel fake.
But that's the whole show in general.
The thing that really baffles me about everyone going off about the booking at this point is like 1 year ago, this company was literally on the verge of going under. Like they were in the death of the FSN era. They weren't doing TV numbers. They were paying to be on television. Their pay-per-view numbers weren't great. Like they were literally on the verge of it all being over in the summer of 2005. And as we reached the summer of 2006, it couldn't be more the opposite. Like they're on Spike TV. They have national television. The pay-per-view numbers aren't through the roof, which is maybe the biggest disappointment. But no one seems to care about the pay-per-view numbers. It's all about the TV ratings.
But that's the thing. We never hear anything about pay-per-view numbers. Like, is it not salacious enough?
Because it's usually they're doing around like 30 to 40K, which is what they did toward the start of the FSN run, not the end of it. But the first few pay-per-views did around that. But there's also excitement around the first few pay-per-views because they're the first few pay-per-views. So, you know, they have a natural bump. So, like, they're not, like, interestingly enough to cover because it is like, oh, it did 35K this month. It did 40K this month. Like, the broadest thing you should know is that they're not up proportionate to the way viewers are up. So they're not converting viewers into pay-per-view customers as much as you would hope with the larger television audience. But, like, they're still up from FSN, you know?
Yeah. It's clear that, like, TV has always been, like, the bastion of wrestling discussion, more so. Because I guess they could go back to, like, the Monday Night War stuff, sort of putting that in the forefront of people's minds.
Yeah, but, like, this company was on the deathbed a year ago. And a year later, it's doing really well. And for some reason, there is now this endless hand-wringing about, like, the state of the company, the state of the booking, and what can they do to move forward, and what can they do to grow. And, like, for all, like, AEW's legitimate flaws, which there are a few, you get the same thing with AEW. It's like, what should they change philosophically about who they are to start growing AEW? It's like, nothing. They should be who they are.
Yeah, they should stick to their core and be authentically them.
Instead of chasing some imaginary dragon here to try and get some like a 0.1 bump in the rating for a week. Because like you're talking about the difference between a 1.0 and a 0.8. Like that's the thing we're like really focusing in on here.
Well, it's that famous GIF, right?
The 1 point,
yes,
yeah.
The 1.1, the 1, with like all the crazy shit that they would chase after every week.
And yeah, like you were obsessing over like what is a relatively small difference in a TV rating that the network are apparently pretty pleased with, which is all that matters. But like it's really weird because, as I said, it's not just we'll have a couple more quotes from wrestlers before we get to the end of the news, but it's not just the wrestlers. There is like long paragraphs in the Observer about this. There's a full editorial in the PW Torch about this. Like there is a lot of like TNA needs a creative change right now, and I don't get it. I don't understand it.
And we know because we've been through creative runs in this company where we have been vehemently calling out for a creative change, and this just doesn't feel like one of those times where it feels like that, you know?
It feels pretty good. This is like if I were running this company, I'd be like, pretty good trajectory right now. Let's keep the ship steady. That's where I'd be.
Yeah, like things like maybe they were expecting a bigger sort of blow up, like unfoundedly so. Like maybe they just expected overnight to be like a firm number 2.
But like you're airing at 11 p.m. on a Saturday and you're getting 800,000 people watching. You should be fucking delighted. You should be like, hell yeah, look how good we're doing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's an odd one of like it could just be hubris.
Yeah, or it could just be like I've no doubt Russo's in Dixie's ear at this point. I have no doubt about it.
I could be doing more. I could be doing better.
These guys don't know what they're talking about. This guy, I could actually fix this. We could take it to the next level. They don't know how to do TV. I know how to do TV. I did it in the 90s when everyone watched TV. I'm sure he's in her ear at that point with that spiel.
Garrett, he doesn't want to be a part of wrestling anymore.
No, he's done. He hates it and he's retired forever.
Yeah.
But the idea that like the road is being laid by the media for that to happen is really disappointing to me.
I don't get it. I would love to like go back in time and be like, what angle are you coming at this from?
Yeah, what do you want this to be now?
Yeah, why do you agree with this sentiment?
Because these shows are pretty good.
They're better. They're a lot better than they have been. Like, I don't know, this is up there with any of the other months we've ever watched of TV.
That's actually, like, fun and energetic and has a pretty good pay-per-view.
And an identity.
I really don't. I was reading these and I was just kind of baffled. I was like, oh, you did this. You know, it wasn't just like Dixie being crazy and wanting big ratings. It's like there was, as I said, it's all over the wrestling media this month with a bunch of hand-wringing about the state of TNA. And it's like, you did this. It was you that helped bring back Russo. Because if you were like, this is going great, Dixie would be like, look how great this is going. But like Dixie then turns to Dave and turns to Wade and turns to the wrestling media, and all of a sudden they're affirming all of the things Russo is saying in her ear. That's how Russo gets back in. So fuck you. Fuck you, Dave Meltzer. Fuck you, wrestling media.
Yes,
fuck you,
finally.
Jason Powell, and your stupid editorials. Get the fuck out of here. It's your fault Vince Russo came back. And when you turn around at the end of the year being like, why did they bring back Russo? It was your fault. Fuck you.
Shout outs 83 Weeks with Eric Bischoff, our favorite podcast.
They don't at all have hacks on their show.
For getting into the anti-Dave Meltzer crowd now.
It's an easy grift.
The thing is with like Dave, like I think he's just like inherently a pessimist about other pro wrestling companies that don't have the WWE machine. Because like no matter what AEW does, he always comes in with like the same sort of like they're dying in some manner.
Because it is the thing, it's like comparative scale between WWE and AEW and WWE and TNA here, night and day. Like WWE is a 10 times bigger company that is doing much bigger international business. They're doing much bigger domestic business. They're a huge entertainment juggernaut. And TNA here are a modest wrestling company, and AEW are a size bigger than modest, but still nowhere near where WWE is. Well, you know,
and the difference between the two obviously is one is owned by a single man who can fund it for the rest of his life and doesn't really have to worry about anything. As long as he wants to keep doing it, he can keep doing it.
Which was true of TNA as well, which is like, as long as Bob Carter's happy, we're happy.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Bob Carter isn't booking, running it, doing every minute detail of the company. You know what I mean? It's like
Maybe he should have.
maybe he would have. I mean, who's going to complain about the booking then?
Yeah, he's paying the checks. No one's gonna. Well, actually, no. Based on
Well, like, yeah, they will. They'll go
people
to
will still
Dave.
won't. Yeah, people will
They'll
still
go to
complain.
Dave, and then they'll tweet about Dave being wrong,
Yeah.
or they'll live journal about it, I guess.
What is TNA President Dixie Carter's reaction to the booking? It says, one wrestler, she seems really smart. She also seems really insulated from any other points of view. I know she used to welcome opinions from wrestlers, but now it seems she's decided to blindly side with Jarrett and see where it takes the company. She won't listen to anyone else anymore.
You know what? Obviously, hindsight 2020, we know that that's wrong, right? But put yourself in the position of a Dixie Carter at this point.
Yeah.
Who was the person who has wined and dined you the entire time?
Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, and it's like, can you blame her for being like, well, this guy seems that he knows what he's talking about?
It's going okay at the moment, so no.
And it's like, should she learn that, like, later on, like, over years? Sure. But, like, I don't know, someone's still very new to it, like, I can't really put much blame on Dixie yet. There will be a time when we can blame Dixie for a lot of things. But, like, as for right now, like, she's still in the learning stage.
And again, to go back, right this moment, should she be having these realizations? No! She shouldn't! It's fine!
Because it's doing well, despite everyone else saying otherwise.
TNA is moving its taping schedule from every other Tuesday night to every other Monday night. TNA will continue taping 2 episodes of Impact per taping, with 1 taping occurring the night after each monthly pay-per-view. The new schedule allows wrestlers, crew, and management to stay in Orlando for 2 nights instead of 3 nights when they would previously have stayed in Orlando for a blank date on a Monday before the Tuesday taping.
I wonder what they would do on that Monday.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, why were you doing it that way? That's really dumb.
Because, like, I guess they're not taking bookings in the area unless, like, FIP?
Maybe it was like like legitimately a rare instance of a company being like, let's give them a day off between the pay-per-view and the taping, just so, like, after they killed themselves, they don't have to come straight out and do 2 impacts.
Because let's be real, these aren't, like, easy pay-per-views on these people's bodies for the most part. They go crazy.
Yeah, they are working very hard for the most part. So but then also they have 4-minute matches on TV, so...
But they do 7 of them.
That's also true. Conan missed the 410 tapings. Conan blamed himself completely for the no-show, saying he thought the tapings were the day after, since they had always been on Tuesdays.
Do you think that was genuine? Or do you think he's like I can get away with this. Like I can get my Monday off and be like, oh shit, I thought it was today. I thought it was tomorrow. Shit, sorry guys.
It is the one where he's like, fuck yeah, I have a bit of plausible deniability here. I don't have to go to work.
I've done that exact same thing legitimately.
Oh,
where
please tell me.
I've had a shift on a like Monday and slept through it completely. And then been like, I thought it was tomorrow.
Oh, but you didn't have the excuse of the shift being moved?
Well, it's shift work. It moves every week.
Yeah.
So I was like, legitimately, I had that exact experience at my last job, or my job before that, where I slept through my whole morning shift and then rang them and I was like, I truly thought it was tomorrow.
So you're saying anybody that does a shift work job, they can do this every week because it moves.
Well, every week you'll get fired, but you know, like if you really need a day off, like you really need it, and if you're casual and you don't have sick days, just, I thought it was tomorrow, I'm so sorry.
That meant no new angles for his arm wrestling in a cage deal with Bob Armstrong for Lockdown.
Bullshit.
Plus, he missed his role as Spanish announcer for a couple of weeks as well.
I wonder if they replaced him or if they just had the other guy call it.
I'd say they probably just had the other guy call it. But yeah, that's the reason there was no like build for the last couple of weeks of the arm wrestling match. Oh, so that's why they added the stip on the pay-per-view as well. I assume that stip would have been added on TV, but Conan missed TV. So that's the reason they added it at the last second of the pay-per-view.
They added it in the promo, yeah.
The company's first ever house show, and this came with no television hype on the national show, just promotion from the ICP in the Detroit market, drew 3,700 fans with 3,410 paid on March 17th.
Film that! What are you doing?
That's a fucking great number.
Just film it!
That is, as we stand, the most attended show in the history of this company.
They said that in the, like, hype package.
Yeah, they did show it on TV.
Like, film that! Make it a pay-per-view! Like, sure, you're not going to sell everything, but it's going to look good.
Yeah, why? It is the thing. It's like, I get that taking this production on the road costs money, and they don't want to spend money. But if you put this show in front of 3,000 fans instead of 900, it would be night and day.
Yeah.
The whole thing, the hand wringing, I think they're identifying as TNA feels small. I think that's what everyone is kind of hitting on at this point. It's just like you watch TNA in the soundstage compared to WWE in an arena, and TNA looks like the secondary product, no matter what they do. But you put this thing in front of nearly 4,000 fans, different story.
I mean, that's really what they should be doing for pay-per-views at this point.
Yeah.
Just doing pay-per-views on the road.
Especially something like Sting's debut. Like, that is an attraction that will draw a paying audience. You know, you would have gotten probably like 4,000 or 5,000 fans minimum for Sting's return to wrestling. And you just stuck it in Orlando in front of 900.
Yeah. I don't know, it just makes... At this point, you could be doing your TV taped, and then... I guess, like, that could be a thing of the schedule that we've been talking about. It's like, it's really easy to get them all in on the one day for the pay-per-view and then film it the next week. I think it'd be really good for perception.
Yeah, because, like, it's all costs. Like, because even if you did the pay-per-view in, say, I don't know, wherever, in Detroit, and then you have to fly everybody down to Orlando to do TV, that's another cost. Or you'd have to do a second night in Detroit where you would do it in either a smaller venue and draw a worse crowd. So you have to think about that kind of stuff. So I think it's just hard. I think they couldn't be arsed. It's just easier just to do it all in Orlando and cheaper just to do it all in Orlando, which is what it ultimately comes down to.
Yeah. Well, that's what like TNA does now, right? It's they do the big show, they tape the next day in the same building. Which
can be tough sometimes.
Yeah.
Both from having the same crowd and obviously trying to draw on 2 nights. That's a difficulty.
Yeah, no. It's an interesting... It's not a bad dilemma to have, I guess. To say like, oh no, we're drawing 3,000 somewhere else.
But that's a really good crowd.
Yeah. That's a Dynamite would just be fucking popping off party poppers for that.
Reports are strong as several matches are said to have been pay-per-view quality, particularly the Styles Joe match. The show was a success as they were hoping to get 3,000 from the start, and it appeared more came to see TNA than came to see the ICP. So they were TNA fans, not just the ICP people showing up.
That is the Insane Clown Posse, for those who do not know.
Full results, Shark Boy beat Simon Diamond.
See, we need to find this show.
Chris Sabin beat Alex Shelley. Our close friends, the ICP, beat Team Canada.
Why are they our close friends?
You admitted to loving the ICP when they were here in 2003, so don't you back down.
I don't think they're our close friends.
You were like, I'm a juggalo.
I also think that Violent Joe is super cancelled now.
God damn it. Bobby Roode beat Jerry Lynn. Sabu beat Abyss in a street fight. Rhino beat A1. And Joe beat Styles in a match that was announced for Impact, apparently, but it didn't air. I guess some of it aired. I guess that's maybe what they said, that some of this will air on Impact. AMW beat the Naturals, and then Christian beat Jarrett.
Yeah. I mean, I want to watch that show.
A solid enough show, especially in front of nearly 4,000 people.
Yeah. Big crowds are a big bonus to watching wrestling shows, in my opinion.
It is in the CompuWare Arena in Plymouth, Michigan, which is ultimately where hosts Bound for Glory this year. So that's the long-term build there. They're like, oh, good number, good building, let's do Bound for Glory there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
TNA plans to strongly pursue holding several pay-per-views outside of Orlando, Florida later this year, realizing
well, shit, guys. I just had a whole thing about this. You couldn't have said it earlier?
Realizing a change of scenery would be good for the reputation of the company, the feel of the pay-per-view telecast itself, and bringing a live gate, something they don't get in Orlando. Nashville, Tennessee is not considered a top contender, since the feeling is they should concentrate on the East Coast, where population is so dense fans could travel from all over the region to sell out the show.
I mean, listen, I just talked about it.
Yeah, you have to wait until October, though. And even then, they only do 3 a year until 2008 when they start, like, branching out even more.
Yeah.
Chris Sabin suffered a severe concussion at the March 25th Northeast Wrestling Show in Bristol, Connecticut. He hit his head 4 times during the match, during his match on the show, and he collapsed in the locker room area after the match. Sabin spent over 3 hours in the emergency room the following day. He suffered from extreme dizziness, and he was still dizzy at the Impact taping in Orlando on March 28th. He should not have been on it.
That is a long time to still be dizzy.
3 days later, after a concussion, you should not be wrestling.
Go to the hospital.
Well, it's a different era. Like, we did not take head trauma seriously then. We just didn't. And now we do, thankfully, or at least we take it more seriously. Really? Maybe still not seriously enough.
Or we pretend to.
Yeah, we at least do the lip service of taking the head trauma seriously. But, like, one of those things where, like, he got this concussion, felt super dizzy on March 25th, and was in the Impact tapings in Orlando a few days later. You're like, oh. Sabin told TNAWrestling.com, this was the most scared I've ever been and definitely the worst wrestling injury I've suffered. I've had concussions before, but have never had so much dizziness. I really thought there was something serious wrong because I felt so dizzy. So that's scary.
Yeah, no, that's not good. I like how they're like, let's get this onto TNAWrestling.com.
You say we got a concussion? Let's talk to him. And he does not miss any dates. Yay!
Yay.
Jackie Gada, Jeff Jarrett, and Mike Tenay will be joined by Nick Bockwinkel on the April 12th edition of Quite Frankly with Stephen A. Smith. The show will take place in front of a live studio audience in Times Square in New York City.
Okay.
Stephen A. Smith is one of those guys you kind of think of in the social media age a lot more than pre-social media, but it is fun to see like, oh, he's just kicking around here with shows on ESPN in like 2006. I looked for footage of it and I couldn't find it. There is some footage of his shows from '06, but there's none of this one, I don't think. So, unfortunately, we can't watch it. But Mike Tenay, who is a member of the booking committee, gave the longest, most detailed public assessment of TNA's drug policy on that episode. We handle things on a case-by-case basis, Tenay said. That's what management has decided. If we see that a wrestler has a problem or that the talent comes to us, we will address it. We have in the past and we will in the future. Tenay said it's the best method to use because of the TNA schedule. He said WWE can have a policy because the wrestlers are on the road 4 weeks out of the month, whereas TNA only has 3 shows per month. Tenay said TNA wrestlers are independent contractors in the truest sense of the word, unless they try to work Ring of Honor, because they would work TNA shows and independent shows. Stephen A. asked if the lack of a drug policy could hurt TNA's image. Each individual organization has to address it in their own way, Tenay said. It's something that definitely needs to be addressed. You talked about the deaths of some of the wrestlers. It's just one of those things that's a very sad situation that's happened in the last few years because of that. Most importantly, the wrestlers really need to have the heart tests. The enlarged hearts have been a problem that so many wrestlers have had. So it is a little like corporate-y PR spin. It's like, oh yeah, we deal with it when it comes up, but we don't really care about it otherwise. But that's TNA at the moment. They're not an organization, really.
There's always going to be a thing where like the number 2 is going to be held to the same standards as the number 1, even though it's like there is 3% of the money here.
Yeah, and like they're not wrong that they're only there 3 days a month, but you also have them under contract and you have a responsibility to them as well.
And you stop them from working other places.
Yeah, and when you start pulling those kind of plays or actually booking them out, you have a fuller responsibility to them, and you should maybe fulfill that responsibility instead of like trying to pay lip service to it and be like, well, you know, when something happens, we do stuff, but other than that, who knows? Yeah. TNA and Aaron Sales and Lease Ownership announced they are joining NBA Motorsports and NASCAR driver Herbie Sadler to sponsor Sadler's entry in the Virginia 500 race on April 2. Aaron's is sponsoring the April 1st TNA UWF show in Martinsville, Virginia. There is a NASCAR feature on one of the
NASCAR.
A NASCAR, because it's in Virginia. Fuck.
Kevin Nash is there.
That would be the best if Kevin Nash was a NASCAR driver. He should do that. But there is a NASCAR feature on one of these episodes of Impact at one point. It is actually the first Thursday episode, April 13th, where they show some of that Hermley Sadler show. They have Michael and Daryl Waltrip there, Liam.
Of course.
Also, Scott Riggs, not to be mistaken with Scotty Riggs.
Oh, boo, I thought it was Scotty Riggs.
Kyle Petty.
Of the Petty Invitational.
Yeah.
The Kyle Petty Invitational, the famous 2000 Indies tournament.
Named for the NASCAR driver. And Jarrett hit Jeff Hammond with a guitar. Jeff Hammond, your old pal from the FSN era, is there.
Oh, my old pal.
You loved the 6 points of Impact. You were like, I love points. I make points all the time.
I do love points. That means something else. Garrett, did you know that points are a measurement of drugs?
I didn't, actually.
There you go.
I'm a very out-of-touch individual.
I don't know. It's not like a modern terminology.
I'm still out of touch. I'm not cool. I don't know the drugs words.
They aren't cool, Garrett, so you know.
And I'm not, so...
A point is 0.1 grams of base or ice, or a half gram of lower purity powder.
we're teaching the listeners drug lingo for their next drug deal?
Yeah, so if you're going to do meth, 3 point, 2 point.
The company has talked about using Bret Hart forever, and Scott D'Amore and Jerry Borash have always kept in contact with them, although Jeff Jarrett has largely joked about it, other than when he met Hart in England in January and also thought there was a chance, but it looks like it won't be happening. Hart did an interview in the Calgary Sun, and when asked about it, said, "I don't think so, only because I don't know what I could do. If someone asked me to be involved in storylines of the matches themselves, I'd consider that, but for me to be a sideline character, it would have a look of desperation to it." He said he doesn't begrudge Piper or Flair still wrestling, but he wants to be remembered as he was and doesn't want to be a manager, commissioner, or referee.
God, but it's Team Canada's right there.
And also, he comes back to have dreadful matches in 2010.
Yeah, but like you said, he doesn't want to be a manager, commissioner, or ref. Man wants to wrestle if he's going to come back, even if it's shite.
But he wants people to remember him as he was.
Yeah, but then he got a big bag of money.
Like, people say the Usos match is the worst match in WrestleMania history.
I haven't seen that, but I have seen Bret Hart versus Vince McMahon.
And that Bret and Vince is definitely a worse match.
But is it funnier?
No. Because, like, Bret and Vince should be the easiest match of all time, but for some reason there's, like, no catharsis. But because they do the whole thing where Bret Hart's family, like, turn on him, and then they don't turn on him, and then they beat up Vince, and then it just kind of ends.
Garrett,
yeah.
tell them that we reviewed WrestleMania on the Patreon.
We did do a watch-along of that WrestleMania on patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, so you can hear our extensive thoughts on that show as it happened over on Patreon. That's the only non-TNA show we've done a watch-along for. Maybe
we should do more. What would we do it on?
What's the famously bad wrestling show from the late 90s, 2000s? Heroes of Wrestling? Legends of Wrestling? One of those, yeah.
I think we should do Progress Chapter 37.
What's on that?
I don't know, let's find out. Chapter 37, A Sudden Sense of Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go to the review on voicesofwrestling.com.
See how many cancelled people are on this one.
Bubblegum defeats Chuck... I shouldn't say spoilers, we're going to watch the show. Sorry. Bubblegum versus Chuck Mambo. Kaylee Ray versus Kimberly.
It's a very different
James
era.
Drake versus Fabian Eichner.
This is a very different era.
Marty Scroll versus Cho Coffey versus Pete Dunne versus Trent Seven. Progress Championship #1 contenders match.
Okay.
The South Pacific Power Trip versus FCU and The Origin, Dave Mastiff and El Ligero. Rampage Brown versus Mikey Whiplash.
Okay.
Zach Gibson versus Mark Haskins.
That's a bad show.
Yeah, not a fantastic one.
Why was Progress popular?
Well, this is 2016. It was kind of dying out by that point. And the answer is because they found Will Ospreay before anyone else.
Well, Red Pro had him too, though.
Yeah.
But they also got popular, so maybe it is just Will.
Yeah, he was the ace.
Frankie Kazarian is looking to get back in. The deal is they don't want to bring him in and link him with Matt Bentley, who is his former tag team partner. While they were a good team, Bentley has heat with a lot of people because of his attitude, and they don't want Kazarian getting his residue.
What awful terminology to use.
Keep him away from toxic Bentley over there. You'll ruin his career.
A real maverick, Matt.
I hope that's the reason they did rebrand the gimmick. It's just like, he's really annoying. Let's start calling him a maverick.
Has to be, right?
Terry Taylor, head of talent relations in TNA, had neck surgery to fuse his C5, C6, C7 vertebrae and will need surgery down the line to fuse his C4. Says one veteran, if Taylor's having all of this surgery and he wasn't known as a big bum taker compared to today's wrestlers, what does that say to the quality of someone's life like Sabu is going to have when he's Taylor's age, like 50? There's a follow-on. Larry Zbyszko's interviewed this month as well. When asked whether he watched the WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony to see Vern Gagne inducted, Larry told the In Your Head show that he wouldn't donate 1 penny to WWE. Lost on Zbyszko was there for free. Zbyszko said he's also excited about the wrestlers in the X division, but he would be surprised to see the wrestlers make it past the age of 40 in the business.
AJ Styles age 46, just on WrestleMania.
So when you look at, let's focus in particularly on the X division wrestlers here right now in 2006.
Shall we read some names?
You have the phenomenal AJ Styles.
Still wrestling.
He is humongous. You have AEW World Champion, the Samoan Submission Machine Samoa Joe.
To my knowledge, still wrestling.
You have Chris Sabin and Alex Shelley.
Still wrestling, about to get the biggest deals of their careers.
You have Jay Lethal.
Very much, well, not really still wrestling, but has been wrestling.
Roderick Strong.
A champion in a major pro wrestling company.
Petey Williams.
Backstage guy.
But was wrestling to a perfectly good quality as of 3 years ago and is a choice to be backstage and not because he can't. Mm-hmm. Same with Sanjay, who did have a few more injuries, but still, I think, could probably have like a killer match on TV if he wanted to.
Now, Garrett, shall I list some other names for you?
Go for it.
Chris Harris.
Not going well for him.
No. James Storm.
He's doing stuff.
Yeah. In
still
a generous
exists.
sense of the term. Bobby Roode.
The man, his neck and back are gone.
It's all that X Division stuff he did. I don't know. The others are old, so it doesn't feel right to... I've just got to go for the youngsters.
But Abyss.
Also, not still wrestling.
Yeah, broken down, battered, and bruised.
All these former X Division champions are the ones that aren't wrestling anymore.
One of the names we just mentioned trying to get back in, Frankie Kazarian.
Yeah. So, Terry Taylor.
Yeah, and Larry Z, both of them. Like, it is one of those things where you are like, these guys are going to kill themselves. They're working too fast, they're working too hard. And it turns out, Liam, it was all the drugs. Liam, it was all the drugs.
The schedule.
It turns out when you work 400 matches a year,
and do 700 lines.
Yeah, and take a bunch of drugs and then travel on the road, that's really bad for you. And you die in your 40s. And thankfully we don't do that anymore. And we haven't solved young wrestler deaths, but certainly we are a lot better than we were from the generation of Zbyszko and the generation of Terry Taylor. So, yeah, get fucked.
Those guys are wrestling better at that age too than anyone of those other generations who are wrestling at the same ages.
Yeah, Chris Sabin is still a marvel, and he has no knees.
Yeah. Samoa Joe having like the second or third best run of his career in 2024.
AJ is not great anymore, but he is humongous. So yeah, it's one of those things where people talk about how like this is a high risk style, and it is a higher impact style. You're not wrong, but the risk, like most wrestling injuries, occur through freak accidents. Like Darby Allin took every insane risk in the history of wrestling, and he broke his foot in the most mundane match in the world against Jay White. For all of the bumps Darby Allin has taken, that's the match where he breaks his foot, because that's wrestling. It's a physical endeavor, and usually when you get hurt, it's a freak accident, not because you took too many risks. Ugh. This is a Garrett addresses his enemies episode, because this I included this solely to go off on them. Terry Taylor has been something of a scapegoat over the Shannon Moore situation.
Jack Perry reference. Jack Perry reference on You've Got to Be Kidding Me. Jack Perry reference.
Contract. Had stalled in signing it until the WWE offer came, and the feeling was Taylor should have made sure he signed it. When Moore was asked why he left, being that so many wrestlers in WWE are unhappy, as those who have been in both places or are tight with people in both places say that the guys in TNA are happier overall, Moore said he got behind on bills and WWE pays better. So
that's fair enough.
Money.
Make your money, king.
Especially if you're a Shannon Moore, where, like, come on,
What are you trying to say?
Like, his earning potential, he only has so many times he can get these deals. Fucking take them while you can get them.
Yeah.
It's not like a Cody Rhodes right now where you'd be like, that man can take a contract that's for substantial money with anybody for the rest of his life. Shannon Moore is like, they want me, they're willing to pay me again? Okay. It's the reason, like, when like people go back to WWE, people are like, oh, eat shit. It's like, take the money.
Yeah, well, like, I don't know, it's all about attitude, right?
Again, high horse.
If you spent the whole time whining and complaining about how you're being booked and then you re-sign on the dotted line, eat shit.
Yeah, high horse, Liam.
But also, I don't know, you gotta pay your bills. But then shut the fuck up. Like, I have no problem with any, like, WWE wrestler who's, like, quiet and just does their job and doesn't complain about it. But, like, it's when you constantly, like, whine. Which, to be fair, they have stopped doing as much.
Here's a fun story. Regarding the pay of BG James and Kip James, the story is actually even more complicated. These numbers are close, may not be exact. This is from the Wrestling Observer. BG was making about $1,000 per appearance in TNA. Kip was making exactly $2,500 for pay-per-view shows and $1,500 for TV spots.
Garrett, I'm so poor. I'm looking at these figures and I'm like salivating.
You'd love to be making Kip James money.
I'll take BG James money.
BG was mad that he kept getting turned down when asking for a raise, as they keep bringing up that they've lost $24 million and still aren't turning a profit.
I was told that they made a big profit last show.
BG argued that he and Kip were equal stars, and he's been in TNA practically from the start. Eventually what happened is TNA told BG that he could get a raise, but they'd be taking it from Kip's pay.
That's so fucked up.
And make them paid the same, and then BG could tell Kip what happened.
That's so fucked up.
BG threatened to quit over that. Then Kip was told that if BG quits, they have no spot for him, so he won't be making anything, as opposed to what he's making now.
Oh my... Jeff Jarrett is a cold motherfucker.
Kip agreed to take the pay cut, so both are now making in the neighborhood of $12.50 per TV and $17.50 per pay-per-view.
What a good friend! This dude just took like $1,000 pay cut for his mate.
Yep.
You know what? Kip James, you've gained a little respect in my heart. Not that you give a shit, but you have gained a little respect in my heart.
You will tolerate his AEW Trios title run for another 2 months?
That being said, I was going to say, like, I'm going to say something nice about BG James here, so please prepare yourself. Oh. Out of Kip James and BG James brings more to TV.
Yeah, Kip does, like, I almost respect how little Kip does.
He doesn't even talk!
Because it's not even that Kip is bad, he literally just does nothing.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything!
He's just there.
It's crazy.
Getting paid freaking $1,500 per shot.
But yeah, fair play to the man for taking like that big of a pay cut for his friend.
That is like the coldest thing this company has ever done in its 4-year history.
I was gonna say, up to this point.
Let's pit these two tag team partner friends against each other. It's like, you want what he's making? It has to come out of his pay. You want? And BG's like, no, that's mean. I'll quit. I don't want my friend to take a pay cut. Then they go to Kip. It's like, if he quits, you got nothing. It's like, what? That is the toughest negotiating this company has ever done.
It's pretty wild.
It's insane. TNA pay-per-views will be back on in Australia, starting with TNA Sacrifice on tape delay. TNA used to air 1 a month during the weekly pay-per-view phase on pay-per-view in Australia, and started doing 4,000 orders, which at the time was almost half of what it was doing in the US, but the number quickly fell and was removed at the end of 2003. The first show on tape will be used to gauge interest as to whether to do them live again.
Fair enough.
So will we be seeing the return of Ashley Hudson, Sex Australia champion?
God, no.
Will we be seeing Jeremy Borash start the shows under the bridge?
That would be awesome.
Like, g'day, mate.
Could TNA... No, I was going to say something very silly.
What?
No, I don't want to.
Say it.
No, I will come across a fool on my podcast, and I would never have that.
That's ideal.
I'm not saying it. Fuck off. Alright, I was going to say, could TNA outdraw AEW in Australia in 2024?
No.
No is the answer. But... it's not because of the great number AEW would put up here, let me tell you.
You seem really pessimistic about how AEW would do in Australia.
I don't think they would do well.
I think they could do like 5K.
That would probably be my over-under.
Push. If you really push me, I think they'd do closer to 10, at least.
I don't think they would.
Because I know, according to you at least, according to your characterization, you are a very WWE pilled country.
Yeah, extremely. Including the people in the business, am I right?
Get their asses. But I do think that there is a little bit of, if you build it, they will come to their first one anyway, that like there would be interest in that.
I don't know, man. It would have to be a big card.
And they do have Bud, and they have Harley Cameron.
That means nothing.
And they have, do they have any other Australians? They have Kyle.
Again, none of this would matter.
They're going to have a bunch of hometown heroes.
Can I tell you right now about how many people didn't know who Rhea Ripley was?
This is her brutality?
Yeah.
Is Rhea Ripley a lot like Becky in that she is not actually famous in Australia?
I think she's probably more famous than Becky is. Just because, like, I've had people who don't know wrestling talk to me about the goth Australian wrestler chick. Like, she has broken through to, like, a younger demographic has heard or seen TikToks of her.
Yeah.
Like, she definitely has, like, in like people in their 20s, there are people who aren't wrestling fans who are tangentially aware of who Rhea Ripley is. You're
saying the Spike TV audience equivalent demographic has seen the video of that stink face.
Yes. Well, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. I do think that Rhea's probably like the biggest Australian star that's ever existed. Like on an international standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, I'll put it this way: if she decided to leave tomorrow and start a company in Australia, it would be like. It would probably work.
Because what the bar she has to beat is probably the Iconics, right?
But unless you want to, like, you know, go to the 80s stuff and, like, people who were stars here then.
But even those weren't international stars.
No, like if you want to do, like, a local versus international sort of thing.
Yeah.
Before her, probably the, like it was Buddy or the Iconics, right? Like, whichever you want to take or leave on that.
Or Tennille, I guess, but...
But, like, Rhea is so far and above them now.
And she was pushed far and above them as well, so she should be, but...
yeah, and also, like, she is a legitimate star. She is the most popular female wrestler in the world.
It would be nice if she had a good title run while doing that, too.
So it's a true win for us. It's like our first real star. And like I said, if like she was like left tomorrow and was like, I'm going to start a promotion in Australia, I think she would be a big enough star to carry that to some level of success.
Be able to get like 2,000-3,000 people in there, maybe.
Yeah, I think she could probably get TV.
Oh.
Like I think she's that notable that she could get TV. I think.
Which Becky could not. Though Becky will be on the Late Late Show, our biggest talk show by the end of the month. So good for her.
And again, I am fundamentally aware that like the people who know Rhea Ripley are like the 45 down crew.
Yeah.
Like it is not someone like that the older generation knows. Like you saw her on any of those like morning shows, and like none of those people knew who the fuck she was. But like the fact that there's been multiple instances of like wrestling getting brought up at me being out with people that I'm meeting for the first time or something, and they're like, "Oh, I know this." Like I've literally had that conversation where like I've been out and wrestling has got brought up because that's what my friends want to talk about when they're with me. People that I have not met before or have talked about it, and they're like, "Oh, wrestling like that girl." Like so, she's made it to that level where like people just know about her. Not by name, but by stature.
Presence. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, which is an impressive level for someone to be here.
Yeah.
To make it through to the non-wrestling people. I imagine it's through like TikTok and stuff.
It is viral clips.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. That she is legitimately at that level.
One TNA source says a key to TNA improving its booking is to have a booker or committee of bookers where nobody is also on TV. The argument is that by the time Scott D'Amore gets done making sure his guys have TV time, Team Canada, Scott D'Amore, Alex Shelley, and Jeff Jarrett has his time, and Mike Tenay gets his quote-unquote internet darlings on the air, there's little time left to explore the rest of the potential of the roster.
Who else is there?
Let me tell you about BG James, Liam.
Who is on the show?
Barely.
All the time.
He does get like 4 minutes every 3 episodes.
He wants more than that?
Which, yes, is the correct amount of BG James.
What is he gonna do?
Some would say still too much BG James, and if his dad wasn't there, it would still be an insufferable amount of BG James, but his dad is cool.
His dad is cool.
Yeah, that's my, again, every time there's one of these notes, it's always like, they're giving too much time to AJ Styles and AMW. It's like, fuck off. And you can tell, it is definitely like the BGs of the world, the Conans of the world, who are like, I'm not getting enough time.
But they're on TV.
Several members of management have lobbied for the TNA name to change as the company tries to promote a more family-friendly product. However, there are currently no plans to change the name while other issues receive priority. According to PW Torch, TNA was fortunate to dodge the obvious question about the company's name during the Stephen A. Smith show 2 weeks ago. This company just fucking doesn't know what it has.
I feel like that's like an infinite... say what you want about AEW, but they know what they have.
It's like, even now, they're like booking bad, bring back Russo, name bad, get rid of TNA. They don't have any, like, even surface level understanding of what the hell this thing is and why people might care about it.
Yeah.
It's infuriating. I think that's, like, I didn't expect things to make me, like, the booking stuff doesn't really make me mad. Like, the stories, it's like, oh, you screwed Monty. That sucks. But, like, I'm not mad about it. But, like, reading this stuff, like, them, like, actively undermining their own success because they're fucking stupid and insecure about who they are relative to WWE, this is the stuff that is driving me crazy on this show. I'm like, fuck you stupid idiots. Why were you, like, shooting yourselves in the foot at all times? Because you're just stupid and you're insecure.
I think you've nailed it.
That's the news.
Alright, Garrett, we're back. And guess what we're back with?
What?
We're back with a game.
Oh, that's fun.
Are you ready to take this challenge?
No.
Your career is on the line here.
My podcasting career?
Yes.
Oh, it's very lucrative. I can't lose that.
Because, Garrett, you're about to take the Name 100 Women Challenge.
What? Excuse me?
You must name 100 women.
Yeah?
The rules are they have to be Googleable, in that they
Okay.
have to have some level of fame or notoriety.
Mm-hmm.
You are allowed to use any of their stage names, right?
Yeah.
Spelling does not matter, but it's also an audio podcast, so it will not matter for that reason. I will be writing them down as you go. You'll be stopwatched, and they must be real women.
I can't make up the women, is what you're saying.
No, they cannot be fictional women.
They have to be 100% true best women.
Yes. I will give you 5 seconds to ponder your life, and then I will click the stopwatch and you will begin. Are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Bullet Club Babe.
Okay. Not a great start.
I don't know where to go because like Anne Hathaway.
There you go. She is a woman.
Mother Teresa.
Yep.
Mary Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
She's the former president of Ireland. Mary McAleese, also former president of Ireland. Sonia O'Sullivan. I'm going to name Irish women exclusively now.
Mm-hmm.
Katie Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Becky Lynch.
Mm-hmm.
Gail Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Mickey James.
You are on 10.
I'm on 10 women. Fuck. Trish Stratus.
Yep.
Lita.
Mm-hmm.
Victoria. Or Tara, if you prefer. The Fabulous Moolah.
Mm-hmm.
Angela Merkel.
All right.
Amelia Earhart.
Mm-hmm.
Akio Hamada.
Mm-hmm.
I'm now just trying to bounce between women in the most extreme way imaginable. Jordan Grace.
Mm-hmm.
Trinity. Or Naomi, if you're a sicko. Jade Cargill.
Mm-hmm.
Meryl Streep.
What a line.
Emma Stone. Oh god, I'm out of women. where do I go from? Let's go back to that match from WrestleMania.
You're on 22.
Bianca Belair. Who do they wrestle? Damage Control. So it's Asuka.
Mm-hmm.
It's who's in Damage Control? Kairi Sane.
Mm-hmm.
Dakota Kai.
Mm-hmm.
Annette Bening. Who else was on WrestleMania? Rhea Ripley. What was the other women's match? Bailey. Io Sky.
Don't worry, Garrett. Only 70 more to go.
Are we really gonna go all the way through 100?
Come
women?
on, gun it off!
All right, let's
Or
just
forever
go.
be known as a sexist.
Women's wrestlers. Deonna Purrazzo.
Mm-hmm.
Madison Rayne.
Don't wait for me to type. You can keep rattling them.
Velvet Sky. Angelina Love. Awesome Kong. Rosemary. ODB.
Wait, the timer stops. Okay, keep going. Yeah.
Taylor Wilde. Chelsea Green.
I have Rosemary and then ODB. Was there anyone in between?
Taylor Wilde.
Rosemary, ODB, Taylor Wilde, Chelsea Green.
Yeah. Mia Yim.
Mm-hmm.
Allie.
Alley Cat.
Alley Catch. Sure, you can have Alley Catch. Audrey Hepburn.
Yeah.
Barbara Streisand. I haven't done many musicians. That's actually an untapped well of women that I could know.
Mm-hmm.
Beyonce. Madonna. Lady Gaga. Taylor Swift. Miley Cyrus. Kate Bush.
You are 50% of the way through.
I'm really running up this hill of women, am I right?
It's a great time so far. You're on world record pace, 5 minutes in.
Sure. Did I say Dolly Parton?
You did not.
Dolly Parton. Amy Winehouse. Adele. Kelly Clarkson. Julie Andrews. Julia.
See, now you've realised the strat. The strat is to just go same names.
Yeah. Japanese professional wrestlers. Julia Hart. Tina Turner. Mariah Carey.
Mm-hmm.
Mariah May.
Yeah.
Celine Dion.
Mm-hmm.
Whitney Houston. I think I have to head back to actors or rest. Like it would be easier if I just continued naming wrestlers, wouldn't it? Like Britt Baker.
It is a benefit that we have as pro wrestling viewers.
Yes,
as a deep knowledge of female performers.
It does add women to our repertoire. Mm-hmm. Saraya.
Sorry, I was like, who the fuck? It's Saraya.
Same name. Tony Storm.
Mm-hmm.
Who else is in that division? Red Velvet. Sky Blue. Let's take a break from wrestlers. Do I know actors? I could do more actors. Olivia Colman.
One of the goats.
Kate Blanchett.
One of the goats.
Brie Larson.
Not one of the goats.
Wow. Zoe Saldana. Scarlett Johansson. How many other women are in Marvel movies? Have I already run out? I said Meryl Streep, didn't I?
You did.
Natalie Portman, she's in Marvel movies. Helen Mirren. Nicole Kidman. Oh, back to Marvel movies, Gwyneth Paltrow. Alright, how many do I have now?
You got 23 left.
I got 23 left. Let's try and round it out with wrestling women. I haven't done many. No, I did WWE. I ran down the WrestleMania card. Ivory. China. Stephanie McMahon.
She did a whole revolution.
She started everything. It's all from her.
Come on, 20 more.
Charlotte Flair. Miyu Iwatani. She's not a WWE woman. Why is she there?
Not yet.
Why is she in my brain? Anna Jay. I can do Ring of Honor. So there's Athena. There's Billy Stark. Queen Aminata. Hikaru Shida. There's Rio. There's Diamante. There's Emi Sakura, Queen of Wembley. Oh, speaking of Queen of this year's Wembley, hopefully, Jamie Hayter. Our Fire and Flavor faves, Tasha Steeles. And Kiera Hogan. What other women are there, Liam? Mercedes Moné!
I was waiting for that one.
Willow Nightingale!
There you go. So close, come on. 5 more women. 5 more women.
Who else you got? Let's go. Let's try for like actual famous women. So
Okay.
Rosa Parks. Queen Liz. Dead now, but she still existed.
That is, yeah. Being dead or alive is not a containing factor here.
How many do I have left?
3.
Oprah. Marilyn Monroe. And you know what? A lovely one to end on. Princess Di.
Wow. What a run.
That is 100 women.
10 minutes, 57 seconds.
I believe that statistically proves me not to be sexist.
That's a good run. That's a good time. And the people I've seen do this, a sub 11 minute run is good.
I love the idea that everyone you ask them to name 100 women.
I gotta go to speedrun.com and see where you rank.
Yeah, with the 100 women list. It's a very competitive category. Actually, no, gamers. It's actually a very abandoned category.
It's not even on speedrun.com, but it's the best run I've seen. And I've seen 3.
Well, if it's not on speedrun.com, that means it is the world record. That's the first one that's been timed.
So, it's not the first one that's been timed, but yeah.
How many other name 100 women's have you timed?
I haven't personally, no, but I've seen them.
From who?
It's a streaming thing now.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
Really?
Because the joke being, men are sexist.
They cannot come up with 100 women?
Yes. So a prominent female streamer just started the Name 100 Women challenge.
Well, I didn't even know that. I thought you were just doing an elaborate bit.
Well, I'm still doing an elaborate bit.
That's true.
Let it be known. So congratulations, Garrett, on proving yourself to not be a sexist.
Wrestlers really made that easier.
Yes. That was my thought when I saw them do this. I was like, I could crush this because of wrestlers.
Yeah. I like the way we couldn't name 100 women otherwise. It's like, but our specific niche has women in it, thankfully.
Yes, thankfully. So if you have any more challenges you want me to throw on Garrett mid-podcast, send them my way. At the Gleek Muda.
We'll start the broad topics with the Lethal Lockdown, which is the return of Lockdown, by the way. In case you don't know, Lockdown is TNA's all-steel cage match pay-per-view. I guess we shouldn't take that for granted. Every match takes place inside the 6 sides of steel. It's the second year they have done it. The first Impact of the month, March 18th, 2006, opens with Planet Jarrett. Jarrett comes out first. He starts claiming he's run Sting out of TNA again.
It's a good bit for him to just be like, I have got him again!
He's gone for good.
Wile E. Coyote running into the wall.
Jarrett now, his fit is generally like denim shirt or denim jacket. He seems to vary. And khaki pants and a t-shirt. It's a cursed fit. It's a bad era.
But it's perfect.
He thankfully doesn't say much before Scott Steiner comes out. This is Steiner's first TNA interview. He does get a big reaction. Mike TNA says, "It's a payday, that's what it is. You know it and I know it." It's like, yeah, it is, Mike. You're not wrong. As Steiner does his entrance. I set the clock to it. Steiner calls somebody fat within 39 seconds.
That's an even better speedrunning time than yours.
That's true. How many women do you
could
think
Scott Steiner wear 100? Could Scott Steiner name 100 women?
I'm not sure.
To be fair, could Scott Steiner name 100 people?
He has all his freaks, though, so surely he knows all the names.
Freak
of his
1,
freaks,
Freak
right?
2, Freak 3, Freak 4.
He just says all my
how
freaks
many
out
freaks
there,
are
and
at
that
your
counts
door?
100. Yeah. He says how he watched 3D come in, he watched Rhino come in, he watched Christian come in, but they never called Scott Steiner, and he's mad. 3D, he did immediately call them fat backyarders. He called them fat roly-polies, in fact.
That's awesome.
Steiner says if he was as fat as Team 3D, he'd stay in the backyard. He says the vein in his arm is as big as Christian's arm. His arm is as big as Christian's leg. The crowd chant, "We want Christian." Steiner's like, he's afraid. While Steiner is going off on Sting, the crowd start chanting, "We want Borden."
Hell yeah, Steve.
They want Steve to show up again.
Do you think there was a moment there where they're like, oh, it's just going to be Steve Borden in TNA?
I hope there was like a talking point that like, oh, they lost the copyright to WWE or something.
That'd be so funny.
It was a forum conspiracy that the reason they started calling him Steve Borden is because WWE owns Sting. If you have a problem with Jarrett, you have a problem with Steiner. And then he demands the white trash and rednecks in the crowd sit down as Tenay throws to the back. A solid opening salvo from Big Papa Pump.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much everything you want from a Scott Steiner debut promo.
He is unhinged. He is a little bit crazy. He's shouting at the crowd, which I always appreciate. And he's having himself a good time.
It feels like a real deal Scott Steiner.
The next week, Sting talks about everything Jarrett has done. There's a sit-down interview with Sting. How he messed with his family, how he stalked him, how he made it personal. So he came back to Destination X to get revenge. But Sting is like, you know what? You one-upped me. You had something on me. Fair play to you. You got Jeff Jarrett. But there's a way we used to solve this back in my day, when we used to have issues, when we used to have problems. It's a little thing called war games. War games.
Yeah, but we can't use that.
He does say war games, and then it's like 6 sides of steel. 1 ring, not 2. 1 ring. He is very, very specific to stress multiple times. 1 ring. But then he's like starts making his own alterations, a ceiling on the top with weapons hanging. So it's a little different, because last year they did do a lethal lockdown that had weapons, but they were just attached to the cage wall.
I like him on the roof.
Yeah, the ceiling coming down is like a cool dramatic moment in the match, and then you have weapons hanging from the roof. And it also makes the weapons like a part of the last stretch of the match as opposed to the whole match, which makes it feel more special.
Yeah, which means it has to be a real match.
Yeah, they have to actually wrestle rather than just hit each other with things, yeah. And then suggests that Steve Borden isn't coming to lockdown. Sting is coming to lockdown.
Hell, fuck yeah.
Jarrett and Steiner then come out immediately after that. Steiner starts picking on Don West, which is very rude.
He's very mean.
Mike Tenay is like, screw you guys, we have a match. Come on out, the Naturals. Naturals, come out, have your match. Jarrett and Steiner then attack the Naturals after the Naturals make their entrance. Steiner drops them with a suplex. Steiner press slams Andy Douglas out to the floor and shouts, "Shut up, West," as Don West says that's mean and cruel. And he's beating up Andy Douglas. Steiner lays Douglas head and arm against the post, hits it with a chair. He then hits him with a chair some more and locks him in the Steiner recliner on the floor as he screams Sting's name. Sting does not give a fuck about the Naturals. They go to break and they come back as Andy Douglas is stretched out, and they replay Douglas getting his ass kicked.
This is very Rinka King coded.
Yeah, he comes in as like this even like the week before when Steiner's doing his interview, Mike Tenay is very much being like, Steiner, live mic, fucking disaster. So like they're like, the moment Steiner comes in, they are like, this guy is unhinged, this guy cannot be stopped, this guy is out of control. And this is again another segment for him to just kill some guys, shout at Don West, threaten Don West, seem like a menace and an actual threat.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like Skyner should feel kind of like Bruiser Brody.
Yeah, he literally just comes in and just starts causing chaos because he's Scott freaking Steiner. April 1st Impact, JB has Jarrett. JB asks Jarrett if he knows if Sting is here tonight because Sting is meant to be in the building. Jarrett is wearing a lime green t-shirt, multiple sizes too small. It is very, very tight for him. It's an unpleasant t-shirt. Go back to the denim fit. I'm sorry I ever questioned it. It was also GFW green colored, so that's a tease.
Oh my god. What a tease. This is cinema. This is storytelling.
Literally, I'm just going to take the screenshot of that t-shirt and put it next to the lime green GFW ropes and be like, long-term storytelling cinema.
Here is my thread.
And that tweet will get like 4,000 likes still. Jared announces his team for Lethal Lockdown. It will be himself, Scott Steiner, and America's Most Wanted. Which is... Lethal Lockdown, I think, generally becomes 5-on-5. Interesting that here it's 4-on-4. Which I think makes for a better paced match, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I thought the pace... Because, like, it's less of just, like, there's actual no consequences portion of the match. Where you're just, like, waiting for the next sort of entrance.
Right after the segment is where they aired highlights of the house show in front of what they said was nearly 4,000 fans in Michigan, which is true, apparently, according to Dave. So they're not lying.
It was certainly nearly that.
JB later in the show is in the back with Planet Jarrett. They're going to go to the ring and call out Sting because they're like, fuck him, we're going to get there first. I like the way there's a segment, I think, earlier on this show, maybe on the show before, where they're like hyping Sting up tonight, and Mike Tenay and Don West are doing a bit where Mike Tenay is like, later tonight we have an X Division number contenders match, and Don West is like, and Sting, and then Mike Tenay is like, later tonight we have an NWA World Tag Team title match
and Sting,
and yeah, they do that like 4 times. Don is having himself a great time,
and then Tenay's like, yes, I heard Sting will be here too.
He does almost roll his eyes at it at the end. It's like, you constructed this bit, you can't give out to him.
That's good though.
We get a feature on Steiner leading into Sting proposing Lethal Lockdown, and they have a little diagram, a little design for Lethal Lockdown.
It's silly.
It's a little 3D render.
I can't believe Lethal Lockdown didn't make it into the TNA game.
I guess, like, it's probably a lot harder to program and design than the Ultimate X is.
Is it?
Because, like, Ultimate X, you just have to put the structure up and program the belt coming down, you know? Whereas Lethal Lockdown, you need to introduce a cage, you need to introduce the lowering of the door, you need to introduce the staggered entrances, which takes a lot more time and effort. It's definitely one that would have been in the sequel, I think, but obviously the sequel was never made. Because, like, TNA doesn't have that many signature matches. Like, they have Ultimate X, they have Monsters Ball, they have Lethal Lockdown.
Full Metal Mayhem.
But that didn't even make the game either.
Yeah, I fuck with Full Metal Mayhem, though.
The only stiffs you get in the game are Ultimate X and Falls Count Anywhere.
Yeah.
But Planet Jarrett come out to end the show. He wants to know what Sting's team is. Rhino and the James Gang appear in the crowd. They do a quick little promo. Truth appears in the crowd with the wonderful combination of Shark Boy, Norman Smiley, and Chase Stevens.
The babyface army.
That is the true Sting's Warriors.
You should have picked that team.
It would have been a better team. Norman Smiley, absolute ace. That's the reason Scott Steiner took Norman Smiley out. He knew how dangerous he was.
Yeah, exactly. He knew.
Leads the crowd chanting "What's up" for like at least a minute to the dissatisfaction of Jeff Jarrett. Styles appears on like the ramp, the corner of the ramp. There's like a little area there that he's standing on with Lethal, Sabin, and Sanjay Dutt, looking ridiculous as a combination of human beings.
I liked this segment of being like, you know, fuck all of... Like, fuck this team. Everyone just hates them. Let's all just mess with them for a segment.
Yeah, and nearly all of these people actually do have problems with Planet Jarrett. Except the James Gang, I guess. They haven't really done anything with them. But, like, Rhino has had issues with Abyss and Planet Jarrett. Even Shark Boy Norman Smiley had, like, the 8-man tag against them a few weeks ago. And, you know, Sabin and Dutt had the problems with them, with AMW, trying to take them out after the tag title match a couple of months ago. So, like, all of these people have had, like, little interactions with Planet Jarrett so that they're not just guys thrown out there for no reason. Sting appears in the ring, clears house with a baseball bat. EY just looks at Sting and runs away. He's just like, nope.
I appreciate him just being like, this is too much for me. I'm out of here. My nightmares have come to truth.
He warned them. He told them he was coming back.
He was right.
He should be vindicated. They should let him go home.
Planet Eric.
He's the true leader.
Yeah, the most influential at this point.
What would an Eric Young Moon be called? This is now once again going to be the next 15 minutes of this show.
Moon names.
So you got Eric Young to work with. You got like Violent by Design or World Elite, or you got Showtime.
I was looking for Sanity in there too.
Sanity, there's something with Sanity. You got some decent stuff to work with Eric Young.
Yeah, right. You keep going. I'm going to look up Moon synonyms.
Planet Jarrett starts getting the better of Sting until literally everybody rushes the ring and there's like 700 people there as they're all running off Planet Jarrett. Main event of the next episode, April 8th, is Sting. We actually hear from him this time. There's no Planet Jarrett nonsense. Sting comes out to the Impact Zone with the TNA Sting theme.
Yeah, and it's a great theme. It's a really great theme.
There's an iteration of it. They make it even better. Like the second version of it is even better because it has like more song.
Yeah.
This one loops a little too fast, but it's still the TNA Sting theme, so it rocks. Sting comes out. He's like, I love wrestling. I love the fans. I love TNA. On Spike TV, no less. He was very frantic here in that he constantly was turning toward the crowd because obviously the way the Impact Zone more than most buildings is constructed is the crowd is on the opposite side of the hard camera, and Sting, like a natural man of the people, constantly like turns toward the crowd. He's like, but then he's not looking at the hard camera, so he needs some time in the WWE Performance Center.
Obviously. You can blow out a few ACLs.
Oh, he can't afford that. He's so old. It is one of those things. It's a stupid thing. Like the idea that you should find the hard camera. You should know where it is and work with it in mind. But like my philosophy in wrestling should always be the camera should find the wrestler shouldn't find the camera.
Yeah, well, like, because it's a show that or a type of entertainment that's dependent on audience reaction.
Yeah.
So they should be playing to the audience, not to the people at home.
Yeah, because the people at home will get more engaged if the audience in the building are engaged. That is the priority. That's what will engage the people in the building or at home. It's like a hot crowd will make me feel better about a show a lot more than a dude looking down a camera.
Yeah.
Calls Jarrett bitter, and he needs to kill that bitterness and cut it out of TNA. Calls Lethal Lockdown the match beyond. Dramatic pause. Beyond.
Beyond the match, beyond.
That would have been better. The match beyond is not as good as beyond the match beyond.
Yeah.
Says there's no place for Jarrett to run and hide. Sting won't announce his team until the Thursday debut next week, as some in the crowd then chant Goldberg.
They want it. It's crazy though. The rumors are clearly out there.
And it does feel like they were waiting this long, hoping to get him. It really does.
Yeah.
Sting then challenges Jarrett for the Thursday debut. Jarrett comes out, surrounds the ring, but then the babyface army backs up Sting. The Thursday night debut, April 13th, 2006. The main event is not Sting versus Jeff Jarrett. JB has Sting earlier in the show. He's like, I issued Jarrett a challenge. Jarrett spent a lot of time in the bathroom tonight because he's shitting himself, Liam. And Sting says, we'll find out later tonight who is on his team. Then there's an interview with Planet Jarrett then right before the main event where he's talking about how he's going to teach Sting that he was right, and he said it was showtime because Eric Young is wrestling Sting, not me.
Which honestly, good match, because it's like Eric Young has been the impetus for this whole return.
How do you feel about them kind of bait and switching it though?
It's 2024.
You can't get mad at it?
I don't care. No, I can't get mad at it.
I do think you could have just announced Sting and EY.
Yeah, I don't know, ratings ploy.
It is, like, that's what it is. They want to tease the idea that he'll be wrestling Jarrett and then pull the rug out so he'll be wrestling EY. But
I don't mind it. But maybe it's just because like I don't care otherwise. If you asked me in 2006, maybe I would have.
So then main event, as you said, perfect match. Showtime versus Showtime. Sting versus Eric Young.
What are your thoughts?
It was, like, Sting is super energetic. Like, he's working really hard, but it is ultimately like a 6-minute TV match.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's fun. I don't have any problems with it. I wasn't like expecting anything bigger or better, I guess.
And like Eric Young shouldn't be taking Sting to the limit. This is what it should be.
And it helps that like I don't have expectations for Impact matches.
We get the first full Sting TNA theme entrance for a match, which is nice. EY tries to throw some chops and punches, but Sting fires up and EY just freaks out.
Eric Young plays it so well. You have to give him credit for it. Like he really knows his role.
He's found a character that really works for him, and as a dude who's not currently pushed, as a dude who's not currently even really featured, he's on the show a bit, but it is exclusively as a lower card jobber. He has found himself this niche and this character that makes him stand out without actually being pushed, so it's really good for him. Sting wipes out EY and Shelly with a slingshot crossbody, so he's doing some wacky flips. Well, flips is generous, but dives. It was this is the genesis. It's like this is the moment where he does this one slingshot crossbody is like diving.
It awoken something in his brain.
It feels good to throw yourself off of stuff.
That's not a message that this podcast endorses.
No, unless it's a bouncy castle. Do people throw themselves off bouncy castles? Not really.
I'll give it a go.
Sting fires Shelley into the rail and goes for the Stinger Splash, but onto EY on the floor. But EY moves, Sting hits the rail, and that's how EY gets the heat for a little while. EY does the lamest Stinger shout of all time. He's like, "Arr!" It is the perfect kind of lame. Sting fires up, Stinger Splash to EY and D'Amore, who like tries to interfere and put himself in harm's way, but Sting just kind of gets both of them with the Stinger Splash. Sting wins, then Scorpion Death Drop. Straightforward match, nothing special, not going out there to have a 5-star classic. It is very much Sting plays some hits, EY gets some heat, Sting plays some hits, in and out.
And like, what more do you want?
Yeah, and what more? And it's like, listen, it's a 42-minute TV show. They actually had a substantial opener on this particular episode as well. It's the first time they've had a good match on television in a long time, so I will forgive them for not going balls out with Sting here. Shelley jumps Sting after the match, but Sting locks him in the deathlock. Jarrett runs out with a guitar. Sting blocks and breaks the guitar with a bat. AMW and Steiner run out, get the better of Sting. Styles, Rhino, and Ron Killings run out to make the save. As Sting looks around and confirms, looks like I got a team. So Sting's team for Lethal Lockdown will be AJ Styles, Ron Killings, and Rhino.
I like the implication there that Sting had a different team in mind. But these are the guys who saved him, so he's like, oh, fine.
It was a test, actually. Whoever came out to help him were the guys who would make the team.
Yeah.
With Sting announcing his Lethal Lockdown team, that ends the Goldberg speculation. The bottom line with Goldberg is that he considered strongly coming in with his motivation to stick it to Vince, but doesn't believe in lowering his value by coming in for anything but what he believes is fair money for his name value. The problem is, being out of wrestling, he doesn't realize the economics of the game have changed greatly since WCW in 1998.
He wants WCW money, then.
Yeah, he wants Bill Goldberg money, which, listen, you can't blame him. He is Bill Goldberg. But the pay disparity between what TNA was paying in 2006 versus what WCW was paying in 1998 is probably like a factor of 75 at least. Like, it cannot be stressed that the difference in payrolls is substantial between these two companies. So the money TNA has floating around potentially for Goldberg is a lot less than the money WCW had floating around for like Mikey Whipwreck. Never mind Bill Goldberg. A funny backstory of the Eric Young Sting stuff is Young was a gigantic fan of Sting growing up. He was really thrilled when Sting came in and Sting would talk with him, and even more with when Sting painted his face for the Dave Sahadi Fellini video that opened Destination X. So Sting did the face paint for EY, which is nice.
That's so cute.
And he was apparently getting very excited about the idea of wrestling him.
I mean, it's nice for like good people to get to do cool things in wrestling.
Go home show, as you said, they did seem to run out of steam a little bit. So AJ Styles, Rhino, and Ron Killings get a little squash over Diamonds in the Rough. Styles and Truth hit a really cool stereo flip dive, like perfectly in a stereo. Rhino hip tosses Diamond, and then there's an abrupt cut to the crowd, so something was edited out there. My favorite moment in this match, if you watch when AJ gets the tag to Rhino, I don't think he's supposed to. I think they're supposed to get the heat on AJ and then the hot tag to Killings. But Diamonds in the Rough did not actually control AJ properly. And AJ, like, does what he should do. If he's able to make the tag, he made the tag. Like, it's worse, I think, in that instance when somebody, like, deliberately hangs around so that they can wait to be cut off. It's like, if you weren't cut off on time, that's on the heels. Fuck ye, you know?
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, so he makes the tag to Rhino, who does like a couple moves before getting cut off, and they get a quick heat on Rhino before then he makes the tag to Killings and who does the actual comeback. But I found that really interesting. It's like AJ got loose and just made the tag because he could make the tag.
Yeah, which is I always prefer stuff like that than just like the awkward, I'm not supposed to do this part of the match yet.
And like these men, it's in the name, Liam, they're meant to be professional wrestlers. Like, if you can't adapt on the fly to start getting the heat on Rhino real quick, you shouldn't be in there.
Yeah.
AJ dodges Skipper's spin kick and hits the Pele as Truth falls with the axe kick for the axe kick for the win. The axe kick is an MJF move.
And that he's kick his ass.
Main event of that episode is Jeff Jarrett and AMW versus Team 3D and a man we will talk about more in a moment, Brother Runt.
Yes, Brother Runt is here.
This match is fine. There's a lot of Team 3D matches and there's a lot of crowd brawls this month, and none of them are very good, but Harris absolutely murders Brother Runt with a catatonic in this match. Like,
which is what he is here to do.
But like, he rotates him so much that he like lands almost like on his skull.
Which is what he is here to do.
Everyone hits their move. Bully goes for the shake, rattle, and roll, but Gale low blows him. Run hits acid drop on Gale, or the Dudley dog if you don't know what an acid drop is. And then Rude comes out, breaks a hockey stick over Run, allowing Jarrett to get the pin. Then we have the classic TNA wrestling big ass brawl to close the show as Planet Jarrett attacks, Sting's Warriors make the save, Abyss and Christian get involved, Steiner and Sting get involved, and everyone's brawling on the pay-per-view go-home show.
Brother Runt, most over man of all time.
Yeah, we'll talk about this in a sec, but the biggest pop in TNA history, maybe. Like, it's insane. It's actually crazy the reaction he gets.
People love his cruiserweight title run.
Everyone's favorite run in TNA history.
Wait a minute.
It's not about weight limits, Liam. It's about weight limits.
No, the WWE speed, it's not about weight limits, it's about time limits.
Yeah, I like those speed matches.
They were fun.
It's fun to interact with WWE for 2.5 minutes at a time.
Where, like, their production is so scaled back that you can't get mad at it.
So that takes us to Lockdown, in which the main event is not the world title match, it is Lethal Lockdown. There's 2 backstage promos. There's one where JB has Jarrett's army. Larry tells them that they won the coin toss. There's a whole Larry story that we'll talk about in a second, but this is mostly about that. But Harris in that promo talks about AMW have made 6 Sides of Steel famous, and Steiner is ready to snap. So I do like that they're like, cage matches are AMW's thing.
Yeah, well, as it should be at this point.
They have famously done a few of them at this point.
And they've been famously very good.
And then also they had a quick interview with Sting's Warriors as well, which is nothing special. Truth says what's up a bunch, and then he's like, war is up.
Warrior. That's a different guy on the show.
He is on this show, but you have to wait a little bit. That brings us to Lethal Lockdown, as Sting's Warriors face Jarrett's army. I do appreciate them having team names.
Not Planet Jarrett, notably.
They never use Planet Jarrett. It's really weird.
It's one of those things that just became canon.
Yeah, everyone started to call it's like Joker's thing, I guess. No one actually called him Joker's thing, but obviously he was just Joker's thing. So, like, he was the insane icon in TNA.
Well, I think it's like interesting because like when Jarrett was like super prominent on Dynamite, and everyone's like, just call it Planet Jarrett. Like they could have, because that's not an IP.
Yeah, TNA never called him that. It was just a line in Jarrett's promos where he was like, "Welcome to Planet Jarrett. You're living in my world." But yeah, they, even here when they have a team name for a Lethal Lockdown match, it is Jarrett's Army. It's not Planet Jarrett.
Jarrett Goon.
And how do you feel about Sting's Warriors?
It's no Sting Squadron, is it?
No, you need the alliteration, you see.
Yeah. Sting's Soldiers.
Yeah, Sting's Soldiers, Sting's Squadron.
Jarrett's Jackasses.
That's what Sting should have called them. Usual Lethal Lockdown format. As we said, it's an evolution of last year because there's the ceiling on the cage now, but it is 2-man start, staggered entrances. You can only pin after everybody's come out, and the roof lowers after everybody's come out.
So my main note is that it was pretty alright. I enjoyed my time watching this Lethal Lockdown. And
you're a famous War Games hater.
Allegedly. Allegedly I am. But I don't know, yeah, I just thought it was fun. Like, I think I have more of a problem with regular cage matches.
Yeah.
Than I do with, like, something like this. Because this is just done well. And I guess it's so sporadic. Like, we don't get a ton of... even though we got a cage match on the build-up to this. Like, we don't get a ton of cage matches outside of the month. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm into it. I thought it was fun. And I liked the Lethal Lockdown with the weapons getting raised down at the end. I think that adds a different element to it. That adds a... Just, it breaks up, like, the stagnant elements of a cage match.
And it gives like a visual indicator of the next phase. Because like my problem with like a lot of both WWE and AEW's War Games is that like the match beyond is just too long. Like they do the staggered entrances, they get to the match beyond, and then that is usually like 20 to 30 minutes. And it's been both the problem with the WWE ones and the AEW ones, and that's just too long for me. Whereas here, like I think from when Sting lowers the cage to the finish is about 6 or 7. Like, and I think that's about right. Where you start going into near falls, you start going into like the end of the match, the wacky stunt, of course, which we'll talk about in a second, and then the match is over. That feels better paced to me than like you get to, you know, when everyone's out there and then the match after that is twice as long as what you've already had before. That just feels agonizing to me.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help that because of the way staggered entrances work, the first half is always going to be like infinitely annoyingly long too.
Yeah, and like I said, I think it might work better with 8 instead of 10, just for pacing.
Yeah, it gets you out of the part of the match where like nothing actually has nothing matters.
So AJ Styles and Chris Harris are the two that start. Gail Kim and Jackie Gator are at ringside. Styles hits the Styles Clash at the end of the initial 5-minute period, then 2-minute intervals after that. Earl Hebner starts counting for some reason. It's like, Earl, there are rules here, Earl. You're the referee. You're meant to be enforcing them.
He's going into business for his own.
As Storm starts coming out, Styles attempts to dropkick the cage door into Storm, but Storm ducks and it hits Gale.
And it doesn't... We don't know if that's, like, supposed to be like that.
Yeah, I watched it back a few times after while I was doing the notes, and I think it's deliberate. Like, I think it's deliberate, but I'm still not entirely sure.
Or, like, did they not tell Jackie about the spot?
Because Jackie looks legitimately concerned. She is like, are you okay?
Not in an are you okay in, like, a way that makes sense for anything in the story, because she's meant to hate this woman.
Yeah, she should be, like, cheering.
Yeah, she's, like, genuinely concerned.
And, like, yeah, because you look at the way it's set up and you look at where Gale is, I'm pretty sure it was the intended spot. But maybe you're right, they just didn't tell Jackie.
Or, like, and not even, like, in a, like, dick way. Like, maybe she just wasn't there when they called the spot or something. A lot of people to be in the room while they're, you know, planning the match.
Styles and Harris are already bleeding by the time the third person comes out, so Rhino's out next. We do get Brokeback Mountain chants, just to make sure that we have Brokeback Mountain chants and references on every show under the sun that happens in 2006.
Yeah.
Jarrett next, and Rhino uses the cage door opening to meet Jarrett on the ramp, which I thought that was a nice touch. It's like, oh, we are going to be at the numbers disadvantage, so we're going to take the fight to Jarrett, but then they still get overrun. You did accurately predict on the watch along, TNA.com, the order of entrance.
And I used logic, which makes this match logical.
Yeah, it's like the psychology of the match made sense because you laid out while the Harris and Styles period was going out how you would like do the entrances, and they did them exactly in the order that you said they should.
Yeah, I mean, it just, I don't know, like they did the right choice, I think. Like the only one that could have gone the other way is like Ron and Rhino, but like I think that talk about it as a shoot. The power of Rhino was needed in that moment.
Yeah, like because like there was psychology to each entrant. So Styles is your endurance guy, he starts. Harris is your big tough guy, he starts.
With cage experience,
yes, cage expert Chris Harris. So obviously James Storm should be out next. You want AMW out together as fast as possible. So then even if you're Sting, you're like game theorying it. It's like they're going to send AMW out first, right? They're going to do that. So who do I send out? It's Rhino. He's like the big powerful guy who can turn the tide.
Perhaps take out one of the AMW members to like reduce the tag team element of their game.
Yeah. So then you're like, if you're Jarrett, you're like, do I send myself out next or Steiner out next? And you're like, no, we save Steiner for last because he's like the pitch hitter. He's the shotgun. I think you said.
I said he's the glass cannon because he doesn't have the endurance to last the full match. But if he's your final call, he can lay people out.
So Jarrett's out third, Truth is out then, and Sting and Steiner are both like in that category of like dudes who don't have the legs but have the explosiveness. So those are the two dudes you put out last, and that's how they constructed the match. So it made perfect sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty great.
There was a Tower of Doom spot where AJ effectively took a brainbuster from the top of the cage.
It was gonna be like real bad, and it was like only pretty bad.
Yeah, he tucked just enough that you're like, okay, he's fine. But like, it was a classic Tower of Doom, but he was on the very top of it. And they've done a couple of those. Like, there was one, I think, where Daniels rotated all the way over onto his face. I think that was in the Triple X AMW cage match. But this one where AJ stayed in the suplex position the entire time and came down on his shoulders, but not quite neck. So I think he was okay.
Yeah, but it looked like it was going to be real bad for a second.
So Steiner was the last guy out for Planet Jarrett. He suplexes everybody. Somebody shouts, "You suck" at Steiner, and he just screams, "No, your mother sucks" back at them.
Classic.
Steiner dumps Truth with a top rope suplex. Just absolutely dumps the man. And then Sting is last out for Sting's Warriors. Rhino's also bleeding at this point. Crowd chants steroids at Steiner. Sting runs wild a little bit before they bring the ceiling down. And they make a break, like a cool production moment of that, where like they lower the ceiling. Sting is actually like, bring it down. So Sting runs wild and then they bring the cage down when Sting says so. And they let off some pyro as the cage comes down. So it's like, it's actually a cool moment.
It feels like a shifting of the match.
And then the match beyond begins. Storm and AJ immediately escape, which is funny. It's so funny, like the idea we put the roof on the cage to stop people. Nope, Storm and AJ are out.
Especially since I was like, I think someone could get out from there, and then immediately.
And James Storm was like, oh, yeah, maybe I could. So they escape up to the cage roof. Gail tries to pursue them, but Jackie pulls her skirt off.
Which was a real, like, confronting moment where I was like, come on, guys, don't do the upskirt. And then immediately they tore her skirt off, and I was like, well, yep.
At least they weren't subtle about it.
No.
Sting looks to hit Jarrett with a guitar, but Steiner saves him with a low blow, and Sting eats a Jarrett guitar shot. So Styles then places Storm on a table on top of the Lethal Lockdown cage.
Insanity. And, like, not a thing that gets replayed. Just like a one-off crazy thing that you don't see ever.
Of, like, the crazy TNA spots, like, you see the Skipper cage walk, you see, like, the Hardy Swanton from Bound for Glory in 2005. You see those a lot more than you see this, and I think this is just as crazy as the rest of them. So, like, he sets Storm up on a table on top of the Lethal Lockdown. They're on the top of the cage. There's also a ladder up there for reasons, who knows. Someone needs to access the lighting rig, obviously. So, Styles climbs the ladder, and then doesn't come off the ladder, Liam. He climbs onto the lighting truss that is hanging from the literal ceiling of the impact zone.
Like, and you think about it, because, like, he's doing this on a ladder that is on top of a cage that is, like, this could go so badly in so many ways. Like, just him climbing it.
Like Dave makes the note that, like, if that cage roof caved in like it did for Mick Foley, those two men would have died.
Yeah, but I thought the same thing, and then I looked at the cage for 3 seconds, was like, that's not happening.
It is a much firmer cage than WWE's Hell in a Cell.
Yeah.
So yeah, AJ climbs out onto the lighting rig. He is hanging from the literal top of the ceiling. And it's a pretty high ceiling in that impact zone. It's a big soundstage. So he's hanging from the literal top of the ceiling, which I really hope they tested. He dangles for a little bit, and he drops a splash off of the lighting rig through Storm through a table on top of the Lethal Lockdown. Awesome spot. Really cool. And, like, it's something that is also extremely impressive, but assuming nothing breaks, has a relatively low risk of danger. Because it is ultimately like a splash through a table. Once the lighting rig doesn't collapse, and once the cage doesn't break, everything's pretty fine there.
I would have been more concerned about the lighting rig coming down after AJ than I would have been about the cage roof.
Oh, just crashing down on top of them?
Yeah.
That would have been a disaster. So yeah, awesome spot. Crowd go wild. Commentary go wild. Everyone's having a great time. And then Sting submits Harris with the Scorpion Deathlock. Or after Rhino wipes out Jarrett with a gore. So that's Lethal Lockdown. A tight match, a fun match. Everyone hitting their stuff. It's not, as I said, like 8 guys, I think, streamlines the pace a little bit. They didn't go too long in the match beyond portion. You had your typical stunt in this match. Well structured, like psychologically sound, coherently built. Good match.
Yeah, it does the job. It's entertaining. It's not boring. It doesn't go on for too long. It's pretty much everything you'd want from it.
Which is like a 5-star endorsement from Cage Match War Games hater Liam Jones.
Yeah.
So that brings us over to the World Championship match at Lockdown 2006, which is the champion Christian Cage defending against the monster Abyss.
Yeah, this is a fun one. This is a fun build. Match obviously doesn't hit the peaks of an Abyss AJ at Lockdown.
No.
But the build to it is a joy. It's just an absolute joy.
So March 18th Impact, we have Abyss squashing Cassidy Riley. This is their 4th singles match on Impact so far. This is on Impact number 90. The 4th Cassidy Riley Abyss singles match, and not their last.
Shoutouts to Cassidy Riley's gear that I thought was pretty sick.
Yeah, he's not the Raven Disciple anymore.
No, he still was the Raven Disciple. He just wasn't wearing Raven cosplay. Like, he was still, like, all gothed out, but it was in a cool way. He was
no longer wearing shorts.
2006 goth.
No more denim.
He was wearing shorts, but he was wearing, like, the
gear.
Wrestling indie shiny pants shorts. Yeah. He reminded me of Mao.
In every way.
Yeah, equally as good.
When I see Cassidy Riley, I think of Mao.
I think of that guy is a lot like Mao. They could both be on a Circle 6 show.
That is true. If there is a world where they could meet on a WrestleMania weekend show.
If I had the book.
Right after that, there's a feature on Christian. He's talking about how he's shooting a movie with Paul Giamatti. He's not here tonight because he's doing the movie, but then he's like, maybe it's a blessing in disguise because my ribs really hurt from Monty Brown beating me up.
It's fair enough.
If you're wondering where Monty is this month, he lost the world title match and just kind of disappeared. He's getting his knee scoped, so that's the reason Monty's not around. The idea of getting your knee scoped is upsetting to you?
Yeah, knee stuff. No,
oh yeah, you and your knees. You and your knees.
It's only one.
Well, you do have 2 of them.
Yeah, but like one that's the one.
Talks more about Planet Jarrett and the recent development with Sting. Then immediately after that, JB has James Mitchell and Abyss. Mitchell says Abyss should be top contender and Christian is a coward who is dodging him. Mitchell's like, if Christian won't come to us, maybe we'll come to him and those whom he loves.
He would never. He would never do such a thing.
No more stalking. We would never have stalking people's families in TNA. Never.
No, that's DDP's business.
He then starts going into an extended animal abuse metaphor.
Yeah, this is brutal.
So he starts talking like, if dog doesn't work, so you grab it by the head, you shove it against the wall, and then you kick it in the ribs.
You just said if dog doesn't work.
Yeah.
If dog doesn't work.
If the dog is misbehaving, words won't do the job, Liam.
If dog doesn't work.
Yeah, that's what you do. You grab it by the head, according to James Mitchell. You shove it against the wall, and you kick it in the ribs, and the dog will apparently then learn its lesson.
Or it will die.
It could die. That I believe Christian, in both of those instances, is the metaphor here.
But they don't want him to die, because he can't win a belt off a dead man.
He does mention a home invasion, and Shelley walks in and be like, I'm interested in such a thing. I love that as Shelley. He's just the one wanders in and is like, can I shoot it?
Sounds like a good documentary. My favorite thing is James Mitchell being like, why, yes, young Alex, you can.
Yeah, it's like, I do need a cameraman. Come on, buddy. So the end of the next episode of Impact, March 25th, they do air the newest Paparazzi Productions presentation, Desperately Alone Housewife.
That's a great name.
Where they're stalking Christian's wife. So they've gone to Christian's home, and Christian is off shooting the movie with Paul Giamatti, and Christian's wife is being stalked by James Mitchell and Alex Shelley. So they start showing them shooting Christian's wife doing housework through the window, and Mitchell is like, Alex, be careful. And Shelley is like, no worries, I've done this before. Though Mitchell should be more suspicious because Shelley got caught.
I think he's implying that he's filmed women alone in their houses before.
So Sting is not the instigating instance here.
In a situation in which he was not caught.
My favorite part of this is that it's a small shot where they're standing in a supermarket aisle with Christian's wife.
At midnight.
Yeah, apparently Dave says it was 1 a.m. that they were shooting this in the supermarket.
It's like when she went to the salon thing. And you're like, why are you there at 1 a.m.?
Listen, she was busy cleaning all day. Then she has to get
How
her
is
errands
this place
in.
open?
But James Mitchell and Alex Shelley standing in a supermarket trying to look inconspicuous while Christian's wife is at the other end of the aisle is such a funny
With maybe
visual.
Abyss there too.
He's just hanging around. But James Mitchell just being like, do you think she notices us? As you said, they eventually follow her to her tanning salon, where Mitchell then confronts her and is very menacing. He's like, tell your husband, we'll see him soon. This is a great James Mitchell month in general.
Yeah, this is him being the most James Mitchell.
So, according to Dave, they were filming this at 1 a.m. and Mitchell was using his cane to knock ketchup bottles down and even broke one.
That's really funny.
And fun trivia note, the tanning place, owned by Billy Kidman.
Wow, he owns a... Wow, I guess that makes sense.
So this is only part 1. There's a second part the next week, Liam.
The next one is... I wanted more.
More stalking?
Yeah.
So April 1st, Impact, Abyss and James Mitchell come to the ring. TNA announces it'll be Styles versus Abyss on Impact next week in the main event of last year's Lockdown main event. JB asks what Mitchell has to say for himself. Mitchell says, mission accomplished. So he's a big George Bush fan. I was actually, I checked to see, but that was 2003. So I thought it might have been a reference to the banner, but apparently it's not.
Could still be.
It might still be. We still make references to the banner freaking 20 years later. So maybe it is still a reference. Mitchell calls Christian out for leaving to make movies instead of defending his belt, which is fair, actually.
Yes.
You won the belt and you disappeared to make some movies? You're too big a star for us now, huh?
Yeah, Dwayne Christian Johnson.
Oh, owned.
Fucking rocked him, Hollywood Cage.
Mitchell, he then plays part 2 of Paparazzi Productions, which is Shelley approaches Christian's house. He's like, hey guys, it's Christian's house. And then the garage door opens and Shelley runs to the side and Christian just immediately emerges and jumps Alex Shelley. He's
like, what are you doing? And Shelley goes, it's not what it looks like.
What does it look like, Alex, huh? It's a funny thing of both times they got away with it the first time. Shelley got away with filming Sting without being noticed the first time. And both times they went back the week later. And it's like, well, what did you fucking expect? Yeah, so Christian beats Shelley's ass a little bit. It turns out it's a trap because Abyss is here now. Abyss attacks Christian too.
It's good that Christian's wife was not there.
Yeah, but actually, I was going to say where was she, but he was probably a responsible man who sent his wife out of the house knowing people would be coming to monitor them.
Still had to take the trash out though.
So Abyss jumps him, brawls through the house, trashes some stuff in the house. They brawl into Christian's pool area in his back garden, which you admired.
Yeah, well, I'm so jealous of the enclosed pool area. I just think it's the coolest.
Enclosed pool area is a cursed term in wrestling.
I was trying to avoid that.
You said the words. I'm sorry. You just can't.
Yeah. But, keeps all the bugs out. Leaves.
Very helpful. Makes pool cleaning a lot easier.
And that's where I'm going to leave that.
So Abyss starts punching him. Mitchell is like drowned his ass. So Abyss throws him in the pool.
Then my favorite bit happens where Abyss has to get in the pool, but he clearly like doesn't want to.
Because Abyss is in full gimmick here, yeah.
And he's like, he gets in the water, and I imagine it's like freezing, and he's like, he's like inching out towards until he has no, because when you go to a pool and you jump in and it's cold, you're like, oh, I gotta adjust to it, right? And then you're fine. But it's like, he had no adjustment time because he had to go in there and start drowning Christian. At least Christian was thrown in and his like body just like shocks it and it's just like he's in it. And he also gets to sell so he can kind of be like, ah. But like Abyss has to be stoic this whole time.
And you can tell he's, I think, dreadfully concerned about slipping on the steps on the way in.
I think he's just cold.
He's slowly teetering down those steps, eventually gets the Christian and starts drowning him.
Solid drowning.
Yeah, I was thinking, it's a very convincing drowning, to be fair.
I was really looking at it to see, like, is this like an amount of drowning that could be believable? And I think it was.
Yeah, I do think if someone actually held you under as long as Abyss held him under, and he did a couple of ups and downs, which would be really disorientating, like in and out, and then hold him for like a good 10 seconds, like that's a solid drowning.
That's a solid drowning.
Mitchell does state the obvious that you can't win the belt from a dead man, so he's like, stop, don't drown him completely, don't kill him.
Christian should just be like, I want this guy to go to prison. I don't want to defend the belt against him.
He should go to jail. And it was on tape. They have footage. Alex Shelley being brought in to be questioned.
Alex Shelley's gone to prison for being an accomplice. What are you talking about?
He's trying to get out of it. It's like, I was just there as a cameraman. I was a journalist, a documentarian. I didn't know this was going to happen.
I have impartial, like, being a journalist, third person. Like, I cannot be held accountable.
Without me, you wouldn't have the footage of it happening. So really, I'm good here.
And I'm a hero and should be rewarded.
I tried to stop them, but look at him. He's big and scary.
He was in the water.
His pants were wet. That would make him really mad. Mitchell asks Christian what is he prepared to do and then spits on him as if he hadn't had a bad enough time already.
Yeah, that was real gross. And like, I was like, is that an ad-lib, do you think? He's like, I'm going to spit on him now. Blech.
Yeah, get his ass. Make him damp. Don West is then outraged, furious, appalled.
Leaves.
He walks off he's back by the next match, but he does walk off commentary. He's like, oh, I can't handle this. Next show opens Abyss, AJ Styles, a rematch from last year's Lockdown.
I couldn't get into it because I knew it was going to have some fuck finish.
It's will become, I think, a reoccurring theme that anytime you hear the words pay-per-view worthy match for an Impact television match, fuck finish. And like, I think AJ could just lose here.
Yeah, he probably could at this point.
Because, like, he is in the main event of the pay-per-view, but he is, like, one of 4. He's not, like, a featured act, really, this month at all. I think AJ could just lose to Abyss here. Though, on the flip side of that, it's almost nice that they're like, we have to protect AJ.
Or were they just like, we have to continue the story?
That's true. It might just be, we want Christian to come out. But, yeah. So, at one point, AJ hits the ropes, and Abyss just kind of palm thrusts him down. Very inelegantly, but very, like, violently. I enjoyed that.
As he should.
AJ hits the Pele, goes up for the spiral tap, but Mitchell hooks his leg with a cane. Abyss then launches AJ with a press slam. Abyss pulls the bag from under the ring. He has his tax, but as that happens, Christian pulls up very aggressively in a car.
He should have shown up earlier.
Yeah, he's late for work. He's like 10 minutes into the show. He's just pulling up in his car. What are you doing?
Of the second taping, no less.
Yeah, he has a tire iron. Abyss bails. Christian starts chucking security to try and get at Abyss, one of which takes a sensational bump. He just hurls them. It's really good. Christian grabs a microphone, accepts the NWA World title match against Abyss at Lockdown, asks if Abyss is prepared to die at Lockdown, because Christian is.
Yeah, are you aware?
About what?
That we could be living in a world very soon where AJ Styles has been in WWE longer than TNA.
I hope it doesn't happen. I'm like irrationally invested in that not happening. We're a little ways away because like he was in TNA for 11 and a half.
Here it says 2003 to 2013.
2002.
Oh yeah, sorry, old logo.
And he's been in WWE since 2016, so a little over 8 years now. So we still have about 3 years for him to catch up.
And he's already talking about retirement.
Yeah, and he is 46, and I think there's talk his contract's up this year too, isn't there?
Oh, I feel like his contract's up every fucking year.
Yeah, which he should go home. AJ, come home. AJ, get ready to fly. There was a Chris Van Vliet clip with AJ this week where he was like, I hated my TNA theme song. And I was like, AJ, how could you do this to me? And it was mostly because he's like, I heard it for 11 years straight and I got sick of it. But also, AJ, how could you do this to me? How could you hate I Am or Get Ready to Fly? They're the best songs of all time.
Apparently 5 years in 2019.
So yeah, this is a contract year for AJ. Go home, AJ, if you're listening to me, go home. AJ, come home. One more time. Come on. You know you want to, AJ. You know you want to. It's TNA. Come on.
I have I found a list of contracts expiring. I don't know how legitimate it is.
There's usually that Fightful one, but what's this one?
Yeah, but I don't know if this is a Fightful one. Expiring in 2024. Danielson, Ethan Page, Keith Lee, MJF. Now the MJF one we know will work.
And Danielson, I think, is up.
Danielson is up, yeah. AJ, Alexa Bliss, Angelo Dawkins, Becky Lynch, Big E, Butch, Drew McIntyre, Kofi Kingston, L.A. Knight, Montez Ford, Mustafa Ali, Pat McAfee, Randy Orton, Ricochet, Seth Rollins, Sami Zayn, Xavier Woods.
Yeah, I think LA Knight signed a new one, right?
Yeah, and he's not on this list, but Damian Priest said they re-signed this year.
Yeah, and the big two there are Becky and Drew, who we are still waiting on news about.
And I guess Seth, when his one is up.
Come on.
Sammy. I don't think either of those guys are leaving, though, to be fair.
No. But AJ, you know you want to.
We will see!
So yes, Lockdown main event has been made. AJ Styles responded to the ignorant characterized by Dave here, statement of Dave Batista a few months back about how what AJ Styles does isn't pro wrestling.
What an odd... It's so funny, like, 2006, right? Like, that AJ... Like, he's crazy, but, like, he's not, like, super spotty in 2006.
No.
Like, he has cohesive pro wrestling matches.
Most of his matches are spent selling.
So... And also... 2006 WWE guy saying that isn't wrestling? Okay.
That's always the thing. And it's very funny that, like, this used to be the mentality that, like, WWE's way of wrestling, which was different from the indie wrestling scene at the time, was the only way of doing things. And now we're in 2024 where all WWE wrestling is just indie wrestling. Like, for all their talk and all of their, highfalutin, this is what wrestling should look like, they're the ones who lost. All the wrestling became like the other stuff, not like your stuff.
Yeah.
But AJ responded that with the quip, I think it's funny that a guy who takes a bump and tears his back tells me that I don't know how to wrestle.
Based. I checked. They have never been in a match together.
They would have missed each other largely, wouldn't they?
Yeah, like I was thinking like maybe there's a random rumble or something. But no, they have never interacted. I wonder if there's heat. Let's start rumors.
They want to stay away from each other forever?
Report, AJ Styles and Batista have heat. Aggregate that.
April 13th, 2006 Impact, which is the first Thursday episode, but there wasn't a big Christian presence on that show. Only a Protestant one.
I was going to make the same exact fucking joke.
There was a feature on Christian and Abyss. Christian talking about his wife being stalked and how helpless that made him feel. Says his life flashed before his eyes when Abyss tried to drown him, but now it's personal. So there's a little feature, but interesting that the world champion isn't playing a big role on that first Thursday episode.
I'm guessing it's just because he wasn't there.
I'm pretty sure he was there because he was on the Go Home show too.
Oh, then silliness. I got so mad that you did that joke that I stood up.
Were you going to go for Protestant as well?
Yes.
Oh.
Had to go for Protestant. Come on now.
On the Go Home show, Christian Cage comes to the ring. Penzer's voice cracks while introducing him. He's like, Christian Cage.
Christian.
All Abyss did was piss Christian off and make him want to beat somebody more than he has ever beaten anybody in his career. He saw fear in Abyss's eyes when he chased him with that tire iron. James Mitchell comes out and he's sick of his twaddle and refers to Christian as Mr. Charisma. Guarantees Abyss will leave Lockdown with the belt firmly in his grasp. Abyss jumps Christian from behind. They brawl a little before Abyss drops him with a black hole slam and chokes him with a chain and poses with the belt. Security starts to come out as Abyss starts shock treatmenting them too, which is tremendous.
It's a hell of a move to just like flash it on someone.
Not just like a punch or a choke slam, just heap them onto your shoulders and drop them with a shock treatment.
It's a good go home angle for this match.
Yeah, and they get involved in the big ass brawl as well to close the show. So I think there's a better promo in Christian, I think, for the moment of him being drowned in his home after his wife was stalked. I think he could have like done a better, more personal promo about that. But I honestly, this is the month I've most enjoyed Christian and TNA so far, because he feels like he's not doing comedy. He's not doing like a little bit of veiled homophobia. He's doing like a serious pro wrestling angle. But I say serious pro wrestling, it involves stalking and paparazzi productions. But like he is doing like a proper pro wrestling angle that you're meant to get invested in, as opposed to just doing bits. So I enjoyed Christian a lot this month.
Yeah, he got to get his like teeth into something a little more substantial.
On the pay-per-view, both Mitchell and Christian have backstage interviews. I think Mitchell's is really, really good, maybe among his better promos, where he's like, to quote Nietzsche, when a man goes hunting monsters, he should worry about becoming a monster himself. Says they've successfully lured Christian into becoming an emotional biohazard. Says a champion wouldn't leave to film movies or leave his wife alone or get owned in his own home. He promises that Abyss will leave with the belt tonight.
And he, which is important because earlier on in the month he said he does not tell lies.
He once he makes a guarantee, he does mean it.
Devil's in the details.
Tell James Mitchell when he's telling lies. Christian also has a backstage interview with JB, and he says nothing. He just looks at JB and he leaves.
Because he's hyper-focused.
All has been said.
Fight night.
Inside Six Sides of Steel, Christian Cage defeats Abyss to retain the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
And it's good, but not great.
Yeah, because it is in some ways almost like a rerun of the AJ match last year.
Yeah.
Like they open with crowd brawling, Abyss gets the heat, they do a spot that's a sunset flip off the cage into tax. The difference is like AJ selling of Abyss's like monstrousness is better than Christian's. I think that's the difference between the two matches largely. But yeah, I think they have a good match. I think it is Christian's best TNA match so far.
It's a fun one, even if it's not like hyper dynamic or anything.
Yeah, it's not like match of the year or anything. It's not the best match. It's not a patch on the AJ match last year. That was a much better match. But it is a good match, and it has good stuff in it. I appreciate how like the crowd brawling part at the start at least makes sense, because Abyss goes to meet Christian on the ramp and Christian starts brawling with him. So there's no like, you tried to drown me in a pool, let me do a headlock. They go straight into like brawling and fighting, which I do appreciate. They brawl all over the building before eventually getting in the cage. Ref gets bumped by a huge Abyss punch. Like there's a sequence where Abyss goes to charge him and Christian pulls the referee out of the Abyss charge, but then Abyss goes to throw a punch and just levels the referee. I think it's Andrew Thomas with just a gigantic punch. Goes for a belt shot, but the ref is slow to count and Abyss kicks out. Christian then hits a frog splash off the top of the cage, and Abyss kicks out of that too.
It's a good froggy.
Yeah, and like usually, we talked about this in the watch along, TNAchat.com. When people usually do moves off cages, it is usually onto a standing opponent.
Yeah. Because knees are a thing.
Knees are a thing, as Monty Brown knows, and you know. So, like, usually you take it on a standing opponent so you can minimize the actual impact you're taking once the dude catches you properly. Not very many people generally do moves off cages where they're landing flat. Like, I can think of Benoit with the headbutt, Angle with the moonsault, and this frog splash onto, like, a lowered opponent. Abyss is lying on the mat. That's a full frog splash off the cage. And there's a reason they don't do it, because, as you said, knees. It must suck.
And if you're doing a frog splash, elbows, wrists.
Yeah, there's a lot landing on a frog splash. You can't even like spread the impact. You have to do it. You have to take the impact on those elbows and wrists and knees. Imagine Christian when he's 40. God, he's gonna be like Larry Zbyszko.
He's going to be having the best matches of his whole career.
Abyss bumps the ref again by launching with the cage. Christian hits a sunset flip powerbomb onto Abyss into the tax, and like they do a close-up of like the tax in Abyss's arm at one point, and they are nasty looking. Like there's blood trickling down from them immediately. Rudy looks to replace the ref, but as something we'll talk about in a second, Slick Johnson just charges past him when he opens the cage door, counts 2, but Abyss kicks out after the sunset flip powerbomb. Abyss hits a black hole slam, Christian kicks out. Abyss gets a second bag of tax to make an even bigger pile of tax, which he then gets unprettied into to lose.
And I'm pretty that Christian is very, very tactful not to land right into.
He is the carefulest man I've ever seen hit his own move to make sure he does not hit a single thumbtack himself.
Again, looking back to like what he would do in 10 years.
Abyss, face first thumbtack bump. Christian, nah. Actually, I do wonder, do you think they gimmicked the second bag of tacks?
And just had them be like, they snipped them all or something?
Yeah, so that you established their tacks with the regular back bump, the safer bump. And then you introduce gimmick tacks for the face bump? That would actually be really smart.
I think Abyss probably just fucking took it.
Yeah, I do think Abyss probably just took a first bump into tax. He's Abyss.
He has a mask on.
But I was like, I just had that thought when they introduced the second bag of tax. Maybe that's why. It would be a really smart way to do it.
Nah, it's fucking Abyss.
Yeah, he took the face first bump at the tax. I think I really liked, like, the post match wasn't just the heel attacked the babyface and got mad because he lost. I really liked that, like, Christian has conquered the guy who terrorized them. He beat him for the NWA World title, retained his belt. He started going to leave, and then he realized, wait a minute, there's James Mitchell too.
Yeah. He's like, it wasn't just Abyss that caused all this anguish in my life.
Yeah, but I like that, like, they're going to get a second pay-per-view match out of this program after the babyface won. And the cheaper way to get there, I think, is just Abyss attacks after the match, blindsides Christian, and they set up the match. But I kind of like that it was like the babyface's hubris, the babyface's bloodthirst for revenge that will set up the next match. Because, like, he was going to leave, he was halfway up the ramp, and then he came back to start getting Mitchell before that's when Abyss started jumping him. And I think that's a better way to kind of set up them doing this again next month.
Cinema
indeed. Abyss hangs Christian through the cage and then leaves in possession of the NWA World title. A man of his word.
Yeah, he does not lie. Honestly, I did think this was kind of great. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, good match, good feud.
It's a fun one. Yeah, good feud.
Abyss is like a really good... It's a shame he is in this role, but he's a really good challenger of the month. He really is.
Yeah, but it's not a bad role to be in.
Yeah, he's a main event adjacent for most of the last year, which is nice.
For most of his career.
Yeah, that is the bad thing. He never breaks through. He never breaks through from main event adjacent, but it is nice to be main event adjacent for a sustained period of time.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing Abyss throughout the years. We said this before, especially like earlier on, where I'm like, I'm looking forward to seeing the Abyss career.
So we have a Larry Zbyszko story running throughout most of the month, where there's this thing where Scott D'Amore has done it a couple times, where he's gone into Larry's office and he's gotten mad at Larry and he's been like, you don't know what's coming, you don't know what you've done. And Larry's like, what the fuck's he talking about? And JB's like, what's he talking about? And Larry's like, don't you worry about it. And now there is also the thing where Slick Johnson, there's like a referee angle where Slick has been trying to get main events, and now Larry's like, well, I'll give you a main event, I guess. What do you know? And he's like, duh, it's too late now, Larry. Yeah, I have insider information. We'll talk about all these individual Larry Zbyszko promos as they make sense for the actual programs they're involved in, because usually it's a story beat setting up a match and then somebody will do like a Larry Zbyszko thing. But I guess we'll go straight to the pay-per-view moment, which the pay-per-view, Liam, features the TNA wrestling debut of Christy Hemme.
I've never had a problem with Christy Hemme.
Your favorite Playboy cover girl, just like Don West?
Listen, 2006, I was a young boy.
When Hemme makes her debut, Mike Tenay's like doing the, do you know who that is? And Don is like, I have the copy of April 2005 Playboy. I know who that is.
So revolting that he can name the month.
He's like one step short of pulling it out from under the desk. It's like, I keep it with me wherever I go.
It's not quite Matt Striker Luch Underground, but...
it is close. Hemme hands Tenay an envelope and then leaves. She's just a messenger here.
I wonder what the cut for the Divas doing the Playboy was.
I hope they got some good money there.
I if it was like just part of their deal, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be stunned if WWE just got all the money and they just, got paid by WWE. I would not be surprised if that was the case, but I hope they got paid.
I hope she got a little bonus from that.
So Hemme hands Tenay an envelope, which has a big announcement about the future of TNA management. Throughout the show, there's a reoccurring Larry Zbyszko theme.
Throughout the month.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Larry segments individually as they make sense for the actual programs they're involved in.
Because they play into other segments too and other storylines.
Yeah, so multiple times, like in the Team 3D interview at Lockdown, he walks in and demands to know what JB knows. And he's like, don't kid me, JB. He's like, why would I kid you, Larry?
Everyone is against Larry at this point.
The Planet Jarrett one is my favorite because Jarrett's like, yeah, you should ask the Hebners because they know all about screw jobs, clearly blowing Larry off. And Larry's like, I should have known. I hate the Hebners. Same thing with Team Canada and Scott D'Amore. So the big thing is there's changes in TNA management. So Mike Tenay makes a number of announcements here that TNA has hired a new high-profile face of TNA management who will debut in the coming months, currently unnamed.
I think I know who it is, but I don't know for sure.
Bruno Sammartino.
Wow.
That is who they wanted to be at first, but you will find out in the coming months who it is.
I think I know, and I think we're going to get a different demo on our YouTube views.
Listen, SEO, baby. Yeah, so the first decision they make is Larry Zbyszko has been placed on probation. Larry comes out and he is absolutely raging. He's like, Mike Tenay, I tutored you on WCW Pro. International markets, tutored you in worldwide. How could you do this to me?
I like that no matter what, like, the constant theme through TNA's history has been that Mike Tenay actually knows everything that's going on.
Yeah, he is the one person with all the information, and everyone's like, Mike, why did you do this?
Yeah, not even the implication that he knows everything going on, that he is the one pulling the strings.
Yeah, whenever he makes an announcement, everyone is mad at him, because it's like, Mike, why have you done this to me? There is a second announcement, and that is the overturning of a recent Larry Zbyszko decision, and Raven has been reinstated to the TNA roster. Raven's music hits, he walks out, he has blue hair now.
He's learned some tricks of dyeing his hair from his feud with Punk.
Larry is frantic at the return of Raven, demands Raven go back where he came
So
from.
good. Oh god, Raven's so good. It's nice to have Raven back, first of all, just because, like, it's another star on the show. But, like, Larry's so fucking good. It's like Larry's up there, like, with an old-time, like, GM figure, right?
I'm really disappointed they're replacing him, honestly, because I really enjoy, like, this month is a phenomenal Larry Zbyszko month, because he is paranoid, he is flustered, he is frantic, and, like, as I said, Raven is chasing him. He's like, go back where you came from, Raven. It's like, it's so good. And then he locks himself inside the cage, holds the door before security separates them. So Raven is back, Larry's on probation.
I just like that. I mean, I criticize Larry's choice of hiding in the cage, thinking that that was going to be like the babyface gets in the cage and he has nowhere to go. But no, it worked. He kept him out.
There's a lot of X Division stuff that intertwines. So let's do it all, I think, in sequential order as it comes together.
Sure.
So March 18th Impact, there's a Team USA qualifier. Sanjay Dutt, Matt Bentley, Elix Skipper. After some back and forth between Maverick Matt and Maverick Matt Bentley, they have appeared to settle on Maverick Matt Bentley.
I like Maverick Matt Bentley. It's a good Maverick's a good nickname.
Again, just a little bit of alliteration goes a long way. Maverick Matt, it feels good. Simon Diamond joins commentary. Simon is a small bit racist about the idea that a man named Sanjay Dutt can compete on Team USA.
Well, he's from Bombay, India. Should be on Team India.
He's giving out that there's an SAP button, but not an SD button.
For sucking dick.
This is where I actually learned. I realized...
No, it's not.
Nope.
Shit.
Where SAP stands for Second Audio Programming. Did not know that.
Oh. I guess I always just thought it was like Spanish announce programming or something.
Yeah, Spanish audio programming, Spanish audio potential, something like that, you know? But
when was Sanjay billed from Bollywood, India?
Probably like Ring Cat King.
Oh, that would make sense. I'm just looking at Sanjay Dutt's Wikipedia.
I do like how SD button would have different consequences now. It's still not sucking dick. It's standard definition.
It's Sanjay Dutt.
So it could be Sanjay Dutt. Yeah, he should be upset that the SD button means Sanjay instead of Simon.
Sanjay instead of Simon. I'll get the big Simon Diamond Sanjay Dutt feud.
For the right to the initials SD. They just start breaking down SD cards. It's like, no, they can't have it either.
SD card deathmatch.
That would probably hurt. That would probably hurt more than Lego. But you'd have to stand them up, which would be hard, because they would be flat, and then that wouldn't hurt.
You put it on a door.
Or, you know the packaging SD cards usually come in that's like impenetrable and impossible to open?
Yeah.
That.
You can do some like a paper cut spot.
Yeah, you can start cutting people with that.
Yeah.
Bentley drops Skipper with the super kick. Sanjay breaks up the pin with a 450 and pins Bentley for the win. So Sanjay has qualified for Team USA, much to the chagrin of Simon Diamond.
I'm just thinking of like how cool a Team India would actually be. Like a Rinka King team.
So you get Shira.
World X Cup 2024.
You get Deadly Danda.
Of course.
You get Pagal Parinda.
Yes.
You get Bhupinder Gujar.
Yep.
The Bollywood Boys.
Shanky's available.
Shanky is available. If you were to do it, would probably be like Sanjay, Bollywood Boys, Pagal Parinda, wouldn't it?
You kind of rule.
All of whom are Ring Cat King alums, so.
Who was the shitty guy?
That is Pagal Parinda.
Ah, it was Pagal Parinda, good.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to like to spin your narrative.
I like him. Leave Pagal Parinda alone. They then had like an actually tremendous Simon Diamond angle.
The Simon Diamond stuff this month is good too because it's just TNA comedy.
So Diamond throws to some baseball footage that Shelley is filming. This is another paparazzi production. Simon has disguised himself in White Sox attire so that he can invade the White Sox training area. He hits some balls. Some coach fellow says his attitude sucks, and so they cut back. And Simon Diamond was like, "That was it. That was all we shot. That was tremendous football. Football, yeah, sure. That was tremendous baseball. I'm good. Everything's fine." And then Mike Tenay is like, "You didn't even confront AJ Pierzynski or Dale Torborg like you said you would." And he's like, "It's fine. Don't worry about it. You don't need to see more. I just wanted to show how good at baseball I was." And Mike Tenay reveals that there is extra footage, which Simon Diamond desperately tries and actually succeeds to delay by throwing to break. He's like, guys, a headset, guys, go to break. Guys, go to break. Guys, we can't show the go to break. And they do actually go to break. And then they come back again with the footage, and they're still at the desk. And Simon Diamond is like, "Guys, my name's Keith Mitchell. You guys should go to break again." You should go to a second break.
I was going to mention how this month I was a big fan of them just naming the people that work in production.
Yeah, during the announcement of the new TNA management stuff, Mike Tenay is like, Dave Zahadi, Keith Mitchell, can you put my mic to the house?
Yeah, I just like, it makes it feel more like real.
Yeah, that was also, because it's the same with like naming referees, which was another weird Vinceism that he'd refused to name referees. And it is one of those things, it's like, every sport names referees. Why would you not say his name's Rudy Charles?
Yeah, I don't know. I always hated the referee thing, but I didn't know that I needed the production thing. But I think I do. I think I like it more. I'm sorry. I've just been revealed that there's a match on Dynamite that I've never heard of.
What is it?
Shane Taylor Promotions.
Yeah.
Including Anthony Ogogo. Versus Hook, Chris Jericho, and Katsuyori Shibata.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Why?
Nobody knows.
Why is Shibata in it?
Why is a go-go back?
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, they're doing, like, Shane Taylor Promotions. He's a boxer. Doing, like that thing. That's a connection, I guess. But, like, what a weird match.
Yeah.
Why is Shibata there?
Just as
is
another
he feuding
guy.
with any of these guys?
No, he's just wrestling.
Okay.
He just shows up and has matches with guys every couple of weeks.
Alright.
He's now a friend of Chris Jericho's.
Alright.
So yeah, they have a second video. Simon Diamond shows a second video that has Mike Tenay shows it. Simon Diamond is in it. So there's a second video showing Simon Diamond actually being confronted by the White Sox team. He's confronting baseball men. A dude, Ozzie Guillen, then hits him with a chair. He's the manager of the White Sox at the time, and tells him to get off his field and calls him a piece of shit, which does seem to pop the rest of the White Sox because they have to bleep it. He's like, "Get off my field, you piece of shit," and everyone's like, "Oh!"
I wonder if he's like one of those guys that just doesn't swear, and they're like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's like, whoa, this finally got him. Based on reading his Wikipedia page, I think he is a guy who swears quite often.
Oh.
Maybe says some other things that are rather inappropriate.
No.
Occasional slurs.
Are we cancelling Ozzy Gillen?
Anyway,
Ian?
Yeah, he's going down. Where this is the podcast that's finally going to take him down.
I hate all Aussies.
Don't I know it. Tenay and West laugh at Diamond. Diamond claims it was doctored using an iPod. And then Tenay is like, "It was that's Photoshop, you idiot." It's like, "No, it's not Photoshop either, Mike. That's images."
Got him.
But the video, so there you go. Simon Diamond has embarrassed himself in front of baseball men.
Imagine Mike Knight being like, it's Premiere Pro.
Yeah. That would have long existed by 2006. I think the first version of Premiere was in the late 90s. The Chicago White Sox are interested in having TNA put on some matches after a ball game in August. TNA hasn't gotten back to the Sox yet to let them know if they want to participate. It would cost company money to fly the wrestlers in the ring out, so they're weighing whether or not the expense against the benefits of publicity. I'd do it.
Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah, like, they're the current World Series winning baseball team. Like, that's good publicity. Take as much of it as you can get.
Face brawl.
The main event of this show, we didn't really talk about it, but it's the end of Shannon Moore, so I guess we should. AJ Styles, Ron Killings, Christopher Daniels, and Rhino defeat AMW, Shannon Moore, and Alex Shelley.
At least Moore takes the L.
He did finally take one of those vaunted pins they said he was eating all the time.
Maybe that's what they were referring to.
One in an 8-man tag.
He got something out of it at least. My biggest takeaway from this match was that Daniels is over as fuck.
Yeah, Daniels fresh off of like the X-title win, the big comeback story, really effective babyface turn.
I was like, and then when like he lost the title back to Joe, I was like, oh, it kind of felt like you might have had something with him here. Yeah,
and like the match against Joe is like, the reason that works is because that crowd totally buy into Daniels as a babyface.
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of bummed because I was like, it felt like this could have been the start of like Daniels actually being on the level of Joe and AJ. And not just like a step below them.
he does lose the pay-per-view as well, so this is one of those 1-2 punches. It's like, oh well, all right. Though then he does move into the tag team with Styles, which does help, but
Yeah, but I don't know. I saw him come out and he got like one of the biggest reactions when he was coming out. Like in the match, everyone was really hot for everything he did, and I was like, oh.
6-man tag team match on the March 25th episode. Chris Sabin, Sanjay Dutt, and Jay Lethal face the Diamonds in the Rough. Really short match, just in and out. Sabin pins Young with the Cradle Shock. Absolutely nothing going on with it. Yeah, poor Diamonds in the Rough.
I mean, this is their role, isn't it?
They do. There's a bunch of talk that they got in like Sports Illustrated. There's the White Sox stuff did get some decent media pickup, particularly in the Chicago area. Fatal 4-way match on the April 1st Impact, the number 1 contenders match.
This is kind of a fun one.
Samoa Joe. Oh, I forgot the Larry Zbyszko Samoa Joe promo. I don't remember where that was.
It was early on.
Yeah, where Joe is asking Larry for a rematch, and Larry says, no, you can't get it.
I thought this was weird. I felt like they were going to go in a different direction with Joe, and then, like, they just decided to, like, backtrack. Because the whole point of that thing with Larry Z was him going, you're getting comfortable in the X Division, you need to start moving out of the X Division. Yeah. And it's like, okay, that kind of buries the X Division, but sure, whatever. And then they announced the Sabu match, and then they just put him in this match, which I thought was weird. And then he wins it, which I thought was weird. And then he beats Christopher Daniels, which I thought was weird. I was like, it makes no, like, sense for what the story they were telling. So I was like, it felt like they may have had an idea for Joe, and then they decided to go the other way.
Which Dave actually explicitly suggests this month that's not the case. Like, Joe and Sabu at Lockdown was always meant to be the X-title match. That you're right, that there is this backstage segment with Larry Z where Joe comes in and demands a rematch, and Larry's like, you're comfortable in the X Division, we're going to push you outside the X Division, so we're going to book you against a non-X Division wrestler at Lockdown, and I'll reveal that next week. Joe then got really mad, he pushed JB into a wall, threw a couch, kicked the door literally off the hinges, and left the room. My favorite part, if you watch him kicking the door off the hinges, one of the paintings then falls down off the wall, perfectly timed. It's really good.
I just thought it was an odd one. And, of course, Dave has to come here and fucking blow up my spot like he does every goddamn time.
We didn't mention on the March 25th show. He did. That is where Mike Tenay announces that Samoa Joe will face Sabu. They play Sabu's video. And he's like, you'll wrestle Sabu.
I'm actually think it's, like, really cool on paper.
4-way match for the number 1 contendership. It is Joe versus Shelley versus Sabin versus Dutt.
So we have 3 members of Team USA. One who isn't in it yet, I don't think.
Yeah, Shelley qualifies the next week.
So it's like, it's a little weird dynamic there. I don't know. I liked it, but I was just kind of like, I don't know. I felt whiplashed by the Joe stuff, I guess. Yeah,
so Joe's just back here in the X Division immediately. Shelley attempts to strike up an alliance with Joe, which Joe ignores by leaving Shelley hanging on a high five. Daniels is at the desk, and a note I appreciate, because the idea that Daniels isn't giving Joe's rematch makes Daniels a bad babyface. But Daniels does stress on the desk, it's like, I was willing to give Joe a rematch at Lockdown. That wasn't my call.
Yeah.
Which I think is good for him as a babyface, because it would look really bad if he was just dodging Samoa Joe. Shelley crotch claws Dutt, then offers the crotch hand to Joe to make the tag, and Joe's like, no thank you, give me your other hand.
Sorry, another thing about Daniels on commentary, when Joe comes out and they kind of just like stare down each other. It's a good little touch, and Daniels just being like, I'll go right now. Yeah.
Dutt hits Joe with a sick Dragon Rana, which is fun to see Joe take bumps like that. As they go to break, Joe catches a Rana attempt by Dutt, rushes him to the corner, hits the muscle buster to the win. He's number 1 contender. Joe threw the towel at Daniels, and Daniels just slaps Joe and leaps over the table to start brawling, like straight into it, no hesitation.
Which again is like, covering up for the like weird thing about him not giving him the rematch. It's like, he's like, I'll go right fucking now.
Security separate. They do announce that Daniels will defend the X Division title against Jushin Thunder Liger at Lockdown.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Doesn't happen.
Oh.
The next week they're like, oh, actually no, he doesn't want to have a cage match. Sorry.
Which is the real reason?
I think it is the real reason. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but it's like you don't have to use the cage.
Well, it's Lockdown. You kind of do.
Well, you don't actually have.
Oh, well, yeah, you can have a match within the cage. But I think part of it is that Liger had never had a cage match. And I think it was as much that if his first cage match was just to be an undercard nothing match.
Wasn't like a fear of being injured or anything.
No, I think he just wanted that if he was going to do a cage match, it would have to be something special as opposed to just doing it as like a challenger of the month for Daniels. And the funny thing is, by the time it got to lockdown, it wouldn't have even been a challenger of the month. It wouldn't have been the X-title match, which is a thing I do appreciate them also stressing. They're like, we have announced Joe and Daniels, but we also announced Daniels and Liger and Joe and Sabu. Whoever's champion will defend the belt in their match. That's the way it'll be at lockdown. I do appreciate that they at least address that scenario. Yeah. April 8th, Impact. Team USA qualifier. Alex Shelley defeated Roderick Strong and Chase Stevens to get onto Team USA.
I was so fearful that Chase Stevens was winning this.
They were even like Mike and Don on commentary, which it actually made sense, the rationale, but they were like, it would be best for Chase Stevens to win this because he has experience, working within a team and succeeding within a team. So like they were even putting it over the idea that Chase Stevens winning would be good.
Yeah. He does not, fortunately.
This is Roderick Strong's final televised TNA match.
You go, remember when Roderick Strong just had a bunch of beast-ass TV matches?
He did have a series of killer and fun 4-minute television matches.
Unfortunately, that's all I got for that.
The best of which for me is still the Spike debut AJ one, even if it was cobbled together from 2 separate matches.
Yeah, well, it was a benefit, obviously.
It is a really good match, even though it is 2 matches. It's a shame you didn't get much from Roddy. It's a shame that this is it. He does a couple house show matches after this, and then he does a 2010 dark match as well.
It's a weird time for him to do that.
Yeah, you would, and like that's the era where they just weren't picking up guys like Strong. They were too busy pushing Crimson and Gunner and Anarchia that they couldn't hire Roderick Strong.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, the roster's really good. Eric Bischoff has a great eye for talent.
83 weeks, baby. Don't get depressed yet. We're not covering it.
That's true. We're 4 or 5 years away from it. We also missed the segment where Scott Steiner killed Norman Smiley. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that happened.
He killed him. He murdered him. Simon Diamond talked about iPod editing again. It's good fun. Actually, he said that the Sports Illustrated had the same iPod editing skills that TNA management had. That's the reason it's like that.
Something so fun about like bad technology, like aging, like stuff where you're like, oh, the iPod Nanos and such.
Yeah, because the iPod is really new here. It is a current reference. But yeah, looking back at it, the good old days of iPods. I stuck with an iPod longer than most because I liked to have 2 separate devices for like phone and podcast / music. So I wouldn't run down the battery on my phone while I was listening to podcasts. So for a while, I would have had an iPod longer than most.
I think that just confused me too much.
So yeah, Shelley qualifies for Team USA. He wins this match. Strong locks in the stronghold, but Shelley hits him with a super kick and falls with the sliced bread for the win. Shelley is the final member of Team USA alongside Sanjay Dutt, Chris Sabin, and Jay Lethal.
I mean, it's my favorite choice.
You would have preferred him over Roddy?
Yeah.
TNA plugs Casino Cinema featuring Beth O, who is Howard Stern's girlfriend, and I think now wife, and Steve Sharippa from The Sopranos, which is not the last we'll hear of that man in TNA history.
Okay. What was it called? Casino Cinema?
I looked this up. So Casino Cinema is a Spike programming block hosted by Steve Sharippa and Beth Ortrosky. The show, which was played around the commercial breaks of a film, featured the hosts plus a guest player teaching the audience how to play a casino game.
Oh.
You're really intrigued by this.
Yeah, I didn't expect that element of it. Fucking Ghost Ship's on this shit!
What was?
Ghost Ship!
What's Ghost Ship?
Oh, baby, you haven't seen Ghost Ship?
No.
Ghost Ship fucking owns, alright? It's a 2002 horror film. The opening scene, one of the best opening scenes in a horror movie ever.
Right.
Alright? After that, complete schlock. But the opening scene, fucking the tits, great. Like, I watched this movie like 5 times. First time I watched it at my friend's house, and Ghost Ship was playing, obviously. And the OST for Ghost Ship, it's kind of like spooky hip hop.
Right.
So like it started doing this, and we just started freestyling on the Ghost Ship, on the Ghost Ship fucking beat. It's like chilling on the Ghost Ship, running on the Ghost. And we did that for like an hour straight, and it's one of the greatest film viewing experiences of my life. Can we please watch Ghost Ship for the Patreon?
Sure, we'll do a Ghost Ship watch along.
Fuck yeah. Starring Australia's greatest export, Carl Urban. A very young Carl Urban doing this C-tier horror movie.
Good lord.
God. Ghost Ship rules, and it made money, so I'm just learning that now. I did not expect that. But just, it is an absolute dream of a film. We need to watch it. Yeah, because Ghost Ship had like Mudvayne on it.
What's Mudvayne?
Mudvayne is a American heavy metal band. It's weird and they're crazy, and Oh man, what a fucking film.
I'm excited to watch it then.
Let's watch the fucking Ghost Ship.
Ghost Ship Watch Along coming to a Patreon near you.
God, what a terrific mess.
Shelley's in Team USA.
Yeah, cool. But then, let me tell you, the Casino Cinema run here of films, pretty fucking good.
Yeah, what else they got?
Bloodsport.
Pretty good.
So this is basically what you would imagine someone in the early 2000s to in a dorm room. This is what you would imagine their collection to be. Bloodsport, Fight Club, For Your Eyes Only, Hot Shot Part 2,
But not Part
Kickboxer, Lethal Weapon 1 and 2, Point Break, Red Dawn, Rocky 4, Sin City, Sniper, Super Troopers, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2003 version, and Top Gun.
Certainly not films for babes.
No, the babes are not allowed at the Casino Cinema.
No.
Chris Angel appeared on this show. Christian Cage appeared on this show.
Yeah, because there will be TNA people on it. That's the reason.
Did he do the Ghost Ship episode?
Never heard you more excited about anything in your life.
How do I fucking find this?
There's probably not good records of it.
Oh, I need to know.
Because it wasn't even an official show. It was wraparound segments while they aired the movie. So coming in and out of break, they would teach you stuff with Christian and then show Ghost Ship.
I'm so fucking pissed right now. If he did the Ghost Ship one, I don't know what I'll do. Wait, I can go to the Casino Cinema IMDb.
Yeah, they should have the episode listed.
Where are the episodes? One season. Okay. There's 4 seasons. Ghost Ship was season 4.
Oh.
October 2006.
Oh? If you click in, there should be a cast list.
There is one person listed in the cast, so that's true. I don't think it was him.
Aww.
Ghost Ship was the second last one. It really shows you.
Going out in a high.
I think it was the last one. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe? No, I don't know. God, which one did he do? Oh, sorry, you keep going. I'm going to find out which one Christian Cage did.
This was the April 8th Impact, if you want to use that as your barometer.
Okay.
So it would have been the next one after that, presumably, is when they would have aired it.
October 9th. October 17th, Lethal Weapon 2. This just doesn't say.
We'll never find out.
Doesn't say who's on the fucking episode. Why?
April 13th Impact opened with the X Division Championship match between Samoa Joe and Christopher Daniels.
Oh, damn it, it's a match I have to talk about too.
Yeah, you can't ignore it. It's the best match in the history of the television show so far, so...
My quick thoughts. It's very good.
It's fucking awesome. As we talked about at the start, so they made the choice to start this show in progress. So you come into this X Division title match 4 minutes in. The 4 minutes is actually on YouTube. You can go back and find the 2006 upload of the first few minutes of this match, which I did make available to Liam because I'm a very good podcast co-host.
Yeah, I really needed the first 5 minutes of this match.
Which they show replays of the main stuff that happened anyway. But the first shot you see as they come on the air is Daniels is sitting on a chair against the rail, and Joe runs the boot against Daniels' already bleeding skull. And that might be the best first shot in the history of pro wrestling television.
Why did they do this?
Again, to get the Ultimate Fighter audience.
But they started it in progress because of that. So people will be like, holy shit, something's going on.
Yeah, because the idea is the way American TV works is they go straight from one program into the next. There's not an ad break at the end of the hour usually. So the way American TV works is end of Ultimate Fighter straight into start of TNA Impact. So they wanted it so that, Ultimate Fighter ends and the very first thing you see, the second Impact starts, is something really eye-catching and something that you'd be like, hell yeah, I'd want to watch what the fuck is happening here because this man is bleeding and his face was just kicked off by this captivating Samoan man. So I think that was the idea. They immediately try and hook the Ultimate Fighter audience by coming in on something really hot.
Well, I think that's actually pretty smart then.
Joe starts absolutely wailing on Daniels, beating the absolute shit out of him, relentlessly beating his ass, going straight after the cut, and Daniels is gasping for air. He is desperate for anything he can get. Great babyface performance from Daniels. Daniels starts firing up, but Joe plants him back down with the ST Joe. Perfect cut-off spot. Great hope spot. Crowd buy it as a comeback, and Joe just shuts it down. Daniels hits a pair of Inziguris, which prompts Joe to throw a wild out of control lariat that Daniels counters into the flatliner. And then Daniels just starts unleashing a run of near falls where he gets a big near fall on a Blue Thunder Bomb, an even bigger near fall on a BME that the crowd totally buy as the potential first time Joe is losing. Daniels, I think this might be his best career performance as a singles wrestler, because he's probably been involved in better matches, but one-on-one Daniels as a babyface in this match is absolutely sensation. And then Joe counters a superplex into a top rope island driver, which is the first and only time I think he hits that move in TNA to win the belt to become new X Division champion.
That's funny.
What?
Before I ended up going and doing my ROH watch, I had no idea about the island driver.
Yeah, it was never a TNA move. This is the only time he really did it. He occasionally did, like, I think once or twice he did a standing one, like in the ring, a normal Islander, not off the middle rope. But, like, the one off the middle rope looks absolutely fucking devastating.
I found out that apparently Jeff Jarrett also did this.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that, like, they would get a bunch
But
of
he's
people
not
from
listed.
their properties.
He's not listed.
Because they probably had some UFC people on it as well.
The episode of Casino Cinema was called Total Nonstop Action.
Maybe they watched an episode of TNA. They taught you poker tricks along the, coming in and out of the breaks from TNA.
This is really pissing me off that I can't find this.
You'll never find it. The Spike TV shows are really badly because like Spike wasn't like a huge network, so like the Spike originals aren't well documented. Unfortunately, you can't find Pros versus Joes anywhere either. I'm very upset about that.
That seems like something that should have like survived the times.
Yeah, because that premiered this month, and that was a pretty decent hit show. But I don't think I haven't looked thoroughly for it, but like I don't think you can find episodes of Pros versus Joes. But yeah, best match in the history of the Impact Television show. One of the best matches in TNA history to this point. I think I went 4.5. I think this match is absolutely phenomenal and like really, really efficient in the in terms of like time used. Like the time on television is something like 12 or 13 minutes, and like it is the perfectly paced 12-minute match. Joe kills him. Daniels makes great comebacks, great near falls, and a really decisive, awesome finish. It's like you can't do TV wrestling, especially TV wrestling. Like I think if I've gone on this rant before, but like there is a fundamental difference between TV wrestling and pay-per-view wrestling. And I think a lot of the time people just do pay-per-view matches on TV instead of doing TV matches, and this is a perfect TV match.
Sorry, I'll stop looking. I can't find it. I was trying really hard. I thought I had a lead. I couldn't find it.
Give up on Casino Cinema.
Oh God, someone has to know.
No one knows. No one knows about these Spike TV originals. We are a solid podcast with a decent listener base. Nobody on earth has heard of Casino Cinema. I guarantee not a single one of our listeners is like, hell yeah, I loved Casino Cinema.
All right, fuck you. I'm going to Twitter then.
That's our big challenge. If you have heard of Casino Cinema and have any idea which episodes the TNA wrestlers appeared on, please let us know. But I would be stunned if anybody does. It was during this match where they announced that Liger was off of lockdown. A note from The Torch. New Japan Pro Wrestling pulled Jushin Liger from lockdown following a miscommunication between TNA management and New Japan representatives. Liger was originally scheduled to face Daniels in a non-title match. TNA did not inform New Japan of the all-cage match format until after they announced the match between Liger and Daniels on their website. There is no heat on anybody from either side. However, TNA CEO Kevin Day has been proactive working out the issues to create goodwill for future negotiations. And Daniels will face a mystery opponent at the pay-per-view. So, Dave does note it's definitely not a scheduling issue because while there was New Japan events the same weekend as lockdown, Liger was never booked on them, so it wasn't an issue that Liger was booked on those all along. It is just seems to be the case that he didn't want to do his first cage match as an undercard match against Dan.
I feel like I should give some notes about the match.
Tell me, what did you think about this wrestling match?
I didn't love it as much as you did. You were like fucking nutto for it, 4.5 stars. I went for a meager 4.25.
Yeah, big difference.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought it was a really, really good TV match. It obviously doesn't hit as high as some of the other Joe stuff that we've seen, or the other Daniel stuff that we've seen, but it's really fun. It's worth going out and like checking out if you're looking for it. I do like the dynamic that Daniels and Joe brought, with Daniels just getting fucking murdered. Like Joe was just like, it felt more like a rehabilitation for Joe, even though I don't think Joe really needed it. Yeah, I was still bummed by the finish, but like overall, you can't get mad at a match like that on TV.
Yeah, like Daniels, it does feel like there should have been more to him as babyface X Division champion, because this is kind of Daniels. I think he gets one more like quick run with the belt toward the end of 2006, start of 2007. But this is like the end of Daniels in the X Division as a champion for the most part, and that's kind of a shame because there seem to be legs in him as a babyface, but then there's legs in him and AJ as a babyface tag team, so it's not like they completely wasted it. Go home show. Team Canada's A1, Petey Williams, Bobby Roode, and Eric Young faced Team USA's Chris Sabin, Alex Shelley, Sanjay Dutt, and Jay Lethal in a World X Cup preview match.
I know you're expecting a lot from me here.
Yeah, I took most of the last match, so this is tell me everything about this match.
Well, all I really remember is that Team USA had a real fucked song.
Oh, so bad.
Like, I don't get what it was meant to be.
Because like it was meant to be the do song, but there was like the most cursed USA USA chants at the start of it that were really off-putting. Yeah,
I don't know. And it's really like, it's a weird bump because there's two big like USA versus other country feuds going on, and I feel like they could have played into that a little bit, but they didn't really.
Yeah, because we'll talk about the Team 3D stuff in a second, but like the Team 3D stuff started where Team 3D were having like Team 3D Nation flags instead of American flags, which is weird. I would personally not want to be a member of the Team 3D Nation. I would not subscribe to their
ideologies.
Yes, I would like to stay, especially given the face paint Bully Ray wore at the pay-per-view. I would like to stay as far away from that as possible. But I think that was a conscious choice at first because they're like, we're doing a Team USA, we can't do them being Team USA. But then they're like, oh fuck it, it's stupid if they're just not being American.
I think they could have just played into it though. Like just had them like do like a 10-man tag or something, you know? Because
they're still feuding with Team Canada, who will still be in the World X Cup. So it's not like half of the feud isn't also in the World X Cup.
Yeah. Of course, the other part of this is that Jerry Lynn does announce that Chris Sabin is the captain of Team USA, and he does it in very like classic Jerry Lynn style, in which he cuts a promo and then he ends it with something loud. I really wanted him to like go like Go USA!
He basically did. It's actually like he peaks the audio when he's like, Go USA! So the story here largely is that Alex Shelley has obviously been palling about with Team Canada and Planet Jarrett for a while now. He's best pals with Eric Young. So the idea here is that he is not exactly a loyal member of Team USA heading into the World X Cup.
Yeah, but I like Shelley's indifference to helping.
He's not a nationalist, Liam.
I'm just realizing, why don't we end the podcast with Adrenaline Rush?
We did once. You demanded I do it, but then they stopped using Adrenaline Rush at the end of episodes, but then they brought it back this month, so I think but I am worried that it's like a library track, so we might get monetized problems with it.
We can use 7 seconds of it, right?
But if it gets caught in the I'll use a little bit of it. A little bit.
Can you get like Adrenaline Rush, and then cut it there?
Yeah, we'll see how much we can get away with it. I'll see, because I'm mostly concerned about posting full episodes on YouTube and whether or not that we make any fucking money. We make 15 cents anyway. But I want that.
But you know, when we blow up.
Yeah, so I want to make sure we don't run into problems using it because it's not a TNA track. It is so far as I'm aware, a library track because other people have used it.
We're allowed to use TNA tracks.
Yeah, well, no one will give out to me for that because I'd be the one giving out to me.
But yeah, Adrenaline Rush. I got really distracted. I also looked up at the timer in the podcast recording and thought it said 9 hours.
We haven't been here that long. It's only currently 3:53.
I was like, holy shit.
You talked through the entire night.
I was like, I went, how long was I looking at Casino Cinema?
You were gone there for a while, to be fair.
I'm so sorry. I got so I thought I got a lead when I found that the name of the episode was Total Nonstop Action.
I wonder if there are like any clips. Should go look for that at some point.
I found one. I found a clip of Luis Guzman on it.
Oh, Luis Guzman.
Yeah, he did an appearance. But that's the only footage I could find.
I only know Luis Guzman from the community bit, where he's a graduate of Greendale Community College. He's like the famous celebrity who comes back to Greendale. It's like, our former student, Luis Guzman! But yeah, the highlight of this 8-man tag is Eric Young takes a drop kick from Jay Lethal and takes the wildest bump you have ever seen for a missile drop kick. Like, he takes a full overhead bump.
He like floats like almost out of the you'll see people kind of take that bump now where they'll float out and they'll go out to the floor. But except he doesn't.
Yeah, he bounces off the ropes, comes back, and does another, spin. It's insane. Lethal makes incidental contact with Shelley, which allows A1 to pin him with a pump handle slam, and then Team USA is mad at Alex Shelley.
As they should be, to be honest.
Yeah, you also have a feature on Joe versus Sabu on that show. And they also announced during that match that Daniels will face a mystery opponent at Lockdown. So those are our X Division matches. And we have one more thrown on for good measure. We have an escape match to get to no build. Lockdown, multiple X Division matches, starting with Team Japan's Black Tiger, Minoru Tanaka, and Hiroki Goto facing Team USA's Alex Shelley, Sanjay Dutt, and Jay Lethal.
What a wild combination of people.
Black Tiger, Minoru Tanaka, and Hiroki Goto.
I mean, it's awesome. It's an awesome match. But, I don't know. It's just a weird one that you should go out and probably just see.
Yeah, it's a fun combination of guys. It's not like a blow-away best match ever, but it's really cool to see these guys working, and they work really hard. And there's lots of cool triple team stuff in it. They work as trios, which I really enjoy. I always like when trios work as trios instead of just 3 guys who happen to be teaming together. They did take the Cursed USA chants off of the Team USA song here.
Bullshit.
I think they realized how demonic they were, which is actually quite fitting for America, but still.
Yeah, it's very appropriate.
Shelley, when making his entrance, offers his camera to Sol Calval for safekeeping.
I'm trying to see how many matches Goto had in North America.
Mike today does note this is his North American debut.
He does TNA.
He did some Ring of Honor.
He did the ROH in 2015. But yeah, this is his only ROH New Japan American shows.
Because he's never been over for Forbidden Door either, has he?
Yes, he was.
Oh, he did one of the pre-show match. Yeah.
Yeah, and he did a Rampage tag with the Bucks. They did Bishamon versus the Bucks.
So yeah, he's done a few bits and bobs.
What a weird match. But yeah, he's never had an extended stay. His excursion was Mexico.
And he's not really one of the guys who was one of the regular go-to guys to come to America, like an Ishii has become.
Hiroki Goto versus Shocker for the NWA International Junior Heavyweight title.
Hey, you might get some Goto and Shocker interaction in this World X Cup.
He was doing Torimon Mexico as well as CMLL.
So Team Mexico's Shocker, Puma, and Magno appear on the ramp. We'll have lots to talk about Team Mexico in a moment. And the ordeal it seemed to be to put together a Team Mexico team for this tournament. Shelley goes for a super kick, but Goto moves and Shelley nails Dot. Tanaka super kicks Lethal, tees up a Black Tiger suplex for the win. Team Japan pick up the victory. Team USA continues to be in shambles.
Oh yeah, because they have one guy who's kind of working for the other teams.
Yeah, even the Japanese guys. Because I was thinking Shelley starts the match with Minoru Tanaka, and I think Shelley would probably get an extreme kick out of working with Minoru Tanaka.
I'm sure that they might have done some stuff elsewhere, right?
Was Minoru Tanaka still kicking about in 2011, 2012? We watched 2012, and he wasn't there, so...
But Shelley did 0-1 and stuff, but they might have missed each other. Yeah, look.
TNA is hammering out the details of the upcoming World X Cup tournament.
They sure are.
There will be no UK teams due to scheduling conflict with Doug Williams and Nigel McGuinness. TNA management scouted several wrestlers for Team Mexico during a visit to CMLL several months ago. However, there were many conflicts trying to get the desired talent into Orlando for the tournament. TNA will now be working with AAA. Shocker is expected to return to Orlando representing Team AAA and Team Mexico.
It's kind of crazy that they have a Team AAA and a Team New Japan.
Yeah, in the same tournament. And they tried their damnedest to get CMLL in this damn thing, so...
I found something very interesting while looking for this. There is a Motor City Machine Guns versus Daisuke Sekimoto and Masato Tanaka match.
That's a random combination of people. When, 2006?
From 2008.
Really?
In Ryogoku Kukugaken.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. At 1:30 a.m.
That's 0-1, is it?
It seems to be like a cross-promotion kind of show. Like a produce show or something.
Because the Guns would have been New Japan regulars at that point, right? Or maybe just short of being... maybe 09, when they started doing matches with No Limit and Devitt and Taguchi.
Oh, there seems to be a fair bit of New Japan on here, of TNA on here. Because there's Christopher Daniels versus Akuto Hidaka, Eric Young, Kohei Sato, and Masahiro Chono versus Dick Togo, Don Fry, and Scott Norton.
Dream match.
Yeah, wild. What a weird show this is. Alright. That was the main event too.
All sorts of things have come up regarding International and the World X Cup due to dealings with both New Japan and CMLL, or in the latter case, a lack of dealings. After first being given the okay from Mystico, Ultimo Guerrero, Rey Bucanero, and Ultimo Dragon for the X Cup, which will start at the TV tapings following lockdown, and the preview matches at lockdown. There were all sorts of problems dealing with TNA. For some reason, TNA sent in a second list of talent, which included Perry Aguayo Jr., Mephisto, and Averno, which they thought was approved, but then CMLL sent back a list of talent they were willing to send, and the key was, not one person TNA requested was on the list. At the same time, Antonio Pena, who has booked Jeff Jarrett and other TNA wrestlers, complained to Jarrett that he was using their talent. It would be like him sending talent to WWE for them to be using CMLL talent, so he felt a little jilted, as they always do. At this point, it looks like it'll be AAA with Shocker and Abismo Negro, both of whom have worked for TNA before. Conan heavily pushed a Tijuana flyer called Extreme Tiger, because they wanted a high flyer on the team, and there are several names being talked about regarding the fourth position, including Zoro Oriental and Zumbido.
Okay.
Extreme Tiger, you know how that is, don't you?
Extreme Tiger.
He's Tigre Uno.
Yeah. I knew that. I did not click that that time period would work out.
Yeah, he's been around for fucking ever, and future X Division champion. Pena is trying to send Oriental and Charlie Manson, although if TNA uses him, I'd expect a name change, says Dave. The name of La Parca has been considered since he's probably the most popular wrestler in AAA, but the overall feeling on him is negative, because the feeling is the American fans will see it as them putting a fake guy in a La Parca outfit and reject him. They fucking care, by the way. Like, the American fans take super seriously the La Parca lore. There's also a newcomer out of Quidaz, Juarez places, who doesn't have a national name in Mexico City, but is said to be a strong flyer, is under consideration. Dave does not name that person, but who knows who it could be. On the Japanese side, the only change for the X-Cup is for the better. Hiroki Goto is in for Gedo.
And then we fucked up the UK team.
Yeah, they're just gone.
God, we could have got Nigel and Doug.
Yeah, and Johnny Storm and Jody Fleisch.
That's a much better Team UK.
But they're gone. They're not in. Dave offers the latest craziness on Team Mexico. Antonio Pena has been unable to be reached because he was at a party and his cell phone was stolen. Somehow the person who wound up with it and found out it was Pena's was trying to find him and get it back to him. There were attempts to contact Shocker, but his girlfriend said he was on tour for 3 weeks, which Dave says sounds like code for something else. And he's no-showed he's in the doghouse in AAA, apparently, because AAA doesn't have 3-week tours. Abismo Negro may also be unavailable. Extreme Tiger and Moscow de la Merct, which might be the other flyer he was talking about, don't have valid working papers, and Moscow doesn't even have a tourist visa, and there's not time to take care of it. The Mystico and Juarez, who has a new name now, is out with a broken hand, but would be back in time. Magno, who is 6'1" from El Paso, has been talked about because he's 21 and can speak some English.
Now, we are definitely the podcast to handle this.
Yeah, I'm definitely the guy who runs Lucha Blog, actually. I never told you that, but I'm the man behind the blog.
My God.
I know Magno, though he's a future Ring of Honor guy. Has been talked about because he's 21 and can speak some English, which is the reasons they wanted Shocker. The whole problem with CML is that Paco Alonso's business is great right now and doesn't want to do anything to interrupt the momentum or have his guys get exposure elsewhere. His feeling is that if he lets any of his top guys go to TNA, if they get over, TNA will want them for more dates and try to hire them. Or if they get over, someone in WWE might see them and want to hire them before TNA offers them a contract. That doesn't stop them from taking Mystico from me anyway, guys. Either way, it does him
like
no...
2 years?
Yeah, it's not too long after this, is it? Remember when they made such a big deal about them signing Mystico?
Well, it felt like a big deal.
Yeah, and then they absolutely fucked it. And now he's the biggest star in the world again.
Good work. Can't keep a good man down.
Either way, it does him no benefit to allow his talent to have options, and he doesn't want anyone to do anything that can mess with his current winning formula. Alonso remembers in 1992 when the last period of business being through the roof was killed when he had a mass exodus of talents with the forming of AAA. He's worried that in the TNA environment that Conan is there and Conan may try and make contact with them, and for any projects he might have in the Lucha Libre world, or try to convince him to work AAA, as it isn't like he wasn't involved in some of last year's talent raids. So that's a lot of messiness about putting together this Team Mexico. An absolute disaster. So they end up on the pay-per-view, they show Shocker, they show Magno, and they show famous Mexican Puma who has been drafted in. They also get Incognito, who would go on to become fake Sin Cara.
Oh yes. So they did it before WWE even could.
They technically got the Mystico they always wanted. Just before he even knew he was Mystico. And another note, Nasawa from All Japan wanted to move to Orlando and work in TNA as a regular, but there doesn't seem to be interest in him. So Christopher Daniels has a mystery opponent on the pay-per-view. It is a wrestler I've never heard of. It's Senshi?
Senshi. Shenron.
Remember when Del Rios appeared as a fake Scott Steiner?
Yeah.
I think this guy's just a fake Loki.
Yeah, because if it was Loki, they'd just call him Loki.
Yeah, they'd just call him Loki. Why would they not call him Loki? Unless they suddenly wanted... I love the Warrior bit of the Paparazzi Productions. Warrior. Warrior. You said Warrior to all 5 of these. Can you not tell me that this looks a little bit like Jim Hellwig? So yeah, it is the returning Loki, the former Triple X partner. Mike Tenay announces that his name is now Senshi. He's announced as formerly known as Loki. It's Senshi.
All right.
He didn't want to sign over the name. That's basically it. Which, fair play.
Yeah, he should have been Loki. Loki.
And when he comes back, he is Loki. The multiple other times
at that point, they don't care about the name.
Yeah, they're not being bitches about it. And it just speaks to them just being like petty little insecure WWE wannabes at this point, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, we want to own your name. Oh, fuck off.
But it's not like they're doing it for everyone. It's so weird.
It's just the guys signing new deals, it seems. I do think, like, there is... I'm pretty sure TNA has, like, marketing rights for certain individuals that don't work there anymore just because they sign deals like this.
That's awesome.
But yeah, Daniels Loki, it's a good match. It's not a great match. It's a pretty solid, decent match. Not much heat, but it is the second match on the show, so they're not going wild.
It's just kind of interesting to see Key back.
Daniel suplexes Senshi into the cage at some point, and I'm kind of interested about how you age into a show like this.
Yeah, like who can do what cage spots, Like, what story can you tell in the cage? Because it's going to be used over and over and over again.
Yeah, so like you have seven matches, I think, on the show, plus an arm wrestling. So you're like, which of these matches deserve, like, who gets to dive off a cage? Like, Chase Stevens does, Christian does. So like, how do you decide who gets to dive off a cage? Who gets to suplex somebody into a cage? Or like, because the opener is the 6-man tag, and that really doesn't use the cage at all. Like, they do just do a match that happens to have a cage around it. It is interesting, like the psychology of building an all steel cage match pay-per-view, so you don't burn people out too much on cage spots. Daniels hits the BME, but Senshi kicks out. Senshi reverses the Angel's wings into a pin, puts his feet on the middle buckle to score the win. And I had a question. It's like, is that illegal?
In a cage match?
Just in general.
I think it would be illegal. It's still the ropes.
Is it still the ropes, though?
Well, if you were in a submission and you grabbed the turnbuckle, would it be a rope break?
No one's ever done it. I don't know.
I don't think it is, because you can, like, because people climb it, right?
Yeah, and they don't break the hold.
I don't know, we need a ref.
We do. Slick Johnson, fellow bald man for these men, did not see it, so he didn't make a call either way. But I was thinking about that. It's like, feet on the middle buckle. It's like, which actually created a nice visual in terms of the leverage. It did look good. But I'm like, is that technically illegal in wrestling lore?
I don't know.
But then the third X Division match is a fun, notable one. It's Samoa Joe versus Sabu for the X Division Championship.
Yeah, it's not remarkable, but there was extenuating factors. But it's still a fun note.
Yeah, it's not remarkable in a way that makes it remarkable.
Yeah.
Because Sabu's arm is broken.
Straight up.
He's just broken. Apparently, he took a chair shot from La Parca in Mexico, and he put his arm up to protect it, but he swung the chair so hard that it went through the arm, broke his arm, split his head open, and badly swelled up his elbow. So...
Gross.
And apparently, like, this match was set to go longer because there was a bunch of talk, because he's already been announced for One Night Stand this year at this point. So everyone already knows he's returning to WWE, and they've already announced, like, there's I think it's announced in the run up to One Night Stand that ECW will be returning as a brand. So I think there is the anticipation that Sabu is leaving. I think everyone kind of knows he's leaving. So there was some worry that, like, both because of that and because of the whole broken arm part, he might actually no-show. And he doesn't. He shows up and he's like, don't cut my time. I want to work a full match. Until he gets in the ring, where apparently he called it on the fly, being like, I am in so much fucking pain. We can't go much longer.
He's a crazy motherfucker.
Yeah, the idea that he's like, don't cut my time. I can do it. He goes in there. It's like, fuck no, I can't do it. This fucking sucks. And Sabu of all, because apparently, like, a lot of people, you know, there might be heat on somebody doing that. But everyone's like, Sabu is a crazy man. If he is like, I can't continue, my arm is too sore, that man fucking means it.
Exactly. Like, that's not a guy that's just gonna be like, nah, I'm done now.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. I just want to get out of this. And like, the people thought he might want to get out of doing a job, but no, like, the man fulfilled his commitment. He did the clean job to Samoa Joe, muscle buster in the middle of the ring. It's a 6-minute match. It's only as good as a 6-minute match with a man with a broken arm can be. It's kind of a shame because, like, Sabu and Joe is a cool match.
Yeah, you really wish they would have got the opportunity to do something bigger.
Because, like, the two Samoa Joe dream matches they've done so far have both been, like, compromised in weird ways. The Liger one at Bound for Glory and the Sabu one now. Like, neither of them have really hit the way you'd want, and it's kind of a shame.
Both with, like, weird, extenuating circumstances. Both with going home early.
So yeah, Joe wins with the muscle buster. There was also a thing where, like, Sabu was mad because he thought he'd get 2 paydays because he thought he was doing the Monday TV as well, but he wasn't booked for the Monday TV and felt double crossed. It's also like, dude, you had your arm broken.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Yeah, what were they going to do with you? But yeah. Oh, and there was also the X Division Escape match. So Chris Sabin, Elix Skipper, Petey Williams, Puma, Shark Boy, and Chase Stevens in an X Division Escape match.
What an odd one.
Yeah, the rules are it's pinfall elimination until you get down to the final 2, where then the winner is the first person to escape the cage. Over the top, no doors.
Like, it's a fine addition to the pay-per-view card, I guess. But, like, it doesn't really serve much of a purpose.
Yeah, it's very much we have these guys that throw them to fill out the show. There's worse ways you can do that than throw a bunch of X Division guys into half a scramble, because you ended up having the best match of the show doing that exact same thing last month. So, yeah, it's a good match. They're not a great match. It's maybe the worst match on the show, because this is actually, like, there's a decently high floor for this pay-per-view, which is unusual, because it's usually like a bad match or two, usually involving the James gang. Like, I think this is, I think with like 275 or something. It's the lowest I went on something on this show, but like the highest I went is 4 for the main event, or no, 375.
You went 3 3/4.
Yeah, so like everything kind of hits between like 275 375, which makes it a nice kind of breezy show, but there's nothing really hitting on a higher level.
But we got that on TV this month, so...
Yeah, they gave you the best match on TV.
we still get our one good match a month quota.
TNA and West call back to the cage walk as Skipper makes his entrance, so they haven't let that one let go, thankfully.
Why would they?
The story of this match is Simon Diamond and Scott D'Amore are on the floor, and they strike up a scheme. They're like, PD and Skipper are going to work together for the entirety of the match. They're going to eliminate everybody, and then they're going to duke it out between the two of them, and naturally PD betrays. So he looks Skipper.
Which shows you, like, the hierarchy of the heels, too.
Yeah, it's like the nerd heels get jobbed out by the actual, not even pushed heels, the mid-card heels. I do like Scott D'Amore wandering over. It's like, we're going to do it like in the old country, like gentlemen.
Great tracksuits on both men.
That should be a requirement for all stables and all coaches. Tracksuits everywhere. PD eliminates Shark Boy with the Canadian Destroyer. PD then does a lovely like cage walk tornado DDT where he runs across the cage, hits the DDT. Very, very nice. Chase Stevens. He climbs to the top of the cage.
I remember now.
And he does a shooting star press off the top of the cage.
In a sense.
He does do the move. Now, does he hit anybody? No. But...
Well, he does hit them. Is he caught by anybody?
He does graze down the middle of a couple of them and land face first on the mat. And then Don West, without missing a beat, he's like, right on his face!
Yeah, really, like, got to draw to the fact that the man just, like, landed face first.
It is, listen, it's not good for Chase Stevens to do it. You make him look like a dork. But, like, it is probably the better thing to do to say, oh, they all sidestepped him and he ate shit, than it is to pretend he actually hit them.
Yeah.
Because he is actually eliminated immediately after. So maybe it was deliberate. Maybe it was like, guys, get out of the way. That'll be a sick way to get me out of there.
Yeah. I don't think that's it.
I don't think it is. Skipper.
Unless he's a real crazy man.
Skipper pins him immediately with a Celtic Cross. Play of the day? Game over? Something like that. Play of the day is the overdrive one.
Celtic Cross?
That fella. That's the name of the Finlay move. I watched David Finlay growing up. I'm sorry, Liam.
I thought the Celtic Cross is different.
No, what's the Sheamus one? That's the Celtic Cross. White
what's
Noise.
The Razor's Edge?
White Noise is what I'm thinking of. Right? You were right to question me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the Celtic Cross is the Razor's Edge.
You could slap me in the face.
No.
You felt really bad about that.
Yeah. Sheamus, by the way, back.
In
Played a
WWE?
vignette on Raw. I watched Raw.
I didn't even hear about that, so good for him.
Yeah. Played a big Shamo vignette.
Fella.
He's returning. There was no Tamatonga.
He can finally win the Intercontinental title given Gunther doesn't have it.
Him and Zayn. Yeah, that'd be good.
Actually, him as a heel against Zayn would probably be really good.
But people can't... I think, this is not what people came for. But I think the story of him winning the IC title is too babyface.
It probably is. But maybe you do the story of him being like, he couldn't win it, so he cheats to win it.
Also, it's Gable Zayn next week.
Yeah, poor Gable.
So they might take the coward way out.
Gable's just going to lose again. It's fine.
Yeah, and, well, it is in Montreal, so...
Oh no, Gable is going to cheat. Oh, no.
Actually, Sheamus Gable?
You know, it's a solid story that, like, he couldn't beat Gunther, so he trained a guy who could, and then he's going to fuck over the guy he cheated, because, like, he could beat Zayn, but he can't beat Gunther, you know? That's actually not bad.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Booker of the Year strikes again.
Listen, he did win it. PD betrays Skipper, rolls him up. Diamond is very mad. He goes to throw down with D'Amore, but they both start like rolling their sleeves up and throwing their jackets off. But Skipper gets knocked into Diamond before they could fight. PD,
Who are you taking a fight?
Simon Diamond's from Jersey. He's got some tactics. Those boys. The Windsor is near Detroit, so you know what? Could go either way. PD catapults Puma into a Sabin cradle shock for the elimination. D'Amore stops Sabin from reaching the ropes because they go to the escape the cage portion then. So they're both climbing out of the cage. D'Amore stops Sabin from getting down and then starts gloating. And PD looks to drop off but drops onto Scott D'Amore's shoulders. There's a moment of panic where they realize his feet haven't touched the floor, which opens Sabin to drop off and win. Sabin wins the elimination next. I really like that finish. That finish is really good.
And the right winner too, being the leader of Team USA.
USA. We're all Jerry led. Destroy the opposition.
What a dork-ass thing to say. Let's get to the racism portion of the show.
Which one?
Team 3D.
Team 3D. They build the shit out of this match. There's so much build to this match this month.
Yay. But we're gonna speed through it.
Larry Z, March 18th Impact, announces next week that Team Canada will face Team 3D inside 6 sides of steel in the main event of Impact. So there's a steel cage match main eventing Impact in the build up to the steel cage pay-per-view. How do you feel about that?
I don't mind it. Like, listen, we're not protecting the steel cage, are we? We're doing a whole pay-per-view of it, so throw one on TV.
That is the thing. Like, the cage match is like so not special that like you can just do it. It's fine.
Had a whole rant about it.
Oh yeah, you did, with inspirational music, no less. So then, main event of the March 25th Impact is that 6 Sides of Steel match, Team 3 versus Team Canada. The most notable bit of which is the amount Eric Young bleeds.
Yeah, it for this TV match.
Not even a good one either.
Hey, he tries.
Yeah, it is not for lack of trying from Eric Young, because Devon catapults him into the cage, which busts him open, which is also maybe the first time that spot has ever looked good, because like Young propels himself with such momentum that it actually looks like he actually flung him into the cage, as opposed to most of the time where they go up in like 3 different motions and it looks really bad.
Yeah, because it's 2006 Eric Young, goddammit.
Yeah, and EY is bleeding a lot. Like a lot. And then the match just kind of goes on and they pin EY with a 3D.
And then they get the heat back and they drape 3D under the Canadian flag. The most obnoxious, devilish thing one can do.
That red and white, it's disgusting. I hate to see it.
More like Team Blandada.
Yeah, AMW attack after the match.
You gonna give me that one?
Nope, nothing. Jay Lee.
Team...
It is funny.
Slamada.
I notice it more when I'm editing than anything else, but like at least 40% of the time I no sell you, it is because my brain is like, where are we going next? So I'm like, haha, yeah, move on. So like, it's just like you're like,
but sometimes it's deserved.
like you dropped Wrestle Once Upon a Time on me on the Patreon show, The Last Rain Takers, and I completely no sold it. It deserved to be acknowledged.
Well, I thought because that was like one that was so up your alley too. I was surprised by the lack of acknowledgement. Taken aback even. I
heard it in the edit. It's like, how did I ignore that one? That's very good. But it, like usually if I do no sell you, it is largely because I'm like, all right, where the fuck am I? What am I going to next? AMW attack after the match. Jay Lethal of all people make the save.
You don't have to justify my shit, like ignoring my shitty jokes.
I will always acknowledge you, sir. You are my Roman Reigns.
I'm the tribal chief, baby.
Sanja tries to make a save, so does Sabin. I guess to tie in with the World X Cup stuff, but it's weird that they're the ones that try to run out.
Okay, there's a little bit of a tie in there, I guess.
Yeah.
They could have just done a 10-man tag. I don't know.
But like the weird thing is, like, you had Christian and Truth involved with Team Canada and stuff for a while, and they don't bother. They're like, we're done with that. We're moving on. We're too busy fighting the broader planet, Jared. We don't need to deal with the Canadian nation. We have a planet on our hands.
The Canadian nation.
As opposed to the Team 3D nation. PD splashes Bully through a table and it just kind of crumbles. And then they whip Bully through the table and it explodes. So they do make up for it. They drape 3D under the Canadian flag and sing the anthem. And my favorite part is as they're all singing the anthem, they're all delighted. They're all very happy for themselves. And Eric Young is standing there bleeding with his hand on his heart. And they get through the "Oh Canada" and Eric Young just faints.
I wonder if that was like a planned thing or if he's just like, this makes sense.
I really hope that's like an instinct in the moment thing where he's just like, he's bleeding, he's really feeling it. He's like, I should not just stand here. I should really sell this blood. So he's like, oh, okay, and just collapses to the mat.
Yeah.
Team 3D open the next episode as they are singing the anthem. They come through the crowd. This is the show where they have the Team 3D Nation flag,
which looks problematic.
Yeah, congratulations on their designation as a country from the UN, though. That takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
They beat Team Canada's ass all over the building. Bully looks to powerbomb D'Amore through a table, which we wouldn't get to do until 2023. But Team Canada turned the tide. EY looks to drop Devon through a table with the Devon looks to Devon elbow drops EY elbow. Having a stroke. We're nearly 5
4.5 hours for recording. 4.5 hour recording.
EY elbow drops Devon through a table. They then drape the flag across Bully, and D'Amore says he has no respect for America.
Yeah, we got that. You've made that quite evident.
He does make that quite clear on multiple occasions. Next episode of Impact, JB has Team 3D. JB announces 3D will face Team Canada in an anthem match at Lockdown. Bully asks JB, is he American? Because he seems in a good mood about that match. He's not mad about what happened. And then he's like, you'd be like one of those gay Americans with a gay drink order. I forgot what the drink he said was.
Gay. It was a spritzer, I believe.
Yeah, it was like, you're gay. You're gay. Your drink is gay.
Gay. Fucking, what do I call it? Brokeback Mountain.
He does a lockdown-themed version of the Pledge of Allegiance, which I feel like violates the Pledge of Allegiance. You're pledging allegiance to something else then.
Yeah, fake Americans.
Presumably pledging allegiance to the Team 3D Nation. First episode of Impact on a Thursday, April 13th, 2006. There was an AMW versus Team Canada street fight.
Wow.
Daniel's blood is dried into the mat.
It could be EY's.
That's true. It could be there for quite a while. You're not wrong.
So yeah, like, the James gang.
Yeah.
They just kind of... Why are they there?
No, this is a different match.
Oh, I'm just having a stroke. I thought we were talking about AMW and the James gang.
We will talk about AMW and the James gang when we get to the most important part of the show, which is family drama.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This is the first episode on Thursday where they have a street fight that ends in a no contest.
I don't even remember that.
Where Team 3D are dressed as they are and AMW are wearing jeans, and Mike and Don are like, they come dressed as for a street fight. It's like Team 3D are not dressed for a street fight. They always dress like that.
Yeah, I remember now.
Gail and Jackie get in the ring as Gail slaps Jackie. Then we just go to like legal tags. This match with legal tags in a street fight ends in a no contest.
It's stupid.
Bully throws Storm into a wall. Well, he more dents the wall. They do that spot a lot where they throw them into there's a wall in the impact zone that they enjoy denting quite a bit.
Yeah, they have like a designated destruction wall.
They kind of do. It's like a video game. It's like, this is the destructible wall. But the crux of this match, PD pulls the referee out. All of Team Canada hit the ring to jump 3D. And you have the debuting Spike Dudley to make the save.
Big hero.
Getting legitimately like a top 3 pop in TNA history.
It's crazy. People love Spike.
Like, there's Road Warriors, there's Sting, and there's Spike Dudley, I think, as the 3 biggest pops in TNA history.
Call it the LSD pop.
Yeah. He comes out, he hits the acid drop.
Yeah. My man just turned into LA Knight.
I always turn into LA Knight. I'm still mad that they cut the dummy. The dummy is the fun part of that slogan. It would be much more tolerable if you were just shouting dummy. Yeah. Plus, that's the call. That's the call and response. It's not yeah. It's dummy, and crowds say yeah. That's it. Oh, never you mind. But yeah, he hits the acid drop on Rude. He hits the acid drop on Rude. 3D hit A1 with a 3D to the table as today announces that all 3 members of Team 3D will face Team Canada at Lockdown in an Anthem match. We already talked about the Go Home show where Team 3D faced Jarrett and AMW. Perfectly forgettable match. Also has the same crowd brawling. And that does bring us to the pay-per-view in which Team 3D face AMW's combination of A1, Bobby Roode, and Eric Young. There's 2 backstage interviews, one with Team 3D, where Bully Ray is like, I would rather go back to that filthy company up north in Connecticut rather than listen to the Canadian national anthem one more time. And Devon is like, you serious? And Bully is like, no.
My feeling about this is that like for some reason they put the smallest man in the back of the shot.
You just hide and runt back there. He is called Brother Runt, so the runt of the litter.
Brother, you know it.
You are Australian. JB also has Team Canada. They're singing the national anthem. JB said Team 3D had strong words earlier, which spooked Eric Young. He's like, strong words? What kind of words?
They said F you, Eric Young.
John Cena?
Yeah. This is going off the rails.
A1 accidentally we still have 3LK family drama. A1 accidentally waves the flag on EY, which also spooked EY. He was waving the flag and it just touched him. He's like, oh!
Again, great pro wrestling instincts.
DeMoore does have a solid Bully impression as he's doing, we're the best tag team of all time. We've won 15 tag team titles. Says Team 3D has never won the NWA World Tag Team titles and they have twice. And then there's some Larry Zbyszko nonsense where he's like, Scott, can you tell me what's happening? And Larry's like, or Scott's like, I tried to warn you a few times and you blew me off, so fuck you.
I like that even the people he colluded with are like, fuck you, man.
Yeah, they're all over Larry. He's betrayed everybody. He is a man on an island. He just has us rooting for him.
Yeah.
6 sides of steel flag match. Team Canada faced Team 3D and Brother Runt.
Well, the match is like whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
They do some things, they go through some tables, whatever. I think the more pressing issue is the choice of face paint for Brother Runt and Brother Ray.
Oh, is there a third set of face paint?
No. You may have noticed I did not mention Devon. That is because Devon was wearing no face paint.
Yeah.
Yet Brother Runt and Brother Ray were wearing predominantly brown face paint.
A little bit of grey.
Yeah, a little bit of grey, a little bit of green in there. But for some reason, Brother Ray's base colour was brown.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's worse that Devon doesn't have any face paint on.
It is. I think it is.
Because that just draws attention to the fact. It's an odd choice. And that paired with other Brother Ray story beats that we have encountered so far just makes you go, huh?
Bit weird. It's a bit weird.
It's very bad look, especially towards the end of the match when my man has been sweating so hard and it's just turned into one color.
Yeah, the Greys begin to run into the Browns and become even more predominantly brown.
Yeah.
It's like the very, very first thing if you go back to listen to watch it now, it's like, I'm going to need a judgment call on this face paint. It is, if not problematic, firmly right on the edge of what is acceptable.
Yeah. It's an odd choice not to just go with green.
Or like just do USA colors. You're a USA match. Why
then everyone can do it.
Yeah. I do think Devon not having it is the thing that mostly sets off alarm bells.
Yeah.
And what should frankly have set off alarm bells for the other two.
I feel like I should also clarify that Brother Run didn't use brown as the base.
So you're only cancelling Bully here.
Well, he used grey as the base.
Yeah.
So it didn't look like literal blackface. Bullies looked like literal blackface.
Oh. So a match happened too.
Who gives a shit?
EY and Brunt played like defense. They were standing in the corner guarding the flags.
It did remind me that EY has a fucking sick elbow drop.
He does, one of the best elbow drops, even though the table did not break. He just crashed onto a table. They like for some reason like they do a false finish here where the ref gets bumped. Team 3D get the flag down. Team Canada come in, put the flag back up, and Team 3D just beat them up and take the flag down again. Like, what was the point of the freaking false finish? It's like they won, the ref didn't see it, the Canadians cheated, and then Team 3D just won again. They just beat them twice.
Really had to emphasize how Team 3 just keep winning.
Yeah, so acid drop on A1, 3D on Rude, lets them get the flag, and then they hang the flag and sing the anthem. Mike and Don tried to move on, and they still sing the anthem with the crowd.
US patriotism is so odd to me. Maybe it's just because I come from a country where it's like not super prevalent.
Yeah.
But it's like the Pledge of Allegiance? Man, what the hell is that about? You know, like, what is that?
Because I think most have pride of place.
Yeah.
But Americans take it the next step beyond that to make it like totally like nationalistic and borderline cultish. That you're like, it just feels a bit off-putting here, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, there's clearly a purpose behind that. Supports their giant war industry.
It is mostly propaganda.
America would never have.
And that brings us to the way we close the show forever. Or at least for another 3 months.
Forever, we're done. We're done. This is the last episode confirmed.
This is the end of the James Gang LAX stuff.
My God, it feels like years.
Now, it is not the end of 3LK family drama.
Thank God.
Because by the time we get to July, we'll have another little round of Ron and Conan 3LK family drama. So we can't officially declare the death of 3LK family drama yet.
What is our ending going to be without 3LK family drama?
We'll have to just talk about fucking tag team matches.
Gross.
Yeah, it's not nice.
This company isn't known for tag teams.
We just have Team 3D.
Oh, Team 3 drama. The drama death drop.
What the fuck is...
The drama death slot.
Well done.
Yep.
This mother is a bad jam.
Beware.
First show of the month, the Latin American Exchange faced Norman Smiley and Shark Boy.
Wow. Oh, this is important because they kill Machete.
Yeah, there's a story development here. So Norman and Shark Boy kind of dominate the match until Conan hits Smiley with the slapjack mid-wiggle. Conan then goes to hit Shark Boy with it, but Sharky moves and Conan hits Machete instead. But Conan's like, I don't really care.
He's like, I'm sick of this shit.
Yeah, Shark Boy pins Machete, and then Conan and Homicide beat the heck out of Machete and take his bandana.
Wow, way to censor yourself.
He has been... How did I censor myself?
You beat the heck out of him.
I've never sworn on this podcast.
That is not true.
There's no proof. There's not a single time I've ever sworn in the history of the show.
All right.
Somebody cut together a supercut of like 14 hours worth of me swearing.
I was going to say, your supercut, like 8 hours. My supercut?
You can get like
500.
Yeah, you can get like 35 hours out of you saying cunt alone from this episode.
This has probably been my heaviest cunt episode.
You gotta drop if you ever.
You also just said cunt, so
I was quoting
broke
you.
your own rule. It doesn't count if it's a quote.
I'm merely quoting you. I'm not saying it myself. I'm saying you said it.
You quoted one word of it.
Yeah, to quote the great Liam
All
Jones.
right, I'll give it.
Cunt. April 1st,
I'm
Impact.
so destroyed.
NWA
My
World.
mind is turning into mush. I'm losing the ridges on my brain. It is all flat. I don't know what's going on anymore. Save me.
Are on the line as the James Gang faced America's Most Wanted.
I am this match.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, what's funny, Garrett?
What's funny, Liam?
Oh, and you call AMW gay.
They're cowboys, you see, Liam.
Oh, the cowboys in Brokeback Mountain. Because, that's the takeaway from the movie. Not that it's a beautiful love story about two people who were just together in the wrong time, in the wrong place, but how their love, they couldn't share it, Garrett. They couldn't grow with it. They couldn't adapt. They had to just hide into secret, and it led to the destruction of their own individual lives, and their lives at home failed because of it.
Mm-hmm. Gay. I believe that's what you're meant to take away from it, Liam.
Oh, what a film. It's no ghost ship, but what a film.
I've never actually seen Brokeback Mountain.
Oh, it's good. You should watch it.
I think I had my own personal internalized homophobia to be like, what if I watch it, people might think I'm gay? Because I am. It's like, fuck.
Damn, you were right.
Yeah. Yeah, the crowd also chant Brokeback Mountain, and AMW do lean into it. They do gay cowboy spots where they end up landing crotch first on Storm's ass, and they're like, oh, what the hell?
They do gay cowboy spots.
They do. It's undeniable.
It's not just gay spots, it's gay cowboy spots.
They're cowboys. They're gay cowboys. I can't...
Only one of them's cowboy.
I don't know. Harris has a jacket too.
My grandma just... Only one of them's cowboy.
And there was famously the early days of TNA when Harris was very mad at Storm being a cowboy.
Yeah, I think because he's a wild cat.
Yeah, there's a match. My favorite part of this match actually is Gail gets Jackie into the ring and she starts pouring beer over her head to humiliate her.
Somebody's kink. Somebody's really into that.
And Storm is like, what the hell?
Yeah, he stole the beer back. He's like, I'm not doing that.
Not for defense of Jackie, just for waste of beer. Gail also slapped Jackie on the floor, which the camera completely missed because Jackie tripped Harris, as allowing Kip to make a comeback. So they never get a payoff to this, but the idea is Jackie is like trying to subtly sabotage Planet Jar from within, but also getting owned every time she does. Conan hits Kip with the slapjack, allowing Harris to get the pin. It's a development of this story, I guess.
It's sure.
April 8th Impact in an arm wrestling match. It's Conan versus Bob Armstrong.
Segment. This should be on our list. You've not put this on the match list, and it should be there. It is a match.
You know the biggest reason I didn't include it?
Because you know that I'd give it like 4.5, and it would fuck up whatever future like analytics we do.
The opposite. I was going to give it like 4.5, and I didn't want the expectations for you to go through the roof. Because I knew you'd be looking at it and you see Conan versus Bob Armstrong, 4.5 stars. What the fuck is happening here? I wanted you to come into this pure.
And I did, and I came away with the same result, so what does that say about it?
So the referee ejects the James Gang and Homicide, so it's man on man. Because there's a great promo. I don't remember where it was, but like where Bob does the challenge, and he's like, when we were in the Marines, when we had issues, we would settle it with an arm wrestling contest. All the boys would get around and we'd settle it man on man. We'd do it like men. We wouldn't let these petty squabbles get...
No babes allowed!
Definitely no babes allowed in the arm wrestling contest. But we wouldn't let these petty squabbles escalate. We would settle these things like men. So I'm challenging you, Conan. Challenging you to an arm wrestling match next week. Bob is so good. Like, he is so good. He's the best thing about any of these shows.
Because we've yammered on about this point for way too long, but everything in wrestling is authenticity, and this is an authentic man.
And he's not doing promos. He is just speaking. He is just speaking.
Yeah.
And like, he closes that promo with the line, win, lose, or draw, you're gonna know Bullet Bob was on the scene, brother. And it's like, fucking yes! Yes! Oh, that's so good. One of my favorite parts about that, actually, it's in the same interview. Conan's like, we live by the code of the streets. And then Bob walks up, and JB is like, what was the deal with you running from Bob? It's like, did you not see him? He pulled a knife on me. Check the tape.
Conan's real great.
So we do get the arm wrestling contest. And it is the best piece of pro wrestling theater you can ever get in your life.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Conan is killing it in this.
Because they have it set up, the little arm wrestling stand thing where you hold the thing and you do the arm wrestles. Conan wears gloves for these, by the way, which feels like it should be illegal in arm wrestling.
He's a heel.
He's cheating. But yeah, so Conan doesn't want to engage arm in arm. He tries to, he stalls, he gets away from him. Even when he grasps hands, he starts pulling away a couple times. And then Bob Bob just pulls him forcibly into the arm wrestling stand and begins the match. And Conan is fuming, and Conan is making like these big expressive faces. He's like, oh no, I'm being beaten by the old man. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. And then Conan begins to turn the tide, and he immediately starts talking trash. He's like, fuck you, Bob, I fucking got you, I'm the best, you suck. And he's about to put Bob's hand down when Bob tilts his head to the side, goes like full Popeye face. The veins start popping out of Bob Armstrong's neck as Bob pushes and makes the big like expressive comeback face, as opposed to taking the back off that word. And you push the hand all the way down.
It's too late for this.
And just as my favorite part is just as Bob is about to win, you just get a sudden cutaway to Hernandez, who appears out of fucking nowhere to hit Bob with the slapjack to cause the DQ.
It really is just kind of perfect.
It's like, it encapsulates what wrestling should be into something that's not wrestling. Like, it's big, it's broad, it's expressive, it's over the top, it captures emotions, and then a dude hits somebody with a slapjack at the end, so it's silly and violent. Like, it is really, I can't express how much I love this segment for a non-wrestling segment, because people get so uppity, I think, about non-wrestling segments. They're like, oh, you can't have non-wrestling segments about, you have to have super serious stuff. Like, this is a 60-odd-year-old man wrestling a man who has no knees in an arm wrestling match, which features a DQ because of a run-in because of a humongous man named Hernandez. It's ridiculous, but it's so good. I love it so much.
I think it's the thing, because again, it's treated with like utter sincerity. I think that's why it works. Because like it's like, yeah, you believe that this old motherfucker is stronger than Conan.
And you look at him; he's wearing like sleeveless vests most of the month. It's like, you see that man's arms; they are impressive.
That's dad strength.
Damn right. So Conan missed the TV taping, so there's not really much else for the rest of the month, other than TNA announces at some point that there will be a rematch inside 6 Sides of Steel at Lockdown.
It's so silly.
Bob Armstrong versus Conan Arm Wrestling 2.
It's silly, but it's awesome.
They come out to the LAX theme for the first time here.
Yeah, and what a perfect first time.
Yeah, they just look right. I know, obviously they look right because of years of them coming out together, but like Homicide Hernandez and Conan coming out for the first time to the LAX theme, fair enough for this ridiculous match, but...
That's what I meant too. Perfect situation.
But it does just feel right. There's a pre-match promo as well where they're talking about... Bob has a great line where like, every time I walk, my knees scream Conan's name. It's like, fucking yes! Oh!
It's so brutal.
But yeah, they do the same match. It doesn't hit as well as it does the first time, even if this one has a clean finish.
Kip James has one line in that promo, by the way.
Well, which one was it?
My mama always said I was a strapping young man.
Because they've added the stipulation that there's 10 straps.
That's his whole line. That's the only thing he said all month.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Was getting $1,500 per TV, $2,500 per pay-per-view until he had to renegotiate down to get BG some more money.
No wonder he dropped some of the money. Probably didn't think he deserved it.
He was probably like, yeah, you know what? Like, fair enough. Yeah, but then they do the lashes. There's a bit where they're like on 3 and BG says 2 and Kip just lashes. I think it's Homicide on the other side, maybe Hernandez. Yeah, they whipped them 10 times. LAX bail. That's the end of the segment. But the TV segment, I fucking loved. I fucking loved it. I can't believe 3LK Finally Drama came good though. After all this time, it came good. How could we have expected such a thing?
It only took Bullet Bob Armstrong.
Yeah, it only took involving BG's significantly better father into all these angles to bring some like old school pro wrestling credibility to everything, and they suddenly just became fun. And like the James Gang will move on to something else now. LAX will begin to like fester as an actual tag team as opposed to goofballs getting their ass kicked by an old man. And everyone will LAX will move on to better things. James Gang they'll still be around, I guess. But yeah, fair play to Bob. You saved an irredeemable angle that was really bad for a very long time, and Bob showed up and it actually became quite fun.
Exactly.
That is, after nearly 5 hours on this record.
Surprise!
Don't you make me name 100 men.
No, you do that easily. There has been a vote.
On what?
On who the hottest AEW heartthrob is, according to straight men.
Straight men? Who wants to know their opinion?
Yeah. That's what we're gonna find out. So There is a majority of it is just like random dudes. So I'm going to go from the lowest actually named but ranked person upwards.
Okay.
Jay White.
What position is he in?
He is in the lowest of the visible men.
How many? But like, is there a number?
No.
Okay.
So that yeah.
Jay White is very much a straight man's idea of an attractive man. I understand.
Oh,
that.
trust me, there is a more obvious one of that later on.
Okay.
Next step up. So these first five have about the first four have about the same. Then everything starts to increase like intermittently. Daniel Garcia,
Yeah, fair enough. He's looking well.
Ricky Starks,
Fair enough. We can all agree on that one.
Kip Sabian,
What? I took a drink. I literally nearly did a spit take for Kip Sabian. I literally did an actual shoot spit take for Kip Sabian. Ugh, fine.
John Moxley.
Yeah, okay.
Now we're getting into the slightly bigger slices. Hook.
Yeah, well, hell yeah, of course. He should be first, frankly, but okay.
And what I may say is the straightest straight man answer ever.
Yeah.
Can you guess who it is?
Is it number one?
No. This is we're like number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Number 7, but the straightest straight man answer.
Miro?
Adam Cole.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. No, look at his face. No. Desperate Baker, but no.
Wardlow.
Does nothing for me, but I'll get it. Especially without the hair.
Top 5.
Come on.
Top 5. Orange Cassidy.
Really?
People like Orange Cassidy? It has to be like the aura.
Does Orange do anything for you?
Not particularly.
Yeah, like literally nothing. Like literally, it's not even like a negative. I'm not even like, oh, Orange Cat. I'm like, nothing. Literally feel nothing.
Number 4, Konosuke Takeshita.
Yeah, fair enough.
Number 3, this is an interesting one. I've only ever heard guys say that this man is attractive. I've never heard a woman say this. Kenny Omega.
Kenny has never been a guy for me. Obviously, like him and Kota is like the most famous wrestling romance. So
the most famous wrestling romance
of all of them, there has never been a more famous one. I understand the thorough gay appeal of Kenny Omega, but yeah, never for me personally. Kota, on the other hand, it's a different story.
Number 2, Swerve Strickland.
Yeah, I wouldn't have him that high. He'd be on the list, but I wouldn't have him that high.
Swerve, Kenny, and Takeshita all have like big chunks of this. Orange and Wardlow are about the same. And number 1 with 21% of the vote. Who is your guess?
Most of the actual hunks. Poor Wheeler Yuta being left out. He's also looking well.
Unless you think he's number 1.
Is he number 1? Has Utes done it?
No.
Oh, I can't even think of who's not like left over.
It's pretty obvious once you know it.
Who is it?
Hangman Adam Page.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
The hair.
He wouldn't be one for me, but he would certainly be on the list.
It's the hair, and it's the hair and the Dolly Parton pants.
That is everything you need in a man.
Yeah, isn't that what it is? That is the list of hunkiest AEW hunks.
According to what list? Who published this?
According to the straight population. Twitter user at Awfully Waffly. 413 individual votes of 64 different dudes who were nominated.
This is why we have no babes on this podcast, so we can objectify men at the end.
Yeah, no babes allowed.
That is our Lockdown 2006 episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. The watch along for this episode is in your Patreon feed right now at patreon.com/kiddingme. We'll be coming up with episodes of Rain Takers and Gift, or Lucha Underground, Gift of the Pods. Yeah, I questioned myself. I was like, that's the name. No, it's not the name. That is the name. Gift of the Pods coming up in your Patreon feed as well in the next couple of weeks as we build toward.
I'm really hoping we can extend this to 5 hours. We got another minute.
Don't you dare spawn another bit on me. I could not handle another bit. We are 5 hours deep. I was like, this is, we did have 19 pages of show notes, which is quite a bit, which you can get at tnhchat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can read everything, because there's usually like a note or two we miss as well. So you can be like, ooh, what did they miss? But you get extra detail that we didn't cover on the show. It's like a book chapter on TNA this month. That's how good it is sitting there at patreon.com/kiddingme, tnhchat.com. So yeah, don't you spring bits on me. I've had enough of my bits. So you can follow us on twitter.com/ it's actually not twitter.com anymore, it's x.com, but TNA History Pod is our handle there. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can subscribe to us on YouTube. Oh, I forgot Liam's Twitter. You can follow Liam on Twitter at the Gleet Muda. I did recently 2 podcast appearances that I plugged your Twitter on, so please be happy with me.
It's okay, I went to the bits where you plugged the Twitter.
You can subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, or
5
subscribe to
hours
us on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do the damn thing.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
And that's a shoot. The quantity of speech is not always indicative of the quality of thought. Well, listen here, you two fat, roly-polies. If I looked as bad as you guys did, I would have stayed in the backyard.
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Told to. Get a life! Get a life!
Vince Russo.
Oh, come on. I hate him. Now, he's a waste of time.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn!
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 48. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we were talking about the month that is May 2006, leading up to Sacrifice 2006. I am Garrett Kinney, and I am joined, as always, by my lovely friend Liam Jones.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. Garrett, name 100 Pokemon.
Charmeleon, Wartortle,
Yeah.
Mewtwo, Tentacle,
Yeah.
Aerodactyl, Almanite, Slowpoke, Pidgeot, Arbok. That's all, folks. Gotta catch 'em all, gotta catch 'em
Yeah.
all. Gotta catch 'em all,
Yeah.
gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em
fallen into
all,
my trap.
Pokemon.
You name 100 Pokemon quicker than you name 100 women. You dare do that.
For the longest time, I was like, I'm gonna learn the Poke Rap. And as illustrated, I do know the final verse of the Poke Rap.
Do you not know any of the other verses?
Electro, Diglett, Nidoran, Mankey, Venusaur, Rattata, Fiero, Pidgey. They go in a line.
There you go.
I learned like the first. I don't really remember the first one actually. I only remember the last one because it comes in real strong on Charmeleon. But I also don't remember. So it was when I was doing podcast a day, which was my short-lived, very wrong-headed experiment to try and do a daily podcast for 365 days, and I stopped at 200.
Why would you stop so close?
200 is nowhere near.
You're over halfway, though.
It's still 165 more.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would have kept going.
I'm going to read to you some of the topics I covered on podcast.
I remember
today.
one was just rain.
Yeah, it was 5 minutes of silence, which is a wonderful art piece. There was the Banana Song. There was Walking Home, which was a series, because that was when I didn't record an episode, and I was walking home from work, so I recorded an episode on my phone and just posted it as a podcast. A discussion of avian humanoids. Announcing Project Poker Rap. That was an episode. I gave an episode to announcing it, and at the end of every episode, I was going to try and do it, and I never finished it. Liam.
Just like you never finished podcast today.
An episode called Weather, am I right? What else we come up with? Euthanasia Coaster.
Okay.
Birthdays.
Just birthdays.
Yeah, it's just called Birthdays. No idea what it's about. We did have at least 4 walking homes with Gar. Hello in 22 languages. That was when I was literally at like 10 to the top of the hour and I forgot to do an episode. So I looked up hello in 22 languages, recorded myself saying them, and posted again on the internet as a podcast.
This is good content.
We had Walking Home with Gar 5 Go, which I assume was because I was playing Pokemon Go. Walking Home with Gar 6.
No subtitle.
Kentucky Meat Shower. Patriotism. Bloop. There's just an episode called Bloop.
We should put this on the Patreon.
Walking Home with Gar 7. There's Podception, which I think I was doing a podcast with. I think it was Tanner, but I also recorded it on my phone, so it was like a phone recording of me doing a podcast with Tanner. So it was like a podcast within a podcast. Walking Home with Gar 8. An episode just called Update. No idea what that is. An episode called Panda Pornography. I did a bunch of episodes while I went to Bound for Glory that year, so I recorded like 7 episodes in advance and got Ken to post them while I was away. We got up to Walking Home with Gar 9, and then episode 200 finale.
Bring back Garrett with walking number 10 for the Patreon.
Yeah, I do a lot of walking lately. I should record myself. We should do sequels to every podcast a day episode.
I'm ready for Bloop 2.
There are some unreleased podcast a day. Well, I actually switched the podcast of the week, so they would be podcast of the week episodes now.
That's cowardice.
Yeah, this was the height of me. Was I unemployed when I started? Maybe not. I think I was at the
Oh, you were walking home from work.
Yeah, but that was what the one oh yeah, the first Walking Home with Garrett was like 19 episodes in, so I probably was working or less. So it was at the peak of me like being post college depressed, being like I need something to do.
You need a creative outlet.
I'm such a failure in life. So I was like, I am going to do a podcast a day, and I had such notions about what it was going to be. As like there's going to be interviews on every episode. I'm going to travel to places and talk to people, and it's going to be like an actual podcast.
Bloop.
And I think like the episodes that had guests, I'll stand behind. I think that there's a decent number of episodes that had guests with Rob Reed and Tanner and other such alumnus. James doing Lord of the Rings reviews, so I think that was in Podcast a Week. But then like there's one where I went to Blarney Castle and actually interviewed the dude who ran it. I was like, that's like an actual podcast. That's, you know, I went to a place and did a thing, and that was like my noble intention for all of them. And then they just became Walking Home with Garrett as a series that went up to 9.
Blarney.
What a load of Blarney.
What a load
Oh, were you doing a Blimey thing, but with Blarney?
Yes.
I see what you're doing there. I understood just like 35 seconds later.
Blarney Stone.
I have not kissed it. You actually have to dangle out over. And I'm not sure, like, obviously I assume cut off kissing it in COVID. I'm not sure if they brought it back post-COVID. They probably have, because it's probably too good of a tourist attraction. But it seems in a post-COVID age, we shouldn't be kissing rocks.
I'm bringing it back.
You want to make out with all the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely place, though, Blarney Castle.
The other ones.
Name 3 other rocks.
Rocky from the movie Rocky.
Real person.
Rocky Romero.
Mm-hmm.
Dino Bravo.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Was it his nickname, The Rock?
I don't know. Do you think I watch a lot of Dino Bravo?
You don't know shit about wrestling.
I don't know shit about wrestling. I just pretend. I know about TNA. That's the reason I bring everything back to TNA, because then it seems like I know what I'm talking about.
Nicknames. It doesn't say it, but I'm going to choose to believe that he was called The Rock.
Everyone loves The Rock, Dino Bravo.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite wrestler.
Mm-hmm. His hit catchphrase, The Rock says.
You should just start going around saying, you know, my favorite wrestler, The Rock, Dino Bravo. And then eventually people will just assume that's a thing.
I'm gonna bring it to the zeitgeist. I'm gonna Mandela affect everyone.
This is how you should wield your podcasting clout.
Yes. My
nobly
infinite clout
that you gain from being podcasters. All the money and clout you get from doing TNA wrestling podcasts. You got anything else you want to talk about?
Double or Nothing is in 2 days.
We tend to record right before AEW pay-per-views, don't we?
I don't know why. How do you feel about the Double or Nothing card?
I think it's a pretty good card. I think it should be a good show, and AEW do good pay-per-views.
It's a pretty, like, stacked show. It is their big show.
Like, they say that, but if you were to say this is their A pay-per-view, then I would be like, it's actually not very good. But as a normal AEW pay-per-view, it's a good card.
Yeah. You got the Monet debut. Probably should have just done Tony Mariah.
Really weird, like the fact that Tony has been feuding with Saraya as a babyface at the same time she's been feuding with
Serena.
Deeb as a heel, but also nobody likes Deeb as a babyface, so it makes it even worse because Tony is working as a babyface with another person.
I thought Deeb was a heel.
No, Deeb's a babyface.
I thought she was like a heel via proxy.
No, she did that whole promo about how like, oh, my career nearly ended and I came back.
Yeah, that's loser shit.
And then the crowd didn't really give a fuck about it because Toni Storm is funny. Well, she's not funny, but she's meant to be.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
There's some, I mean, like, maybe it'd be cool to see, like, Roddy have another match of the year.
I thought the flamethrower stuff was cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
There's people who get so, like, up their own arse about that kind of stuff. And it's like, the dude walked out with a flamethrower. Like, cop yourselves on.
There's a little, like, I don't know. It's a part of, like, that's fine. I don't know. That's fine. That's just, like, crazy wrestling shit. That's, like, stunt wrestling shit more than it is anything else.
I don't really understand where in the history of wrestling you get the idea that it's, like, it's really this pure version of wrestling. Because I don't think it has ever existed anywhere.
And also, like, I mean, like, there's been percentages, right? Like, you have companies that are 90% that, with, like, 10% of it still chucked in. Like, but I always think, like, AEW's, at worst, had, like, a 60-40 split the other way. And, like, at best, like, a 60-40 split the other way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think AEW's ever been, like, a super giant majority of pure wrestling promotion.
Like, the first Dynamite main event involved Jon Moxley and Kenny Omega brawling through the crowd and DDTing through a table, and then it became a handicap main event.
And that's just as like that's like the same level as a flamethrower.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like stuff that is absurd because if it happened in the real world, it would be criminal.
And you had the whole like John Moxley's eye being taken out angle. Like it's wrestling. Like stop putting it in a box. And I get it because a lot of times you have bad comedy and bad sports entertainment and it's bad. But when a dude comes out a flamethrower, like if your reaction to that is like grumpy face, oh that's not pure wrestling. You're too grumpy for wrestling, and I'm grumpy.
And that's coming from the grumpiest man in wrestling.
If I'm like, you're too grumpy for wrestling, you have a problem.
I don't know. I mean, like, you can get pissy at the blood thing.
I don't even care about that.
No, I'm saying, I'm fine with you getting pissy at that. Like, if like, that's your hill you want to die on, that's fine to me. Like, because that is, like, fully the other, like, that is that 40%, right? But, like, I don't even consider a flamethrower as being, like, a sports entertainment thing.
Because, like, I'm making, like, not even a casual fan argument here. I'm making, like, an average human being argument. If the average human being sees somebody on a show walk out and like flip a flamethrower all over the place, the average human being is gonna be like, "That's fucking awesome. That rocks." Stop being babies.
Also, yeah, I believe Darby would do it.
Yeah, and also like it's not like no one has ever been set on fire in the history of wrestling. It's not like it's not that credible. People have been set on fire in the history of wrestling.
Quite a lot, actually.
There's that GCW dude who set himself on fire. Wasn't on purpose, but
yeah.
All right. Speaking of fire, that brings us to the month that was May 2006, Sacrifice 2006.
It was
but first,
lit, fam.
Wow, you're so young.
I'm hip to it.
But first, if you would like to support the show, if you would like to support us, if you like what we do, and if you would like a lot more content, capital T. T? Yes, content.
Content!
Yeah, really emphasizing the T. You can go to tnachat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme where you can support the show, support us, and get a lot more for it. You can get our Lucha Underground show that's ongoing. You can get our Raintaker show that's ongoing. You can get our new series we launched, which is Mystery Vortex Theater, the first episode of which we watched Ghost Ship.
Ghost Ship, very good movie. Well, is it a very good movie? Yes, I'm gonna stick with very good movie. I think it is kind of like a very good film. No, very good movie. Yes,
absolutely, good distinction. You can get our watch along for Sacrifice 2006, where if you enjoyed us naming women, we did a lot more of naming things as that show went on.
That's our spot now. We name.
You can also get the show notes for this episode, which is 15 pages of notes covering everything that happened in the month of May 2006 leading up to Sacrifice. Also, at the very end, has some nice Abyss fan art from fans. So that's a little treat for you.
I'm going to draw an Abyss fan art.
And add it to the show notes?
Yep.
Good.
You can guess which one's mine.
The one that's not a screenshot from the Impact Zone?
You don't know. Maybe I'll go to the Impact Zone.
And also, of course, the ad-free episode for this episode. So if you're a little annoyed by the ads, you can get rid of them by going to Patreon and paying us $1 whole. $1 gets you the show notes and the ad-free episode. So tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. Support the show, support us, support the wonders that is covering TNA wrestling from 2006. No one else does it as good. Other people have tried.
Yeah, eat shit Marky, whatever that guy's name is.
Don't get me fucking started on Marky D. I think I've gone off on Marky D before, but...
Well, like, Marky D's nuts.
Oh, got his ass. The most fucking joyless...
Got his ass.
Unfunny person I've ever heard touch wrestling ever. It's just like, stay away from this. Of all the people, give it out about the people being like, stop covering wrestling. You don't like it. You don't find joy in wrestling. He's top of that list.
Does he have Twitter?
I don't want to know.
I feel like I've never seen a Marky D tweet. I don't even know what his name is, so I can't even search it.
And he like covers TNA a bunch, and I'm just like, you're like, he gets mad about Crimson. It's like, what are you getting mad about Crimson?
Listen, I might get mad about Crimson. Who knows?
My favorite thing about this show is like you finding a deep joy in Eric Watts.
Yeah, I'll probably fucking love Crimson, won't I?
Like in the places where most people are like, no, it's bad, it's terrible. It's like, actually, you know what? Eric Watts, mid-card weirdo, kind of fun. That's kind of the thing I love most, rather than like getting. And there's times like I'm going to shout at Dave Meltzer again on this episode. At the end of the news is literally there for me to shout at the Torch and the Observer again. But for the most part, I just like be like, silly little thing. Wrestling's a silly little thing. You should have fun with it for the most part.
You know, I don't know. Wrestling's stupid. I don't like it anymore.
See, when you say wrestling is stupid, I'm like, that's more of a reason to like it.
Yeah. Is wrestling interesting, though?
Yes.
Is it?
Of all the things, as both a medium of entertainment and just an industry behind it, you cannot accuse wrestling of it's not being interesting.
I think I'm bored of it.
Liam's just mad because we had one day without news.
Yeah. It really is that for me. I'm like, if we go a single day without some like shocking breaking news about the state of the pro wrestling business, I go, it's over.
There's never anything happened. There's 2 wrestling pay-per-views this weekend, but we went one day without news, and Liam's like, ugh, why are we doing this?
Yeah, what's the point? You mean 3, because GLEAT is also tomorrow.
Oh, the biggest show.
Yeah, everyone going to be tuning in to see Shima and Kaz Hayashi defend the G-Infinity Tag Team titles against Onitsuka and Yamamura.
Onitsuka has gear, so I'm back in.
We also have we have 2 Marigold shows tomorrow, and a Best of the Super Juniors.
So by tomorrow, you'll be fine.
Yeah. This might also be due to the 9-hour workday. What? Oh, we also got Noah tomorrow.
No way.
You can see some old Rebellion losses.
Those poor souls.
But you can see Oiwa, who was the coolest guy, who I've already put above Yoda Tsuji in my head.
Nice.
And Umura, but Umura's already at the bottom.
Who is?
Yuya Umura.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, guess what? I'm making a big statement. I don't fuck with him.
He's too nice seeming.
I don't fuck with that guy. He needs to show some fire. He's fucking heat storm, and he has no goddamn fire.
You just look at him, and his face is too nice.
And he looks like Yujiro now.
He has too much kindness in his
Shaved
face.
the head. Looks like some Tokyo Pimp shit. I don't know. I'm all in Oiwa. Bring him back. Put him over everyone.
That does bring us to the news.
Does it?
The morale in TNA's locker room plummeted when wrestlers found out that the reason about 10 regulars were not brought into the latest tapings was because the talent budget went to Buff Bagwell, Rick Steiner, and Lex Luger. What really upset the core of the locker room was that these wrestlers kept home were told they were on a tight budget, only to find out the budget was tight because of the money spent on Luger, Bagwell, and Steiner. Our promotion has gone from something new and exciting to looking like a rerun of WCW Thunder circa 1999. It's hideous and embarrassing the steps backwards we took this week, says one frustrated wrestler. Says another, we're just resigned to this ineptitude now. This was the biggest slap in the face to the wrestlers who got TNA to where they are now. Liam, I have a question. This was a 3-week TV month.
Oh, yeah.
Also at the World X Cup involved, so you had a lot of flying. What wrestlers, and don't scroll down because there is a list, what wrestlers were not on TV this month?
I would guess Diamonds in the Rough.
Yep.
That would be my first glaring omission.
Because this is, and like Dave does reinforce this, being like people are mad, especially because the show has been reformatted to be like 2 or 3 matches and then stories and stuff, as opposed to like 5 matches rushing through everything, which is better for the TV show. Even if some people get booked a little less often. But I was like, when I read this story, I was like, well, nearly all the X Division guys are booked. Obviously, all the top guys are booked. 3D are still booked. Like, James Ganger's still booked on TV this month.
LAX is gone. Fresh off a push.
Yeah, Ron and Conan
Monty,
with LAX.
But I don't know if he's, like, gone yet.
Yeah, Monty was getting knee surgery, which is the reason he is out. I think he's back on the TVs after Sacrifice.
They were, like, but, like, they're, like, the only ones that I think, like, were, like, pushed.
Yeah, the other ones being, I think, Matt Bentley and Lance Hoyt are probably the other, like, quote-unquote, biggest names, or people who
Yeah, but Matt Bentley's pushed on fucking Explosion.
Yeah, both those guys barely get on TV anyway. So I was reading the story and I was like, who are the people that are really mad here?
Did they bring Conan in for commentary?
He was in for Lockdown anyway, which I think is part of what annoyed a lot of people, because there are people who were in for the pay-per-view who weren't kept around for TV.
Okay, my take from this is, I don't give a shit. That's my take from this.
Yeah.
First of all, when they said budgets were tight for these tapings, they weren't incorrect. They allocated money to a different area. They were, like, budget was tight because they wanted to do this angle. It's not like these guys are permanent fixtures in the company. They were doing a story in which they brought guys from outside to, like, put over the story. Sometimes that's just gonna... If they were coming in, like, for the next 2 years and taking these guys' spots, I would get it. But, like, I'm sorry, it's just a pay-per-view cycle that, like, I'm sorry, Matt Bentley, your fucking explosion matches, like, had to get put away for a fucking week because they were doing a storyline with Sting and Jarrett and Steiner.
More importantly, I think the focus on there, though, the point was that Sting had Bagwell, Sting had Steiner, Sting had Luger, but he ended up with Joe.
Yeah, the whole, they sell the whole thing in the end being like he picked the young, cool new guy who's the tough killer.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't think this is anything that's looking like a rerun of WCW Thunder besides the nostalgia pop, but everyone does nostalgia pops.
It's a fun little thing. It's like, look at Bagwell, look at Steiner, look at
I had a
Luger,
fun time watching these segments.
It's just, I'm so frustrated, and again, I'm going to go off on it more later. I'm so frustrated with the coverage around this company at this moment in time. I really am. It's driving me crazy.
Some 83-week shit.
It is. Oh god, again, don't get me started. We will be talking about all the same fucking talking points we deal with today, with the same hacks delivering the same bullshit over and over again. But, like, I don't know. Everyone was on TV. Styles was on TV. Saban was on TV. AEW were on TV. All the young guys were on TV.
The only ones that really have a point to be pissy was, like, LAX because they just came off of a push.
And Homicide, by all accounts, is really mad on multiple counts because he has not gotten to wrestle yet, not meaningfully. And he was mad about his portrayal at Lockdown, where he was getting, like, punked out and whipped. And, the whole thing is, like, I'm a gangster kind of guy. So the idea that I would get whipped and not try and get some retribution is kind of silly. But there's also a thing where, like, he started where his shoulder was hurt, so he couldn't really go full tilt. But
yeah.
Also, apparently, he never told anybody his shoulder was fine.
Looking at this list right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Bentley and Tracy, fuck off.
Yep.
Douglas, fuck off. Strong and Aries are done anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Hoyt, you're not pushed. Monty, you're out on surgery. Key, sure, but you're Key. Some other shit probably fucking was a part of that.
And there's 2 video packages for Loki on TV.
LAX, you're the only ones that are reasonable because you just are a newly formed group. Cassidy Riley, come on. Diamonds in the rough, you're lucky to be on the show anyway.
Yeah.
Like, you're on the show too much.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, none of these people, like, they kept everyone essential to the show.
Yeah.
Like, despite, like, my fact that, like, I think LAX should have been on these shows because they're interesting and cool and new, they're not essential to the show.
No.
None of the people who weren't brought in were essential and, like, felt missed.
If they didn't book Abyss, you'd be like, well, come on.
Yeah, well, like, you know, go, like, listen, I'm not a fan of the James gang, but, like, I feel like they would have more of a fucking thing to say if they would, like, the ones that got sitting home for the month.
Mm.
Because, like, at least they are, like, regulars on the show.
Which is why probably Conan and Ron were probably the most reasonable to be pissed.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, exactly. Like, Ron, he has a case. Conan has a case, but he's probably there doing Spanish commentary anyway.
Mm.
So it's like, I don't know. I don't have a problem with this. They looked at the books, they allocated money for what they wanted to do for this program, and they made cuts where they had to. Whatever.
Yeah, that was kind of my take as well. It's like, guys, get over yourselves. Stop being like, it's like WCW all over again.
Like, you can be pissy, but, like, I don't know. Like, if TNA, if TNA are being super stingy and still wanting to control people's bookings, that's one thing. But, like, if they're not and you're free to do whatever you want those 3, and, like, well, 1 week, 2 weeks, whatever it is, because the taping's actually only taking place over a couple days, like, go get some bookings.
There's an interesting note, like, when Loki was signed, apparently, he didn't want to go into LAX because he saw that as a death roll because of what had happened to Homicide. So it's interesting how even, like, LAX is seen as a flop here, and it kind of, like, listen, it kind of is.
I don't think it's a flop. I just think it's, like, LAX suffered from being brought in at the end of an existing feud. Like, they were brought in at the point where the baby faces need to go over to tell the story. Like, they were at the natural conclusion of the story. So, like, that's a rough spot to introduce people into. But, like, they're really, like, it's really easy to bounce them back.
And they do.
Historically.
So, yeah, get over yourselves, TNA wrestlers, in 2006.
Yeah. We're on the side of the company.
Yeah, corporations, baby. One of the best talkers in the history of the industry and also one of the most volatile personalities behind the scenes has agreed to work for TNA. Jim Cornette was always on TNA's radar as a potential on-air talent since he is a great talker and gets on well with Jeff Jarrett as the two go back to the territory days in the 1980s. Until a year ago, Cornette was the head writer for OVW, WWE's top developmental territory.
I can't deal with this.
You just can't see Cornette's face.
This is mental anguish.
You can't handle the idea that Cornette's showing up.
I'm not ready for it. Cause like, I love Midnight Express. I think Cornette is an amazing talker. One of the best promos of all time. I will never discredit any of his accomplishments in the pro wrestling business. I still hate the guy with every fiber of my fucking being.
Has he like scorched earth so much so that you can't even tolerate him?
Well, let me tell you this, Garrett. Mm-hmm. If Vince Russo showed up on TNA Impact tomorrow, I would be more joyful.
Ooh.
Like, again, Cornette in the 80s, when he's doing his thing, one of the coolest, like, managers of that era. I think he's amazing. I will never discredit that shit. I think he's amazing in that role. The last 10 years of his fucking talking makes me want to fucking put a rail spike through my brain. Like, and his influence is so detrimental to discussing pro wrestling in any meaningful way that it's just become hazardous, and the idea of having to interact and talk about Jim Cornette on a weekly basis on this podcast is enough to drive me fucking insane.
He is largely pretty good. Well, as he's going to be an authority figure. He's just going to fill the Larry Zero, which might be the biggest
and he'll probably be good in the role. I'm saying the idea of talking about him is infuriating.
Poor Larry Z as well, as they're going to say. It's just because Larry Z's kind of been awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll try to separate art from artist and all that jazz. But every time there's like a backstage, like, I'll take the Russo shit. Russo is annoying and dumb and doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. But at least he's bad in a way that it's fun to talk about. And this guy is just like cyanide to the brain.
And also, like, the number of Russo disciples is pretty small these days.
And they can kind of laugh at the Russo disciples, you know?
Whereas the Cornette people are loud, they're annoying, they're very easy to spot from a very large distance.
Yeah.
You're gonna sabotage our SEO for Cornette. This is gonna be the first video that all the Cornette fans are gonna click on YouTube, being like, Jim Cornette, I love that guy. I listen to his podcast.
Yeah, I know. Listen, guys, I'm sorry that you had to find out this way. I tried to warn you early on. I know that most of you watch his stuff because you're in our goddamn YouTube algorithm. I'm not gonna be pleasant about the guy, as is my God-given right as an American. All right, my free speech. I get to talk shit about whoever I want with no repercussion. All right? So you can't be mad at me lest you be mad at yourselves.
Or get to inform you, Australia doesn't actually have free speech.
That being said, I'll put over his work if the work's good.
So he had been booking AEW.
Oh, fucking shit.
He'd want to.
Give him Collision, see what happens.
Honestly, it would probably be pretty bad, because Cornette has never really had a track record as a successful booker.
And also, like, listen, I started watching ROH in the Cornette era. I know how not amazing it can be.
So he was booking OVW, not AEW. He had remained a part of OVW in helping owner Danny Davis promote his local events even after he was removed as head writer, a role eventually filled by Paul Heyman. Despite the relaunch of ECW, which is expected to take Heyman away from his OVW TV writing duties once ECW begins a full-time schedule in the summer, Cornette is not considered a candidate to return to his post. For one, he considers himself still burned out after booking so many years dating back to his days running Smoky Mountain Wrestling and being a member of the WCW booking committee and the WWF writing team at times before that. Also, he and John Laurinaitis do not get along.
Maybe Cornette's based, actually. He didn't like the alleged rapist.
See, like, that's what Cornette made his name on. Particularly, like, he went off on Russo all the time.
Yeah, like, when he was, like, he, like, directed all of his performative vitriol towards people that are disliked, it was, like, fine. And people were like, yeah, get him, Jim. But then it's like, he just directed it at everyone.
Yeah, it all just kind of was directed at Rio, like the most likable wrestler on earth. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Cornette, though, didn't want to work for TNA until the OVW tape library was sold to WWE and he received whatever share he had coming. That library purchase was completed last week. Subscribers to the OVW tape service were notified last week that they would no longer be distributed because WWE owns the rights, and thus refunds were offered for all pre-sold
Do you think
tapes.
more people were watching the OVW tape service than they were buying shows on Fight?
Yes. I would actually say firmly yes.
Yeah, because it was like 150 in that documentary or whatever.
Because this is back in the day when, like, at least OVW had the WWE developmental territory thing going for it. So
Yeah.
it would have had some interesting names coming through as opposed to now.
Didn't like OVW became like a TNA developmental for a while?
In name, yes.
Like they sent some people there, I guess.
Yeah, and like when they did the gut check thing, when like Alex Silva was signed, he was sent to OVW, but nothing ever really happened with it. So I don't know.
There was a young Sam Shaw there for a while.
Yeah, and like the Blossom twins would have worked some OVW, but there was never actually any. No one ever came back, really. That was the problem. Everyone went there and no one came back.
They never produced a Bozilla, so you know.
Yeah, that's the real star. If OVW, modern OVW had produced a Bozilla, Alan Snow could rightfully call it like the third biggest wrestling company in America or whatever the fuck he said.
Bozilla versus Haley J.
That would probably be a good OVW feud, to be fair, or at least they'd be able to pretend it wasn't a documentary. So after selling the tapes, he had nothing to lose by working for WWE's competition. He had recently been working a few shows of Ring of Honor and acting as commissioner for the promotion. He will remain in that position, despite also having an on-air role with TNA in the upcoming months.
Again, I'll say something nice. I liked his like 2006 like CZW ROH like on-screen character stuff. Like part of the, I think like the ROH CZW Cage of Death. Dropped everything.
Right, buddy?
No, I think the ROH versus CZW Cage of Death is like one of the best matches ever, like a full 5, and part of that is like his role in it and the post match with him and Homicide. Like I love that match, and he is a major part of that match. So I don't hate him as a performer. I just think he's an intensely unlikable individual.
You don't want to see his face or hear his voice.
Exactly, that's the thing. Like if he was gone, I would wax poetically about a Jim Cornette.
Gone isn't dead?
I didn't say that.
In a statement released on Ring of Honor's website, where Cornette is the on-air authority figure for ROH, Cornette said, "I have verbally agreed to a limited number of dates with TNA. This will not interfere with my Ring of Honor commitments. I am committed to Ring of Honor dates throughout the year and beyond." There is some question about when Cornette can begin working for TNA. They do, of course, state this month that the new face of TNA management will show up at Slammiversary, which is where Cornette debuts as the new face of TNA management. Spoiler.
Aww. Why would you spoil that for me?
Since he is scheduled to have surgery soon and won't be able to travel for up to 8 weeks. Cornette isn't expected to be a candidate to be part of the booking committee. He's not good with compromise or humoring co-bookers. He finds to be on a different page or incompetent. Also, Cornette has an aversion to flying and isn't willing to relocate to Orlando, Florida, where TNA tapes television once or twice a month. He drives himself up and down for the time that they're working Orlando because he does not like planes. So, yeah, Cornette's coming in. I assume you are so excited.
I mean, I'm sure he'll be a great on-screen presence.
I'll miss Larry.
I will too. Everyone go back and watch Larry Z versus AJ.
Both of them.
Yeah.
There was 2 matches. He invented the TNA kick.
Mm-hmm.
What a wrestler.
Someone told me that he didn't actually, but I choose to ignore that.
Yeah, someone is like, oh, no, somebody did it earlier. It's like, but did they do it? Ooh. Is it a TNA?
Apollo did one in the third.
No, we can't let it be credited to Apollo. There is no world where we can allow the
I don't
TNA
think it actually
kick
was Apollo.
to be given to Apollo. It has to be given to Larry Z.
Larry deserves. Give him some. He had to deal with Dusty Rhodes being mean to him that whole time.
Yeah.
Calling him a fake legend, which is like so base. I love you, Dusty. To just insult your colleague all the time.
TNA CEO Kevin Day resigned as CEO of the company in April when he turned in his 1 month's notice.
Well, like Kevin Knight, because he's leaving.
Good.
Thanks.
His last day at the company is Friday, May 13th. Friday the 13th. What does he know? One source close to the TNA office tells PW Torch Kevin Day quit because he got a better job. With no wrestling experience, Kevin Day was positioned as TNA CEO after being plucked from the Panda Energy office in Dallas. He began his tenure in February with the mandate to clean up the finances in TNA. However, Day became frustrated by the political nature of the TNA office, including Jeff Jarrett.
I'm shocked.
There's a note also this month that Dixie she either gives birth or is imminently about to give birth to her second child. So it's like Jarrett is getting more power in her absence. So everyone's like, oh, I can't work with this guy. Day comes from the corporate business environment with a strict focus on the financial bottom line. He found the TNA atmosphere frustrating and realized it wasn't where he wanted to spend key years of his corporate life. He is 37 years old. Day replaced former CEO Frank Dickerson, who was let go by TNA co-owner Bob Carter in 2005. Dickerson was very well liked among wrestlers and staff, almost as a father or grandfather figure.
Bring back Dickerson.
Day was seen as a corporate climber who was a company man.
Let's get Dickerson in.
And all about business, but sharp and a quick learner. If it's no surprise he didn't last, says one source. This isn't an atmosphere that welcomes strong personalities from the outside.
Yeah, only strong personalities from the inside.
It's kind of true though, isn't it?
Yeah. But wrestlers don't want to be told what wrestling is by people who aren't wrestling.
It's a very insular, like almost like secret society kind of thing. It's if you're not in, you're not in, and you're a mark.
Yeah.
TNA will be debuting an internet show called Global Impact on its website on May 3rd. Jeremy Borash and Christy Hemme will co-host the show, which will be a 30-minute show devoted to exclusive footage, interview, news, updates, and matches.
Okay.
The Global Impact name doesn't last very long. It does eventually shift over to the name of the TNA and New Japan shows that would air on Spike TV. That's kind of a precursor to what TNA Today would become. Were you a TNA Today guy?
No. I was a spin cycle guy.
That was my favorite thing about like 2007 TNA, because it would be like every day there'd just be like a 7-minute video that might have a nice interview. They might reveal some news. It would include Don West pitching merchandise in the most insane, wonderful ways you'd ever seen.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's literally just JB standing at a desk. He'd have a guest or he wouldn't. They'd talk for a while. Don West would sell some merchandise and they'd get out.
I just want to watch Spin Cycle.
You can. It's on YouTube.
Can we watch Spin Cycle as part of the show?
Well, when a Spin Cycle starts, we'll include the spin cycles.
Yeah.
My favorite spin cycle is the 2008 presidential debate.
Yeah.
In which I think it's Mick Foley and Booker T on the side of Obama.
And AJ Styles and BG James.
On the side of who the fuck ran against
Romney?
McCain. And then, like, shortly after the election, there's an in-ring segment where Mick Foley's with AJ, and AJ's a babyface. Not that, like, supporting Republicans would inherently make you heel, but yeah.
It does.
Mick Foley is like, I'm sorry, AJ, I know the election didn't go your way and Obama got elected. So he says that to him in a promo on the TV show.
Spin Cycle, bitch.
Yeah, so we will definitely watch the presidential debate.
I love Spin Cycle. Bring it back.
I've tried.
Who would you have in the JB role for Spin Cycle 2024?
Oh, Gia Miller.
Do you think she has the chops? Do you think she can handle it?
Gia would be awesome doing a Spin Cycle.
Who do you think would like really excel on Spin Cycle?
On the current TNA roster?
My first, I think Rosemary would kill it.
Yeah, Rosemary would be a great Spin Cycle guest. Kushida.
Kushida would be a good Spin Cycle guest. PCO.
Yeah, sensational bits.
In full gimmick.
That's your Spin Cycle panel.
I think Brian Myers would.
Yeah, Myers would be great. I
think Myers would get it.
Yeah, he would understand the assignment, as the kids say.
Yeah.
But we'll never find out.
Gresham doing Spin Cycle, but he's just sitting there in silence the whole time, and all the other guests start coughing up black.
Yeah, you can incorporate Spin Cycle into storytelling.
Well, because Gresh would play like the Loki role and the make Loki laugh Spin Cycle.
Yes.
Just make Gresham laugh.
Jeff Jarrett arranged a conference call before the last pay-per-view for everyone in the 8-man Lethal Lockdown match to go over the match ahead of time. Killings, Harris, Styles, and Rhino all no-showed the call. Killings, Harris, and Styles were fined $200. Dave doesn't know about Rhino specifically, but anyway, none were happy. Harris was very negative, and Styles called the office upset, wanting to talk to Jarrett, and wasn't put through and told not to call Jarrett.
That's awesome.
Like, fuck you and your call going through the match. We're wrestlers.
So basically, like, Jarrett's side showed up and Sting.
Yeah.
I wonder what Sting, Jarrett, Steiner, and James Storm talked about.
Storm does seem like the odd man out there, doesn't he?
I do think Storm was just like, I'm getting like a masterclass here on carnies.
Or professionalism, because they showed up. During a Q&A session at the NWA Central State Show in Kansas, AJ Styles said that many wrestlers tried to avoid using the cage walls during the lockdown pay-per-view because the cage was assembled inside out. The rough side of the fence was turned inward, which caused many scratches. AJ said the top of the cage was coming loose as he prepared for the spot where he dropped out of the rafters onto James Storm, but they landed in a safe spot on the cage top.
What if they fell?
They could have died.
Oh, well, I don't want that, but it would have been cool.
They also might have fallen on somebody.
Yeah, Steiner just catches them both.
He probably could. He's awesome.
Holla if you damn hear me.
Elix Skipper told Wrestling Epicenter Radio that Chase Stevens was somewhat upset with the wrestlers involved in the X Division Escape match at Lockdown for not catching him on the shooting star. He was not, however, injured.
You know what? Fair.
Yeah, I think it's pretty understandable because they didn't catch him.
I think somewhat upset is the perfect descriptor to be for that.
Yeah.
Like don't make it your personality. But to be like miffed? Sure.
You are allowed to be a little pissy.
Yeah.
Not a lot pissy, but a little pissy.
Not Kid Cash. But like Hot Stuff Hernandez for not being booked on TV pissed? Yeah.
Raven, who recently returned to TNA to pick up his feud with Larry Zbyszko, was the guest for TNA's monthly conference call with the media on May 9th. He said he took 10 weeks off from the wrestling business to lie in bed watching TV to recover from his various health problems. Raven said, I really abused myself for a long, long time. Raven also said he was the #1 draft choice in the wrestling death pool for a while before he cleaned himself up.
Insane that exists.
He said he feels re-energized and in love with his mistress, the wrestling business again. He's committed to TNA and he's not interested in being part of WWE's revitalization of ECW.
I want Raven in 2006 WWE ECW.
Working with the zombie.
Dang, I want Raven to get the Sabu 1 John Cena match on Raw.
Raven and Cena, would it be good? I'm not sure.
Well, because Cena's an old-time plunder guy that gets underrated for it. So give me John Cena versus Raven and Plunder.
They probably would have a pretty good match, especially if it was an 8-minute TV match.
Yeah.
Jay Hassman, whose background includes working for WWE, TNA, UFC...
The House Organ?
No, different person.
Ah.
Though it would be very funny if the man who defrauded TNA went on to be CM Punk's personal mouthpiece. Is Houseman still around?
Yeah, the House of Wrestling still... I'm gonna go to the House of Wrestling right now. We're gonna see what latest scoop they have.
Yeah, what's the latest big story that the House of Wrestling has?
Exclusives.
Oh,
February 14th. Another TNA office shakeup following Scott D'Amore exit. Exclusive.
They haven't had a scoop in 3 months?
Apparently not. Well, Punk's not an AEW anymore, so he's not pissy.
And he's off injured, even though he's on TV every week.
Yeah, so no Houseman exclusive since February 14th. I'm gonna look at his merch.
Why do they have merch?
It's the logo. It's the logo plus House of Wrestling.
Ooh.
And there's In Your House, an In Your House logo parody, which is actually that's kind of fire. I can't lie.
We were talking about Hassman here rather than Houseman, who, if you remember from 2002,
the
defrauded.
Hassman.
If you remember from 2000, stop it. Don't you Billy Gunn this man's name. Remember when that was an Edge and Christian insult? It's I'm not going to Billy Gunn my King of the Ring.
Yeah, wasn't that, oh, that was him. I thought it was The Rock.
That was because when Edge won it the year later, he's I'm not going to Billy Gunn this.
How mean to young Billiam.
They were right. But if you remember, Jay Hassman was the person who defrauded TNA about pay-per-view numbers in 2002.
I'm familiar.
Yes. So he was arrested on April 29th on counts related to embezzlement, grand larceny, and forgery related to his job at Team Services. He has a June 2nd court date hearing in a case pending in Nassau County. Hassman is charged in relation to his previous job with Team Services, which works major companies in promoting pay-per-view events. He was the vice president of pay-per-view and marketing with WCW during both its good periods and its fall. Later, he attempted to put together a group to buy both ECW as well as WCW, and the promotions were collapsing. Even though ECW was financially in horrible shape, Paul Heyman turned down the Hassman offer, not believing they had the financial backing claimed. He was probably right.
Well, Paul Heyman knows about defrauding people with how much money he has.
He was heavily involved in the startup of TNA as a business partner and employee at first. There was a quick falling out when TNA officials accused Hassman of lying about pay-per-view numbers, telling them numbers were exaggerated well past any reasonable estimate, and gave them the impression they were doing 80,000 buys the first few weeks, when in reality they were doing 25,000, 15,000, and 10,000.
You couldn't even knock it up to 30,000 guys.
No, big week, guys. We did 35. He's no, 80. We did 80. TNA, through Jerry Jarrett, sued Hassman over that and other charges, while Hassman sued TNA back, claiming they misrepresented to him the amount of financial backing they had to start the venture, as he would have never been involved unless they had at least $5 million in funding. Both sides dropped their suits against each other simultaneously.
So they were both right.
Or both wrong.
They were both right about being in the wrong.
Which seems to be the story of TNA.
Yeah.
Shane Douglas did an interview this past week upon returning after his stay in rehab for an Oxycontin addiction. Douglas said he started using them under prescription with 2 pills a day, but built up to where he was taking 50 a day, including gobbling 15 pills at a time. Douglas said in December, when his second son was born, he realized he better clean up, saying he'd have hated if he grew up with the stigma their father died of a drug overdose. TNA officials told him when he asked for time off that he'd have his job waiting for him when he came back. Though not as a backstage interviewer anymore, JB has firmly taken that from him.
Yeah.
Douglas said going through withdrawal was absolute hell. He was vomiting every 5 to 10 minutes for weeks, constant diarrhea, dehydration. I call it like the worst flu you've ever had multiplied by 50. He said just moving from the couch to the bathroom was a major chore.
Sounds awful.
Don't take drugs, kids.
Well, if you do, just make sure they...
Yes, be responsible, kids.
Take the cool drugs.
Take no drugs. I've never taken drugs. I'm the most boring man on earth.
I've never taken drugs either.
Of course. Bill Goldberg posted on his website that he's been talking with TNA, which is actually several-month-old news. Goldberg did get a first actual money offer from TNA this month, but turned it down. Right now, with his son just born, it would have been very difficult for him to do anything. Even later, it will take a ton of money, and those who are pretty much aware of what is going on are doubtful TNA's offer will come close to what he'd be willing to work for, and that the deal is unlikely to happen. Goldberg is financially set for life and gets tons of offers for wrestling and even some for MMA, not to mention public appearances, but still sees it as his market value is the same as it was in 1998. Goldberg's wife Wanda gave birth to the couple's first child prematurely on May 10th, a 5-pound, 8-ounce boy named Gage, AJ Goldberg. The son was due on June 10th, but he is doing fine.
Is that Goldberg's large son?
That's Goldberg's large son.
Nice.
The man seen on WWE television.
Man. The child.
There's that thing where like people posted photos of him from when he was on WWE TV like 10 years ago, and it's like normal looking child, and now he's like jacked football player. It's like, that's Bill Goldberg's son.
Can't wait till he dominates NXT 2.0.
So ratings. Impact does like a 0.8 to 1.0 every week. It's usually a 0.9.
Fine numbers.
Every week, PW Torch breathlessly report the 0.9 that they did, and are like, it's not going up, it's not going down, it's staying the same. They're not keeping UFC's lead in. How dare they not keep UFC's lead in, because they had not understood at this point that the crossover between wrestling and MMA is actually quite small. It seems intuitive that it should be larger, but like time has shown us it's actually not that big. Like you're not going to turn MMA fans into wrestling fans, and you're not going to turn wrestling fans into MMA fans. There is crossover, but usually the people that like one don't just go to the other by default.
No, the people that like one normally just like have a casual relationship with the other, if anything. Or you're just someone who is like into both.
It is funny to see like Endeavor are now trying to do it again with UFC and WWE,
because they own both. They can't. It's very advantageous for them to try.
But will they be the ones to finally crack the code? I don't think so, because as I said, I don't think the crossover is that big.
See, I think they might, just because WWE is so far from wrestling now. Like, WWE is post-wrestling. It is like its own like weird hyper-specific entity that I could see people being like, oh yeah, I'm here for the UFC, but I'll buy a fucking ticket to whatever shows on the Sunday. You know what I mean? Like, it's so Disney of it all that I could just see people being like, I'll go to the show. So I think they have a stronger chance than ever of actual crossover, because it's post wrestling. That's the only way I can describe it as. It's not wrestling. It's its own weird entity.
Yeah, it's John Pollock.
Yeah, it's post wrestling. It's John Pollock.
So like, I don't know. Like, I read these and I didn't include any of the details because it's just annoying me. I just read them and they're like, oh, you know, they did the sky is falling. They did a 0.8 this week. They do a 1.0 the next week. It's fine. And like, there's a story in the Observer regarding the TNA ratings. The indication internally at TNA is that Spike is happy with the numbers, which is all that fucking matters. Why are these people going crazy?
How is this like still the same talking point 20 years later?
Spike was projecting selling ads at a 0.8 rating, and the lowest they've gotten so far is 0.84. So everything above that's gravy for Spike. They said when we sold this to advertisers, 0.8, every week has done better than that. So it has exceeded expectations in the time slot for what Spike has sold it as. And like the numbers internally are hugely disappointing. Dave like literally calls it a failure this month. He uses the word failure. It's like TNA's failure to get an audience on Spike. It's like, what are you talking about? And like part of it is like he's making a direct comparison to the UFC, which is like, it makes sense to do here in 2005 because they're both on Spike. They're neither are particularly large entities, but the idea that like you're comparing TNA to what, like, we know what UFC becomes and we know what TNA becomes, and the gap between those things is fucking humongous. So the idea that like they are actually, you know, comparing those two, it's like TNA aren't doing UFC numbers. It's a disaster. And I'm just like, ugh. Liam is currently underlining all of the talking points you see over and over and over again. Because Dave is like, there is no way to positively spin the downward trending quarter hours, which is the way every quarter hour is now in wrestling, by the way.
My favorite thing is the 4 things I've underlined, which are Spike is happy, then the numbers are hugely disappointing, followed by there is no way to positively spin the downward trending quarter hours, followed by there are more eyeballs seeing the product than ever before.
Like, Dave wrote this paragraph. Because as he said, TNA is well ahead of where it was, but there wasn't the defining moment in turning the company's fortunes around. The Saturday replays are well ahead of the former Monday replays, and the Thursday shows are even ahead of Saturday. So as you said, there are more eyeballs seeing TNA than ever in TNA's existence, but this is a disaster. It's a failure. The company needs to change, and I'm losing my mind. It's driving me crazy reading this, Liam. It's literally driving me crazy to see this is what we've done to AEW, and I've probably been guilty of it too. Like the same old bullshit talking points. None of it matters. And I get we need to fill column inches or whatever. Dave has the right shit in the Observer, and Wade has the right shit in the Torch.
Fucking anytime you read one of those fucking things and you're like, 40% of this is boring ratings talk that doesn't matter and no one gives a shit about.
Yeah, like there is endless paragraphs about this in both the Torch and the Observer are hitting this over and over and over and over again.
How are they not sick about writing of this? It's been longer than that because they were doing it during the fucking 90s too.
It's really frustrating. It is the most frustrating thing about this podcast for me so far is this. Like, reading this stuff and seeing, like, it's just the same shit we do now. And, like, the AEW, for all their faults, I think we probably talked them into a depression.
Yeah, well, yeah. Like, listen, part of the reason AEW, like, has the perception it has now is just because the way people have talked about it.
And, like, part of, like, they had their real creative low last year.
Yeah. Which was, like, you know, broadly agreed upon by haters and fans alike. Actually, the haters started pretending they liked it, which was the funniest bit.
I think part of the reason we saw that was, like, this shit. Like, we talked them into them feeling like they had to change. And then they did change, and we were like...
And everyone's like, no, this sucks.
And instead of just being like, they're doing fine. It's okay to be a really healthy number 2. That's really okay.
That's the problem, is because, like, there's a perception. Like, well, it's the WCW, WWF of it all. Like, the idea that you have to be number 1 to be successful.
We can't get away from it. We really haven't escaped the Monday Night Wars in any capacity. In the way we talk about wrestling, in the way, like, everything we think about, we compare it to WCW still. Everything is WCW. Everything good is WCW. Everything bad is WCW. Like, we have not escaped this. It's honestly the same stuff we saw with the Luger, Bagwell, and Buff stuff earlier. It's like, everyone's like, this is WCW. We haven't gotten away from that. As an industry, we just haven't broken out of those thinking patterns.
Despite the fact that, like, there is a large percentage of pro wrestling fans that weren't alive.
Like, most people who watch WWE TV now haven't watched a wrestling show earlier than, even conservatively, 2013.
Yeah.
Most of them are probably a little bit later.
Yeah.
Like the majority of wrestling fans now are Shield era fans. That's the era we're in. If you want to actually define this era of WWE, it's the Shield era. Those are who the fans are. Like, they're Roman guys, they're Seth guys, and they used to be Dean guys. But
and then they burnt the jersey.
Until he comes back and he'll be great again, because they're dopes. But, like, that is where we are. Most of these people, like, for them, TNA is not relevant. Like, TNA had a year on Spike, before a year or two on Spike, before these fans, like, fell onto Pop and Destination America and Access and Pursuit and fell out of view. Like, that's where we are now, where, like, TNA is, like, this abstract thought. Like, the idea of this era of TNA is nearly 20 years ago. So, like, these people don't even know this stuff. Never mind WCW. And we're still stuck in Heyman and Bischoff and Vince and the Monday Night Wars and WCW and ECW and WWE, because we have not evolved as an industry in both how we talk about it and how we compare things and what we're striving toward. It's just really annoying reading all of this. And I don't include any of it in the show notes because it annoys me too much.
Well, we got it all out of our system now.
Until I read it again next month.
Yes, when TNA is dying again.
And then Russo comes back, and then it's all over. And then, as I said, they did that. They didn't want Russo. Russo wouldn't have been the guy they picked. That's your bad. She chose Russo.
And I think it's the right decision. And I will be proven correct. To be fair, this Russo return isn't the one that fucks him forever.
Yes, there is another one that is worse. Fucking dumb company.
That's the one that, like, kills it.
So that is the news.
That is the news.
That brings us to broad topics, starting with the NWA World Title Program and the main event of Sacrifice 2006. Coming off the main event of Lockdown, if you remember, we recap at the start of the first time back to the pay-per-view cycle, April 27th. All the events of Lockdown were Christian retained the title against Abyss, but Abyss jumped him. Well, actually, technically, Christian jumped Abyss after the match, but Abyss got the better of him. And as Christian was trying to get revenge on Mitchell, Abyss stole the NWA World Title. So this month, Abyss is in possession of the NWA World Title.
I'd argue that James Mitchell is in possession most of the time.
Would you rather see in Full Metal Mayhem Abyss versus Christian or Mitchell versus Christian?
I don't think you want me to answer that question.
Get Abyss out of here.
Get the Sinister Minister in there.
Abyss, more like No-Biss.
Abyss, more like B-Biss.
Which was going to be the original name of Joseph Park. I think I've said that before.
Is that true?
Yeah, the original name of Joseph Park was going to be Beebus, as in going from A to B.
B-Bus? Like B-E-E space bus?
No, I think it's just B-Y-B-S-S. No,
B-B-Y-S-S?
A-B-Y... Yeah. I don't know. Words. I've forgotten how to spell abyss just by putting a B in front of it.
That does change the whole dynamic, to be fair.
So at the start of that episode of Impact, Mitchell said they fulfilled their promise to take the title from Christian after stealing it at Lockdown. Mitchell says the world is yours, and then takes a heavy shot at CM Punk by calling Abyss the real world champion.
He should put a big dumb X on it.
And then disappear from the company after beating up David Young?
Cassidy Riley.
Cassidy Riley's probably it, isn't it? It's probably the meanest thing anybody said about Jungle Jack.
I don't know. Have you ever been on Twitter.com?
People don't seem to like the scapegoat. You're not wrong.
Yeah. True to name and to form.
So, Abyss comes out, which Mitchell at the start of the show. We actually opened the show with, for the only time in the history of the television show, Adrenaline Rush. It is the only time, which actually, does that mean I have to remix an Adrenaline Rush opening theme now for this and this alone?
I think you should just add Adrenaline Rush to the beginning of the theme.
Or maybe at the end of the theme. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what sounds
Whatever's
better.
easier.
I'm always remixing themes because I'm already like, alright, I do have to add at least one quote from this episode, or these episodes. So, Curse, you're a good idea to do a remixed intro for not every episode, but keep adding quotes to the intro.
Yeah, well, it's fun. I meant like more like error by error, or like when something really stood out. I didn't mean specifically each episode.
But I like it. You suggested it, and I'm like, that's cool. And I like when it's different for most of the episodes.
Well, it's no longer my problem, is it?
Yeah, you're the ideas guy, and then I have to spend time doing all this stuff.
They call me the Elon of the podcast.
Oh, you're a billionaire?
I wish. I would not distribute my wealth so hard.
Abyss and Mitchell come out. The crowd start chanting "Not World Champ" at Abyss. Mitchell says possession is 9/10 of the law, which it's not. That's not how the law works.
I was gonna say, I think isn't that like fake law?
That is just one of those things people who like to steal things say. It's not true. And then if anybody wants to take the belt from Abyss, then they can, which introduces Rhino, and then we have our opening contest on Impact.
For the Real World Championship.
It's a non-title match, so Abyss is a liar, but...
Well, it could have been a Real World title match.
I guess it could have been, because he's not champion.
If Rhino had have just beaten Abyss, what's to stop him from picking up the belt and going, I am the champion?
And then we just start doing a linear world champion in TNA.
And then we end up Slammiversary unifying the belt.
TNA once again puts over TNA's incredible streak of pay-per-views and calls Lockdown another home run. Do you agree?
Sure. It was yeah, fine.
Cool.
Like
a ringing endorsement.
Like a 7?
Which is, by 2005 standards, that is a home run, to be fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
Though we are also in 2006.
It's fine.
Rhino hits a belly-to-belly, begins the motion for the gore, but Bobby Roode emerges and Northern lariats Rhino while Mitchell has the referee distracted.
Why did you not highlight that one sentence?
It is highlighted. It's highlighted in the Bobby Roode and Rhino color.
Which is white?
Well, it's a very faint grey.
Some would argue too faint.
For those wondering, we have included color coding in the show notes because it's always an ordeal, especially when there's more episodes. It would have been okay for this one because there's only 3 impacts for this pay-per-view cycle, but it is usually an ordeal across like 6 episodes trying to find all the angles. So I've started color coding the angles, but there is one sentence in the middle of this which is color coded for Bobby Roode versus Rhino, which is a pay-per-view match, and the rest is for Abyss versus Christian. So Liam is confused by the fact that there is one sentence that is out of place.
But I understand now. How could I have ever been so blind?
Abyss hits the Black Hole Slam for the win. Christian rushes out and brawls with Abyss. Which, by the way, Abyss issued an open challenge that Christian did not answer. So,
well, he doesn't respect the actual belt.
I think he's a coward.
All right, you tell him that.
He was there. He could have answered it. His buddy Rhino did.
He had nothing to gain from it. He already has a match.
He could have regained his NWA title right there and then by defeating Abyss like a man instead of trying to jump him after he'd already wrestled.
Real Kaito Kiyomiya vibes.
Brawls with Abyss, hits a spear, but then Mitchell bails with the belt. Christian low bridges Abyss and Abyss scampers away. Christian calls Abyss Shrek and Don West is like, wow, nobody has ever called Abyss that.
I'm sure that's true.
It does lead to a tremendous sign at the pay-per-view, which is Abyss as Shrek and James Mitchell as Donkey. Donkey! Christian then challenges Abyss to a tables, ladders, chairs, and chains, legally distinct, match at Full Metal Mayhem at Sacrifice. So
Full Metal Mayhem, still very cool name.
It is funny that because it's Christian making the challenge. Christian, very famous with TLC. So they multiple times this month try to invoke TLC without obviously legally doing so.
They should have said stairs first, and then they could have gotten that sweet payday a few years later.
Do a stairs match?
Yeah, could have sued the WWF for their tables, ladders, chairs, and stairs.
We own the stairs, sir.
We did it for... Well, the stairs are metal, so technically.
So yeah, main event of Sacrifice, Full Metal Mayhem, Christian versus Abyss.
Whoa.
We move to the May 4th Impact, in which the main event is Christian Cage versus Alex Shelley.
I liked this match.
I liked particularly the idea of this match, that they didn't just abandon the idea that, oh yeah, Christian also was home invaded by Alex Shelley. Not just Abyss. Shelley was there too filming it, so you want some revenge there too.
So my favorite thing about this match is that it's just Christian kicking the shit out of Alex Shelley for 80% of it. Shelley gets like barely anything in this. He gets like an enziguri and a DDT, and then Christian beats him up a bunch, and then they do a sweet like sliced bread. Christian reverses it into a whip, and then like Shelley goes into the buckle and then comes back and rolls into the Unprettier. It looks really cool.
It was a very, very smooth finish. I did like also at the start of the match, Christian obviously raging because Shelley home invasion, but Shelley is like, come on, man, it was in the past. He's like trying to de-escalate
Shelley's like,
things.
it's just a job.
I was just doing my job, buddy. It wasn't personal.
He said to the Sting though, he's like, just doing what I was told.
Christian then slaps him and then they brawl and match starts off.
A stiff slap.
And they also do a bit where Christian, when they're going to break, goes out to the announce table and sits Shelley on a chair. He grabs a headset from the announce desk and a camera from Val.
He does not understand how the camera works.
He's not a documentarian like Alex is.
He pointed around the wrong way.
He wants to film the crowd?
No, he was pointing it at his face, and then he switched it around to do like the documentary thing. Is this the only Cage Shelley match?
They do some tag stuff. There's a really good Guns against Christian and Rhino match in 2008 that has an even more awesome finish than this one. But I don't think there's another singles. Did they do one in Ring of Honor? Am I imagining that?
I don't think so.
He wrestled Daniels in Ring of Honor. What were his other Ring of Honor matches? He was filming his own movie, which he called Boot to the Skull. And then he said, I love story, and kicked Alex Shelley in the head and threw the break.
He almost had it if he just said, I love cinema.
Ah, God, I could have quoted that. Would have been a great clip.
He lost to Christopher Daniels.
Yeah.
On my birthday.
Happy birthday.
And he teamed with Colt Cabana to defeat Bryan Danielson and Christopher Daniels.
Did he only do 2?
Yeah.
I guess TNA were probably pretty like, listen, we'll let you do 1 just so you seem cool, but no more than that.
Well, yeah, he did it. That tag went 28 minutes.
Despicable.
And then, but like the Daniels match went at 14. There's no rating for the match, so not that good.
I've seen the Daniels match, and it's not that good, but...
I meant the tag.
It's very long.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. It's an environment in which the crowd isn't necessarily turned off by super long match.
Which is, I think, the modern critique.
Yeah. But, Cage and Shelley, a very fun, interesting match with some, like, DDP-ass finish.
Yep. So as you said, Christian beats Shelley with the unprettier. Christian grabs the mic and says Abyss runs pretty fast for a monster, but he's 10 days away from getting the NWA World title back. And then they cut to the back where Mitchell and Abyss are backstage and challenges Christian to show up next week and try to take the NWA World title back.
I'm noticing a real inconsistency in the yellow that you used.
You see, that's the problem. It is wrong on the next one. Let me fix it. I'll fix it for you.
Well, on the first one, it's wrong then too, because it's lighter.
Listen, it's hard. It is actually surprisingly hard. I'm doing my best, man.
You just need to have like a key with like all the different colors for the things. Like you just assign all your colors in the broad topics bit, then go back and just copy paste it.
That is how I did it, but like you have to fill in the colors, and because when you look at the adding them in Google Docs, it is hard to tell just eyeballing it, the shade. The thing I should do is just use all the same ones along a single row.
Yeah.
So that I know which one's there.
Just do the whole pick one at the start and then just do all of those segments.
Like I would probably do row 4 and just do everything's across that row. That would probably make life easier for myself.
See, we're in the developmental stage. This is the beta.
The Go Home Impact. Abyss faced Chase Stevens.
You liked this.
It was a little plunder squash. It wasn't announced as a no DQ match or anything, but they let Abyss use weapons, which seems unfair because he's already wrestling Chase Stevens. You shouldn't be allowed to use weapons.
I didn't give a shit about it, but it's because, like, to me, the match was like nothing. It was just an angle to get to the post-match, which I think this feud really needed. I thought, like, after lockdown, the story wasn't as interesting, and this big brawl and Christian diving off the ladder was like... After that happened, I was like, okay, I'm kind of like into this now.
Yeah, because it's a classic, like, we have 3 weeks until the next show coming out of lockdown. So we want to get another month out of Abyss and Christian, which, fair enough.
Probably like 3 weeks doesn't feel like enough to get another challenger credible.
Yeah, so it's just like, let's churn this out 1 more month with a stip next time. Well, it had a stip last time too because it was in a cage, but...
A bigger stip.
Bigger stip indeed. A Christian-specific stip.
Some would argue that a cage match is more Full Metal Mayhem.
There is more metal.
Have they ever done Full Metal Mayhem at lockdown?
I don't believe so.
They should call it Fullest Metalist Mayhem.
The thing people always wanted was like a 6 Sides of Steel Ultimate X.
Why didn't they do that?
I guess logistically it would be a bit weird.
Well, I mean, you could just like attach the things to the top of the cage, I guess.
Yeah, well, I don't think they'd be able to bear it. You would still need to hang it from the ceiling in some capacity, I think.
We'll work it out.
Mitchell isn't accompanying Abyss because he's in a secure location backstage with the NWA World title. Mitchell cuts a promo on Full Metal Mayhem as Abyss pulls weapons from under the ring. Abyss is going to have a little preview here with Chase Stevens, which everyone just is like, fine. Cool. Stevens hits Abyss right in the head with a chair, so Abyss throws Chase into a chair, wedged in the buckle, chokes on through a table for the win. And as you said, Christian comes out, appears, hits Abyss with a ladder, and then dives off the ladder onto Abyss, and security wipes them all out. And that's our little go-home segment for the Christian and Abyss match.
I don't know, if I'm these whiny babies who are pissy about not getting booked, I'd be more upset at Chase Stevens getting the booking.
Yeah, he's just a guy, but he's just a guy to lose.
He's the one guy.
He's just yeah, it couldn't have been Elix Skipper.
Exactly.
Or
David Young.
Exactly.
Could have been Hoyt. Hoyt probably would have made more sense.
Then you have to pin Hoyt, I guess.
That does take us to Sacrifice. JB has a bitch. God damn it.
What the hell?
It's not the first time I've slandered Abyss like that. JB has Abyss and Mitchell. Christian must go through a gauntlet of tables, ladders, chairs, and chains. Tonight, click Doomsday to make Christian's death wish come through with a black hole slam through one last table, Liam. The one awaiting him in the morgue.
Tables are in the morgue?
They're going to kill him.
Pro wrestling style tables?
They're going to kill him.
Awesome.
Which, you know what? Usually you'd be like, it's a bit dumb that they're going to say they're going to kill him. But Abyss did try to drown the man last month, so it's actually pretty consistent.
Yeah, and he's already the champion, so now he doesn't have to worry about winning the title off a dead man.
That's a good point. Long-term storytelling.
Garrett, I have big news for you.
What's the big news?
Bryan Danielson has defeated Jeff Jarrett.
Despicable. Classic AEW bias toward Ring of Honor rather than TNA history. No world in which that should happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Particularly not my world. The feature before this match is one that you liked.
Yeah, they did like a vignette, and I'm a sucker for like a vignette. And it's the easiest thing in the world, which is highlights of the feud with classical music that is escalating.
Yeah.
If you ever just want a simple way to make a match feel big, that's how you do it.
They do for, I think, nearly every match on the show. Maybe even some that don't deserve them. Probably not the X-Cup matches, but they do have pre-match video packages for the vast majority of the matches on their shows these days.
Good! Why did we move away from that?
Because, like, AEW is too insanely paced to do it. And WWE does do it, but...
AEW does them all on, like, digital media. And, like, the 0 hour. But, like, I don't know. I think they're cool, and they get you, like... I think the pre-match hype videos work, especially for, like, a company like AEW that has 55 matches that is burning out the crowd. Like, it gives the crowd a moment to catch their breath and get hyped up again.
The problem with AEWs, though, is they're often then, the ones that make the show, if there are any, they are, like, 45 seconds, as opposed to, like, a more substantial, like, 2 minutes. And, like, it's a thing that when they click, when you get obviously the My Way one is the most famous and will be cited until the end of time, but, like, when you get the right combination of song and story, like, it helps immortalize a match. Like, it helps a match stand in time when it has one of those video packages. Like, not that Bryan Danielson winning the world title at WrestleMania is a smaller moment without the Monster video package, but the Monster video package sure as hell helped.
Yeah, it's like an AEW example, the Hangman Kenny one, where it's like before they did the match at Full Gear, they had the whole, like, him coming in on the horse and then recapping the whole feud. Like, there's just moments like that where it worked.
It helps immortalize things. And especially when you're a company at the level of AEW, which is bigger than TNA here and with a little more money to work with for perhaps better songs to use to punctuate these video packages, or even just some kind of brand deal to plug the song.
And connections to maybe a giant company that has the ownership of most music.
No, Warner Brothers don't have any music.
Historically, no.
I actually think they have sold a lot of it.
Yeah, they still have the library, though.
They are a well-run company. JB has Christian right before the match, says carrying around a belt doesn't make you a champion. Ask Jarrett, he did it for 4 years.
Oh, you.
He said, and they say I don't have jokes anymore. Very happy with himself about that one. He made Full Metal Mayhem famous. I think that was Abyss and Jeff Hardy, personally. And he's going to take back his title. And then our main event, Full Metal Mayhem. Christian Cage defeats Abyss to retain and regain the NWA World title.
They did themselves some plunder.
Yeah, I preferred the match last month. There is some good, cool moments, like Abyss belly to bellies Christian into a ladder in the corner. He throws him off the top through 2 tables, and he misses one of the tables, but grazes like the side of it with his back in a way that sucks way more.
So hurt.
It's one of those things, like, it's so much worse to have not gone through a table.
Yeah.
Because it would have been fine if he just hit one, but he hit right down the side of the one he didn't hit, and it did not look pleasant.
No, not at all.
The big bit was Mitchell got his thumbtack bump, so Christian got his revenge on Mitchell. He hit like a Uranagi into the thumbtacks. Mitchell, a pro, by the way, took the jacket off so he could take the thumbtack bump.
Yeah, and then plus, like, all of the tacks would stick in better.
Christian concertos Abyss while his head is on a table.
Mean of him. I like Concerto Lord, though. I'm a sucker for
it. The long-term concerto story.
Yeah.
There was a long while where neither Edge nor Christian did it, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And then they brought it back.
It was always fun. It really did feel like a kill move.
Christian goes to climb, looks at the belt, looks at Abyss, who's on a table, decides to frog splash Abyss through a table, then gets up and gets his belt, so he is still champion. I would say it's a little on the disappointing side, I would almost say.
Yeah.
Especially, like, for Abyss, who's great in Plunder, and Christian, who, like, this is his match, he said so. It's only good. It's, like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not, like, a terrible match by any means.
No.
But it is merely good.
And in a company that has had, like, a lot of way better pay-per-view Plunder.
Usually featuring Abyss.
Yeah.
Like, if this was Sabu, it would be a different story.
Yeah.
And for good reason, because Christian doesn't throw himself through enough tables. He only misses them and hurts himself way more.
Yeah. The finish is, like, funny.
You have what? Because he didn't choose to...
Yeah, like just take the belt down and then frog splash him.
He needs his revenge. He is driven
He
by
can get
revenge.
both. Best of both worlds.
A Hannah Montana situation.
Yeah.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Sing the Hannah Montana song.
You got the limo out front. Ooh-oh. Hottest styles, every shoe, every color. I don't know the next line.
When you're famous, it can be kind of fun. It's really you, but no one ever discovers.
Do you know all the lyrics?
I used to. I watched a shit ton of Hannah Montana growing up.
So did I. It's the classic. It's always on multiple channels at all times. Kids don't know the joy of that in streaming. You can't just Google the lyrics.
No, I'm trying to. I just need the next bit.
Yeah, it's like da 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 like you, the
Yeah, 'cause
doubles
then
as a
‘cause-
superstar, but I don't know what the da 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 is.
In some ways, you're just like all your friends, but on stage, you're a star. You get the best of both worlds.
No.
Chill
You
it out,
can
take it slow,
you can give
then
the you got
rock
the
out
best
the
of
show.
both worlds
You
more
get the
punch there.
best of both worlds.
You can commit to that one.
Mix it all together, and you know it's the best of both worlds.
She does that laugh at the end.
I think it actually just goes, yeah. I think it's a ha 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 ha. Apparently in verse 2 it goes, you go to the movie premieres, and then it goes, was that Orlando Bloom?
No, it wasn't.
And there you go. Impromptu Hannah Montana sing-along.
That takes us over to the other kind of co-main event, really, for Sacrifice, which is Sting and a partner versus Jeff Jarrett and Scott Steiner.
Well, if you ask Jeff Jarrett, it's the main event.
He does say so at one point this month. He does say the main event.
Do you think he thinks he's main eventing the show?
Even in The Observer, Dave is like, they didn't announce the main event until the Go Home Impact. It's like, no, that Christian and Abyss was made on the first Impact, Dave. What are you talking about?
I guess he's talking about Jeff then.
There is some talk about the consensus seems to be that Christian is a bit of a flop.
Why? I guess, like, because he's not... Again, but is that, like, you know, Dave and Wade?
I think it is a little bit of it like, ratings aren't going through the roof with Christian as champion. But I think a little bit of it is people recognizing in real time that he's a natural heel. He's better as a heel.
Yeah. It's so funny that Christian is main eventing a giant pay-per-view tomorrow in 2024.
Yeah, we are talking about Sacrifice 2006, in which people have written off Christian as a main eventer even here in TNA, and he is about to main event another show 18 years later. Fair enough. Once again, co-main eventing, and he might not even go on last this time, but...
I think he will. Unless, I guess, the Anarchy in the Arena is the other, like, thing.
Honestly, there's maybe more of a case to put Monet on last than Swerve and Christian.
Yeah.
But we'll see how that plays out. April 27th, Impact. JB has Jarrett and Steiner. At Sacrifice, it will be Jarrett and Steiner versus Sting and a partner of Sting's choosing. Larry walks in and says Sting has asked Jarrett and Steiner to meet Sting in the ring tonight, where we'll find out who his partner is.
Ooh.
Completely unrelated, we'll talk about it here for no reason whatsoever. Samoa Joe defended the X Division title against Jay Lethal.
It's always, like, fun that, like, Joe... Like, in the middle of, like, a World X Cup, there's just, like, matches like this happening.
And I do appreciate that, like, Joe, obviously, for reasons we'll get into in a moment, doesn't have an X Division title match at the pay-per-view. So they do, like, a little one on TV.
They give you something.
But it is funny how, Joe is wrestling Lethal on TV, Shelley is wrestling Christian on TV, in the middle of a tournament in which they're meant to be in. And they are in, to be fair. Joe jumps Lethal in the midst of chaos with Raven, which we'll talk about in a moment. Joe's mid-air interception of a leapfrog is one of my favorite moves. The one where he kind of like drops down, grabs the dude's leg, and just kind of takes them down in a flapjack. Really cool.
One of the rare good catch spots.
Lethal gets a flurry, but Joe cuts him off with a mid-air ST Joe, not even the corner one, like just snapping him out of the air when he does a springboard, which is also awesome. Wins with the muscle buster. And then Jeff Jarrett's music hits to cut off Joe, and he and Steiner enter, as Joe has a face-off with both Jarrett and Steiner after the match.
What could it mean?
Which is the second time they've done this, if you remember. Not with Steiner, of course, but with Jarrett, they did it last year with the entrances rolling into each other and a face-off.
And we were like, I wonder if this will be a thing.
Turns out, no, it's not. Sting picks them.
Yeah, well, Jarrett picks. That's the problem.
So Jarrett and Steiner are in the ring as Sting enters. Jarrett demands to know who Sting's partner is. Sting says, I'm going to let you choose. 2 tunnels, either side of the building. There's a different wrestler behind each tunnel. Tunnel A, Tunnel B, Tunnel A, Tunnel B. Christy Hemme, you come out here so you can reveal the tunnel. And he's like, Jarrett, you can choose Tunnel A or Tunnel B, or you can also choose neither.
Shut up, phone. It's so funny that the thing that started just bursting out of my phone was Kenny Omega saying snake in the grass.
It's snake in the back one, Kenny, please. Come on, no more gimmicks. That is the most Gen Z thing you have ever done.
What?
Which is accidentally blare like a TikTok in the middle of it.
It was a Twitter clip.
What are you on Twitter for?
I thought I had a message. I opened my phone. And then it just went to Kenny Omega going snake in the grass.
Just playing things out loud in an inappropriate setting like the Gen Z kid that you are.
Okay, boomer.
I was standing at the bus stop earlier and there was this dude who was just playing TikToks. Like out loud. At a bus stop that had like 10 other people there. It's like, how have we societally allowed this to happen?
Was it like very loud or like just on his phone loud?
It was just on his phone loud, but still, get
fine.
headphones. Get headphones.
Yeah, that's fine.
No.
Yeah, that's fine.
Stop interrupting other people with your TikToks.
Yeah, it's fine.
Tunnel A, Tunnel B, Christy Hemme. Jarrett can choose neither. It was pretty incoherent, the rules of this game show, by the way.
I don't think anyone quite understood what was going on.
Because it was meant to be a play on Deal or No Deal.
But like, that's not what Deal or No Deal is either.
So the idea is Jarrett could choose one wrestler, another wrestler, or bump it to next week by choosing neither.
Okay, if it was Deal or No Deal, there would have been 4 briefcases, one representing each week, and then he would have picked the last one. And then boom, like each week they would be like his reaction to the ones that he didn't pick.
Cause yeah, it's cause like next week they do it completely differently to this week, and the third week they do it completely differently again. So it's like, well, you did not think through the game show element. It's not a very well designed game show.
Like it could have worked quite easily. You have him pick a briefcase that he has to stick with, and then like he gets the results of all the other briefcases, and he goes, "Aha, cool! I don't have Lex, I don't have Rick, I don't have Buff." And then you have him open it. You have him open it on the last week, and it just says Samoa Joe.
It must be noted, Don once again identified Christy Hemme as Miss Playboy April 2005.
He knows it well.
So Sting sets a timer. They do a countdown. Jarrett's like, "I'm calling your bluff. I take neither because you don't have anybody. There's nobody behind those tunnels." Important to note, Steiner was like, "Choose a tunnel."
Steiner was like pissy about it all.
Yeah, he wants to get out of the way. He just wants to know who he's going to wrestle. He doesn't want this bullshit. Sting does the big reveal because neither man has been chosen. There is 2 men behind the tunnel and they are both out. But he does big reveals for them anyway. So tunnel number 1 is a former member of the NWO, a former 5-time WCW Tag Team Champion with 4 different partners.
I had no clue who this was.
He's currently on probation in Cobb County, Georgia, and that's a shoot.
That's a shoot.
His mom was one half of the WCW World Tag Team Champions. It's Buff Bagwell.
Ooh.
Jared calls Buff a top hat wearing moron, which is good. He's just like, screw it. Tunnel number 2, Liam, was a college football scholarship to the University of Miami.
Ooh.
A member of the Green Bay Packers Hall of Fame. Was with the World Bodybuilding Federation. He's an international fugitive, and that's also a shoot. It is 2-time WCW champion. It's Lex Luger.
Oh.
So Luger's out, Buff is out. We punt to next week. Deal or No Deal continues.
What a good little payday for these guys.
To just come out and do nothing?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a fun. I am always pro stunt booking for the most part.
Yeah.
Like I think it's pretty cool to just get like Lex Luger in. As you said, like when we were covering it in the news, he's not there to wrestle 100 times a year. He's just there to like be a prop in this angle. And it's like, oh, Lex Luger's on TV. That's fun. Sting came up with the Deal or No Deal concept that was played out at the last Impact tapings. The feeling backstage was that he flopped in his attempts at humor and talked too long, so his segments will have to be edited down. Sting is best in small doses, says one TNA wrestler. He did himself harm. He tried to be funny. Instead, he was long-winded and boring. And that's a shoot.
That's a good own.
I like the way PW Torch then explain That last sentence is meant to be a rib on Sting, who kept saying, and that's a shoot, when he talked about the jail time Bagwell and Luger had served when he's introducing them as mystery wrestlers during his segment at the taping. Way to explain the joke, PW Torch.
Well, yeah, because wrestling's dumb and wouldn't get it.
I do think Sting lost the thread a few times in these things, but I don't know, he's Sting.
Yeah.
There's so much you can get away with the sentence, he's Sting.
Yeah, he's Sting.
May 4th, Deal or No Deal, round 2. This time, one tunnel. Jarrett can say yes or no to the tunnel, and so you can either accept whoever's behind the one tunnel, or once again, punt it one more week to the final week before Sacrifice.
Cool. The rules are disintegrating around us.
Steiner, a man who obviously transfixed with the idea of odds surrounding Sacrifice, wants to take this deal because he doesn't want to punt it to next week.
Yeah, if there's one person you should listen to the math about.
He doesn't care who Sting has. Jarrett then cams Steiner. Jarrett then asks if TNA has any insight, and TNA says take the deal. Jarrett calls this match the pay-per-view main event here. He asks the crowd say yes, so then he says no, which is a good bit.
Technically, he wasn't lying. Like, he did poll them, and it did influence the main event or whatever.
That is true. If they had said no, he would have said yes.
Exactly.
So we punt again to next week, so this person is null and void. Sting intros them. They are an all-American college wrestler, a top-selling real estate agent, a member of the Board of Education in his local area, and that's a shoot.
And a gigantic transphobe, and that's a shoot.
And should not be a member of a board of education, frankly. 10-time NWA/WCW Tag Team Champion, an outdoorsman no less, as Christy Hemme reveals that it is Rick Steiner.
An outdoorsman, which means he likes to hunt and kill.
Yeah, which I guess that is relevant. He wants to do murder.
I just thought it was like such an interesting note for Sting to add.
He wants to kill you. He wants to hunt and kill you. Sting does the Steiner Bros pose with Rick as Steiner and Jarrett bail down the tunnel. And my absolute favorite part of it is if you listen very closely, as they're going down the tunnel, you can hear Scott shout, "He's fat," about his own brother. It's the last thing you could hear before they cut away. You just hear, "He's fat."
They did a little pose together in the ring.
So then that takes us to Go Home Show. Deal or No Deal final round. Sting has Luger, Bagwell, and Rick Steiner with him. Sting gives Jarrett one final choice. Jarrett is fed up, says Sting is out of partners, and he's like, you can't get Hall, you can't get Hogan, you can't get Nash, you can't get Savage. There then is a very small Goldberg chant.
Do you think they were still, like, hoping?
Well, they did make him a deal or an offer this month, so it's still in the news, but yeah, it's over.
But like you think like the start of this whole like the week one, do you think they're like, yeah, maybe we can still get Goldberg?
Well, this was all filmed in one night. Like this was filmed on they taped the 3 nights of Impact straight after lockdown to help straight the Sacrifice. So it might be the case that they did film it with Joe and thinking if we get Goldberg, we'll pivot and just not air the Joe bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did at least commit to it being Joe right after lockdown. So there's not even like this is where the Deal or No Deal bit falls down because he kind of offers him a choice, but there's only one guy left. It has to be this guy.
Well, it's not a choice.
Because they still, like, do the pretense.
But the last week wasn't a choice. The whole bit was meant to be that, like, Sting is stuck with whoever this is now. Because Jarrett, like, said no to everyone, and Jarrett thinks he's, like, this cool guy because he's like, you didn't actually have anyone, you're screwed. Like, no one wants to team with you. You had all your options. Like, I outplayed you. You thought I was going to pick one of these guys. Which makes no sense, because, like, why would Sting ever offer this as the final thing if he didn't just have someone as the final thing?
Because he was bluffing.
It doesn't make any sense.
He thought Jarrett would have chosen one of the other guys. He's like, fuck, I have nobody. Cassie Riley, you busy?
Yeah. They're all like, sorry, we're not booked.
So the payoff of the bit of reading down the accomplishments is so that he can read down these accomplishments to set up the reveal, which I actually thought like is well constructed in terms of like the thought process behind it.
Yeah.
So he starts running down the accomplishments once again of the person who will now be his tag team partner. So he was a solo performer at the 1984 Olympics in LA. He's a former mortgage broker. Tank Abbott's dad was his high school English teacher.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, it's very rare that we have an earnest criticism of Mike Tenay and Don West. It's usually just something silly they say. I thought they were hitting this way too hard.
Like, oh, he's got no one. That kind of thing.
Yeah, every single time Sting read something, they did a big response being like, oh, he's done, he's over, it's done, it's over. It's like, guys, just let it play out. You don't have to hit this that hard. Just leave it play out.
Yeah.
And they were pointing out that like, oh, Sting is because Sting was doing a delivery, being like, oh, he's a former mortgage broker, as if he was defeated. And they're like, oh, Sting's been defeated. He doesn't seem happy about this. It's like, yeah, I get that. I can hear him speak. You don't have to tell me. I can see it on the screen. He's a former bouncer in Huntington Beach, California. And then Sting suddenly perks up and announces that his partner will be the Samoan submission machine Samoa Joe to a humongous and entirely piped in pop.
No.
I think like he got a good reaction, but I think it is the case that because they filmed all 3 of these segments in front of the same crowd, the crowd even by the end of it with the Joe reveal was just kind of like burned
come
out.
on.
Just get to it. So they did pipe in the pop, and it is very funny how loud that pop is compared to everything else in the show. Sting holds up the Joe's Gonna Kill You t-shirt then, as it will be Sting and Samoa Joe versus Jeff Jarrett and Scott Steiner at Sacrifice. So how'd you feel about Deal or No Deal?
I mean, I didn't hate it. I mean, it was fun. Like, it was in that, like, it wasn't quite comedy, but it was, like, it was wacky. Maybe, like, all the segments ran a little long for me. But, yeah, that's it, really.
Yeah, I feel like it was a good idea that just needed to be refined a little.
Yeah.
They needed to think a little harder about how they do the setups and reveals. Because, as I said, I do really like the idea that, like, the running down of accomplishments was the way to tee up, like, the bait and switch of it being Joe. It's like, oh, that's actually kind of clever. But then the way they got to that was a little bit clumsy.
You could have just thought about it an extra 10 minutes.
Yeah, instead of just sending Sting out there and winging it. So that does take us to Sacrifice May 14th, 2006. Sting and Joe prepare for the main event earlier in the show, notably in separate locker rooms.
Can they coexist?
That becomes the thing that Jarrett and Steiner tried to hit when they are talking to JB. Jarrett is mad that JB thinks Jarrett was one-upped. Jarrett is like, I actually won because Sting can't trust Joe and they can't coexist. And I will say, Scott Steiner cuts his first promo on Samoa Joe here and does not call him fat.
What the hell are we even doing?
And I was waiting for it. I was like, he's going to call him fat. It's going to be his first promo on Joe and he's going to immediately call him fat. And he doesn't. It's remarkable restraint from the man. He does call him fat by the time we get to the pay-per-view next month. But fair play to you, Scott. He showed a bit of restraint. Steiner says Joe isn't man enough to beat him and says Joe's winning streak ends tonight. Then Joe also has an interview later. He's like, I don't need to sing Kumbaya to kick somebody's ass. And Steiner built his rep killing people and I'm going to build my rep killing his.
Good line.
So Samoa Joe and Sting defeated Jeff Jarrett and Scott Steiner in a match that I kind of loved.
It's fun.
And you do look at like the reaction to it afterwards. They very like people did seem to see it as a star-making match for Joe. That like
it's a big ass spot.
Yeah, this is Joe's elevation out of the X division. He is still X champ here, but like he is moving out of the X division. He wrestled Sabu last month. He's in with the main event guys now. He's in with Sting and Jarrett and Steiner, like the big guys who have main evented WCW pay-per-views. And not only did he hang, like the dynamic between him and Steiner in particular, you're like, oh, there's something there.
Yeah. I think it's just truly undeniable, you know.
That is the thing. Like Samoa Joe is a once in a generation talent. Like he truly is on every level in terms of as a wrestler, as a television performer, as a promo, as a guy with presence and aura. So you put him in with any of these guys who are even like somewhat credible main eventers, and Steiner is fresh off of a WWE run that went pretty disastrously, but Steiner is still Steiner. Like, he's Scott Steiner. You look at him, he's credible, he's legit. When he talks, you're like, that's the most believable man I've ever seen. So you put him against Joe, who is also like the most believable man you've ever seen.
In different ways, too.
Yeah, and you're like, that's real. Those two men are real. And I did appreciate how much of this match, because like Joe does take a couple of overhead belly to bellies from Steiner, which is like the first time Joe has been thrown around. I guess AJ did like a torture rack bomb on him as well, so it's not the first time anybody has done a power move on Joe. But it is cool to have the dynamic where it's like it's the first time Joe is maybe outmatched by a guy's power. So it's like Steiner hits that first overhead belly to belly, and Joe looks a little bit shook and a little bit rattled, and I think that was a nice thing to show, like a different side of Joe.
Well, it's also because like AJ getting a surprise power move on him is one thing. To be like to go against someone you're like, oh, this guy might consistently outpower me. That changes my whole strategy.
Yeah. And like to be fair to Jarrett and Steiner, most of this match is them eating shit. Like it starts with them eating shit. Sting runs wild, hits double clotheslines. Steiner and Joe face off. Joe gets a little time running wild. They do get a couple of heat segments. They get a quick heat segment on Joe, hot tag to Sting. A quick heat segment on Sting, a hot tag to Joe. But for the most part, they're just eating shit. For the most part, Sting and Joe are running wild. Sting and Joe look great. Steiner, like fair play to Steiner. Like he's come in and he's lost so far for the most part, which is surprising, but he doesn't seem to have come in entirely with a humongous ego that he's not willing to work with these guys. And like there is some talk after the match about to what extent did Steiner and Jarrett make Joe, and to what extent did Joe make Steiner and Jarrett? Because they're like some people are like, oh, they deserve a lot of credit for getting Joe over, and some people are like, I think Joe deserves a lot of credit for making Jarrett and Steiner look like the top guys they haven't looked like for a while.
This is like a weirdly symbiotic match in that way.
Yeah, like, and I think they should realize that, shouldn't they? They should be like, oh, Joe gives us like another 3 years of our career on top. Because if we can work with Joe, then we can actually be good instead of Jarrett just desperately clinging to that spot when he doesn't deserve it.
Yeah.
So Sting hits a wild slingshot crossbody on Steiner. He comes down at an angle that looks like he's about to die.
Yeah.
And then Joe pins Jarrett clean with a muscle buster.
How the hell did he get this? How did he convince them?
Yeah, there is a thing from the PW Torch. The match ended with Joe pinning Jarrett clean. From all backstage reports, Jarrett was happy to do it, both for the sake of the company and because Joe is a cool guy who earned the rub.
He just thinks Joe's cool. That's really it.
And there is another note that like Jarrett, Steiner, and Sting all really like Samoa Joe, and then in brackets, really everybody does. He's one of those rare, universally admired and liked wrestlers among his colleagues, and we're said to be trying to find ways to get Joe over and make him the star of the match. So it is very much like they respect Joe. Like they respect Joe, which you have to. If you're the only way you wouldn't respect Joe is if you're an absolute idiot.
As if you are insane.
Yeah, so it is cool to be like, they do actually see it, even though they didn't for a little while last year.
Yeah.
So then we get a post-match angle, where Sting offers Joe a handshake after the match. Joe hesitates, crowd are like, do it. John West is like, do it. He put you in this spot. You should do it. You owe him. And then Joe does shake the hand, and Joe goes to leave. And as Joe is leaving, Steiner and Jarrett attack Sting. Joe has his back turned for nearly the entirety of the attack. They're beating him down. Jarrett hits Sting with a guitar, and that's when Joe turns around at the top of the ramp. The crowd chant Joe. The crowd chant Joe's gonna kill you. And Joe just turns the other way and walks away as they beat the shit out of Sting. So delaying the babyface turn a little while longer.
Because, like, I don't know, like, he also is, like, a big evil man at this point. So, like, I don't know, it just feels like it would be a little soon, I guess.
I understand why they felt like they should go with Jarrett and Sting. Like, that's the program, that's the feud. Because it's Sting.
Yeah.
The same reason Sting could get away with those Deal or No Deal segments. It's Sting. So, like,
yeah.
So, like, I get why they're like, the priority here, at least in the short term, is Jarrett and Sting, not Joe and Jarrett. It probably should have been Joe and Jarrett.
Yeah.
Like, Joe does get to beat Jarrett in a singles by the end of the year, but it's not a title match. And I do feel like Joe beating Jarrett for the title was probably the way to go.
Yeah.
Especially here after he has a ton of momentum. He is like this should have been the match that everyone's like, all right, this is the Samoa Joe company. Throw out whatever we have. Let's spend 6 months getting the Samoa Joe. Never mind anything else. Steiner locks into Steiner recliner before a babyface army makes the save. A lot of them rushing out, and then you see Kip James strolling out at the very end. Man is not very useful in terms of helping.
Because that would require effort.
And movement, yes, which he is not wont to do. One day after a strong showing on TNA Sacrifice pay-per-view, Samoa Joe's career was nearly derailed. He twisted his knee and in the process tore some ligaments. Lucky for him and TNA, there were no third-degree tears and surgery won't be necessary.
How do you do that?
It's an explosion match on TV.
Oh.
And I believe it was during his entrance as well that he heard it.
God, that's gonna, like, make you fearful, doesn't it?
Because one, an explosion match, and two, not even doing any of the cool Samoa Joe stuff. It's the classic thing we say over and over again. Joe does all that wild shit and then nearly breaks ligaments in his knee just coming out.
That's rough.
Joe does still make Slammiversary though, so he doesn't miss too much time. The last heavyweight thing this month is Bobby Roode and Rhino.
Okay. It's definitely a very real feud that exists and happened.
A fully built match. So if you remember, there is a little story there where Team Canada were feuding with Rhino, and then James Mitchell has struck a deal with Scott D'Amore to sick Abyss on Rhino, because that's the premise of the Rhino Abyss matches we had. So it was Team Canada trying to take him out. So now we're circling back to Rhino and Team Canada. So as we mentioned, Abyss faced Rhino on the April 27th Impact, which Bobby Roode cost Rhino the match with the Northern Lariat. There is also a 6-man tag team main event at the Go Home show that we will talk about when we're talking about the tag title program, really. But there are Rhino and Bobby Roode are on opposite sides of that, leading to Bobby Roode and Rhino at the pay-per-view.
Yep.
Rude notably wearing the Terry Taylor robe for, I believe, the first time.
He has begun to find his look.
Yeah, the black and red robe, which will have a long history in TNA because we've seen it from Terry Taylor so far. Scott D'Amore wore it for the Dusty Rhodes match, and now Bobby Roode is wearing it for the first time. And we will see it once again. Rude will wear it for a lot of his run, and we'll see it again in 2023 when Scott wears it one more time for Slammiversary.
The lore. Robe lore.
There is long-term robe lore in TNA. There is like 20 years worth of it. They start the match brawling on the floor, including a suplex on the ramp. D'Amore poked Rhino with the flag to distract him. He was like jabbing him with it. It was very good. Allowing Rude to push him off to the floor. D'Amore smashed a hockey stick across Rhino's back, which distracted him, allowing Rude to hit the Northern Lariat for the win in a pretty boring match.
You've summed it up perfectly.
Yeah, like Rude's not there. That's just the reality of it.
But like he's not even like on the level of similar contemporaries like your AMW. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because when we did the singles push for Harris in 2004, like Harris was a lot closer to being there than Rude is here.
Yeah.
And Storm hasn't really gotten much in the way of singles stuff, but I think even if you tried to break out Storm as a singles guy now, he would have a lot more than Rude has here.
Yeah.
And Rude does kind of find his groove, obviously post Beer Money. It would take another tag team for him to find it. But you do look at Rude here and you are like, listen, there's nothing mechanically wrong with him. Like, it's not the case that he's doing things badly, but there's just nothing particularly exciting about him either. And Rhino kind of works to the level of the guy he's wrestling most of the time. If he's wrestling someone good, he'll have something good. If he's wrestling something bad, he'll have something bad. And this is kind of boring. All right, let's take things over to the X Division. Let's start with the World
It's a big X Division month.
It is in theory anyway, because we have the return of the World X Cup.
Not exactly an in-depth month, but there is a lot of X Division.
Yeah, because like this is the return of the World X Cup, so we have the World X Cup tournament throughout the entire month of May, culminating in Sacrifice. So the tournament format is 2 tag team matches, 2 singles matches, and a gauntlet. That's it.
It's really bad.
They spent all this time putting together all these teams for 2 tag team matches, 2 singles matches, and a gauntlet.
Do you think they wanted like bigger plans, but because of the way everything worked out, it just didn't happen?
I don't think so. I just think they didn't have enough time to actually do a tournament.
Yeah.
Because if you remember, like the X Cups, the way they did them in 2004 was they were devoted to a single show. Like the entire pay-per-view would be the America's X Cup or even the World X Cup. So, and even like the first Super X Cup was that same way too. The 2005 one wasn't. That was a month-long tournament. But like, it's just the case they had 3 one-hour impacts to try and cram in a tournament. And you can't do that.
Yeah. But I feel like, again, it's just like, I feel like you could have found some interesting ways to work around that.
And like, the problem is the way you would have done that is more interesting stuff at the pay-per-view. I think the big flaw ultimately is not the 2 singles and 2 tags. It is the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't have come up with anything better than that, because in 2008 they do the 3v3v3v3 match and then the Captain's Ultimate X. So which is a better way, I think, to do the pay-per-view culmination as opposed to just let's lump them all in a gauntlet.
Yeah. And then like you get a bunch of guys who haven't like wrestled at all and they're just showing up in this gauntlet now.
Yeah, like Tyson Dukes, Magno, a bunch of people who just were not seen at all.
Well, Magno was in the tag, wasn't he?
Or Incognito, one of them.
Yeah, Incognito.
Yeah, he's too under the radar for me to notice him. But like, there's a bunch of people in that gauntlet that you see for the first time in the gauntlet, and it's like that's the only contribution they have in the tournament. So April 27th Impact, you do have probably the most fun match of the tournament. It is Team USA's Alex Shelley and Sanjay Dutt versus Team Japan's Haruki Goto and Minoru Tanaka.
It's because you almost feel like for a second there's gonna be a story.
Yeah, because these are 4 really good wrestlers having a really good TV match. Like, they get a little bit of time. It's not too rushed. And they have, like, it's just a real fun TV match. And then you're like, oh, if the entire thing is like this, it'll be fun. And the entire thing isn't like this. It's even like the other 2 tags and singles are kind of boring. They're not even that good.
Yeah.
This is like the highlight of the tournament, which is like a 3 to 5 6-minute TV match.
Which is sad.
But it is fun.
Yeah. And like, well, it's only really fun because of the Shelley stuff.
Penzer calls Goto here Haruko Goto.
It's close enough.
Don calls Minoru Minuru.
Again, close enough.
Only Mike Tenay should be allowed to actually refer these people by name. The format, by the way, first round win, so winners of the tag team matches gets 2 points. Second round win, which is the singles matches, gets 3 points. And then the gauntlet winner gets 5, and the gauntlet runner-up gets 2.
Awesome.
So, yeah, D'Amore joins commentary here. PD is taking notes behind him. D'Amore announces that Johnny Devine and Tyson Dukes will be the other 2 members of Team Canada with PD and Eric Young, because A1 and Bobby Roode aren't really X Division guys.
Yeah, but there's no limits. But they mean stylistically.
He wants a stylistic match, even though Rude was in the X Cups in 2004. D'Amore does note that Minoru and Goto are former IWGP Tag Team Champions, well, Junior Tag Team Champions, but he says Tag Team Champions. Lynn and Saban watch on backstage. Team Japan work over Shelley, but he turns the tide with a missile dropkick senton combo, which is kind of neat, and he gets a hot tag to Sanjay. Shelley drops an air raid crash on Minoru onto Goto. They get a near fall on Goto with a code breaker where Shelley held Goto in place, and then Duck comes with a moonsault. Goto has a little flurry with a missile dropkick, backdrop suplex, and Olympic slam, but is put down by a Shelley sliced bread, followed by a Sanjay Dutt standing shooting star. Really fun little match. It's fun to see Goto get to flex his muscles a little bit.
And Minoru Tanaka is so cool.
He's the coolest man on earth. He's the coolest. It's insane how cool he is.
He has a real aura about him.
He does. He just stands there, cocks his head, and looks like the coolest guy you've ever seen in your life.
Does like a little hand thing. You know his little hand thing that he does? Like he like sweeps it.
So cool. He's so cool. It's unbelievable. Shelley and Sanjay, a nice little team as well. They had some fun double team stuff in this one.
Just Shelley is like the little snake in Team USA is so funny.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we'll talk about the Nash stuff separately from this and then lead it all together. But yeah, Shelley is just like the guy in the team that nobody likes because he's friends with the Canadians and then also friends with Kevin Nash. May 4th Impact, Team Mexico's Shocker and Magno face Team Canada's Johnny Devine and Eric Young.
Yes.
Shelley comes to ringside to film things. Shocker barely hits a moonsault that then TNA generously refers to as a headbutt. TNA does bring forward Shocker's past with Saban, and Shocker is mad at Shelley filming ringside, which brings forward their rivalry from last year too,
that's cute. That's a cute little acknowledgement.
And they incorporate into the gauntlet as well. So I think that's fun that they actually respected their history, which feels like it's a thing that TNA doesn't really do.
Yeah, because like once people move on, they move on.
It's really weird that like the things that happened in 2004 in TNA might as well have not happened in 2006.
Well, I think part of it is that a lot of the feuds that do happen, eventually those guys just leave. They don't like stick around as much.
And I think the bigger issue is they see like certain points as kind of resets. Where like the FSN era is kind of a reset and the Spike era is kind of a reset. So for the most part, they only treat like the Spike era as stuff that's really important to continuity. Like there is some stuff where like Storm has some offhand lines about how Daniels should tell AJ what it's like to face AMW because he has experience with it. So there is some stuff like that where they do actually, actually reference their history. But it is nice to see them do it here too with Shelley and Shocker, who had a series of 3 matches last year, and they are actually like referencing it and making it matter a little bit.
Then we get some little dissension between Team Canada and Alex Shelley as Shelley goes for a real close shot, ends up hitting Devine. Well, Devine ends up hitting him through an Irish whip, and then they go nose to nose.
Yeah, so Shocker pins Devine with a cradle, and Shocker did the same dance he did with Saban with Magno, by the way. Despicable. D'Amore shouts at Shelley, and as now Mexico and USA both have 2 points.
Team Canada losing.
Yeah, not a good tournament run for Team Canada, even though they end up tying it.
Don't worry about it.
It is still up in the air regarding the 4th member of Team Mexico. Abismo Negro was supposed to be at the pay-per-view on TV last week as Shocker's partner in the tag team match against Eric Young and Johnny Devine. Nobody had any idea he wasn't coming. He had the plane ticket sent, and when he got to the airport, Shocker was there and his partner wasn't, with the story that Abismo Negro's visa had expired. If true, nobody from AAA ever informed the company, and in Dave's mind it should be incumbent on AAA to inform the company and then send a replacement, although the visa issue holdup could actually be real. So...
well, like, it's hard to trust anymore.
Yeah, there's talk of Dave where he's like, I don't anticipate them doing this anymore because of what a shit show getting these teams together has been.
Yeah.
And they do one more, but you can kind of understand why they stopped doing them when you read like the absolute disaster getting a Team Mexico for this tournament has been.
It must be like very difficult.
Because like you have to coordinate with at least 2 international partners. Like they at least have Team Canada, which is just a bunch of guys they can bring from Canada, or just put the guys they have on TV. So that's fine. And Team USA is fine. So you then have to reach out to a Japanese company and a Mexican company to try and get a Team Mexico or Team Japan, or like pluck some from the UK Indies or something. But all those need visas, all have logistics, all have little annoying promotional concerns, or those companies being crazy. In both the case of AAA and CML, I think here. But it is a pain in the arse. And for the sake of the tournament they ended up getting, a pain in the arse that wasn't worth it.
Tournaments like this must just be a bitch.
Yeah, because like you're getting 4 guys from Japan and 4 guys from Mexico, all who need visas, all who need flights, and you have to sort all that shit out. And then if there's any delay with the visa, you have to find a replacement.
Booking.
And then booking who wants to lose, who's willing to lose. Some companies, we'll talk about that with it. There's some weird New Japan stuff with Liger. We'll talk about when we get to the PD match. But it's just a pain in the arse. It is just a pain in the arse. But when it goes well, it's cool. But
yeah,
I don't know. And it is the thing that made them stand out in 2004 in particular, during a pretty rough era for the company. There was at least those international tournaments that gave the show a different flavor, even if they did over-rely on them a little bit.
It was the strongest part of it.
May 11th Impact, we go to the singles matches as Team USA's Chris Sabin faces Team Mexico's Puma.
This was okay. You liked it a little more than me. I just thought it was kind of long.
Yeah, apparently Sabin is still a little banged up from when he hurt his foot a few months ago, if you remember that, when he was going into the
Makes sense,
NW
because I feel
match.
like he's never really on the shows.
Yeah, so he's still cleared to wrestle, but still feeling the lingering pain from that. So, but even then, I don't know. This wasn't very good. As you said, it was a bit long and a bit boring. It got time, which is nice, but then they didn't have a very good match, which isn't very nice. This is where TNA announces that Liger will face PD in the other singles match at Sacrifice plus the 16-man gauntlet. All the other teams watch on from the ramp. Sabin hits a hesitation dropkick, wins with a cradle shock. It's fine.
I was going to say, I did like all the other teams being this is important.
It is cool to see that collection of talent on TV, and the group shot of Team Japan in particular. What a cool bunch of guys, because they're stable in Japan. The guys they brought over is Liger's CTU stable, and Liger shows up at the pay-per-view, which brings us to Sacrifice, in which Liger faces Petey Williams, and Liger's in his black CTU gear. And what a cool stable that is, with Goto and Minoru Tanaka and Black Tiger.
It's really funny. I was watching this. There should have been a 3-way, and they should have had Black Tiger and Puma in the same match. What are we doing here?
Yeah, and that would have been cool. Why wasn't that the singles match on TV?
Yeah, well, I guess they would be scared. It's they don't have a TNA guy to hold down the fort.
Because there is, again, to give out about the annoying wrestling media. There's a whole feature in the PW Torch about why are they putting these matches on TV? They have no story. I'm I hate all.
Oh my god,
I hate all of you. I hate you all so much. You're the worst.
It's nice to know that these shitty talking points weren't invented.
It's nobody knows who these guys are. They're putting them out on TV in matches. Because the Team Canada against Team Mexico match didn't do a good rating, and people are this is why. It's well, maybe it's because it's a bunch of nerds.
Yeah.
These people are unbearable. But yeah, Liger's here.
Yeah, I bet they weren't whining their assholes off about that.
He has a pretty good match. It's okay against PD. It's nothing special, but it's a nice little match where the pay-per-view feed went out and they had to replay it later in the show, but not ideal.
It's nice to see Liger.
Yeah, Liger's just one of those guys where even if he's having, I think this was a 7 or 8 minute match, and it's just Liger kind of playing the hits. Hits a nice dive to the floor, goes for an elbow. PD moves, so he hit a shoot senton because PD didn't move enough out of the way, so he just came crashing down on him. But yeah, it's freaking Jushin Liger. You get the Liger theme song, which is always a thumbs up. It's Liger. What more do you want from wrestling?
Yeah, I'm not going to be disparaging about getting a Liger match on a pay-per-view.
Minoru distracts the ref, allowing Goto to hit a low blow. Liger hits a reverse chokeslam, or reverse rock bottom, whatever you call that, for the win. As the scoreboard heading into the gauntlet matches: Team USA 5 points, Japan 3 points, Mexico 2 points, Canada 0 points.
Yeah, Canada, they got no chance, am I right?
Yeah, they're never getting out of this tournament with a win. It's not gonna happen. There was a situation that took place regarding New Japan and TNA leading up to the pay-per-view that at one point threatened to end the relationship. The original plans were that the X-Cup would go down to a 3-way tie with Canada, Japan, and the US, leading to a 3-way match with Sabin, Liger, and PD. Liger was scheduled to beat PD, and a Japanese member was scheduled to finish second in the X Division Rumble. Therefore, New Japan would be on 5 points, Team USA would be on 5 points, and Team Canada would be on 5 points. New Japan officials then told TNA that they had a change of plans and they didn't want Liger wrestling 2 straight days. Nobody could figure out what the deal was, since New Japan doesn't even start its next tour until the 27th of May, the show on the 14th. So the finish was changed with New Japan taken out of the playoff.
It's
Very weird.
Even stranger was New Japan officials insisted that Liger's win over Petey Williams come only due to outside interference from his teammates. Dave could understand that from a New Japan standpoint, the CTU stable is a heelish group that sticks together. TNA was negative about that because they expected Liger to be a face against Petey, which he was. The big argument was that they had booked several screwjob finishes on the show and they felt the opener needed a clean finish. At one point, the agreement was that Liger would pin Williams with clean with no interference, but CTU members could be at ringside. Then when they were out there, they just did the finish. So, low blow, Liger won. Seems like really weird. Like, why are you demanding the dude doesn't win clean?
Well, like, it's just weird that the whole time, like, TNA's like, yeah, we're gonna, like, push Liger as a big deal, and they're like, no.
Yeah, they're like, no, we want him to cheat, no clean wins for Liger, and we don't want him to get to the final.
Yeah, I don't know. Very odd. I guess, like, just, I don't know. Maybe they just wanted, like, the pictures of Liger cheating in America.
Yeah, and that's what they wanted out of it. And, like, Liger also pulling out of the cage match last month. It's a weird month for Liger.
New Japan, weird company at times when it comes to dealing with promotional partners.
And that's why tournaments like this are a nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if it's one company, you know?
So then we also had the gauntlet for the deciding points. No gold on the line.
Gauntlet for the points.
So Team Canada's Petey Williams won an X Division gauntlet, beating Team Mexico's Puma in the World X Cup. So 5 points for Team Canada, 2 points for Puma. All right, deep breath. Minoru Tanaka and Puma started. Petey next, Saban next, Goto next, Incognito next, Divine next. Incognito hit a real nice tope, and then TNA mentions that Incognito was studying to be a priest, similar to the main character from Nacho Libre, an upcoming movie starring Jack Black.
I saw that in the cinema plex.
I've never seen Nacho Libre.
Oh, well, I guess we know what our second movie is.
That's our next Mystery Vortex Theater.
Yep.
There you go. Committed. Nailed on.
We're just going to keep watching movies I've seen 5 times and you've never seen. How did you avoid Nacho Libre?
I don't know. It looked stupid.
It mostly is.
Dot next, Black Tiger next, Magno next. Incognito hit a springboard moonsault that was so incognito the camera missed it.
Poor guy. All the luchador guys just kept getting, like, all their cool shit was off camera.
EY came out to a big reaction, crowd chanting Eric, as you see, like, the Groundwell support behind Eric Young here already, which is nice.
They thought it was what?
Oh, that's... What would he do it in a World X Cup?
No fucking weight limit, Garrett.
He's not Canadian.
Could be. He's the most Canadian American I've ever seen.
We do have precedent of non-Canadians being on Team Canada with Jack Evans, but still. Dot and Incognito eliminated each other. Dot hurt his ankle and doctors helped him out, which was a worked injury, I believe, to cover why he didn't involve himself with Kevin Nash, but we'll talk about that in a second.
I did think that was interesting.
Because he did a big promo on TV being like, oh, if Nash wants to come, I'll face him. So I think they did the injury to cover for the fact that that's why he didn't confront Nash, I think.
And maybe, like, again, that'll change because of the Liger stuff, too. Because then Puma wouldn't have been the second, Liger would have been the second, so maybe there was a Nash thing earlier.
Yeah, it might have made more sense without all that changing. Shelley out next. Saban saved Shelley from elimination, but gets eliminated by Divine. Then Shelley throws out Divine. Liger out next. Shocker next. Magno got thrown out during Shocker's entrance, so another off-camera thing for Team Mexico. Shelley and Shocker have a little face-off, calling back to their feud from last year. Shocker took out Black Tiger. Tyson Dukes out next. Shelley eliminates Goto. Lethal is the last guy out. Lethal takes out Minoru. Shelley eliminates Shocker. Dukes eliminates Liger, followed immediately by Lethal clotheslining EY out. So Tyson Dukes got the privilege of eliminating Jushin Liger from this match.
I wonder if that was like a little fuck you to New Japan.
Yeah, we're going to have the biggest nerd we can get in this thing, who is only seen in this match, nowhere else in this tournament.
He doesn't wrestle, but he does appear in the Team Canada watching the match video.
He's just hanging around.
He's probably doing Explosion, right?
I assume so. But yeah, he's the guy that eliminates Jushin Liger. It is quite funny. Shelley eliminates Dukes. Shelley misses a knee on Petey and crashes out. Puma kicks Lethal out. Puma and Petey are your final two. Petey wins pretty quick with the Destroyer. So Team Canada and Team USA are now both tied at the top of the table with 5 points.
Oh my god, how could they have such... It's crazy how they had specifically 5 points on the line for this.
It is funny how in the old X Cups, they did actually specifically state the tiebreak. They said it would be a captain's match in the event of a tiebreak, which it is here too, but they didn't state it in advance. So the one time it would make sense to actually say it was a tiebreak, they didn't.
That's because they wanted it to be a surprise.
It's classic wrestling. I think that is exactly what went through their minds. If we say that what the tiebreak is, people will think it's a tiebreak, and then when it is a tiebreak, they'll give out to us.
Yeah.
So yeah, the World X Cup has not been decided. We'll find out next month who wins between Team Canada and Team USA.
I'm rooting for Team Canada.
Down with America. The other big X Division story this month. On the first Impact of the pay-per-view cycle, Alex Shelley is in a hotel room. And he scored a huge interview, Liam.
It's true.
He walks up to the door, knocks, he picks up the complimentary copy of USA Today outside the door, and who answers but Kevin Nash?
Shelley then says, I got this paper for you.
Yeah, I picked it up at the store. So next week, we will get the first part of Alex Shelley's sit-down interview with Kevin Nash.
I love that it looks exactly like a shoot interview.
It does. It is literally, we took a camera to a hotel room and we're filming him.
Like that's a very self-aware sort of parody to do for 2006 too. To be like, let's do a shoot interview bit.
Like literally straight out of like a Ring of Honor or a video thing.
Yeah. Makes sense with Shelley, I guess, and I'm sure Kevin Nash has done a couple by this point.
Yeah, Nash was a favorite of those, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The You Shoot stuff, which of course, like the what's the name of the dude who co-hosts this podcast?
The guy who did the You Shoot stuff.
Yeah.
Something Oliver.
Yeah, Sean Oliver?
Sean Oliver, yeah.
Yeah, so it makes sense that Nash is aping that style even here.
Good bit.
So we come back from break and Tenay and West are shocked because this is the first time we've seen Kevin Nash since he pulled out of the Bound for Glory main event.
And then, like, my favorite thing is that Mike Tenay's like, yeah, with some medical thing.
Yeah, he does throw shade at the reason Kevin Nash pulled out of the Bound for Glory main event. Since a medical emergency. May 4th Impact, we get the first part of the Kevin Nash interview.
So, there's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
We start with Nash being like, had a health scare, but then Sting came back, Steiner came back. All of them got their calls. My phone works. I didn't get a call, despite them being substantially below his stature.
Yes,
this is
very important.
And we get the Nash doing the bit with the famous bit with with the graph showing all the top drawing champions in the WWF.
Yes, he has a whiteboard.
Yeah, Hogan, $2 million profit. Brett, $17 million profit. Nash as the Diesel character, well over $100 million, largest grossing champion in the history of the business. Austin, good little run, $50 million. And then Rock, way down to 10. That's where the business plummeted. Nash makes it obvious to note that the NWA Spike is bigger than all the rest. Nash says he's not here to toot his own horn, you know? He's just great worker, credible mic skills, handsome, drug-free, a pure champion. Shelley says that's a lot like the X Division, to which Nash just goes, yeah, X Division. That's like filler. Mike Tenay, most pissed man of all time.
Yes. He's like, take the graph, turn it upside down, it would be more accurate.
I guess technically, yeah.
It probably would be closer to accurate. So yeah, this is sensational because it's the peak of Kevin Nash, which is himself taking nothing seriously, but also putting a role that's not meant to be that serious.
Yeah.
And like, there's of course a bunch of stuff about like, should you do this with the X Division, which I think is fair to talk about in 2006. Like in the moment, it is fair to the like when Kevin Nash is coming in and being like, the X Division sucks. I hate the X Division. I'm better than the X Division. I'm gonna wrestle the X Division. I think it is fair to think about like, is that what you should do here? And the answer is probably no. But also, you know, we're 18 years later. Who gives a fuck? You know?
Yeah. It was like the thing is too is like I think but like Nash just like gets it to a certain extent too, because like when he was doing the stuff on the pay-per-views, he's like, man, this X Division shit fucking rocks and I can't follow it. So like he gets it.
Because yeah, the original intent of this was for him to put over AJ. Like it would be this would be the story, and then AJ would be the guy that beats him at the end. Obviously, I think that pivots toward being Chris Sabin instead, whom he never puts over in the end. But like the thing that I think is kind of missed is that Nash is mocking himself.
Yeah, like this is all self-parody.
Like Nash is a buffoon who's being a stupid idiot who has an overinflated sense of who he is and what he's achieved in the wrestling business, and he is mocking himself. And there's a little bit of like, oh, this is burying the X Division. How ridiculous! Like it's very funny that like Dave, like there's a note. If this interview is as described, they might as well have stuck a stake through the heart of the company. The story going around was the interview was arrogant as hell and buried everyone indirectly. And it's like, no, it buried Nash.
That wasn't it at all. Yeah, but like I guess like if you heard what the interview was about without seeing the way it was delivered, you might think that. But like seeing it, I don't know how you can have that opinion at all.
Which Dave didn't have that opinion. He thought it was pretty funny. It's like,
yeah. So like that's just the thing of like what you hear versus what it is, you know.
Very good bit. The show poster, of course, of this month is the graph. the whiteboard graph. And that may be, we're looking into it, we'll see how it goes. That might be our first t-shirt.
It's an insane first t-shirt.
Yeah, the Nash graph. The next week, we have a follow-up interview. JB has Team USA backstage, and Alex Shelley is like, hey guys, how you doing?
This is my favorite bit of this whole thing, where Shelley's like, guys, I know you don't like me. I don't like you. Jay Lethal.
Yeah, the shot at Jay Lethal is very funny.
And Lethal's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But he says, like, as an X Division wrestler and as a humanitarian and a friend, and he touches Chris Sabin, it would be remiss if he didn't show them the second part of the Nash interview. And we cut to Nash, and Nash goes that, well, my October 2007, end of my contract. They did all that for Sting. They should do a lot more for Kevin Nash, you know? So he's pissy about Nash not being pushed to the extent of Sting, and he's going to go after that little pride and joy, the X Division. That's going to be retaliation. Because if you destroy someone's identity, you become its identity, and then he'll have loads of leverage for his contract renewal.
Solid plan.
I love the line that a mediocre big man would destroy the best small man night in, night out. It's like, you chuck Cheeks in there with Chris Sabin, Cheeks is still winning. Nash asks Shelley what the tagline of the X Division is. Shelley says, well, he didn't come up with it, but it's not about weight limits, it's about no limits. Nash says, first of all, take credit for anything you can. So that's lesson number one.
Very important.
But he wants to see them back it up, and he says he's going to bash them all and he wants to fight them all. And then they come back to Team USA, who are like really mad, and Shelley's like, whoa. It missed the part where I went to the defense and to the battle of the X Division, and I told him how much it meant.
I do like that it's a paparazzi production. So
yeah,
it's like,
the thing that he controls the edit of.
You missed the important, valiant defense of the X Division. Oh, guys, it was right there.
And then that's when we get the whole, like, Dut going, I'll beat the hell out of Kevin Nash.
Yeah, as Shelley mentions that Nash will be at Sacrifice.
Yeah, it's really funny. It's like the best of the best.
Yeah, and Nash and Shelley, perfect comic duo, great energy, bouncing off each other. They're so good.
Detroit boys.
So after the gauntlet match at Sacrifice, Puma, who had gone the distance, he finished second in the end, but he was with one of the first two out. So he went right the way through the match. He's standing in the ring, all beat up, when suddenly Kevin Nash appears and Jackknife powerbombs him.
And he beat him. Best big man, little man.
Nash says somebody must have pissed him off to get him here on Mother's Day.
Big pop.
It's like, was there a guy called Incognito in this match? Might as well have been an Incognito Battle Royal, because there was a bunch of nobodies here. Says Puma was the runner-up and he got no offense in on me. Nash once again reiterates that a mediocre big man would always beat the best X Division wrestler, and says size matters.
That's penis.
Contrary to what Puma's mother might have said to him, size does in fact matter.
I don't know what that implies, Kevin Nash.
Yeah, why is Puma talking with his animalistic mother about penis sizes?
Yeah.
As noted, the original plan was for AJ to face Nash, but it's apparently going to be Chris Sabin next, with a note being Chris Sabin is considered a favorite of the booking committee head, Scott D'Amore, so he was chosen for that spot.
I'm shocked.
And it makes sense that you would try to elevate. Like, AJ doesn't need it, you know?
Yeah, like, Sabin is the next guy that feels like he should be elevated.
So, like, if you're going to be like, someone should beat Nash, it should be one of the other guys in the X Division, which is Sabin or Dut, probably, and Sabin makes most sense.
Yeah.
And as mentioned, Dut wasn't actually hurting the gauntlet, it was just the work to get him out of the ringside area so he wouldn't be confronting Nash.
Because, like, that's something you can use to build up to the Sabin.
So, one little small thing in the X Divisions, we had a couple of Senshi features. Both were pretty similar.
Warrior, I'm here to fight.
Yes, that was pretty much the entire thing. So yeah, April 27th Impact, he spent 4 years in Japan working up the discipline, dedication, and respect of the wrestling world. Now he's returning to rule the X Division.
Yeah, Loki, full of respect in the wrestling world.
Well, he thinks he is.
He respects himself.
He does.
And is that not the most important thing?
That is the most important thing. Then the next week, Senshi talks about how tough and cool he is and how much he fought and how all the martial arts have given him more skills. Dominated once again, as Senshi promises to become X Division champion. And noted Loki has signed a 3-year contract with TNA. And in typical Loki fashion, does not stay for 3 years.
It's really funny.
God bless the man.
What do you gonna tell him not to, you know? It's like...
You gonna tell Loki not to be Loki?
Yeah, then if Loki is not Loki, what is the point of having Loki? I like how I turned from Loki to Loki at the end there. Marvel's Loki.
They should put Loki in Loki.
Crazy.
Especially because it's a multiverse show. They should just cut away to a multiverse where Loki is Loki.
That would require more than 30,000 people in the world to get it.
Yeah, but it would be really funny.
It would be funny for us exclusively.
Especially if he's just like, warrior. let's head over to the tag team division, where we'll start with the NWA World Tag Team Program between America's Most Wanted and AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels. On the April 27th episode of Impact, JB has Styles and Daniels. Styles said Lethal Lockdown opened his eyes to how AMW's association with Jarrett has tarnished the World Tag Team titles. Larry Z has already booked a title match next week, and Daniels will be his partner. They've had the fiercest battles in TNA history against each other. Now AMW will see what they can do together.
Enemies to lovers. Classic story.
Are they in love?
Don't think about it too hard.
What do you think about the AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels as a couple? Not a tag team, a couple.
I'm sure one of them might be okay with
it. Well, yes, one of them may be very bad about this. You're not wrong.
Yeah. Seems deeply problematic.
I think he can learn and grow.
Oh yeah, I'm sure if he had first-hand experience with it, he wouldn't be like a horrific person.
May 4th Impact. JV is backstage with Gail and Jackie.
May the 4th be with you.
Thank you. Star Wars.
This was on Star Wars Day.
We won't get the Star Wars TNA intro until 2012, which wasn't on May the 4th. It was in February.
What the fuck? What's the point?
Gail calls Jackie frumpy.
Good little foreshadowing. Because pregnant. That's the payoff, guys.
Because she's frumpy.
She's pregnant.
Wow, way to ruin everything.
Yeah.
Then we get the NWA World Tag Team title match. It is America's Most Wanted with Gail, Kim, and Jackie versus AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels.
You hated this.
You did like it a lot more than me, so take it away, buddy.
I just thought it was like a fun-ass TV match. Like, it was something that, like, I don't think would be, like, out of place on, like, a Dynamite or something, where you're just like, that was good TV wrestling. That's really just what I thought about it. I just, like, I watched it, and I thought it was a level above, like, the regular sort of shite you get on these shows.
And it is, like, this is an episode of Impact that had this match, a cool tag team title match, and also Christian Shelley was the main event of this show. So it's like, oh, look at these good matches on TV.
Yeah, again, we haven't really done, like, a full month sort of feelings thing yet, but I thought this was about as good as it gets.
In terms of, like, good matches, decent stories.
Fun shows that don't feel like they drag.
Yeah, and then a pretty good pay-per-view. Not a great pay-per-view. I think, like, maybe on the lower end of their good pay-per-views, but still an easy enough watch. Storm's ribs are still taped from Lethal Lockdown after the top of the cage stunt, which Mike and Don put over. The crowd get in our monthly Brokeback Mountain reference as they chant Brokeback Mountain.
They're cowboys, gay, etc., etc.
Styles ducked a super kick into a torture rack bomb on Storm, but Harris pulled the referee out. That's what looked awesome, by the way. Daniels takes out Harris with a dive. Gail goes for a top rope Rana, but Styles repositions her for the Styles Clash.
And then Gail hits the fucking Dragon Rana.
Yeah, Storm nails Styles with a super kick, and Gail just snaps Styles over. And then Storm pinned... I know he hit the super kick beforehand, but Storm did pin AJ based on a Gail Kim Hurricane Rana, which I kind of loved.
Which was, it was awesome.
That, like, Gail's move was the move that led to the win, not Storm's, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, Styles taking that move looked awesome.
Yeah. Styles knows how to contort his body midair. Shocking to tell you. Well, not anymore, but back then he did.
So AMW retain through outside interference.
How do you feel that the currently in 2024 they are doing the like AJ final run bit?
It feels like he shouldn't be in his final run, but also he's 47, so of course he should.
Yeah. He's got enough money. Get out while you're still not like dying, you know?
It is one of those things where like I have to accept my own aging with AJ coming toward retirement. Because like he was the hot young guy when I was young. So now I'm old and he's also old. And it's like, no, that's not how that works. I'm still young.
Nope.
But AJ, I said this last month, I'm going to say it again. AJ, go home. AJ, one more time. AJ, please.
I feel like it's too small for him, unfortunately.
I don't even need a run. Like, I don't need him to spend 6 more years in TNA. Just one more, you know? Just one more, get ready to fly.
Do you think, like, they do a bigger building for that?
You should.
Yeah.
If you're, like, AJ
but
Styles
also,
last
like,
TNA
you know what
match,
the problem is?
What?
All his contemporaries are in the other company.
He can wrestle Frankie.
Yeah, but like all his he's Joe.
Frankie is like his best friend.
You can do both.
Yeah.
You can like get him on All In versus Joe or something.
Well, he's not doing it. Well, he would have to leave WWE. But I just need one more, Liam. I just need one more. Get ready to fly. Just one more.
Oh, we'll see.
Later in that episode, Larry Zbyszko books a rematch, Styles and Daniels versus AMW for the tag titles at Sacrifice, but this time with Gail and Jackie banned from ringside to even the playing field.
Should have banned them from the bloody building.
And then main event of the Go Home Impact is Rhino, AJ Styles, and Christopher Daniels versus the team, Liam, of America's Most Wanted and Bobby Roode.
America's beer.
Just stop it there. America's beer.
American beer.
Beer wanted.
Beer wanted.
Money most.
In America.
Or most money, actually, is pretty good.
Most money wanted.
Or most beer money? I don't know.
Beer wanted mostly in America.
Perfect.
For money, purchasing goods.
Beer wanted for most money in America, purchasing goods, or whatever you said. Face Rhino, Styles, and Daniels. It is the AFW Beer Money Dream Team. Together, as a trio.
Woo!
Jackie's not at ringside.
It is funky to see them all together, even though I don't feel like they did a whole hell of a lot.
She was sent to get coffee in a more kind of Larry and Raven segment that we'll talk about in a minute, Jackie, so she's not at ringside. Harris tries to handcuff Don West before the match.
Again.
So yeah, it's a thing where Harris, every time he comes out, he shouts at Don. He goes over to the announce table and shouts at him. But this time he tried to like latch the handcuff onto him, which is very funny.
No one else has really done the handcuff as like their weapon of choice, huh?
Did like Big Boss Man, maybe? But he was more the baton. Yeah. So no, someone should bring back the handcuffs.
Because they're cool, because they can also be used as like knucks.
Yeah. Heat on AJ before he hits a flying forearm and gets a hot tag to Rhino. Rude Northern Lariats Daniels, but then eats a Pele. Super kick to AJ. Jackie runs out with coffee. Jackie throws the coffee in Storm's face, and Rhino follows with a gore for the win. For a person being blackmailed, Jackie is very insubordinate.
Yeah. Well, she's got nothing to lose now. Or she has everything to lose. You know what's stupid?
What?
That, like, nothing to lose and everything to lose essentially means the same thing.
Does it?
Well, like, because, like, people use it as, like, they're like, I'm taking a stand thing, right? They'll be like, I got nothing to lose. I'm going all out. Or they'll be like, I have everything to lose. I need to do this.
But I feel like people generally who have everything to lose don't then go all out. They try and do everything in their power not to go in at all. But you are right that in a position where you are forced to go in both instances you are encouraged to go all in.
I go double or nothing.
I go full gear.
I go revolution.
We do then go over to Sacrifice, where JB has AMW, Gale, and Jackie. Jackie is once again crying. Harris tells her to shut up because it's not about her. It's about them. Quit your whimpering, woman.
And then she's like, there's no crying in wrestling, woman.
They're sick of these teams jumping together to get a title shot, which is, I was thinking about that, because like they faced Sabin and Sanjay, but they also faced Truth and Rhino for the tag titles. So it's like, oh yeah, they are kind of facing thrown together teams for a while.
He also is like, Jackie, if you ever cost us a match again, I'll fucking murder you.
Yeah, it's like, stop it. Which is fair. She has cost them multiple matches. She does then announce that she's pregnant.
And I like how, like, no one gives a shit.
JB says congratulations.
Yeah, but, like, Harris and Jay still like, whatever, we've promo.
But yeah, Gail's like, I'm sick of you, you're fired.
We didn't talk about it, but in one of the other promos that they did where, like, Beer Money were with, Team Canada. There's a great the Storm bit.
Which one?
Where like Storm falls off the chair.
Oh yeah, because he's drinking.
Yeah, he's drinking the beer on top of the chair, and then like he falls off, and that's when Harris says, "No more beer for Storm."
We'll talk because I put that in the Raven and Larry category, so we'll talk about that in a sec. But yeah,
it was just a really funny bit, and also why Storm like clearly is like the better part of both teams, like because he just brings that energy to it.
Because he has actual personality and charisma, which Harris and Rude kind of don't.
Yeah.
Though Rude did a better job of finding over time.
Well, Harris didn't really have a chance.
Which is a shame. But yeah, JB says congratulations, and Gail is like, you're fired. You're pregnant, you're fired.
Which is a lawsuit.
Jackie Gaeta announced on her website that she is pregnant with a baby boy who is due at the end of the year. Charlie Haas said he got the news on the same day he got the offer to return to WWE. So it's been quite up and down as they both found out on the day they got back from their honeymoon that they were both fired from WWE. So it's been a wild run for this poor couple. Given that TNA is run by a woman, and even if it wasn't, I don't see Gaeta's job being in jeopardy once she's ready to return. Dave, she never returns.
Also sexist? Women can be shits too.
Yeah, women can be evil capitalists too, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm not sure is it a choice from Jackie, because I think the only other wrestling she ever does is the WrestleMania 2009 Battle Royal thing that was mostly interrupted by a Kid Rock concert.
Did she do that?
She was in that, I think, yeah. It's hard to know because none of them got entrances, but...
Yeah, they were struggling for 25, huh?
Yeah, so like Jackie hasn't been pretty involved in wrestling these days, so maybe she was just like, I'm just going to be a mother and maybe get a real job.
Well, didn't we mentioned that they opened like a thing? They had like a nutrition thing or whatever.
Who did?
Charlie Haas and...
Oh, that time we did the full in-depth Jackie Gaeta career retrospective.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I appreciate you remembering the details.
They had some sort of business.
Hopefully all's well in the Gator Haas household. Are they still together? They might not be.
I think we also found out they were divorced.
Aw. So not all is not well in the Gator Haas household.
Well, they might be perfectly amicable.
But it's not a household anymore.
They were divorced in 2020.
Aw. Or fine. I guess divorce isn't inherently sad.
Looks like Jackie Gator, well, allegedly, it's Wikipedia, never remarried, but Charlie Haas did.
2
years later, though, that's still 2 years is a hell of a turnaround.
Yeah.
After a 15-year marriage?
And they had 4 kids together, didn't they?
Yeah.
Straight back in. Judging
Charlie
Haas's
like,
life choices.
you're 50, you know? You're like, what am I really waiting around for?
True.
If the next one lasts the same amount of time, I'll be 65 at the end, you know?
And then I'll only need 1 more before I die.
Yeah. Shout outs to Charlie Haas, I guess.
Who we will see in 2022.
Yep.
We also had a feature on AMW versus Styles and Daniels before AMW defeated AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels. Oh, very important note in that pre-match interview where Harris says they have friends in high places. What could that mean?
Jeff Hardy.
It's the opposite of Garth Brooks.
I don't know what that means. Friends in low places.
Yes. So, for the NWA World Tag Team titles, AMW defeat AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels to retain.
Sorry, I'm just searching if Custom Muscle and Health still operates.
Very important.
I want to see if their store. They have a number. Should I ring?
No.
It looks like it's still open.
That's nice.
So, they might still have the place.
They
might still have the place. Doesn't. Apparently, Umaga also used to own this store.
Long history of wrestler ownership.
As in, they all opened it together. Which is cute.
It's nice. I feel like it's been a while since we've had AMW actually getting to spread their wings a little bit in a tag team match.
I thought we were still talking about Charlie Haas.
Your brain is still always on Charlie Haas.
Yeah.
When you think about what AMW have done this year, it's been a lot of Planet Jarrett stuff. So they Lethal Lockdown. They did the 8-man tag at Destination X.
A lot of team stuff, or stable stuff rather.
So they had a 3D feud, and the 3D matches weren't great. The Saban and Sanjay match was fun, but nothing special. This does feel like the first time, really, even in 2006, that they've been given a chance to just go out there and have a killer tag match with 2 good guys.
It is their weakest year, but they're still far and away the best tag team in the company.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when we get to Styles and Daniels in LAX. Will they win it for 5 in a row? I'm not sure they will, but we'll see how they go.
For it to be renamed after them, they have to have 5.
No, we renamed it on 4.
Fuck. I change it. I'm changing it back.
No, we made the decision. It is the America's Most Wanted Tag Team of the Year.
No, I'm taking it back.
Too late.
I'm in charge.
We put it on the spreadsheet.
I'll change this goddamn spreadsheet.
I'm going to remove your access.
That's effed up.
I'm not sure if you even have access to that spreadsheet.
I think I do. I put my things in there.
Yeah. It is nice that we just get a damn good AMW tag team title match on pay-per-view for the first time in a while.
Yeah, it has been sorely missed.
So Gale and Jackie are banned from ringside. Styles and Daniels run wild. Heat on Daniels. Hot tag to Styles. The match breaks down. Styles hits a springboard from the ring into the crowd on Harris. In typical AJ fashion, it looks wild. Storm hits AJ with the Eye of the Storm off of Harris's shoulders for 2. Daniels hits the BME and AJ falls with a frog splash, but Storm kicks out. Storm hits AJ with a super kick, but Daniels makes the save. Daniels hits the Angel's Wings on Storm, but Harris makes the save. Harris dumps Daniels over the top, but they take the ref with them, which was kind of an awesome ref bump. It's the one where he just threw him over, but somehow Rudy got clutched in between them, and all 3 of them just went tumbling over.
Sounds terrifying, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a lot of men falling at once. So the second the referee is taken out, you see a club just drop into the ring from the rafters, a billy club.
Impressive throw.
Yeah, because when you look at Gale, I don't even think she's directly above the ring.
No, she's not. She's not above it. She's like out over the crowd.
Yeah, so it's not even just a drop it straight down.
No, she had to throw.
So she had to hit that ring. And I assume Gale threw it. Maybe they worked the throw. Maybe someone else threw it, but...
Or maybe it dropped from the top, but they acted like she threw it.
Yeah, because you didn't actually see Gale throw it. You just saw it fall in the ring. But I'm going to give Gale credit. Gale threw it. It was great. So because they had friends in high places, Liam. Remember? Payoff. Storytelling. Cinema.
Every time they do this match, I think AJ and Daniels win.
Yeah.
And then I'm just thinking, oh, they just keep losing.
AMW retain once again, because Daniels goes for a split moonsault on the floor, but Harris sidesteps him and carries his momentum into the rail, which looked really good. And then Styles hits Storm with the Styles Clash, but then Harris clocks him with the club and reverses the pin for 3 as AMW retain, once again, the World Tag Team title. Real good match.
It goes into the AMW compilation DVD tape.
Yeah, it's nice to have AMW back. We haven't had this AEW in a while, as we said. And it's not like they've had bad matches, but it's just they just haven't been in this kind of match for a while, just defending the tag title straight up. And this rocked. The next up is James Gang and Team 3D.
James Gang family drama?
No family drama this month, just regular drama.
James, I mean, it's 2 segments basically. Can I summarize it real easy here?
Sure.
So we start it's a follow up of the AMW Daniel Styles match. You have Team 3 coming out. Bully's like, we're fighting, we're warriors. Then they're all pissy because a thrown together team like Styles and Daniels got a tag title match before they did. They're great wrestlers, but not a great team. And they say oh, we're the greatest, we're the most decorated of all time, blah blah blah. And then the James Gang come out, and BG James is he apologizes, and he's like, hey, you guys called yourself the most distinguished tag team in wrestling history, but you've never beaten them. And then Bully's like, yeah, except for our first WWF tag team titles. And then BG James is like, oh, we sold out Madison Square Garden 47 times in a row. And you guys, you couldn't even draw 350 to a bingo hole. And everyone's like, oh. Then Bully says they could never get over in the bingo hole. And then they do bingo comedy and they high five because they're friends despite all this, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is meant to be banter because he's like B58 for C42 and then ha 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 high five. And it's like, fuck you all.
Yeah, it's stupid and dumb. It's so cringe. It's not funny. It's not entertaining. It's between 2 teams I don't particularly give a shit about. Whatever. And then they have the match.
Yeah, they challenge him to a match at Sacrifice. They do a face-off that BG then kisses Devon. He kisses him, gives him a little kiss.
Good bit. Oh, then yeah, they get to the show and they do a whole politics,
which Dave referred to as very funny. He referred to this Team 3D interview with JB as very funny.
I mean, it was funnier than the James Gang promo.
So Bully is like, you never forget where you were when you find out about 9/11 or when Bush got elected for a second time. Am I right, guys? When OJ was not guilty, and then Devon was like, wait a minute, dude. He wasn't guilty. To which Bully responded, he whacked that white girl and you know it.
Aha.
And also, the other thing that you never forget where you were is when they beat the New Age Outlaws for the WWF tag team titles, and they're the best tag team.
Cool.
Then they have a match.
And the match is bad.
BG does a hip toss into a dropkick, and then Bully is like, you know how to do a dropkick? Bully then himself does a dropkick, and he is very proud of himself.
And sweat pours off his face like a tsunami.
He looks like he as gassed as a wrestler has ever been by doing a single dropkick.
It's very funny.
BG hits Devon with a pipe, which is how 3D apparently beat them in the WWF for the win. James Gang beat Team 3D.
WWF lore in my TNA.
Listen, it's the James Gang at 3D. If you're going to do it, which you shouldn't. But if you are, you might as well reference the history. What else are you doing it for if you don't? But also, don't do it.
Once again, I say that I would simply book BG James to do violent brawls.
With Bully. Him and Bubba would have a good brawl.
They would have a good, brawl tag match.
They have a significantly worse segment next month that you can look forward to.
Cool.
In which one of the performers may perhaps do blackface.
To be fair, 3 out of 4 of it, I believe.
And not the on the edge, maybe blackface, maybe not blackface we had at Lockdown. This is thorough and notable.
You can post the GIF of that one to your account.
No, you can have that one. No, you can.
No, you can go that one.
You can have those numbers.
Hey, you're the TNA guy. I'd hate to step on your toes.
We close things out with Larry Zbyszko and Raven.
Which is just Larry Zbyszko repeatedly getting scared.
He flees in terror from Raven multiple times.
To be fair, Raven looks like a fucking freak, so...
April 27th Impact. During a backstage interview, Larry asks JB if he's seen Raven in the building, and JB says no, he has not seen Raven.
Cool.
Before the X Division title match on that show, which was Samoa Joe against Jay Lethal that we talked about earlier, Larry was meant to present the belt to the winner, but then Raven appeared and chased them out.
Fun.
May 4th Impact. Larry joins Mike and Don before to announce AMW versus Styles and Daniels.
I like that he's like, I'm just getting sick.
Yeah, he's very hoarse for some reason. He's like, the probation is affecting my voice.
I chose to think like that's his excuse, but it's actually Raven. Like he's just like in constant fear and anguish, and it's tearing him apart.
So this is where Larry announces Styles and Downs versus AMW for the tag titles at Sacrifice, but then Raven appears and jumps him and chases him.
Yeah.
And then go home show. JB is backstage with Team Canada and AMW. Jackie is crying again, so everybody shouts at her and gets entered to get a coffee. This is where Storm falls over drunk.
He just like trips on the chair, and then he tries to pour out the empty beer into his mouth.
Larry walks in and asks for help with Raven. D'Amore says he has no interest. But actually, you know what? My boy A1, he's got nothing to do lately. You think you could give him something to do? How about he take out that Raven guy? And Larry agrees.
And Larry's like, please, fucking anyone.
Yeah, anybody that keeps Raven away from me is good and fine and dandy.
That keeps him away from me for like 4 seconds.
Which does take us to Sacrifice. Before that match, JB has Larry in A1. Larry has a good life making decisions and playing golf. Everything was going good for him. And then Raven showed up and ruined everything. A1 is like, Barry, I've got Raven covered. It's like, it's Larry. Slick Johnson then comes in and reveals that the new face of TNA management will be revealed at Slammiversary. If you remember, Christy Hemme handed that note to Mike Tenay and Don West revealing that last month and also putting Larry on probation.
Mm-hmm.
Slick inquires who hired Larry and he's like, I was appointed. And then Slick is like, who do you talk to when you talk to TNA management? And Larry's like, the legal department. Because the implication is almost that Larry just showed up one day and started making decisions and no one said anything.
Then, like, everyone just let it happen.
Yeah, it's just like, fine, Russo's gone. I guess we need somebody.
That's how I get jobs. I wait for someone to get fired, and I just show up in uniform.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're the new guy. It's like, yep, okay.
I watched a video of that, of like, something like that once, where a guy just walked up to a Subway dressed in a Subway uniform. And he's just like, yeah, I'm the new guy. And they're like, oh, okay.
I feel like most of the time somebody does that, they intend to do crimes.
I guess technically it's a crime.
It is trespassing, at least, I'd imagine. Slick announces that he knows who the new face of TNA management is. He's like, oh, it's Roddy Piper. And Larry's like, Piper? And he's like, nah. And then he's like, it's Russo. And Larry's like, Russo? That guy's a waste of time. I hate him. And he's like, nah, it's not Russo. And then he also teases Warrior. Warrior would be funny. Warrior coming out and trying to make decisions and be coherent. It would be good television, at least.
Or it'd be awful and suck.
And then Slick is like, I'm kidding. We'll find out next month. And Slick says, nice comb over. And Larry gets mad.
Slick, like, repeatedly calling him bald is so funny to me.
He is a bald man. He is allowed.
It's bold on bold crime.
Because, yeah, there's a bunch of it last month as well, where it's just like everyone's pointing at Larry Zbyszko's hair, and he's like, stop it.
He said, like, what did he say? That you got it, like, work done on your hair?
So leave poor Larry and his hair alone. But, yes, then we get Raven versus A1. Tell me all about this one, Liam.
They had a match, and Raven won. Raven did a code breaker. And
he did.
And you were, like, shocked and appalled.
Well, it was a backstabber, but he's never done that. You said he did, and he's never done a backstabber.
He does.
I don't remember him doing a backstabber.
He does.
He's trying new moves. I'm giving him credit.
But yeah.
Yeah, so the match starts. Larry accompanies A1 to the ring. He distracts Raven, allowing A1 to throw a chair at him, and then Larry starts getting some shitty little thumps in and runs away and joins commentary. Larry then grills Tenay about who the new face could be, because obviously Mike Tenay is the sole source of information in this company.
Well, that's historical.
Raven hits his backstabber. I still think it's the first time he's hit it, but sure.
His patented classic backstabber that he always uses.
Larry tries to interfere, but A1 accidentally bumps him off the apron. Raven wins with the Raven effect. Larry gets on the mic after the match and he challenges Raven to settle it right there, right now. As Raven gets in the ring, Larry starts dropping some knees and security separates them. And then in my favorite visual of the month, Larry chucks aside 2 security guards and lunges onto Raven in a classic like pull apart, but Larry Zbyszko's like a 105-year-old man.
But also it makes no sense. Like this whole time he's been running for the guy, now he's like, yeah, I'll throw fucking hands, let's go.
Yeah, he's sick of it. Well, he was being held back by security at the time when he lunged at him. But yeah, he is just like, all right, listen, he's terrorized him, Liam. For the last month, every time Larry has shown up, Raven has run him off.
He suddenly decided, now I'm gonna fight back?
Yeah, you have to confront your fears at some point in life, Liam. You have to face them head on.
Never.
So instead of them tormenting you, you can torment them. You regain control, you regain power, you regain ownership over your fears.
No.
He's not at all going to get his ass beat by Raven. So yeah, that is The month that was. Make sacrifice. You enjoyed this month?
Yeah. Very easy watch this month. Not like a killer pay-per-view at the end, which is like what separates the really good months of TNA, which is like adequate TV but good ending. This was more like adequate TV, adequate pay-per-view.
Yeah, I like, for as much as there is talk that they don't have an identity, I actually think they've settled into a nice little groove with the right sports entertainment-y elements. Where like the Deal or No Deal segments were a little hit and miss, but like there was a good idea there if they had worked. The Nash stuff is really funny. Then you get like World X Cup stuff. Styles and Daniels AMW is a really good tag team program. All the Jarrett Steiner against Sting and Joe match was really good. In theory, the Abyss Christian stuff was good, even if the match was a small bit on the disappointing side. It is like I think there's a good mix going on at the moment.
Yeah.
We will be back in the next few weeks with a new episode of Rain Takers in your Patreon feed, a new episode of A Gift of the Pods in your Patreon feed, and as we decided earlier, Nacho Libre being our next.
Yeah, we get to see racist Jack Black.
Mystery Vortex Theater. So that's all coming your way before eventually we will deliver the Slammiversary 2006 episode, if you've got to be kidding me, coming after all of that. You can subscribe to us on Patreon, patreon.com/kiddingme or TNAchat.com, where you can support the show, give us a few bucks, and get a lot in return. We have, I think, over 140 pieces of exclusive audio to dig into on Patreon at this point. So it's pretty good value for money if you've not yet jumped in yet. There's a lot of stuff you can go through, a lot of full series you can listen to for just $5, $10, or $1, depending on your preference and what you would like. Follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleek Window. Subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, or on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye bye.
Do damn things, etc.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Told to. Get a life! Get a life!
Actually, a couple weeks ago, I lost my tripod.
Oh, don't worry, I got your tripod. Right here.
Vince Russo.
Oh, come on. I hate him. Now, he's a waste of time. Come on, man up. Man up, dog. What's up?
You see that, Joe? That's a vein. Something you don't have, you little fat bastard.
This is BS. This sucks. I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn.
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 49. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are talking about the month that is June 2006, leading up to Slammiversary 2006. I am Garrett Kidney. I'm joined by Liam Jones.
Oh, hello.
Tell me everything about how you're feeling.
Tired. Dismayed. Devilish. Distraught.
Oh.
Doom.
See, you started with bad things, then you threw in devilish, which I think is a good podcast mentality. Devilish is like, oh, that makes for a good podcast, but then you went to distraught afterwards, so.
Dangerous. Deadly.
Are you only feeling D emotions?
Yes.
Have you run out of D emotions?
Dandy.
Delicious?
Nutritious.
No, that doesn't begin with D.
That's what I am, though. This is good radio.
The best radio. What's going on with you?
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
Nothing.
Nothing has happened in the world of Liam Jones?
Nothing at all.
I did jury duty recently.
You were on the show with the man from Sonic.
Yes, I was on the television show Jury Duty with James Marsden.
James Marsden from Red Dead Redemption.
Yes, he is a real person. He came to life from the video game into the television show.
And even though it's John Marsden.
No, they wanted to cast they were like, that guy's really good. Can we cast him? And like the voice said, no, we want the character. We want to pull him into our TV show, please.
They should start doing that. They should start putting characters in other things, just straight up being like, I want John Marsden and I'm gonna put him in Home and Away.
Yeah, and you're gonna be like, I want to make a Breaking Bad sequel. I want Wacko from the Animaniacs in it.
Exactly. Like, they should start just letting everything should be copyright free, IP. Yes.
We're just gonna play all of Steamboat Willie now, so that's how it should work.
We should be able to do anything we want.
Corporations should never be allowed to make money, and we should be allowed to do whatever the hell we please with their intellectual property.
I should be able to stream all wrestling content to the lovely listeners, if you've got to be kidding me.
Without fear of reprise.
Exactly.
Just jump on Twitch and see how far you get.
I should be able to go on Twitch. I should be able to put on Forbidden Door with my friends
and we should be able to just hang out, and they pay me.
We want to protect pay-per-view.
Fuck
We need
you.
our money because we're billionaires.
So, but yes, I did not get selected for a jury.
I forgot that was where this conversation started.
Yeah, you veered off into James Marsden. I actually did get selected for one, but it was a murder trial, and they were like, "We need you free for the entire months of June and July." And it's like, sorry, I do not have that.
Yeah. But it'd have been good money. Do you get paid to be jury duty?
You only get paid by the company you work for, so you get well. This is how it works in Ireland anyway. You are continued to be paid your regular salary, which for me at the moment is nothing because I'm on a 5-month leave from work.
I would do it.
So I would be doing it entirely for free for civic responsibilities.
For the love of the game.
Just to serve my community and put somebody in jail or free them from jail.
Just remembering the jury duty episode where they're like, just say that you're racist.
Just to get out of it?
Yeah, to get out of it. And he's like, I'm a racist. And they're like, is that true? And he's like, no.
Also, there is probably certain cases if you say I'm a racist, they're like, fuck yeah, pick him.
For jury duty? I would trust a race.
There is like certain instances like they don't actually, well, they do strike jurors, but they're not like, tell me something about yourself. They're just like, nah, I don't like the look of them. I assume they have certain information on me based on, I think you do have to give the court services certain information about yourself, like occupation and stuff. So I assume they have that in front of them. It's like, this guy, nah.
This guy hosts a TNA wrestling podcast.
Yeah, you just have the defense just listening to you and me screaming about something, killing some kind of monarch or something, and they're like, oh, we can't have monarch killers.
Well, Ireland would probably love that.
That's true, actually. Yeah, that would get me on any jury. It would earn me all of the respect.
Tell me, Garrett.
Yes, Liam Jones.
I want to give homework to the list.
Oh, they love that.
They love that shit. Give them one match from a TNA Impact that we haven't seen yet that they should go out and watch as we've done the anniversary or whatever.
Oh, so to celebrate like TNA Impact turning 20.
Yeah, give them something to go out and watch that you think is an underrated classic, something that isn't talked about a whole hell of a lot.
Does it have to be like a big long match, or can I give them like a 5-minute
No, something
TV
fun.
sprint?
Give them something fun. Something that's like on YouTube or something.
It might not be on YouTube, but you might have to go to your TNA Plus subscription.
Or Daily Motion.
Let me check the date of the match because it's in mid-2009 or teetering toward late 2009. There you go. So the August, or September even, September 3rd Impact 2009, there is an AJ Styles Chris Sabin match. And it is 5 minutes long. And it is fucking awesome. Because Styles and Sabin never really had a big singles. I think they had one in Ring of Honor and like one in Germany as well. And then a couple of short ones in TNA. So they never had like the big singles you would hope Styles and Sabin would have. Or like you would expect them to have based on the fact that they were in TNA together for like a decade. And then never really crossed paths. Like two X Division guys and you just stick them in a couple TV matches. But it is 5 minutes 30 seconds. And it kicks so much ass.
It is on YouTube.
Yeah, go watch that.
By unofficial means.
Watch whatever you want. It has like a 6.73 on Cage Match. So that is our official 20th anniversary of TNA recommendation. AJ Styles versus Chris Sabin from the September 3rd, 2009 episode of Impact.
What awesome gear from both guys.
Oh, that era of AJ gear is like the best AJ gear.
And it's the best like Machine Guns era.
It really upsets me that all of AJ's gear is just boring now. It's just boring pants. When
Why
he
did
used
he
to have
not
this
get
awesome
good gear? Like he's been a gear guy his whole life. When did he decide no longer to be cool?
Yeah, and it's just like the same gear he's had for a decade now, and it's gotten worse over that time even though the version of those tights have gotten worse from like New Japan.
Yeah. What are we doing, AJ? Get your spark back.
Well, he's retiring soon, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Also, AJ, go home. AJ, please.
To New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Wait a minute. He's going to Noah. That's his real home.
To Ring of Honor.
No, he can't work a title eliminator versus Wheeler Yuta on Ring of Honor TV that no one will
Why
ever
not?
watch. Because no one will ever watch it.
They probably will if AJ does it.
I don't think they will.
I think they would. I think people might tune in for that one.
I feel like Hulk Hogan could wrestle Bill Goldberg on Ring of Honor and everyone would be
Holy
like,
shit, Chris Sabin.
Yeah, that match is so good. I like the way Liam is now just watching this match.
He did a goddamn, roll through, legs out the ropes to the outside, catch AJ and Rana him.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Chris Sabin is awesome.
Maybe one day he'll prove that to me.
Wait a minute. What? Oh.
Also, this is like the peak of TNA aesthetics.
You do love your TNA 2009, especially because it's when you started watching.
It is so good
TNA.
looking. Yeah, that's why it's because when I started watching. That's why it's the best era.
But it is like, there's a lot of gripes you can have with the Hogan Bischoff era of TNA. But like visually and aesthetically, TNA at that period, like 2008, 2009 TNA, when they went HD in the Impact Zone, looks so good.
There's very few companies that look better.
Yeah, you watch wrestling today, and I don't think any of them look as good as that.
Like, I'm hoping that, like, with Collision going to a studio for 2 months or whatever, like, that maybe they just have a fun studio environment that could look like something like this, because, I don't know, it's all esportsy and stuff. There's probably lights that can be used. But it's like, I just want something that's bright and cool and fun and full and, you know, and also they have the greatest benefit of all, which is the 6-sided ring.
But even like the color palette is
it's bright.
Warmer.
It's just bright. Wrestling needs to be brighter.
And yeah, then Hogan and Bischoff came in, and it just became a lot more boring looking.
It's funny how a company from 2009 looks more futuristic than every company in 2024.
Because like WWE have went too far the other end, in which like it is blindingly bright,
and not like in a fun way, like in a presented by Coca-Cola way.
Yeah, it just makes it like sterilized more than like vibrant.
Yeah.
And then AEW is almost, because like they could go for dark and grungy as an aesthetic, and I would acknowledge and respect that, but they kind of don't. They just go for like a darker, grungier version of WWE, exactly what WWE or what every wrestling company has ever looked like. And it's like, well, you're serving no master here.
Yeah.
You just kind of look like nothing.
Yeah, they really don't have kind of like a definitive identity. I mean, listen, they have the big bonus of they brought the tunnels back at least. Which is like an improvement. But I don't know if I love the current aesthetic of Dynamite.
Yeah.
Collision's fine. Collision is what it is.
There's nothing that pops. It's just a wrestling show. Just like, okay. Which is fine, I guess. But I like we talked about it when TNA launched Impact, when you had like tunnels either side of the building, 6-sided ring, you had lasers, you had, you know, time limits, you had the Fox box, you had a bunch of stuff that when you immediately turned on TNA Impact, you're like, this looks like wrestling I haven't seen before.
Yeah, especially since they were replacing WWE on TV, you know? They had to have a different visual identity immediately to separate themselves.
Whereas you watch AEW and you watch WWE, and they could be the same. Like there was somebody posted an image last night of the last time Punk was like sitting in the ring in Chicago from like Money in the Bank 2011, and it was like identical. It looked the exact same. It's like if you had told somebody the clip on the right was also from 2011 and not 2024, that you would believe them, because that like the aesthetic has not changed in 13 years.
Yeah.
Which like imagine if you like it's the same thing from like 1984 to 1997. You know. Think about how different the WWF looked in the mid 80s versus how it looked in the late 90s, and it just we haven't evolved the look.
Companies should be a little less afraid, you know.
Start making big swings.
Big swings, new matches. Be weird, be crazy, be different.
Have you finished watching AJ Styles versus Chris Sabin?
Yes, it is finished.
I decided to try and filibuster for the exact length of the match.
Yeah, you were about 20 seconds too long.
Damn.
But not bad, not bad.
It's a good match.
It is.
You might have lost. Alex Shelley's on commentary for it as well. He's very charming.
I did see him. I did not hear him.
Him and Taz have a lovely rapport.
Taz just rocking a shirt. Very funny.
This is like month 2 of Taz in TNA as well. Maybe month 1. When did he start? He started like... Yeah, this is actually his first TV month. So clearly he's really caring at this point.
That's all. Really showing it. Really showing support for the home team.
Before we get into the news, you can go, Liam, to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, where you can be like, I like Garrett, I like Liam even more, I would like to go and give them money. And it's like, hell yeah, I like money. You like money. Don't we all like money? But you're like, I don't want to just get nothing for my money. I don't want to just like give you money and get nothing in return. We would never do that to you, even though if you would like to donate, there's a donate button somewhere that you can just give us money. We'll also take that. But you can go to patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can get our ongoing Lucha Underground series. You can get our ongoing New Japan Pro Wrestling series. You can get our old Ring Cat King series, our old PWG series, which will return, our old Monday Night War series from 2010. You can get all of these shows. We talked about Wrestling Society X. All of it. Sitting there. A full series. A bunch of full series waiting for you at patreon.com/gettingme. You can also get the watch-alongs, including the watch-along for Slammiversary 2006, our star ratings, our show notes, our watch-along of Ghost Ship, our review of Chris Rock's Head of State, our review of Macho Man Randy Savage's album. We did a bunch of drafts. We have done a bunch of NWA awards. All of that. Tons of it. Over 140, I think, pieces of exclusive audio now waiting for you at tnhad.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. Go subscribe, go support the show, and go get a lot of us in return. Maybe some might say too much of us, but I would say there's never too much of us.
That's the slogan for the Patreon.
Maybe too much, but I don't think so.
That's just shortened it to there's never too much of us.
Also, of course, ad-free episodes. If you're like, the ads are kind of annoying, there's the $1 tier, which on Patreon, which you can get the entire episode ad-free. So that's sitting there waiting for you too.
Wow, that's a steal. I'm gonna go buy it right now, and for all my family.
Every person you know.
Yep.
Also, you get first look at the posters, and the Steiner Joe one this month is really good.
It's awesome sauce.
Yes.
I would buy it if it was on a shirt.
That brings us to the news. But before we get to the news, this is, of course, Slammiversary. This is the 4th anniversary of TNA. So tell me, Liam, after 4 years of TNA, how are you feeling?
It feels like we're finally watching TNA proper. I don't know if I have a generally positive review of TNA or not.
Yeah?
I think still the first 4 years, restrained by the fact that there isn't a lot of great wrestling. The TV is mostly boring. The stories generally kind of suck.
Yeah.
That's kind of my feelings about it. But much like I think the general ethos, or perhaps the true meaning of a TNA, is that you gotta sift through the shit and the mud and the muck. But when you do find something in there, a little glimmering piece of gold, it really sticks out. And it just buries its way deep into your soul. like I will never forget like AMW Team Canada stuff, you know? I like that random World X Cup stuff with Hoovy. Like there's just things that just burrow into your senses and they stick with you. And I think like out of all of the watch-along projects that people do in their lives, like, I think the TNA one is both incredibly easy to commit to because like everything's just there and available. And unlike watch-along projects of like an Old Japan or a New Japan or whatever, where you watch it, you just get to see all this cool shit. You have to earn the cool shit when you watch TNA. You don't just get it handed to you on your Ring of Honor platter with your CM Punks and whatever. You have to watch your fucking Diamonds in the Rough, your BG James, and then you get Samoa Joe, Scott Steiner, and good on you.
You've earned it.
You have to earn the good shit in TNA. You don't just get it.
And that is what you have learned across 4 years of TNA.
Is that most of it sucks. But when it's good, it's good. And it's really funny. It's the funniest wrestling promotion ever to exist. Both in ways that are intentional and ways that are not intentional.
Yeah, because I saw a clip during the rounds of just like a 2-minute Hulk Hogan Ric Flair promo where they are the most ridiculous men you've ever seen in your life. They're just bouncing off each other and being insane. And it's so good. It's so good. And there's a bunch of stuff like that where there's like, let's just stick a camera on charismatic people and see what happens. We don't need to actually script things. But then there is a bunch of like actually good comedy, as you said. There's a bunch of just like, a Team 3D Funeral or Paparazzi Productions, of which we're in the middle of now, or I guess the start of. There's actually a note about Alex Shelley's t-shirt, which I think we'll find interesting in a moment.
Is it that we're going to bootleg it and drop ship it?
Yeah, of course. Hey, when I suggested that our first shirt be orange, which I don't think we could do because I ordered a sample and they cancelled it, you shot it down, so...
Hey, kind of flushed it out too much.
But it is, like, this is an era for wrestling in general, especially US wrestling, where the people that make wrestling don't like wrestling.
Yeah.
Like, that is the same in the WWE, it's the same in TNA. They're chasing a version of wrestling that limits
the amount of wrestling that happens on the wrestling show.
There's one thing you can't say about 2024 wrestling. I do think that the people who book the wrestling are fans of the wrestling.
Yeah, even if you want to be as cynical as you would like about Triple H's booking philosophy.
I think he is someone who enjoys pro wrestling at its core still. Like,
yeah.
Like, I think that's the difference between WWE booking now and Vince's booking. It's gone from someone who despises the business that they're in to someone who I think still enjoys it.
Who likes the moment of the payoff of Cody Rhodes winning, like that feeling, which is like it's always the thing I'm kind of baffled at. I get the people that don't like wrestling because they really don't like wrestling. Like Eric Bischoff does not like professional wrestling. He wanted to produce television, which is fine because that brought a new edge to wrestling in the 90s. But I'm sick of fucking hearing about this man who doesn't like wrestling. And I was like, same with Vince Russo. He was a man who did not like watching wrestling, but he did like television, and he could not actually become a television writer, but he could write wrestling television, so that was his way into television. And you get a lot of people like that, and like wrestling is television. You can't lose sight of the fact that it is a television product, a television show for people to watch, that you don't want to lose people during commercial breaks, and there's a bunch of stuff you have to think about like that. It is a television show, but you are attracting a wrestling audience. As I've always said, if you would like drama, watch The Wire. If you would like comedy, watch Parks and Recreation. If you would like wrestling, watch fucking wrestling. Stop watching wrestling to try and get the other stuff. The wrestling has the other stuff, but it should not be the other stuff.
And it often is not.
But yeah, this is an era where you just get a lot of people who just want to produce the same wrestling that happened in the 90s, which is wrestling that was produced to not be wrestling because people hate wrestling. And there's still a little bit of that here. Like, I think this team probably does broadly like wrestling, but they are still largely producing wrestling with the mentality that was chasing an older audience. And like, there's stuff on these shows that, like, the Steiner Joe stuff is like the most pro wrestling stuff you can get. It's two big badass guys staring each other down, constantly brawling, and then they fight and they shit talk each other. One calls the other guy fat, the other says your reputation isn't shit to me, I'm gonna kill you. And that's wrestling. Like, that is the purest, rawest distillation of wrestling you can get. And then you get a lot of like James Gang Team 3D stuff, which is, I guess they're trying to do wrestling, but it's bad.
Yeah, like, I don't think there was much this month that was like the other side of the coin. A lot of it was just wrestling for wrestling. And like, wrestling, like TV for wrestling can be good too, because like Team 3D Funeral, that is a straight up 90s, like, we are booking wrestling as a TV show skit. And that can be fine, but like, it's just gotta, I've always said, it's gotta exist in universe, and it's gotta actually be charming and funny, which is very hard for wrestling to do, because a lot of people who write wrestling don't write it to actually be funny or charming.
Yeah, a lot of bad comedy writers in the history of professional wrestling. Because like, I think about like the Joe and Hook stuff. It's like, that feels organic, it feels human, and it's quite funny.
Can I be real with you?
You don't like it?
I'm fucking sick of it.
Already? They've only done like 2 of them.
They've done 3, and I was, as soon as they did the second one, I was like, ugh.
Oh, it is like, that is, it's a classic AEW thing as well. It's like, when the second, and I guess it's the thing you should want them to do, in that like the second like something people enjoy happens, they do it over and over again.
Yeah.
But also they do run things into the ground about as fast as WWE have ever done.
I was like, I rolled my eyes so hard. I was like, okay, it was cool the first time. You have to expand, not just do the same joke again.
I did quite enjoy the Doom Time bit on Dynamite.
Yeah, that's fun. But like, I don't know. I don't need them talking every time. Give me something else. Just expand the bit. Expand it.
No, you'll get the brochachos, which is the same bit over and over and over again until you want to claw your eyes out.
I already want to claw my eyes out.
So yeah, that's our takeaway from 4 years of TNA. Dog shit until it's not.
Dog shit? Well, you know, sometimes you'll find a gold coin in your dog shit.
And sometimes the dog shit is funny.
It's true. Sometimes someone steps on it and you laugh.
Yes, that's true. Once you are not touching the dog shit yourself, it's fine. I guess we are touching the dog shit ourselves quite a lot. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Are we the ones stepping in the dog shit and everyone's laughing at us?
Wait a minute.
Has this what we've been doing for 4 years of TNA?
Oh, God.
So that takes us to the news. After 6 weeks, I promise I will stop doing this once Vince Russo shows up.
There's not a ton of news, by the way.
Oh, I finished reading the PW Torch, and there was like 2 news headlines. I was like, that's going to be a short session for the news.
Yeah, we're getting an idea of what we'll be in 25 years when we're doing 2024 news.
Well, 2024 has been quite an eventful year, but like 23, you'd be like, there's nothing.
Oh my God, we'll just review the shows?
Yeah, at least the Observer had a decent amount of news, at least. But yeah, when I finished the Torch second part, I was like, oh god, there's nothing this month. But there is a little bit. I am still going to shout at about ratings, though. I promise I will stop once Russo shows up. But I want to conclusively prove that there was fucking no reason to bring back Vince Russo. And it's all your fault, you idiots.
This is our video essay citing our sources to show that the idea of bringing Vince Russo back was in fact terrible and dumb and stupid.
After 6 weeks in the Thursday night time slot, Impact is averaging a 1.0 rating and 1.1 million viewers. It is 23% above its Saturday night ratings average. After 9 weeks, it was 1.0 and 1.2 million viewers, so growing over the month of June. There is so many Observer stories, and I don't include all of them because, again, I hate ratings and I hate breaking down ratings. I think it's mundane and boring and dopey bullshit that distracts from actually talking about wrestling as an artistic form, and instead we're just like, oh, ratings, fuck off. But this month, there is a bunch of, like, Dave is like, oh, this did the best quarter it's ever done. This is the best rating in the history. Like, May 18th did a 1.12, which is the best rating in the history of the show, beating the 1.08, including the debut of Sting on Impact. Also had one of the stronger patterns of losing less viewers than usual, I guess. It's still lost viewers. And the Christian opening segment did a 1.31, the best quarter in the history of the television show.
That sounds like a bunch of good rating talk.
Yeah, it's a bunch of consistently, this show is doing better than it has ever done.
It's time to fucking ruin it.
And this is, again, it drives me crazy. It really does. And it's just like, oh, TNA needs to be fixed. They dropped the ball with Samoa Joe after he won the match at Sacrifice. It's like, would you shut the fuck up? I agree. They should have went with Joe earlier and faster. This is the year he should have won the belt. But also, like, Vince Russo came back and you did that. You did that. Nobody else. The June 15th episode aired an hour later instead of 11, and it aired at 12 due to an Ultimate Fighter double bill. There is, we'll talk about it a little more in a second because Dave outlines what the new lead-in for Impact is, but there is like some, and I think it is reasonable concern. It's fun to talk about because there's a lot of talk about the Dynamite lead-in this week because it moved from Big Bang Theory to Black Panther. But the Impact lead-in at the moment is Ultimate Fighter, and Ultimate Fighter is doing really well, and this is the last week of the season of the Ultimate Fighter, so the first Impact of the July pay-per-view cycle will be the first Impact without Ultimate Fighter as the lead-in. So there is a lot of talk about, how will it do without Ultimate Fighter as the lead-in? Will it lead to a drop in ratings? They assume it will, and we'll see, will that play out that way? How do you feel about Black Panther versus the Big Bang Theory as the AEW Dynamite lead-in?
I don't know, there's nothing, I'm actually kind of somewhat earnestly doing this. There's nothing about the show that screams this is like why a show should do really badly. I feel like it's just like one of those weird 1 week things that happens every now and again where like ratings just everything does kind of shitty. No one watches TV on that day. And
then it's back to a 0.24 and 750,000 again next week.
Yeah, I think it's all gonna like sort of just be exactly what it is next week. And it's just one of those weird things that occasionally happens with ratings where people just don't tune in for whatever reason.
No, AEW's dead.
Well, AEW's been dead for like a year and a half now.
Kendrick Lamar has killed it.
Good.
Should get into bed with Drake.
Well,
that's a bad expression.
I was going to say AEW is still a young company, I guess.
Liam, do you remember what our opening story was last month?
No. Not at all. That was like 6 weeks ago.
Do you remember how we were talking about Lex Luger, Buff Bagwell, and Rick Steiner coming in caused their locker room morale to be lower than it's ever been?
I do remember that. I remember everyone was really upset and pissed and crying and whining.
Note this month, the locker room atmosphere continues to be really positive in TNA.
Okay.
But the people are frustrated with their character development, apparently, but blah.
So, I mean, that sounds like every wrestling company, there's never going to be a wrestling company where everyone's just happy and everything's going well. Everyone wants to be up the card, everyone wants to be champion, everyone wants to be on TV more. It's the nature of the beast. We need to learn that wrestling is just an industry where a lot of the time there's going to be people who are frustrated with what's happening, and that doesn't mean that the sky is falling on these companies. It just means that people want to be booked more and do more meaningful things because that is what you want in this industry.
Because it's what happens often is like Fightful will publish a report being like, oh, morale's low right now, and then PW Torch will be like, actually somebody else said it's doing pretty well, and like some people are like, oh, one's correcting the other, and it's like, no, both are true.
Yeah. One person is booked on ROH and occasionally a Rampage. The other person has a regular Dynamite spot.
One will be much happier than the other. Morale from the perspective of one will be much higher than the other.
Yeah.
So the reason, I wouldn't say don't never believe, morale stories. I wouldn't go that far, but also it's one or two people's perspective. It is not like the entire company. That it is simply the case that Sean Ross Sapp can't survey an entire company. He's like, no, I spoke actually to all 150 members of the AEW roster, and morale is down. It's down like 4% from last month on my morale index.
Yeah, exactly. I have a survey monkey every week. I send it through. Everyone puts a 1 to 10 how they're feeling morale-wise.
If anyone has a morale index, it's probably Brandon Thurston, really.
Yeah.
So as said, TNA will have a new lead-in starting in July. The show is called Raising the Roof, a comedy starring Michael Roof Jr. and his prank-pulling, beer-swilling backwoods family in Dunedin, Florida, who then all move to Hollywood as he goes in search of acting roles, and they have to adjust to life in Southern California.
Is it? It's like a sitcom.
I believe so, yes. Dave mentions it's like a modernized version of the Beverly Hillbillies is what they're going for.
I thought it was like a reality.
Maybe it is.
It is a reality show.
But so it is as scripted as a regular show, but
called Raising the Roofs.
Oh, Dave got the name wrong.
I don't know who Michael Roof.
Neither do I.
Featured review is a 10 out of 10.
It's the best show of all time, apparently.
Michael Roofs was apparently in Triple X and Black Hawk Down.
I've seen Triple X. I don't remember him or who he is.
His IMDb doesn't have a picture. So that's. He also did the Dukes of Hazzard.
This is another instance, like that poker show we were talking about that I already don't remember the name of, where I don't think a person on Earth remembers Raising the Roofs on Spy TV.
A quick RIP to our man Michael Roof.
If you are a listener and you remember Raising the Roofs, starring Michael Roof Jr. on Spike TV.
And if you're a big fan.
If you're like, I fucking love that show, let us know. If you're like one of the 3 people on Earth that remember and loved that show, go for it. Let us know in Discord, Twitter, or whatever. Dave mentioned stars of the new Beverly Hillbillies-like show that will be the lead-in for Impact starting in a few weeks. We're in the front row of the tapings, which were right after Slammiversary. Spike brought them to the taping because they wanted to use them to get the new show rolling. They were described as fat rednecks in the front row, always taking their shirts off.
For a company or a promotion or a TV show that isn't doing well, the network is going, we should use them to make the other show stronger.
Yeah, they're like, we would like to launch this new show, and we are putting the stars of the new show in the front row.
But, this show's doing so badly, so poorly.
Everybody hates TNA. Everybody should cancel TNA. They should make everyone different and book the show wrong.
Very good.
It's basically what I hear every time they're like, blah, 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 blah.
Is that what they sound like?
Exactly what they sound like. I think that's what BG James sounds like. I've just convinced myself. In the same way I've convinced myself all the old Asylum news was disco.
Yeah.
I've convinced myself all the new stuff now is BG James. Or maybe it's just always been BG James. He's been there the whole time.
He does seem whiny.
TNA created a t-shirt for Alex Shelley that he didn't like and wouldn't wear to the ring. Dutch Mantel told him to, and then Jarrett told him to, so he had to.
What shirt was it?
This is the first month, if you pay attention, that you will see the iconic, classic, orange Paparazzi Productions t-shirt.
Does he hate the Paparazzi Productions shirt?
I think Alex Shelley hates the Paparazzi Productions shirt.
Well, I'm sorry, he's wrong.
Because he does come out with it. I'm not sure, is it like the Impact match against Jay Lethal or later in the month? But he does come out wearing it, and he does like tear it off. And I'm like, is that a symbol of like defiance? Are you like, fuck your shirt? But also, it's the fucking like best wrestling t-shirt. It is an all-timer pro wrestling shirt that is remembered to this day.
I want to bootleg it.
Apparently Alex Shelley, at least at first, maybe he's changed his tune in it, maybe he came around on it, but at least at first, he did not like the Paparazzi Productions shirt.
Well, he's wrong.
Or maybe there was another shirt and he's like, get rid of that, I want an orange one.
We will see. We'll have to... Someone look at the footage.
But yeah, Paparazzi Productions shirt does debut this month. It is on TV this month, so...
Well, that's the only one we saw him wear this month.
Yeah, so you gotta put 2 and 2 together and say, I don't think Alex Shelley liked that shirt at first.
Well, it's the I Spy one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We could do it.
God damn it, Alex.
There's no TNA logo on there.
Paul Heyman on TNA, because ECW launches this month, I believe.
Shut up. This motherfucker.
So ECW launches on Sci-Fi this month, and there's a bunch of talk. Obviously, Paul Heyman is quote-unquote leading it, but Vince is really leading it. But Paul Heyman, he did a bunch of media rounds, and of course they asked him about TNA, and here's what he had to say about TNA. I don't think TNA is even a consideration. I don't think TNA is even a consideration to anyone in this industry. I wish that they were, but the problem with TNA is they never branded themselves.
He's not wrong there.
They took a bunch of guys, whether they had legitimate gripes in WWE, it doesn't matter. They took a bunch of guys who came on TNA, and instead of saying, this is my opportunity to brand TNA, this is my opportunity to create a new style, all they would say is, I've been held back. I wasn't given an opportunity. I didn't get this. I didn't get that. And now I'm going to have it. You know, nobody cares if you've been held back. People want to be entertained.
I feel like there hasn't been a massive part of TNA's identity at this point.
No.
Like, there's definitely been a little of it, but like I don't feel like it's been a giant part.
And like some people will do it. No. Some people will do it in like their first promo.
Yeah, like they'll do a little, but it's not like it's a constant thing, which again it will become.
It's not like Rhino's character now is I was held back in WWE.
No.
He's just doing a mid-card program with Bobby Roode.
Yeah.
And like Christian maybe does a little bit more of it. Maybe he's making more of a direct critique of Christian here.
Yeah.
But also, like, Christian's not really that on the whole.
No.
Back to Heyman. It's like if Sylvester Stallone doing a Rocky movie and saying, you know, I wanted it to be a different script. Who cares? Screw you. Entertain me. Which I feel like ECW did a bunch of this shit as well, by the way.
They made a lot of it was them mocking the other companies, was it?
What they do in TNA is sit there and moan about their WWE experiences instead of selling you on the TNA experience. Another thing they did in TNA wrong, in my opinion, is they didn't brand their new stars to be stars. They didn't make Samoa Joe their star. They didn't make Abyss their lead star. They should have taken these guys and branded them so that they are TNA stars. Kurt Angle is not going to be the same Kurt Angle in ECW that he was in WWE.
What a name to play out the fucking hat.
I do love that in his direct point, it's like, TNA, they didn't make their own new stars. ECW, Kurt Angle. For both the reason that he goes to TNA in like 4 months, and also Kurt Angle in TNA was so much better than Kurt Angle in ECW.
Yeah.
Kurt Angle in ECW is the same as Kurt Angle in fucking SmackDown. Get over yourself, Paul. They're going to be ECW branded stars, not WWE retreads, and moaning about the fact that Vince McMahon didn't give them the opportunity they felt they deserved. So there you go. That's Heyman's current thoughts on TNA, in which there, as always, is a kernel of truth buried in a pile of hypocrisy.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Heyman just being a WWE shill is such a disappointing arc for that man's career.
Yeah.
And like, fair enough, he's made a fuckload of money.
Yeah.
So who am I to say that this man who has attached himself to the top act in this company for 20 years now is wrong, and I am better and smarter than Paul Heyman, because he attached himself to Brock and he attached himself to Roman and he made a fuckload of money. So good on him. And Punk, yes. All of the guys. But God,
he's a grifter, but he's just like grifter in a different way.
Yeah, and like it's the same thing. It's like he didn't mean it when he was selling you that bullshit in the 90s, you know, that counterculture, we're going to take down WWE. He was grifting you then as much as he is now. It's just a different grift now.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, like, a grifter's gonna grift.
And it is pro wrestling. It is an industry of grifters.
It is an industry built on grifting.
It is the foundational core. They are all carnies. Jeff Jarrett says that Paul Heyman needs to worry about what he has on his hands in WWE and not worry about TNA's identity.
Fucking earned.
He's got a lot in his hands right now, Jarrett told Between the Ropes Radio. Vince McMahon is running ECW. He's going to run the show up there. Vince is very successful. He's going to make ECW successful in spite of Paul, says Jeff Jarrett.
Okay, well, you were almost there.
He is being a little bitter, like, fuck you, Vince is going to turn ECW into the success you could never make it. And Vince didn't.
Yeah, you were almost there. You almost had the right own when you could have just said, you're not even running the show.
Yeah, you're Vince's bitch. Get over yourself.
But no, he had to turn it into sucking off Vince McMahon. Because everyone in this industry has to suck off Vince McMahon constantly.
And Paul will be gone from ECW within 6 months.
And don't worry, any day now he's going to show up on TNA and save the company.
I can't wait to get to that in 2010. So if you remember, moments ago, gave out about Samoa Joe not being the star of TNA. Early indications are the Best of Samoa Joe DVD is off to the fastest start in the sales of any DVD in the company to date, which speaks volumes, since that would mean they've somewhat created a
star since they produced DVDs on established names like Raven, Jeff Hardy, as well as the Final Resolution DVD that just came out with Sting's Return, and Joe's DVD is outperforming all of them.
Yeah, well, probably helps, right, that he comes from a background where people bought DVDs to see him.
Yeah.
His fan base is a fan base that buys DVD.
Especially when you think about, like, the Spike audience, which, like, Joe has been around for most of the Spike era, but, like, the Unbreakable match is pre-Spike. So if you, like, started watching TNA on Spike, and you see the Samoa Joe guy, and you hear about the Samoa Joe guy, and you hear about this legendary Samoa Joe match, but you didn't watch it because it was on pay-per-view the month before TNA started on Spike, you'd be like, let me get that DVD. I want to see that match. TNA is under the impression it's better than 50% it can keep Rhino. His recent losses were not the idea of jobbing him out for an inevitable leaving, as some have speculated. WWE is pursuing him for ECW. He's in a good position with his contract coming due in July. There are expected to be negotiations with TNA this week, and the company is hopeful they will sign him before he leaves TV.
Well, that's fun. I never knew that they were trying to get him for the ECW relaunch.
Yeah, so presumably Rhino only signed a 1-year deal when he joined last year. So his deal is up in July, and yeah, for the most part, apparently everyone's locked down long term. So like, if they wanted Team 3D, if they wanted Raven, if they wanted Shane Douglas, all those guys are signed. Whereas Rhino, his deal was up, so he was in a position of leverage. By all accounts, by the end of the month, he is either signed his new contract or agreed to his new contract. Obviously, we know he doesn't. So he had agreed his longer term contract with TNA and doesn't leave for ECW. But yeah, I guess it would make sense that you would look at Rhino. He's still in his prime, still a good worker, so has a name value, has an attachment to ECW, but it won't break the bank. So it would probably make sense why you'd look at bringing him back for ECW.
Exactly.
And fuck you, Paul. You couldn't even get Rhino.
Yeah, make new stars with that, bitch.
They're trying to change everyone over, or at least the key people, from per-show contracts to guaranteed contracts. The top guys are now getting guaranteed money per week. The number isn't big, and Dave is guessing most of the names are between $1,000 and $1,500 per week, with a few of the top guys above that.
I'll take $1,500 a week.
I would happily take $1,500 a week. The lower rank guys are still in the $300 to $500 per show range and don't get paid when they don't appear on TV. One of the reasons you'll see a lot of four-ways on TV is simply to get some of the guys a payday and a little TV exposure. The guys on guaranteed deals are then being booked out to local promoters, very similar to how Mexico operates. If TNA books one of its top guys, say for $1,000 a shot, then the wrestler gets a percentage of that and the office gets a percentage. Dave doesn't know the percentage, but the office gets more than half. The wrestler gets his guarantee, and then
I have a problem with that if the wrestler gets his guarantee and he gets a little bonus for when he gets booked out.
Yeah, so say if you're getting $1,000 a month, and if you get booked out, you get another $400.
Grand a week.
Fine. Or $1,000 a week, yeah. $1,000 a month wouldn't be very much at all.
No. Yeah, I think that's fine.
The wrestlers can still book outside dates on their own, but it's harder because the contract gives TNA first dibs on house shows. For example, if Chris Sabin wanted to work Ring of Honor, it would be hard to do so because anytime TNA booked him for a show, their show would take priority. In the case of ROH, they do have Christopher Daniels and Samoa Joe's dates booked through the end of the year through TNA, so there won't be any problems there unless another snowstorm occurs, says Dave.
Well, you cheeky bugger.
This does seem like the fairest case of the contracts they've been trying to come up with for like 3 years now.
Yeah, they're trying to find the happy medium.
Because there's the ones where I don't think they paid a guarantee and still wanted to control bookings, which is like, fuck you. Whereas here, it's like, you get a guarantee, you get a cut of your bookings, and on dates you're not working TNA, you can still take bookings on your own, but we get first hit. All seems pretty fair.
Yeah.
TNA continued their house show success. The group, which was promoted by Hermie Sadler, still promoting the house shows, drew a sellout of 1,100 fans at the ECW Arena on June 9th, my birthday, in a show that was never once mentioned on TV, says Dave, even though technically, well, like, they had angles from it on TV, but I guess they never promoted the show on TV.
Yeah.
So yeah, Team 3D did a promo from the building that aired on TV, and then the angle, the James gang, the throwing the chairs in the ring thing also aired on TV.
Do you think that was part of them, like they wanted to do the chair throwing thing, but they wanted to be legally not liable for anything that could go down, so they're like, just do it on the Hermie Sadler show.
Yeah, if a fan gets hit by a chair, it's Hermie that's liable, not us.
Yeah.
I hope they're that cynical. They're like, we want to do this really cool thing, but we don't want to get sued, so Hermie, how you feeling?
And let's not tell it.
Regarding wrestling at the former ECW Arena last weekend, one TNA wrestler says it was a refreshing change. It was a lot of fun, says the wrestler. It blew me away way. Maybe it will give TNA management the idea they can run there regularly. The crowd at the ECW arena was said to be a mix of hardcore regulars who might attend Ring of Honor and CCW events and casual fans who saw TNA on Spike and decided to find this building so they could see TNA stars. Another TNA wrestler described the crowds at Orlando's TNA Asylum like a church crowd where everyone knows where they sit. They're used to us and they've seen everything. They're numb to things that the ECW crowd went nuts for. It would be a good place for a pay-per-view, I think.
Yeah, I think the mix should be like, we do TV, one pay-per-view, then TV again, and then we go somewhere else for the second pay-per-view. Because I think you still need to give the Impact Zone big shows. You can't just give them the shit. You do need to give them stuff to look forward to as well. But like, every couple months going out and doing a pay-per-view on the road, I don't think is a bad idea.
Yeah, like the crowds were hotter in the Impact Zone last year, and they can still be quite hot. Like if you watch the James Gang against Team 3D, they're hotter for that than they have any right to be on the pay-per-view. It does open the pay-per-view. But the crowds aren't as hot as they were, but also the shows probably aren't as good as they were either. So that might be a fair exchange. The crowd is only as good as the shows.
Yeah, I think the crowd will always follow the show. People give way too much credit to like, ooh, they've seen everything, but it's like if you have good wrestling shows, the crowd will respond to the good wrestling.
People, and they still do it today when like, oh, that's a good AEW crowd, a bad AEW crowd, and like people tend to treat the crowds like they're like this externality. They're completely detached from like the quality of the product, and you get a hot crowd in one city and a bad crowd in the other, and who knows why? It's just the thing that happens, where it's nearly always in direct proportion to how hot is your product, how good is your show. If your product is cold, even a good show might get a bad crowd.
Yeah.
If your product is hot, even a bad show might get a great crowd. So it goes back to like, are you hot? Do people care?
Much like everything in life.
I'm hot, right, Liam?
Do people care?
Wait a minute, you didn't know. Jushin Liger came back from TNA saying that he'd like for the relationship with TNA to continue. He said the guy he was most impressed with was AJ Styles, who he'd like to bring to New Japan. Liger also threw out the first pitch at the Lot Orions game on May 20th in Chiba. Not relevant to TNA, but it does feed into our little baseball corner.
Oh, great. Let me just lay back here and fall asleep.
Baseball Today on the 20th of May had a short segment. Had a short segment on AJ Pierzynski. Had a short segment on... God damn it. Had a short segment on AJ Pierzynski and the TNA X Division title belt that he wears around. The segment mentioned AJ Styles as the real X Division champion. He's not. However, the same day on SportsCenter, when Pierzynski was mentioned as he got punched in the White Sox club's brawl on their May 20th game, it was brought up that he had WWE experience during off-season, which he also does not.
Really rude.
This is the downside of, like, particularly the smaller company chasing all the press attention.
Yeah. I feel like that's one thing AEW's been good at, is controlling their PR to be like, you will talk about us and our name, you will not get us confused.
Yeah, but then like 2 months later, they're still just WWE, you know?
I think they've done a pretty good job for the most part. I haven't seen a lot of like miscategorization, occasionally, but like I feel like they've done a good job of making themselves distinguished, and like their PR team obviously is just that, but like yeah.
There was a recent instance where somebody was called a WWE wrestler. I can't remember what it was, and it's on the tip of my brain. I think it was like a TMZ story. It was still like WWE wrestler, but yeah. As a general rule, you are right.
They're pretty good.
Terry Taylor was officially named Director of Talent Relations. He's been kind of the unofficial person in that slot all along. His role is to be in charge of contract negotiations and signing new talent. He's going to be working full-time in Nashville and will probably move from Atlanta. It's considered a step upward for Taylor, and being in Nashville full-time will likely make him more powerful when it comes to direction. So Terry Taylor, signing people.
Consolidating power.
He's taking over the company. Over Slammiversary weekend, all the talent was given blood tests for HIV and hepatitis. There was wording when announcing the tests in big letters, "This is not a drug test." They wanted to test everyone since they do a lot of blood in matches, and there may be some states they are going to where testing would be required. But it is very fun. It's like, this is for your own safety. We want to see, does anyone have HIV and hepatitis?
Please don't put other people's blood in the test.
Yeah, don't fake the blood test. It is actually very important. It's not a drug test. We swear. Maybe they should do drug tests.
Well, yeah, but like, what are they going to do? They're going to find out people are on drugs, and then they're going to be like, all right.
Scott Steiner, we have a problem with you, sir.
Scott Steiner, I'm beginning to think you might be on something.
Your muscles don't seem natural, sir.
How dare you? Want to say that to his face?
No, that was always his thing. It's like, apparently in WWE, when they were like, we would like to drug test Scott Steiner, he was always like, get Triple H in the room with me at the same time and I'll do it. And then they never did it.
I mean, it's fair.
Don't expect Johnny Fairplay back. There was a piece in USA Today about him being drunk and making an ass of himself at some sort of get-together. He was quoted in the story as saying that he got paid 150 grand for 1 year and was only used 4 times in TNA. Then they renewed him for a second year at 150 grand and never used him once. Dave can't vouch for the figures or the number of dates, but the basis of what he said is accurate. He then thanked the company while making fun of them at the same time.
I'll do 4 appearances in 2 years for 300 grand.
That is better than the 1,500 a week. It's funny to think about how Johnny Fairplay at this point in TNA history is probably like a top 5 earner in the history of TNA.
Yeah.
There's like probably Jarrett's gotten more, I'd say. Sting is obviously on a bigger contract. I'd imagine Christian is on a bigger contract, and then probably Johnny Fairplay.
Yeah. But had they made that money yet?
No, so maybe he's probably still ahead. Well, Sting has probably made 150 grand at this point, right? He's 6 months in.
Has he made 300?
Has he made 3? He's on this. I think he's on like $500,000 a year. So
no.
We're 6 months in, so he should have made about half of that. So no, he hasn't made as much money as Johnny Fairplay probably.
So Johnny Fairplay might be the highest grossing earner.
Yeah, and our final note: Dixie Carter gave birth. God.
Dixie Carter gave birth to her second kid.
Yeah, on June 1st. So congratulations to Dixie.
Happy belated birthday to Dixie Carter's second child.
Tanner, I believe.
Of course it's Tanner.
Who turned 18 recently, so fair play to him.
Who hosts a podcast that you were a guest on.
Yeah, he's the host of All You Can Hear. The son of Dixie Carter.
Spread the law, it's true.
That's the news.
Whoa, I love the news.
So it's been 12 hours since we recorded the news, and I've been thinking the entire time about that Paul Heyman quote.
Okay, yeah.
Because Liam took a break overnight. We often do that. We do the news separately from Broad Topics sometimes. And I was like, that whole Steve Austin character, when he left WCW, was all about him going on ECW TV and being like, Eric Bischoff's a cunt, and that was terrible.
They didn't let me be a star because they were too busy focusing on the old guys.
And then fucking Paul Heyman turns around and is like, oh, TNA do that too often. Ugh, what a fucking bitch. Bootlicking bitch.
I was thinking about, like, the fact that, Stone Cold had that gimmick. Yes, like, last night when we were talking about it, I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like they did that stuff a lot.
Yeah, because I threw it out that, like, oh, they did that stuff too. But then I was like, fucking, they brag so much about the Steve Austin presentation in ECW, even though he was only there for like 6 weeks, and it was all this shit. Fuck you.
Yeah. Brian Pillman and the pencil.
Yeah, fucking, it's all like that. You counterculture piece of shit, and then being like, oh, WWE is good, I'm gonna lick their boots. And then, like, Vince is out, and then he bows to the altar of Triple H as well, the sycophantic piece of crap.
Didn't he make, like, his WWE Hall of Fame induction all about Triple H?
He did. He's such a politicking, boot-licking, hollow shell of a carny.
The words of Garrett Kidney.
I've been getting mad at Paul Heyman all day.
That's all you've been able to think about.
I could have just not addressed it. We could have just moved seamlessly into the broad topics, but no, I was been stewing. Fucking Paul Heyman.
Yeah.
All right, that does take us to the broad topics. I guess we'll start because it does impact the main event first, so we should probably talk about it before we talk about the main event. That is the new face of TNA management arriving in TNA.
The new face of professional wrestling.
Yes, the new face of professional wrestling management.
Of course.
That's what they call every TEW killer.
The TW killer.
Yeah, every professional wrestling app, all the ones that I don't remember the names, like Pro Wrestling Booking Sim or whatever. That is the new face of professional wrestling management.
I guess that makes sense. I think the TW killer is just them not making another one.
That is the biggest killer. But they always say they're not making another one, and then they always make another one.
Well, when was the last one?
2020, wasn't it?
Yeah, so we're getting a little long in the tooth.
It would be the longest gap, I think, between them, but also it's a cash cow, so you might as well.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
June 1st Impact. Larry Zbyszko has a pre-tape. We'll talk about that later. But Slick Johnson walks in at the end of it and says the new face of TNA management isn't going to wait until Slammiversary. He may even be here tonight, and he doesn't even use a comb-over, which does offend Larry Z.
Also, like, I guess technically true.
That he doesn't use a comb-over?
Yeah. Like, he doesn't have hair, but, like...
Yeah.
It's not a comb-over.
Stop taking shots at poor Larry's hair. He's doing his best.
I like the bit with the fact that everyone is still bald.
Yeah, I guess
it's like, yeah, he's got hair. It's like, no, he's bald too. And obviously, so is Slick Johnson.
Everyone's bald. Bald men everywhere. Well, Cornette has hair.
Yeah, but he's still, like, balding.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's just an interesting choice, I guess. I don't know if they were trying to, like, allude to someone else. Someone famous for hair.
No, it's just to set up Larry Zbyszko eventually losing his hair, which is still the plan. So they're taking shots at Larry's hair because he will be getting hair restoration surgery. So
I guess that makes sense.
There has been 2 months of subtle teases poking fun at poor Larry's haircut.
Yes, I would definitely describe them as subtle.
The following week, the new face of TNA management makes the Steiner Joe match, which does not please Larry. I like Larry in that segment being like, you can't make matches straight away. You have to think about it. Yeah.
It's also very on brand for the Larry Zbyszko character.
He's just like, I can't just make a match. What kind of absurd talk is that I could just make a match? A match can just happen.
I need to, like, ruminate on it. Discern if it's really what is needed.
Yeah, maybe I want to book Samoa Joe against Jarrell Clark instead. Maybe that's a better match.
Yeah.
Maybe I have these long-term booking plans in my TEW game that will eventually lead somewhere else. Can't rush these things.
Exactly.
And then go home episode of Impact. Once again, Slick is like, the new face of TNA management is here tonight, and he wants to see Larry Z. And then the final segment before we go off the air, Larry Z is backstage. He looks into a car, and he's like, my God. And then we go off the air.
And he's like, oh.
Who could it possibly be?
He does a big reaction.
Good big reaction, to be fair.
He like throws his hands on his head. And he's like, oh, no.
He does seem stunned at who it could possibly be. Well, actually, who it is. It's in front of him. Apparently, it was. This is a throwback to the sacrifice segment because there's not much of Raven Larry stuff this month. In fact, there's pretty much none. But it was Jeff Jarrett's suggestion that Larry Zbyszko no longer play chicken shit heel manager and play wrestler in his feud with Raven at this point. That is why he was so aggressive instead of running away in the latest confrontation back at Sacrifice. Which I guess makes sense if you want to actually set that up as a match. But I guess, like, do you? Isn't the idea that you just see Raven kill Larry Z?
Yeah. I mean, again, like, I know it depends what the end goal is, but, like, do you want to do the match? I guess.
Like, do you want that to be an actual match? Surely, like, the hook of that should be Larry's not a tough guy. Larry's just going to get killed.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense for him to be. Like, I'm firstly going 50-50 with Raven.
Maybe, like, Jeff Jarrett hates Raven, too. It's actually the management is still against Raven, but they'll let him have Larry Z.
Yeah, man. I don't know. It's a weird one.
So, at the pay-per-view, Mike Tenay is in the ring. He introduces the new face of TNA management. It is Jim Cornette.
Woo!
Cornette got surgery earlier that week. He's been getting surgery on his knees a couple times over the month, I think. And there's a moment during his entrance, he comes out holding a cane, and he swings his cane around in his hand. And I watched this a couple of times to make sure, but I'm pretty sure he accidentally threw it off to the side. I don't think he was doing, like, I don't need a stinking cane bit, even though he said that when he got in the ring. I really do think he accidentally threw it.
Yeah.
And it's very funny to watch him, like, slowly hobble down the ramp. And, like, if you ever had bad knees, and Liam, I think you can attest to this, Hill's very bad for bad knees.
Yeah, no, doesn't do well.
Inclines and declines and bad knees do not go well together.
It's very funny that, like, that he does, like, the whole, okay, it is objectively funny that he throws the cane when he clearly needs it, and then goes, I don't need a cane. But, like, it is good improving, I guess, to be like, yes, I don't need a cane. That's what I was doing. I was doing that bit.
Yeah, he's owned it. It's like, it's definitely on purpose. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So Cornette grabs a microphone and he cuts a promo.
He does.
This came right after the AMW Styles and Daniels match, so he's like, that's what tag team wrestling should look like, and I know a thing or two about tag team wrestling. Said TNA is the new face of professional wrestling and he's sick and tired of the old one. Paul Heyman, furious at these shots, does the it wouldn't last 4 weeks thing, so he is right in line with TNA lore.
Stolen valor, to be honest, though.
Yeah, you only showed up. You can't do the we wouldn't last 6 weeks, especially because you show up and you're like, oh, all these cronies are trying to kill TNA, but I'm here to be fair and decent.
And it's like, but they lasted 6 weeks, 6 months, 4 years.
Larry Z's watching backstage and he seems stressed.
As he would be.
His job is being replaced.
Well, he gets to stick around, so I guess, is his job being replaced, or are they bringing in, like, an overseer?
Yeah, they're bumping him down a layer. There's middle management being introduced, I guess.
Yeah.
Larry should be around, like, making decisions on Explosion.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, guys, I book Matt Bentley exclusively now.
Sounds like you booking.
I love Matt Bentley. My favorite wrestler. It says the same old cronies have been on the take from TNA and holding the company back, but Cornette's here to change that. He may not be politically correct, but he gets results.
He certainly is not politically correct.
And becomes less politically correct over time.
It's crazy how that happened. Someone who makes that a defining part of their personality.
There's guys that he expects will hit home runs, and then there's guys who are coasting on reputation who need to step up or leave. They cut to LAX there as well.
I guess they're referring to Conan.
Yeah, I guess that the whole thing we'll talk about when we talk about their story, but they're on work stoppage at the moment.
Yeah.
Jim Cornette anti-union is what we're learning immediately.
So we just find what month are we?
June 2006.
Well, I guess we are 1 month off the Homicide Jim Cornette ROH feud.
So he still just hates Homicide across companies?
Yeah, that could be part of it.
Mm.
Jim Cornette seems like the kind of pervert to like incorporate that.
He does. It's been like sickos, but here it is because they are refusing to work because they have been mistreated in the workplace.
I'm gonna keep an eye out on that. I want to see if Cornette like makes any illusions.
Yeah, the idea that he would make like concessions. It's like, you have been abused in the workplace.
No, the other way around. He's like, fuck you, Homicide, you bitch.
Oh yeah, to call back to Ring of Honor.
Yeah, because it's like something that's going on as it's going on here.
So he has 3 criteria for people he wants on his roster. He wants people who will sell pay-per-views, people who will draw ratings, and people who will have good matches. And if you can't do that and you're out, then he's like, try me, because you'll be hitting the back door and you ain't seen nothing yet.
So it's like, you really had a problem with this sentence, or this part of the promo. I didn't. I think it's like completely within universe for a person who is in charge of the pro wrestling company to be like, I want to sell pay-per-views, I want to have good ratings, and I want to have good matches. You, well, like, it takes you out. It's too close to like work shooting shit.
Yeah, because I want my authority figure to be a matchmaker. And like, as I said on the watch along, I do respect the idea that like UFC isn't booked for like the best pure athletes get the most opportunities. That's not how the UFC works. If you're a star, you get more opportunities than if you're not. That's just the fact of life, as Eli Drake might put it. But it's just one of those things that wrestling has become so like terminally irony pilled that one of these things, which in isolation I would be fine with, like the idea is like, yeah, he's running a company, he wants people who make money. That's fine, I guess. But like this, it's just one of those things where wrestling has become so many layers removed from just like men fight for opportunities to fight for bigger things, that when you introduce this, I'm just like, guys, can we just have people who want to fight, and then the people who win go up and fight for titles, and the people who lose don't. That's and so like I'd like the babyface truth-telling authority figure to be just like, best wrestlers get best opportunities, no bullshit, no politics. That's what I prefer this to be, as opposed to like, if you can't draw a television rating, I don't want you on my show. Like, I don't care about television rating. And within the universe of the show, I don't care about television rating. And like, you saw the same thing in AEW a lot, where it's like, oh, people talked about whether or not they popped a quarter, or whether or not they drew in the demo that week. And I'm like, I don't care about this. I want you to be cool. I don't want you to be like, look how I'm actually popular, guys. I swear, we can pop a rating.
I guess it does make more sense of a statement for like a heel-leaning authority figure, but I don't know, I just didn't have a problem with it. I kind of liked it. I like it makes the outer universe feel in universe in a way that I don't perceive as being like too worked shooty irony pilled.
Yeah. I think I understand that. And as I said, in isolation, I don't think I'd have a problem with it. But just like in the way wrestling has skewed since the late 90s, basically since they completely lost the run of themselves toward the death of WCW in particular, where it's just like everything is fourth wall breaking, nothing is real.
You say that as unlike my second monitor, I have Collision and Chris Jericho is wrestling.
Yeah, and Chris Jericho is all of that, you know? He's like, the Jericho Vort. I hate that shit. I hate it. Just be interesting. Be
the
cool.
demo god.
Yeah, it's just all that self-aware meta bullshit. It's just, it's
I see, that's the thing. I think I dislike it in wrestlers, but for an authority figure, I don't.
Yeah, you are fine with like, I am the man running this business and I need business results.
Yeah, I think that's like within character. But like, you're right, it does come across as like, what is the word I'm looking for? Like low self-esteem.
Yeah.
If you're a wrestler, it feels pandering or whatever. Like you're trying to justify that you're not actually like, you didn't fail in some aspect.
There is a little bit of desperation to it, isn't there?
That's the word I was looking for, desperation, yeah.
That you're just like, guys, I swear I'm a star. I'm really a star.
Please believe me.
If you have to tell people you're a star, you are in fact not a star.
Yeah.
It is very funny to do this 3 months before Vince Russo comes back.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing into all the things that will eventually actually bring Vince Russo back.
But it's really funny to me, just in general, just the entire Cornette promo. One, because Cornette and Vince Russo hate each other. That's one layer of it.
What? Since when?
But also to send Cornette out there to be like, no more cronies, no more bullshit, no more old guys getting chances just because they're old guys. We want you to earn your spot. This is going to be a fair and decently run company. And in 3 months, I'm going to have to say all this while Vince Russo is writing the things I say.
And it's going to go well. I'm sure there won't be any turmoil around it. And it won't stink of condensation. Condensation, yes.
Yes,
condescension?
Condescension, yes.
I just woke up.
Yeah, just walk it off. Walk it off.
Let's pretend it didn't happen.
They had a big party thrown by Jeff Jarrett for the 4th year anniversary on June 19th after the tapings, and most people were there, told they were watching Raw, and Cornette cut this, quote-unquote, according to Dave, hilarious promo about the mentality there that the way to get over is show as much male ass as possible. Reports where Cornette showed up very enthusiastic about being there.
It's very funny to be like, let's celebrate ourselves and chuck on some Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, all sit around and watch the June 19th. You know what? I'm going to check what's on
I
that.
was just about to pull it up.
Yeah.
Candice Michelle and Mickie James defeat Maria and Tori Wilson.
You're a better cage matcher than I.
Charlie Haas versus Viscera.
Oh, they all the stars.
Umaga Squash. John Cena defeating Bowles Mahoney.
Of course.
Randy Orton defeating Snitsky.
Yep.
Johnny Nitro and Shelton Benjamin defeating Carlito in a 2-on-1 handicap match. Edge defeating Ric Flair.
I would like to take a moment to point out that there are 7 matches on this episode of Raw. The longest of which is 4 minutes.
Yep, the main event 2 minutes.
The match times 1:28, 2:23, 1:06, 4 minutes for Cena Balls Mahoney. That's a relatively 60-minute Broadway for Raw standards. 2:30, 2:50, and 1:55 are your match times for this 2006 episode of Raw.
We were talking about it before. It's totally in that era, the most we do not like what we are than it has ever been.
Yeah, that is the thing. That is the context in which you do have to view TNA through the lens of. It's just by contrast, TNA is this wrestling utopia, you know?
Yeah, you can kind of understand if that was what they were getting on the other side, this is fucking Ring of Honor, you know? This is a fully fledged pro wrestling show in comparison.
Yeah, we would watch it back and be it's a little still too WWE pilled, it's a little too sports entertainment-y. But then when you look at what's on the other channel, you are well, you know what? They still have this Kick-Ass Joe stuff. I guess that's way better than Raw.
we should be forced to center ourselves and watch a Raw from this era just to be remind ourselves what it is in comparison to.
Yeah, but wait a minute now.
And we come back and we're actually TNA's fucking awesome.
I will take my 4-minute Jay Lethal Alex Shelley TV match any day.
It's longer than anything on a Raw.
Oh, it probably was longer than anything on the Raw. Yeah, I think it did go longer than 4. I think even Sanjay Jarrell Clark went longer than anything on Raw.
So I don't know. Yeah, maybe I will watch a Raw from the era just to provide context. Well, yeah, world context is an important element. It's obviously we can't just be watching Raws and SmackDowns as we're watching all these Impacts as well. That's impossible to keep up with. But it is probably important to have some idea of what North American wrestling television actually looks like.
Yeah, because we are now, even in WWE, in a world where they have long title matches and all that on TV all the time. You know, while Gunther had the Intercontinental title, he would have big, meaningful, very good TV matches, among the only good matches. But there's wrestling on WWE TV all of the time, for the most part.
It teeters into a wrestling show more often than not.
Even taking AEW out of it, which is obviously, you know, those shows are good matches. Even Raw will give you a 15-minute match most weeks.
I'm going to go to this week's Raw.
Might not be a good example, but who knows?
Yeah, the episode where they murdered people.
Yeah, well, no match longer than 4 minutes there too. But then you do go back to this period and you are oh, good. And this is the true dregs of an era. It's between the Attitude Era and then whatever they hit on in the early 2010s, the Shield era, I guess. That those where they tried to do ruthless aggression, they tried to brand the hell out of this thing and no one cared. So it's very much in the low point of a personality-less, directionless, but still terrible era of WWE.
Raw this week, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 8 minutes, 3 minutes, 12 minutes, 16 minutes almost.
Yeah, so you can see even like having 8-minute matches is revolutionary compared to a 2006 Raw.
Yeah, and like the big 16-minute main event.
What was that?
That was the 3-way Money in the Bank qualifier, Jey Uso, Finn Balor, Rey.
Sure.
And
So
last Raw, longest match was 14 minutes, which was Braun, Dragon Lee, and Ray versus Khali Judgment Day. But you also had Drew and Finn going 13. SmackDown, Solo Sikoa, Kevin Owens, 17 minutes. SmackDown this week, longest match 10 minutes.
SmackDown is generally the talkier show of the two.
Yeah, there's always one. But like still, you're getting long matches on there. Like there's still an 18-minute solo Kevin Owens match last week.
Yeah. So like it's a completely like it really is a completely different world now. Even WWE, whereas go back now to 2006 and it's a desolate landscape. And like Impact this month, I don't think the matches are necessarily always good. In fact, a lot of them are quite boring. But like Impact this month is like you get Jarrett Raven on TV, you get Steiner Sting on TV, you get like these big stars and big matches on TV this month, as opposed to Raw where you're getting Charlie Haas versus Viscera.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, Cornette's here. It's a good promo. It's a big rah-rah speech. He can talk. It's what you expect from Jim Cornette, really.
You can never say that he can't talk.
No, and like really, that's his role. He's in an authority figure role, and he can talk. And he doesn't have the book, thankfully.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'd be opposed to him having the book at this point.
Yeah, in contrast to who will get the book, or at least more of the book coming up, yeah, maybe he should have gotten the book.
I'm sure he fought for it.
So the main event of Slammiversary is, as is tradition for the second year in a row, the King of the Mountain match, as Christian Cage will defend the NWA World Championship against 4 other men in King of the Mountain. So we go to the opening segment of the first Impact of the month, where we have a lot of challengers lining up for Christian Cage's NWA World title. Maybe too many challengers. Maybe we have 8, but we only need 4.
Do you think they should have kept King of the Mountain as Slammiversary every year?
Yeah, like this year's Slammiversary main event is a multi-man elimination match. It's a 6-man multi-man elimination, and there's part of me it's just like, King of the Mountain, guys. So what are we doing?
Yeah. And over the years, like, you could have switched it around. Like, could have done a knockouts year with King of the Mountain, Queen of the Mountain, I guess. You could have done an X Division year. You know what I mean? Like, you could have changed. It didn't always have to be the world title, but, like, it feels like King of the Mountain should have been something that always took place at Slammiversary.
Yeah, and that is something they did. Whereas, like, in 2009, they had 2 King of the Mountains, one for the X Division, one for the world title. And then it was a Hogan Bischoff thing, of course, where they got rid of the tradition of King of the Mountain being the Slammiversary match. And then it came back in the middle of the 2000s, or 2010s for 2015, and then disappeared again. And then came back for the 20th anniversary. Then we had Queen of the Mountain in 2022. But yeah, like part of me is like, you know, you're throwing 6 guys in the world title match. King of the Mountain's right there. It's a tradition. I like traditions. I really do like traditions because it makes your company feel like it has its history. You know, it's not just we're doing something for no reason. It's like you can get a little bit excited. It's like, oh, we're heading into King of the Mountain season. How are they going to do it? Are they going to do qualifiers? Are they going to start putting people in the match? You have traditions to look forward to, and I like that.
Yeah.
So May 18th Impact opens with Christian Cage. He celebrates in the crowd as they chant his name because he's retained the NWA World title in Full Metal Mayhem against Abyss at the pay-per-view. Says the title belongs just as much to the peeps as it does to him. Next up for Christian is King of the Mountain. He points out, as many people will many times this month, that the champion has never retained in King of the Mountain. So the champion has never walked into King of the Mountain and walked out with the belt. Ron Killings lost in 2004. AJ Styles lost in 2005. So will he break tradition? Will he be the man finally to retain a title in King of the Mountain? He says he's kicked more ass by accident than most have on purpose. So we'll see who steps up. Monty Brown comes out. He says he's back because it's the first time we've seen Monty since he lost to Christian actually in March. So it's our first time we've seen Monty in a few months because he got his knee scoped.
Yeah.
And we're also in the final run of Monty.
Yeah. Do they know that they're in the final run of Monty yet?
It feels like it.
Yeah. It's the impression I get.
It does certainly feel like a man who is running out his contract because he doesn't even go, like, realistically, if you're to be like, who should qualify for King of the Mountain, Ron Killings or Monty Brown? The answer should be Monty Brown, and yet it turns out to be Ron Killings.
I was kind of shocked, and then I thought, like, maybe it was because they felt the need to have someone a little more, like, bouncier and athletic, because if you don't have Ron in here, you don't kind of have anyone in that role.
Yeah, I guess Abyss can take bumps, but he's not, as you said, like a guy who can do some ladder spots.
You don't have AJ here.
And Sting, Christian, Jarrett are all guys who are heavyweight guys. Christian's the most athletic of the three, and Sting is willing to jump off things, as we'll find out. But yeah, you are right that it is probably, if we added Monty to that match, it's far too heavyweight leaning, whereas Ron can do some dives and be athletic and be something different in the match, I guess.
Yeah, so I thought that might have been a reason too.
So Monty says he owes Christian a pounce, period. Adrenaline Rush hits, and then Rhino comes out, Killings comes out, Raven comes out, Abyss comes out, Jarrett and Steiner come out. Of course, Jarrett is the only one that gets to speak, says he deserves to be in the match, which brings out Sting. Sting's in the rafters and says, by Jarrett involving himself in King of the Mountain, now Sting's involving himself in King of the Mountain. And then Larry Zbyszko appears on the screen, and he says, it turns out we have 8 men around here, but we only need 4.
He's also very prim and proper here. You should keep that in mind.
I did quite like that. He's making like a very formal, a very official announcement that seems like it's above reproach. No one can question it. He is being fair and decent. If there is any new faces of TNA management potentially watching, Larry is doing things by the book.
It was very funny.
So yeah, we have 8 contenders. We only need 4. So over the next few weeks, there will be King of the Mountain qualifiers. But the hook is we won't know who will be in the matches until bell time. So no one knows when they'll be wrestling, and no one knows who they'll be wrestling until the music hits. So that's the hook over the next few weeks, that you're given these 8 men. You're given Raven, Killings, Abyss, Steiner, Jarrett, Monty, and Sting. And then like your imagination can run wild about the kind of matches that can happen between those 8 men.
Which is like gives us our monthly Jeff Jarrett has something to whine and complain about, and a mystery to solve, because that's the only story he knows how to tell.
Yeah, he can always. He's mad at people. He's always mad at people. He's giving out to people all the time.
He's gotta ask, who knows what? Who's telling me something? Let me know.
He needs to demand things from Mike Tenay. We'll actually cover one of those under Steiner Joe, because it kind of fits better there. But yeah, there's one of those on this show where they're shouting at JB and Steiner's mad.
Yeah.
So main event of this episode, your first King of the Mountain qualifier is Abyss versus Rhino. Abyss coming out without James Mitchell, because Mitchell got dropped on Thumbtacks at the pay-per-view, so he's selling that.
Yes, it's weird to see Abyss without James Mitchell now. I'm so used to it.
Yeah, and these two, just bad chemistry, I think.
Yeah.
For 2 guys you would think should have good chemistry and did have one really good match, there's a lot of stinkers between these two. Some very boring TV matches.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Abyss, at one point, Rhino kicks out of a move, and Abyss, like, screams something, and then Don tries to, like, speculate about what Abyss was saying, and he's like, I think he said, I had it. Rude comes out, but Rhino fends them off. The distraction allows Abyss to hit a black hole slam for the win, as D'Amore gloats after. We'll talk more about Rhino and Rude and D'Amore, the big pay-per-view match we've all been looking forward to. But Abyss qualifies for King of the Mountain.
I'm glad that he did.
Over Rhino?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's nice to brand your homegrown talent in the world title match, huh? Fuck you, fucking Paul Heyman. May 25th Impact.
To me.
May 25th Impact. JB is backstage with the remaining King of the Mountain qualifiers. It teases what tonight's main event could be. We get a feature on King of the Mountain explaining what King of the Mountain is and the rules, and once again reiterating no champion has walked into King of the Mountain, walked out with the belt. JB has Sting. He's fired up for the King of the Mountain. He's seen wrestlers and companies come and go, but he doesn't want that to happen to TNA, and he sees the biggest threat to that happening to TNA being Jeff Jarrett. So he needs to remove him from King of the Mountain and remove him from TNA.
Oh my gosh.
We then, this is unrelated to King of the Mountain, but we had an ad for Slammiversary.
Yeah. It's goofy.
So there's Mike and Don are watching golf. They're watching a fake Tiger Woods go for a putt, but Jarrett cuts him off and hits him with a guitar, and Mike and Don are very amused by this. And there's a fun note about this, that In Demand nixed it. They wouldn't use this pay-per-view commercial because they skewed far too close to actually using Tiger Woods' likeness. So In Demand was like, ooh, no, we can't use it, sorry.
It's so good though.
Cowards in the pay-per-view industry, Liam. There's an interview with Raven, points out that both he and Jarrett have won a King of the Mountain, so it would be a battle between them of the previous King of the Mountain winners. JB also has Jarrett and Steiner. Jarrett says he'll regain the title. Steiner tells Jarrett to shut up, says he came to TNA to watch Jarrett's back and beat up Sting. Steiner demands Larry Z pull he and Sting's name out of the hat, and he's mad at Joe eyeballing him, says next time Joe does that, he'll slap the taste out of his mouth, because nobody eyeballs Big Papa Pump.
I wouldn't. I'd be very afraid to.
Would you actually be scared? If you were in a room with Scott Steiner, 5x5 room, it's just you and Scott Steiner,
Okay, no bird, no scorpion either.
No, this is just Steiner.
Okay.
2 chairs in opposite corners of the room, but not like making eye contact. So you're against the same wall, back to the same wall.
Like you're at a waiting room.
Yeah, so you sit in one chair and Steiner sits in the other. Would you spend the entire time not looking at Scott Steiner?
No, I wouldn't. You know what I would do?
What would you do?
I'd go, hello, Mr. Steiner. Did you know that we have the same birthday?
You have the same birthday as Scott Steiner?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So I would simply talk to him about that.
You would extend the olive branch?
Yeah.
Do you think he would then become friends with you?
I think because it is a very, it's a very rare birthday. I feel like both of us would relate to that fact that we don't see many people with the same birthday.
I feel like well, actually, probably if you look into the stats, it's not the case that that birthdays are evenly distributed. There are probably, for various reasons, birthdays stockpile in certain months.
Yeah, I mean, I would simply relate to Mr. Steiner, and we would become besties.
And then he would attack your enemies on your behalf?
Yes, exactly. I would become his Jeff Jarrett, in a sense.
We all become Jeff Jarrett in the end. He says nobody eyeballs him because it makes him want to snap! JB also has Ron Killings. Killings points out that he's a 2-time champ and he'll make it 3. Then he raps. They did seem to largely forget that Killings was the one who lost the belt in the first King of the Mountain, but they brought it up at the Slammiversary cold open. That's where Killings is like, King of the Mountain means a lot to me. It's like, because he lost the belt in the first one. So they did eventually remember that. But your main event of this one, Ron Killings versus Monty Brown in a King of the Mountain qualifier.
Wow.
Which is a fun match. Not a particularly good one, but it's a fun one.
A lot of them, a lot of the King of the Mountain qualifiers, aren't good, but it is fun to have them on the show.
Because, all 4 are, actual star versus star TV main events.
Yeah, and, it's just having, name versus name.
Christian joins commentary here. Again, they once again reiterate the champion has never left King of the Mountain, still champ. Ron hits a big plancha, then Monty, beats his ass for a while, hits an alpha bomb, hits a fallaway slam, then Truth just grabs a roll-up, pins Monty when he goes for the pounce. And then Truth qualifies with Abyss for King of the Mountain. June 1st Impact opens with everyone's favorite segment, Jeff Jarrett demanding to know what's going on.
Thank God. What would a pay-per-view cycle be without that?
We've gone at least 3 weeks without Jarrett appearing at the announce table, shouting at Mike Tenay, demanding to know something. So, is it really TNA?
Is it? That's the question.
We have long established that the #1 real feud across TNA history is Mike Tenay versus Jeff Jarrett. Going all the way back to 2002, 2003, 2004, where every week Jarrett and Tenay would shout at each other and get mad at each other and cut promos on each other.
The My Way hype music video, but it's Tenay and Jarrett.
I should actually cut that. Just one Mike Tenay face. More fight, other Mike Tenay face. About a lot of things, or whatever the lyrics of that song are.
About your leadership. Ooh.
Oh, I'm a fake Limp Bizkit fan.
No, but also those lyrics resonate with the story being told.
Oh, he's trying to take down the Jeff Jarrett leadership? But yeah, Jarrett says there's only one person that wants to know who's wrestling tonight more than he does, and that's Scott Steiner. Steiner comes out and shouts at Mike and Don and demands to know. He then attacks Don and rolls him in the ring. Steiner wants Larry Zbyszko to give him Sting tonight. Sting's music hits. Don rolls to safety. Sting and Steiner brawl. Jarrett backs up the ramp into Raven. They also brawl. Raven and Sting stand tall.
Raven, good coats this month.
Especially with Sting. Good coat men.
Hey, they look cool together, didn't they?
Yeah, this should be a tag team. It was kind of funny to see them next to each other. It's the part of my brain was just Raven and Sting. Look at them go.
They should be teaming up.
We had a feature later in that show on Christian and King of the Mountain. Believe it or not, Liam, he wants to be the first person who walks in and out as champ.
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy business. Why would he want that? Why would he want to retain his belt?
Nobody has ever said that no champion has ever retained a title in King of the Mountain either.
Wow.
Christian, in fact, has a line on the pay-per-view. It's I think you've heard 50... he did the literal, if I had a dime for every time somebody told me that the champion had never won in King of the Mountain, I'd have 51 dimes, I think he said. Jarrett's not King of the Mountain. He beat Jarrett, so it's the Christian Cage era now. And then our main event, King of the Mountain qualifier. After all these years, after 3 in fact, since they originally wrestled for the NWA World title in the biggest match in TNA history, we finally get the rematch between Jeff Jarrett and Raven.
And we get it unannounced. On TV.
It's crazy. Because, like, the way they did this, like, obviously the idea was you're not going to know who the main events are until they come out. And if you're to say which of the matches we have set up, because the last one you will then announce in advance by default. You know, it's the last one left over, so you know the last two left are Sting and Steiner. So that's the match you actually announce. So you are probably right to leave that one last, because that is, on paper, the biggest match. So you actually want to hype that one up for a week. But you're like, Jarrett, Raven 2, after all these goddamn years, the huge match, sold out the Asylum, did one of TNA's best weekly pay-per-view numbers, like a great match too, like it's extremely silly with all the interference, but tremendous fun. After all these years, we finally get it, and as you said, unannounced as a TV main event.
I feel like they could have like had Larry finally be like, fuck it, and like pull the names out and reveal both matches. And that way you could have advertised both.
Do you think Larry Z, in fact, gimmicked it after threats from Scott Steiner? There's many threats from Scott Steiner to give him Sting, and he did give him Sting in the end.
Yeah, probably. But like, I actually thought the payoff was going to be that it was going to be Raven and Sting.
Which that would be, but then you'd have to do Jarrett and Steiner.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was going to be. I thought the whole time it was going to be like Jarrett and Sting, and Jarrett and Steiner, and it was going to be like some bullshit, you know?
And them trying to find a way out of beating each other. But I guess that is the idea, that your imagination is meant to run wild. You're meant to, but maybe it is Jarrett and Steiner. Maybe their entire scheme will blow up in your face.
Because that was also one they never mentioned.
Yeah, and they were pretty good at, like, they even ran down the ones they ended up being. Like, they didn't shy away from, like, saying maybe it could be Jarrett Raven. They did say that at one point. But you're right, I don't think the only one they didn't say was Jarrett against Steiner.
And so the whole time I was like, it's totally going to be Jarrett and Steiner.
But no, you got Jarrett and Raven after all these years having a fun TV main, actually. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, like, they still have good chemistry together, even though, like, they spent 3 years neutering Raven.
They go straight into crowd brawling. This is the two former winners of King of the Mountain, so then they also point out that, again, it will be Sting versus Steiner next week by process of elimination. Raven looks to elbow drop Jarrett through a table off the stage, but Jarrett moves and Raven crashes and burns. They brawl into the concession stand. Jarrett crashes through the stand. Raven follows after, kind of misses and just runs right into it. It's kind of funny. They brawl back into the building as Raven hip tosses Jarrett down the ramp. Ref gets bumped. Gale slides in the guitar. Raven gets a sleeper as blood drops out of Jarrett's mouth, which did add drama. He started bleeding from the mouth. It's like, what the fuck happened to you, buddy?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It didn't feel like a complete, like, waste of time or anything. Like, they had good chemistry. They had a good little brawl. It felt appropriate, like, for what, like, these two have meant to each other in the company's history. Like, they did the best with the position of the match.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of, like, annoying that this is what we got after all these years.
Because, like, it's an Impact TV main, which means it's going 7-8 minutes tops. So, which is about what they got, I think, and that's about and they made about the most of what you can get out of your 7 or 8 minute Impact main event. But yeah, it's just funny. At least it happened, I guess. At least they did get one Jarrett Raven rematch.
Yeah.
As I said, Raven has a sleeper on Jarrett, and blood is spewing out of Jarrett's mouth, which does add some drama. Every sleeper, by the way, you should start bleeding from the mouth. It makes the sleeper much more dramatic.
Yeah.
Raven drop toe holds Jarrett onto a chair. Larry Z comes out and takes the guitar from Raven. Jarrett hits a low blow, but Larry takes the guitar from Jarrett too, so he's a fair man.
Yeah. I was kind of like wondering what this was. It felt like for a minute there, like Larry was gonna forgive the sins of Raven. And like it felt like they were gonna be on, like, that was gonna be the blow off to the feud, was Larry was gonna be like, fuck Jeff Jarrett.
Which is the conclusion we should all come to eventually.
Yeah.
Raven goes to hit Jarrett with the guitar, but Jarrett moves and Raven accidentally hits Larry instead. Stroke puts Jarrett in King of the Mountain alongside Killings, Abyss, and Christian. As mentioned, process of elimination leads us to the June 8th Impact, in which Scott Steiner faces Sting.
I was gonna say, sorry, like, it opens the show. Is Jarrett versus Raven to Sting versus Steiner, like, the biggest match-to-match, like, run in Impact history?
Yeah, go from main event to opener?
Yeah.
It might be.
Like, just the biggest, like, the biggest two matches, like, in a row, technically.
And if you were to, like, what are some of the biggest singles matches TNA could potentially build up? Like, the Jarrett Raven rematch has been one of them for 3 years, even if it has lost its luster over time. And then, like, Sting and Steiner is one of the bigger ones now. And, like, they did, like, as you said, it opened the show. So, like, they did do a bunch of things at the start. We got, like, a quick interview with Sting. He said it's showtime. We got a quick interview with Jarrett and Steiner. Jarrett instructs him to take out Sting, and Steiner's fired up. Like, we got highlights of
of the previous 3 qualifiers. And then like both men got these like big dramatic intros where they like slowly, were warming up backstage, the slower versions of their theme songs before the music hit. They did a few smaller things to try and make this feel like a big TV opener.
Yeah. That's good. I don't know. I feel like they did a good job of making it feel like a big match, even though it was just TV.
Yeah, and I'm really enjoying Steiner. We'll talk about it more, obviously, with the Joe stuff. But like, Steiner is a guy who I think his entire reputation got shot by the WWE run in 2002, where he had 2 very bad matches with Triple H, one of the worst of all time, and then he just kind of fell into a mid-card loop before he crashed out of there. And I know he had injuries and he had other stuff going on there, that he had some difficulties in WWE for various reasons. But like, I feel like that defined Steiner's reputation for maybe the rest of his career. And like, he is obviously old and large and injured and relatively washed up here, but like, in the right circumstances, Steiner's still got some juice in multiple ways.
Yeah, we're not saying that Steiner is what he was.
He's not 1992 Scott Steiner, like, doing the most awesome New Japan matches you've ever seen.
Yeah, but he's like, he can pull it out for a moment.
Yeah, and there's a deep discussion of people who have aura.
Mm-hmm.
And Scott Steiner is one of them. That man is real.
Real rock and roller.
Scott Steiner is a man who you see on pro wrestling television and you are like, that is not an act. That man is real. That is who he is.
Authenticity.
They brawl out to the floor and Sting hits Steiner in the skull with a chair at ringside. And Earl Hebner just kind of does like a, come on.
Come on, guys.
He doesn't even like, admonish them really. He's like, guys, come on.
Please.
Steiner hits a low blow, takes control. Crowd chants steroids at him, which is quite rude. Sting hits a top rope clothesline, makes a comeback. Sting goes for a stinger splash, but Steiner pulls the ref in the way. Gale and Jarrett interfere as Jarrett hits the stroke on Sting. Slick Johnson runs out and Sting kicks out. Sting drops out of a suplex into a Scorpion Death Drop, but Jarrett then pulls the referee out. Sting gets a roll up on Steiner, but Jarrett jumps Sting for a DQ. Hebner disqualifies Steiner. Sting qualifies for King of the Mountain by disqualification, which is it's a shitty cop out, but it's the right call. Steiner shouldn't be taking a pin before the Joe.
Yeah, and like, again, this is an aura match. This is a match just between seeing 2 guys in the same ring. You don't really need a clean finish on TV for this.
No, it's one of those where it's like, I'm fine with the DQ. Jarrett and Steiner attack after the match. Truth makes the save, but then Abyss with Mitchell now, who has returned after 3 weeks of pulling thumbtacks out of his back, presumably. Truth hits Abyss with the axe kick, but Jarrett jumps him behind, and then Christian makes the eventual save.
Yeah.
The opening segment of the June 8th edition of Impact drew a 1.1 rating, disappointing to TNA because they were really hoping that Sting and Steiner would pop a huge rating. What they forgot when they planned that was they were head-to-head with one of the NBA Finals games, so they fucked themselves over.
Wrestling forever but getting fucked by the NBA Finals.
Yeah, so it was a really good rate, and apparently it grew quarter hour 1 to quarter hour 2, which is pretty rare for Impact at this point. So it apparently did pick up some steam having Sting and Steiner, but they were hoping for like a record-breaking number, and they only did a normal good number. So NBA Finals, baby, fucking everybody over all the time. Go home Impact. Christian kicks off the show. He runs through all of his opponents. He says, "You cannot beat me," in a slow voice about Abyss, which seems a bit rude. Our problematic babyface world champion.
How dare he?
He then does a riff on What's Up. He hopes Truth can wrestle better than he can dance.
Again, 2-time former champion.
Yeah, I held the belt more than you have, buddy. Jarrett embarrasses himself enough, so he doesn't have to say anything about him, and that brings him to Sting. I do think this is like the weakest part of Christian's entire act.
Yeah.
Like, he is very much trying to be a version of The Rock. Like, he's trying to do, like, babyface comedy. He even does, like, the Rock pauses and backstage interviews. He is trying to be that kind of babyface. And I just don't think that's who he is. It's not his strong suit. And as we see in this segment, we are obviously gearing toward the eventual Christian heel turn, where, like, he starts distrusting Sting. Sting is like, the only reason I'm here is to remove Jeff Jarrett. That's the only thing I want out of King of the Mountain. You don't have to worry about me. When Christian is rightfully very dubious of that idea. Meaning, like, you have no interest in the title? None at all? And Sting's like, no. And then Christian says the worst thing that could happen for TNA is for me to lose the title. Never mind Jeff Jarrett win it. Says this is his time, and then he stares deep into Sting's eyes. So we have distrust between Sting and Christian.
I mean, And I don't know, Christian, my man's feeling very heelish lately.
Like there is a lot of talk again in the media about how successful Christian has been as champion. And I think some of it is fair. I don't think he's been this like home run, no questions asked babyface champion that has held this belt and is doing great. He does feel a little bit unsure of himself in a top babyface role, and I think he has for a lot of his career, because the man is just a natural heel. He has always been a natural heel, and anytime he is in like a top heel position, he has excelled, and anytime he's been in a top babyface position, it's felt a little shakier. And we're seeing that play itself out here as they're realizing this guy has a more natural role, and maybe we should just take, because he's just a smarmy git. That's who he is. He's just a smarmy piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's fine. Like, I feel like you did have to introduce him as a babyface, but like, he does need to eventually turn sooner rather than later.
We get features on the show on Jarrett and King of the Mountain, on Truth and King of the Mountain, and on Abyss and King of the Mountain, just to set them all up, and that's your go-home stuff for the main event. We open with a feature and Slammiversary on the focusing. Once again, you might have heard this, Liam, no champion has ever entered King of the Mountain and left as champ.
Since fucking when?
They finally acknowledge Ron as one of the losers here, which this is good at least. It gives Ron an extra incentive in this match. It's on the pay-per-view they do it, but fine. And also focus on pitting Sting and Christian against each other. JB has Jarrett. His whole life he's proved the naysayers wrong. They said he was too short to play basketball, and he played basketball at varsity level or whatever.
Okay.
He was named Rookie of the Year in his first year, and he succeeded time and time again, which seems less like proving naysayers wrong and more like Nepo baby behavior here. He said he's the Reggie Jackson, the Michael Jordan, the Joe Montana of wrestling.
Okay.
Before Cornette could, later in the show, he drops that they said we wouldn't last 6 weeks. And here they are, going on 4 years. He's gonna regain the belt, and Larry Zbyszko walks in and he's like, the new face of TNA management is who you think it is, and it doesn't look good. And Jeff is like, why are you telling me this 2 hours before my match?
He brings a valid point.
We had all of this time to scheme and plan, and you just show up live on the show during my backstage interview 2 hours before my match?
Again, he kind of has a point.
But Jared is like all your failures, I will fix this.
Alright, cold.
JB has Sting later in the show. Despite the go-home segment being built around Sting being like, I don't really want the belt, I just want to stop Jarrett. Sting is like, if I have the chance of the belt, I'm actually going to take it. If I can get it, I'm going to take it. Sorry.
Yeah.
But his main priority is still Jarrett. But if the opportunity arises to become champion, he may take it.
I like that he kind of admits, like he's like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's like, he called me out, and he's right. He is dead right. I want the belt.
It's not my main focus, but I'll take it.
We also have a video look in this show at the best moments in TNA history set to Fighter by Candlefuse.
Ooh. It's a great song, isn't it?
Because they use this song a bunch. They use it on the Top 50 Moments in TNA History DVD, which is where you may have heard it first. They also use it on, there's a special feature on the Slammiversary 2007 DVD, which is the same concept. It's just an extra year of TNA footage added in with the same song. So like this song is burned into my brain. This is My Way by Limp Bizkit.
I didn't realize it was a Jesus song.
It's always Jesus. Everything TNA always has is Christian rock. I guess Christian rock is an overstated role in wrestling history because of Creed as well.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was listening to it on the way to work, and I was looking at the lyrics once I parked. I was looking at the lyrics, and I was like, oh, this is Jesus.
You have finally found faith.
Yeah, and that's what got me.
Through this video package on Slammiversary 2006, you're like, holy shit, Jesus is real.
Shout outs to the people on Twitter that think we made that video, by the way.
There's some people that do?
Yeah.
I would have thought the zoom in shot on the screen in the impact zone is the tip off that we may not have made it.
No, we made it.
Okay, my video editing extraordinary skills.
That was just great editing.
We also have JB has Christian on that show as well. He said if he had a dime for the number of times he's heard the champ has never retained the King of the Mountain, he'd have like 51 times. But it's like, I told you, Sting showed his true colors earlier in the show. I told you he wants the belt. The title is like a drug and you don't want to let it go. And then King of the Mountain for the NWA World title. Jeff Jarrett defeats Abyss, Christian Cage, Sting, and Ron Killings to become champion for the 6th time.
Like, okay. Obviously, that's a bit shite. We can all admit the idea of Jeff Jarrett being TNA champion once again, NWA champion, is not the most appealing thing in the world.
Not at all.
I'd argue
that my bigger crime in this match is that it was pretty boring.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Like there's some, like, Sting finds his first high thing to jump off of. So we have an arc to the back half of his career begins here, where he does a crossbody off the penalty box to the floor, and we will see that scale up in extreme fashion in AEW in like 18 years. But yeah, Abyss gets crashed through some tables, but there's nothing going on in this match. Like, Earl Hebner's referee, Larry Z is keeper of the belt, which will be important for the finish. But like, in terms of being like, I think King of the Mountain, it's a ladder match, so like you can only go so far wrong realistically. And I think the first two, and particularly the 2005 one, is very good, and the first one's pretty good too. And this one is just largely pretty boring.
Yeah. I don't know. It just, not a lot. Like, I liked the stuff with Christian and Sting. And, like, towards the end, where Sting has Jarrett in the deathlock, and he's like, go get the belt, Christian, do your thing. But, I don't know. It's kind of a dull match besides a couple big spots. I think it probably suffers from not having a Jeff or an AJ or someone in there to, like, die.
Because AJ was in the first two.
Yeah.
And he's in the next one.
They learned from that mistake, obviously.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jeff Jarrett comes out as champion, so, you know, looking forward to the next run of Impacts.
The finish is so convoluted.
Explain it for the people.
So Jarrett becomes eligible earlier in the match by hitting a stroke off the apron into the rail on Killings, which looked really good. Killings,
yeah, it's a good move.
Yeah, Killings took a great bump there. So he's eligible. Sting and Christian are eligible. Christian goes to climb the ladder, and Larry Z just low blows him and stops him. He's just like, fuck it. Fuck the pretense. We're not doing a scheme. I'm screwing you. I'm on Jarrett's side. Christian and Sting then implode over the title, and then they're both climbing the ladder when Earl Hebner, who was bumped, stumbles into it and knocks both men off. But the camera kind of misses this.
Yeah, and it looks like someone else just did it.
Because you just kind of see Hebner stand up, and they cut to an angle where the ladder falls over, and you don't actually see what happened.
Yeah, you kind of assume that, like, oh, Ron or Abyss or, like, whatever, like, some Steiner, something that would make sense.
But no, it's Earl. Earl stumbles into the ladder, knocks both men off, and then Jarrett climbs the ladder. And as my voice breaks, that's how upset I'm about this. And Jarrett climbs the ladder, hangs the belt. Crowd throw rubbish even before he hangs the belt. As he's climbing the ladder,
because they know what's happening.
They start throwing bottles and shit at him, as he is the new NWA World Champion.
Why didn't they just have Steiner do this instead of Earl?
Well, the idea is they set up a scheme, and it'll be a whole thing on TV where they try to prove the collusion, even though the collusion is very obvious. And you'll see that play out next month.
Yeah, like, I understand that, like, Earl wasn't just fumbling his way into it, you know, like, but, like, why not just do it with Steiner?
I don't know.
Like, you can still say it's a scheme.
But you just need to do more convoluted bullshit, you see.
I guess so.
Because if Jarrett has to win the belt, he has to win it in the most annoying way imaginable.
To really emphasize that it's a Jeff Jarrett title win.
So Larry Z immediately escorts Hebner out of the building, but Jim Cornette appears, confiscates the title, and we go off the air as Jim Cornette holds the belt, and Jarrett looks really mad and stressed.
Jim Cornette is the new NWA.
That's the takeaway I had. Actually, during the qualifier, when Jarrett beats Raven, there's like a palpable sense of relief to Jarrett. It's like a really good performance. There's like a desperate sense of relief that's like, thank God I qualified for King of the Mountain. It's really good there. Well done. I will give Jarrett one compliment.
Yeah, I mean, like, there is elements to Jeff Jarrett that are good. We've never denied it.
It is just the 6th NWA World Title in 4 years.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And like if you could make a rational case. No, I'm going to even disagree with myself, because I would say Christian should just turn heel and it should be Sting and Christian.
Yes, like you're trying to defend like why they need to put it on Jarrett.
Yeah, you need to put it on Jarrett for Sting to beat Jarrett. Jarrett and Sting can be non-title, who cares? And Christian can turn heel, and you can have Joe or Sting beat Christian. So I'm going to disagree with the kind of rational case I was even going to make for myself. Fuck you, Jeff. You shouldn't have won here. Christian should have just turned as champ.
Yeah, I mean, that would make more sense. I guess like the idea is that like the loss is what's going to turn him that extra way.
And maybe some issues with Sting.
Ooh.
But we will see that develop over the next few months. But Jarrett is once again NWA World Champion.
Thank God. What would we do without it?
Have a good wrestling show that I'd like. Let's go over to something a lot more fun. Samoa Joe and Scott Steiner.
Fun in a bunch of different ways. A, match quality. But B, silliness. And what are we here for if not silliness?
Love a bit of silliness. May 18th, Impact. Samoa Joe's looking incredibly cool backstage. He's just staring down the camera. It's just a shot of Joe looking cool.
Joe just has a lot of cool shots.
Yeah, it's just like he is there and he's awesome. That's all you need to know about Samoa Joe right in this moment. JB has Abyss with the King of the Mountain competitors. They're all tense because they could be called at any moment, except Steiner, who is really mad at waiting. So he kicks the set and storms off into the distance shouting, "No, I'm not waiting!"
Steiner is so, like, he just wants to fight all the time.
Especially Sting. He just wants to fuck up Sting.
He's like, that's the whole reason I'm here.
I've been brought to this company with 2 jobs, watching Jeff's back and beating up Sting. And I really want to beat up Sting.
Someone give me Sting, goddammit.
So Steiner charges out to the ring. He wants Sting right now. Just like the segment later in the month, he starts choking poor Don West as Mike Tenay shouts, Scott, we have no control over this. Scott, stop. Samoa Joe's music hits, not because he's a diligent man wanting to save Don West.
Because it's his schedule. It's he's scheduled next.
Which, it's one of those like small little logic things that I appreciate. Like it's not that Joe is the babyface making the save, because we established in the pay-per-view he's not really a babyface. He didn't even save Sting from Jarrett and Steiner's attack at the pay-per-view. But he's wrestling Chase Stevens next. Chase Stevens was already in the ring as Steiner went on his rampage, so Chase Stevens is just standing there.
Chase Stevens look like an asshole. You just let it happen.
This entire month, the story is Chase Stevens looking like an asshole, to be fair, to set something up. So, storytelling that he's an already in the ring nerd.
But well, I like that they do this bit with the thing rolling into the next thing, or like it being related in some way. But I do feel like they do it a lot.
They're experimenting with format a lot this month, because a bunch of Impacts open either like the 4-way, we'll talk about the 4-way X Division match on the next show, opens in progress with a lot of people in the ring. But yeah, they do try to do the old ECW thing, isn't it, where segments roll from one to the next. But like the reason they did it here is to find a way for Joe and Steiner to come face to face without Joe being like a babyface making the save.
Yeah.
Whereas he should make the save. It's Don West that's in trouble, Joe. Go save him.
Yeah, but he's kind of a dick.
So Joe and Steiner come face to face. Steiner flexes, says Joe's not man enough, as there's no physicality here, but there's a face off. Joe then very quickly beats Chase Stevens.
And then he just starts kicking him.
Yeah, it's like, I beat you really quickly with the coquina clutch, and then starts just kicking Chase Stevens. For Andy Douglas, who we haven't seen since Steiner took him out in March, he makes the save.
I just like that he started kicking the shit out of him.
We don't give a fuck about Chase Stevens. I've beaten you comprehensively, and I'm frustrated because I had to stare at Samoa Joe, or at Scott Steiner, so I am going to kick you.
It's like a real dick about it.
It is really interesting that they don't want Samoa Joe to be a babyface.
Yeah, they're really fighting that. They want him to be cool.
Yeah, but not a babyface.
They don't want him to be a baby.
It's really interesting how they're definitely fighting the tide with that as well. And maybe they are smart to not just book him as good guy. Like, maybe he keeps some of his aura by still being a bit of a dick.
Yeah. I mean, that might be part of it. And they, well, maybe they just don't want to be like, feel like they're restricted to having him fight babyface.
Yeah, maybe at this point they are like, we don't want to go all in on Joe at the moment, because clearly the direction is Jarrett and Sting. So we can't have Joe be full babyface, so we'll keep him a little in the tweener category for the time being until we want to push him into the babyface side. Whereas I would have just said, just go with Joe. Just go with them. Come on. I didn't give them their own color-coded category. We will mention them a lot in multiple segments.
They don't deserve one, to be fair.
There is a story running through the month that we'll talk about as it goes, as it pops up in different stories. But Shane Douglas watches on as the Naturals are consoling each other, I guess, after their ass got kicked by Samoa Joe.
Shane is looking at his son.
I wonder, is he like eyeballing? It's like, am I related?
Douglas to Douglas.
June 1st Impact. There's an interview with Samoa Joe. Sting was Joe's route to the main event, where Joe could match up with the big dogs, and he said he promised he would have Sting's back from bell to bell, and he delivered on that. And even though Sting got his ass kicked after the match, he owed him nothing after that. Talks about how everyone has always feared Scott Steiner, but he can't wait to go one-on-one with him, but he doesn't think Steiner will risk his reputation to go one-on-one with Joe.
It's a good line.
Yeah, I really like the idea that, like, it's not that Joe is like disrespecting Steiner, because he is like, you are cool and a badass, but I'm just not afraid of you. Everyone else is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you.
And you can't handle the fact that I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah, and that actually, we'll talk about it when it gets to the match, but there's a fun way that plays into like the psychology of the match too, but we'll get to that in a second. So Steiner fails to qualify for King of the Mountain on June 8th. He gets disqualified against Sting. After that match, he grabs the mic and says he's not leaving, but once again, Samoa Joe is meant to be scheduled next. He's meant to be wrestling Chase and Rance. Steiner threatens to kill Chase and Rance for being there, not the other things. Joe's music hits, they go eye to eye, Steiner pie faces him twice, security and officials hit the ring to separate them, as Joe stands on the middle rope, staring over security, staring down Steiner, which is a great shot. So this is our first physicality since Sacrifices. We have a big pull-apart brawl between Joe and Steiner. JB is with Larry. He wants to see Joe versus Steiner. He's like, you're going to make that match, right? And this is where Larry is like, guys, come on.
Maybe, I don't know.
It turns out later in the show, the new face of TNA management is going to make the decision for Larry. He's going to usurp his authority and make the decision on the match later in the show. And Larry's like, you can't make a decision that fast.
It's crazy.
Then we get an iconic moment in TNA history to close out the June 8th Impact. Christy Hemme comes out, hands an envelope to Don West.
Oh, okay, before she does that,
yeah.
Her entrance for coming out to hand an envelope is to go to the ring, do the splits on the ring apron, and then go over and give them the envelope.
Christy's gotta hit her high spot.
It's just so funny that she comes to the ring, does the split, shakes her ass, and then goes, time to deliver the envelope out of the ring.
Because Christy has moved to a new role in this show where, like, Mike Tenay calls her the bumper girl at one point, which sounds rude for some reason. But, like, she is, like, between segments, she'll be like, oh, you know, King of the Mountain qualifier coming up later tonight. There'll be, like, a 15-minute interstitial of Christy Hemme, like, plugging what's coming up later tonight.
I actually like her in that role.
Yeah, it's a fun, again, a new little presentation thing that you don't see on other wrestling shows.
Yeah.
But yeah, she does do her full entrance. It reminds me of that time when Rhea Ripley is making the save in NXT and she does her full entrance.
Yeah.
Except this time it's much sillier because she is just delivering an envelope, but does her full entrance. So Don stands on a chair and he's like, guys, new announcement by the new face of TNA management, and they made it official. It will be Scott Steiner versus Samoa Joe at Slammiversary. And then, as we go off the air, Mike Tenay and Don West do a big, dramatic, lovely, wholesome high five at the announcement of this match for the pay-per-view.
And it wasn't Kurt Angle's debut.
No, it was. Someone tried to correct me. Which one? Me. Tried to correct me. How dare you? Me.
Just in general, not even about TNA.
I know, I'm never wrong.
Exactly.
Name one time I've been wrong.
Can't do it.
We are never wrong, we have never been wrong, and we never will be wrong. But also, to post that clip, I was watching the fucking show. I know exactly where it came from because I was watching it. Unlike all these engagement farm accounts that just go finding clips to post for engagement, I post clips from things I actually watch.
That's insane.
But yes, we do get the Mike Tenay Don West high five, and it's kind of forgotten. It kind of became a bad meme over time, where it would be like the Basham show up at the Impact Zone and people would post the high five. But I think we've reclaimed it. I think we've reclaimed the high five. But also, like, people forget, like, there is a reason they are celebrating that match being made. One, because it's fucking awesome, and these guys are awesome. But also, like, there's 2 segments this month where Don West is attacked by Scott Steiner. So, like, they are celebrating that match being made because Steiner is finally going to get his comeuppance for attacking Don West because he's going to face Samoa Joe. So, like, there is an actual reason that they're so enthusiastic about that. It's not just, oh, the match is made, yay. It's like, oh, yeah, that dude who, like, harassed and antagonized and terrorized us is finally going to get his ass kicked.
Yeah.
So the deep lore of the high five. And it's also just a very wholesome one.
It is. It's cool.
And it's very funny. If you look closely, Dory Funk Jr. is sitting behind them.
He's also high-fiving. He's freaking out. He's into it.
Which I never noticed. And all the times I watched this, it's like, oh yeah, there's Dory Funk Jr. He's just sitting there in his cowboy hat. They do the big high five. Go home show. We get a fucking awesome Scott Steiner Samoa Joe video package. Like, this is, I think, all I ever want in wrestling. Because, as I said, no talk of good matches, no talk of demos, no talk of ratings.
You know what it is?
What?
It's like an old school UFC promo.
Yeah, but like, for all the times people are like, wrestling should take from the UFC, this is what they should have taken, and realistically, it's what they should have taken back from the UFC, because it's like, this is what the UFC took from wrestling, and then wrestling stopped doing, and it's what made UFC really popular.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like, Joe is like, I am a walking war. There's a great line where he's like, I smash Nash, I smash Sting, I smash Triple H, and then they cut to Joe being like, I'm not a game, I'm a walking war, Scotty. It's like, oh, yes! And then, like, Joe is like, you're fat, you're a half-breed. Which is It's like, dude.
Yeah. He's like, you can't call yourself Samoan Joe.
Yeah, on the pay-per-view, he's like, you're sloppy Joe to me. And he's like, you see this, Joe? This is a vein. Something you'll never have, you fat little bastard. And like, there's Steiner, he's like, he takes his glasses off. He's like, look into my eyes. Your heart isn't as cold as mine, and I'm going to beat you like a dog. That's just like,
just gets you amped up.
It does. And like, Joe is going like full, you bring your suplexes, you bring your wrestling, you bring your reputation, you bring your bad attitude. I don't care, because I am pro wrestling. I am Samoa Joe. And like, that's all I ever need for pro wrestling. These are two badass, charismatic dudes shit talking each other, and now they're gonna fight. Awesome. Maybe like the best video package this company's ever done.
It's really good.
So we do get promos from both Joe and Steiner on the pay-per-view. JB has Joe, says Steiner has never faced anybody but like Joe. He's not intimidated by Steiner. A lot of people go into Steiner matches being afraid of his short fuse, but he's going to stand there with a lighter. Says neither of them have had their shoulders pinned to the mat in TNA, and that changes tonight because he's going to take that from Scott Steiner. And then later in the show, JB has Steiner, and Steiner insists that Joe be called Sloppy Joe. He's beaten Goldberg, he's beaten Cena, he's beaten Batista, he's beaten Sting. Who is Joe beaten? All those guys in the X division means nothing. Says all the fat rednecks out there want Joe to beat Steiner because they see themselves in Joe. Even TNA management wants Joe to beat Steiner because they're trying to sell this new DVD, The Best of Samoa Joe Unstoppable. Throws the DVD down, stomps on it, and says more like unsellable. And Joe, tonight I'm gonna kill you.
Those are incorrect. It's very sellable, as we've heard.
It's the hottest selling DVD in TNA history. And then we get it. Samoa Joe versus Scott Steiner.
It's awesome. I was like kind of just thinking about it last night, like after we did the news. I was kind of just chilling there, and I was watching the highlights that we had on the Twitter, and I was like, man, what a kick-ass fucking match.
Yeah, because it's 13 minutes long, which is I think the exact length this match should have been. And it's just two big heavyweight bomb throwing dudes throwing bombs.
It's fucking awesome. Head drops. Straight out of like a Champions Carnival Night 5.
Yes.
Didn't make the first round of tapings, but is on the second round.
I think I really appreciate it. It's a very small touch, but you see, the start of the match is Steiner out-wrestles Joe. Like, Steiner uses amateur wrestling background to out-wrestle Joe. And then Joe spits in his face, which gets Steiner fired up and throwing bombs, and that's where Joe starts to get an advantage, which, like, ties into all the stuff they did in the build-up, where he's like, not only is Joe not afraid of Steiner, he's identified Steiner's short fuse as the weakness. Like, that's the downside of Scott Steiner. Like, that's what he can actually exploit. If Steiner was, like, calm, composed, just wrestled him to the mat, he'd probably beat him. But he lures Steiner into losing his temper, and that's where Joe starts kicking his ass. And like, oh, you've even tied the story together. Good pro wrestlers.
Yeah, they are good pro wrestlers.
You got to appreciate, like, Steiner's working his ass off here. For as much as Steiner has left in the tank, he is giving it all here. Like, he's taking big bumps, he's throwing big suplexes. He does like a half and half suplex where he drops Joe on his head, and it's awesome. But like, he's taking like blue thunder bombs. He's taking like the full force of Samoa Joe's strikes. Like, Samoa Joe is not pulling his kicks, he's not pulling his chops. He's being Samoa Joe with Scott Steiner. He's not treating like the old broken man with kid gloves. He does like a blue thunder bomb at one point. So like, Steiner, for as much, he doesn't take the muscle buster. By all accounts, like, they didn't want him to tap out just because like Steiner's reputation, he probably shouldn't tap out. But they also, he wasn't comfortable taking the muscle buster because he's a broken, hollow old man. So, but he apparently had no problem whatsoever putting him over clean, but he ends up winning with the snap power slam because of that. But like, Steiner really, like, he came to work. He came to have a Samoa Joe match. He wasn't compromising Samoa Joe, you know?
He worked up to Joe's style.
And like this is the thing I think we mentioned last month, when these guys like really respected and enjoyed working with Joe. Like, the thing they should have realized, and the thing that happened here, is like, Joe can give them their best, most interesting match in years and years and years.
Yeah, I think some of them do realize that.
Like, this is maybe the last like truly great match of Scott Steiner's career.
Yeah, you'd know better than me.
Certainly, like, he had some really good matches with Petey Williams, of all people, who we'll get to those in 2008, 2009. But like, this is maybe Steiner's last great singles match, where he just goes out there with Joe and he just does all the shit you would expect him and Joe to do. And I think we were talking on the watch along about how like, this is like not your like, when you think top 5 Samoa Joe dream matches, Scott Steiner probably wouldn't be somebody that comes to mind. But like, in practice, it's like, oh, he's a perfect opponent for Samoa Joe.
It makes like, I think it's a perception thing. It's like, but it does. It makes total sense that you're like,
Oh yeah, Steiner Joe should be a dream match if you think about it.
Like the two things I think they really have in common is the thing we were mentioning for Steiner earlier is like they both feel real. Like you hear a Joe promo and you don't feel like that man is performing, and you hear a Scott Steiner promo and you definitely don't think that man is performing, and
you know he's not.
Yeah, and that's what makes these two really interesting to bounce off each other. That's what makes their that hype video so goddamn good, because it's two guys that you legitimately feel like want to kill each other. As I said, finish, Steiner had the Steiner recliner in, but Joe lifts him up to his shoulders. He dropped him on the ropes. He did kind of miss the ropes a little bit, and then pinned him after a snap power slam. So that was the finish, as Joe pins Scott Steiner clean in the middle of the ring in about 13 minutes. Hell of a match. Great feud. Even like going back to last month with all the stuff at Sacrifice, like the interactions with Joe and Steiner were really good there too. Like Steiner I don't think he could be a bigger success for his first like 3 months in TNA.
No, they kind of hit it out of the park.
And like he hasn't really beaten anybody. He's come in, he's been Scott Steiner, but he hasn't been like pinning everybody. I actually don't think he's pinned anybody. Which maybe you might say that's almost a critique. But he's come in, he's been like full aura Scott Steiner.
But he hasn't needed it, because it's like, you're right, it's just all aura and presentation.
And then you set him up to have Samoa Joe knock him down in like Samoa Joe's first major singles match outside the X Division. This is him beating the former WCW World Champion. It's exactly how you should use a guy like Scott Steiner. You know, this is like the blueprint for when you get a guy like this. You bring him in, you make him credible, and you have your young guy beat him. Awesome match. If you've never seen it, it's 13 minutes of dudes throwing bombs and doing suplexes and falling on their head. It's so good.
You couldn't possibly want more.
Now we shall do a hard pivot from Joe and Steiner to Bobby Roode and Scott D'Amore versus Rhino.
I mean, like, I don't think it's bad though.
No, it's perfectly fine, but it's like the most real awesome wrestling to like, it's
just some classic wrestling shite.
Yeah. So first Impact of the pay-per-view cycle, the main event was Rhino versus Abyss in a King of the Mountain qualifier. Bobby Roode cost Rhino the match there by distracting him, and then Scott D'Amore gloated after the match. If you remember, Rhino and lost to Bobby Roode at Sacrifice. So continuing that feud there. There is a Bobby Roode versus Andy Douglas match on the May 25th Impact. Tell me all about this one, Liam.
No.
I didn't actually make a single note about the match. I literally just said, Roode wins with the Northern Lariat.
He sure does.
I like how Andy Douglas makes his big return and the next week he loses to Bobby Roode.
But yeah, because they're telling the story.
Slick Johnson is wearing shorts now.
He sure is.
There's a couple of notes about Slick Johnson's shorts.
Of course, let's go.
Mark Johnson, the referee who wears shorts, has so much TV time in the Larry Zbyszko angle because he's tight with Jeff Jarrett. He took to wearing the shorts because he had an idea to play like a soccer ref and pull out yellow and red cards. That was nixed. Now he's pushing to be a heel manager. Yeah. Mantell told Mark Johnson that Dixie Carter wants him out of the shorts. But then Jeff Jarrett, who is his buddy, told him they were okay.
Oh, Judge Mantell can't be saying that to an employee.
On the pay-per-view, he was out of them, but he was back in them on TV.
All right.
It might have just been because it's Slammiversary they do, which I don't think they do anymore, but like they did back in the day. It would be formal referee attire for Slammiversary, so it would be like the shirt and the bow tie and the pants. So maybe that's why he was out of the shorts.
Maybe we'll see.
Roode looks to attack Andy Douglas with a chair after the match the same way Steiner did. Chase makes the save, but Team Canada overwhelm him. Rhino then makes the actual save. Roode bails out of the way of a gore, but it connects with A1. Rhino then demands a 2-on-1 handicap match at Slammiversary.
And Team Canada are like, you foolish idiot.
Yeah, you want to face us at a detriment? Yeah, we'll name anybody because it's going to be Roode and a member of Team Canada of Rhino's choosing. Rhino then briefly polls the crowd as to who he should choose, and then he chooses Scott D'Amore. So it will be Rhino versus Roode and D'Amore at Slammiversary. Slammiversary is really the D'Amore gets his comeuppance show because Lance Hoyt did it last year too. It wasn't a 2-on-1 match, but he did moonsault him after the match. Franchise once again scouting the naturals here.
Douglas and Douglas.
There is talk of putting Bobby Roode and Tracy together since she's had nothing to do since they stopped booking Matt Bentley. And they want him as a higher level singles player.
Well, I was going to talk about it on the pay-per-view, but I guess it makes sense with that note. It does feel like they've done a decent job of elevating Roode above random Team Canada member.
Yeah, there's a note I didn't include this month, but there was talk that they're like actively trying to differentiate the Team Canada guys as individuals.
Yeah.
And like Roode has the robe. They book him in singles. They do seem to be trying.
EY has like the aesthetic and the character.
Yeah, he has the paranoid thing going on.
PD is the X Division guy.
Great personality.
And the rest.
And A1 is Johnny Devine. June 8th, Impact. The main event was Chris Sabin and the James Gang versus Team Canada. We'll come back to this match a couple of times for different stories, but D'Amore is in a sweatsuit in preparation for his match at Slammiversary. He tries to eat a Twinkie, and Rude shouts at him and slaps it out of his hand.
Like, I don't know, I feel like they shouldn't be too scared. Like, this just makes it legal for Scott to interfere. Just be like, yeah, we're going to do a singles. Like, in their mind, the game plan should be, it's going to be a Rude Rhino singles, which we know we can win, and I can just interfere whenever I want, and it's legal.
Yeah, especially as you drove home the I know I can win part, because they did at Sacrifice. Once you keep D'Amore out of the ring as the legal man, everything's fine.
Yeah, so as long as he doesn't tag out, he's fine.
Later in this match, D'Amore throws Rude a hockey stick, but Rhino stops him from using it. But as I said, we'll come back to this match 2 other times.
Great.
Which does take us to the pay-per-view. We get a feature on Rhino versus Team Canada set to some generic rock song. I don't think they said what the song was on the screen. I would usually look into it if they do, but I don't think they did.
Who knows? It's crazy that they're like, yeah, let's give this the package.
Yeah, but it is their fairly standard. Everything gets a package more or less. But yeah, this extensive story, which they did include, I think, nearly every beat of.
Yeah, they had to find they used footage from other feuds, like just for reaction shots.
Yeah, just to get to a 90-second package. They could set to a generic, probably Christian rock song.
Yeah.
Rhino versus the Team Canada combination of Scott D'Amore and Bobby Roode in a 2-on-1 handicap match at Slammiversary.
They tried to do a real match instead of just doing the bit, and they suffered.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, if they only just did, quick heat segment comeback, gore D'Amore. Do that in, a tight 5. You're like, perfect, well done, in and out, that's exactly what this should be. Instead, there's, a 5-minute heat segment on Rhino, and you're like, who the fuck wants that?
Why are we doing this?
D'Amore grabs the mic before the match, says Rhino was a coward by making this a handicap match because he wanted an excuse for losing, because he knew he'd get beaten up one-on-one by Scott D'Amore. It says the only thing that's handicapped is Rhino's IQ. It's a bit rude.
Fucking owned him.
Scott tells Roode to stay on the apron and be dazzled by his performance, but the second Rhino's music hits, Scott bails to the top of the ramp. And then, as I said, kind of boring match. D'Amore leads Rhino around the ring into a Rude lariat, and then they get the heat for ages. Scott does do a bicep pose, but pushes up his bicep with his other arm, which is a good bit. Scott misses a boot. That's you.
Yeah.
Pushing up your big muscles.
Yeah.
Have you ever had anything resembling biceps?
Yeah, I got
Oh, you're jacked?
I'm not jacked. I'm a 20-something-year-old man.
And all 20-something-year-old men do have biceps. I guess we all do have biceps. They're all part of our arms.
I'm not Scott Steiner or anything, but
it is weird. There is multiple times where I was looking at Scott Steiner's arms in this month, and I was like, holy shit, how are they like that? Steroids is the answer, but how?
Yeah. I got some buys and tries.
Tell me more.
Thighs.
Yeah.
Ties. Oh me, oh my.
Scott goes for a moonsault, misses. He kind of moonsaults into a push-up. It's quite funny. Rhino makes a comeback, pins D'Amore with a gore. Boring match.
D'Amore with the gore.
Gore. Yep. We'll head over to the X Division, in which the Samoa Joe is still X Division champion, and he's busy with Scott Steiner this month. So the main X Division feud this month is Kevin Nash versus Chris Sabin.
As you would expect.
The biggest X Division star of all time, literally, Kevin Nash.
So let's talk about it.
May 18th Impact. If you were to remember, the World X Cup back at the pay-per-view, very underwhelming tournament, ended in a tie. So it was a 5-5 tie at Sacrifice between Team Canada and Team USA. So the decider, the tie break, is a captain's match, which happens on the May 18th Impact between Chris Sabin and Petey Williams. Everybody goes to interfere. Larry Z bans them not only from ringside, he locks them out of the building.
A little overkill, perhaps.
He needs to keep them out. Well, it makes sense for the angle that happens after, which is another one of those small logic things. But yeah, it is silly that I'm going to lock you out of the building so you can't make the save later. TNA mentions that Sanjay suffered a sprained ankle at the pay-per-view. Kevin Nash arrives and throws the security guard into a wall. One of my favorite little things, Liam. Petey Williams goes for the Canadian Destroyer on Chris Sabin. He does the drop to the knee counter.
Yeah. Every time. They should do it every time they ever wrestle.
As I said, there is going to be a moment. I know it. There's going to be a moment where they don't do it. But so far, ever since they introduced in, November 2004, over 18 months ago, they introduced the idea that Chris Sabin has the counter for the Canadian Destroyer. And I think every single time, and it's 5 times since then, Petey has gone to Canadian Destroyer Sabin. Sabin has done his counter.
That's good stuff. But now they got to counter the counter and countering the counter.
But like, there is going to be a time where he just hits it, and I'm going to be heartbroken.
Yeah.
Sabin reverses a top rope Rana attempt into the cradle shock for the win. Mike and Don spent most of the closing segment of this match talking about what the various King of the Mountain matches could be, because this happened straight after the Larry Zbyszko, we don't know what the matches could be segment was. And like, it really like underlined just how meaningless this tournament has been.
Yeah.
It's just like, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. The post-match isn't even about Sabin and his team celebrating because we go to an Ash angle. The commentators aren't even talking about this tiebreaker. Could you imagine like the G1 final where they're like, oh, let's talk about something else happening in the show, you know?
Yeah, I mean, which is my least favorite thing in wrestling in general.
Like, I understand it. Like, if you're at the like, you got to pay your bills, if you will. You know, at the start of the match, you can like drop in. It's like, oh, who could the main event be tonight? It's one of these 8 men. That's fine. But like, these men are in the home stretch of their tournament tiebreaker. All these countries have come together for this great big tournament, and like, while they're going in their finishing stretch, they're talking about like Scott Steiner and Jeff Jarrett and Sting and Raven.
Yeah.
It stinks. Andrew Thomas presents Sabin with a comically large trophy. Nash jumps Sabin from behind, smashes the trophy. Nash gouges Sabin with a piece of the trophy, drawing blood, which I don't think Chris Sabin has bled before in this company.
I wouldn't be able to keep note of that.
You don't have a photographic memory of every time Chris Sabin has bled in the 3 years he's been in TNA so far?
I don't have an index of it, no.
Yeah, but Sabin gets color here for this angle. Nash drops him with a jackknife and said the X Division champion got nothing on him.
Which is a good line.
I do appreciate the bit that like he jumps X Division guys after the match. It's like, they got nothing on me. What a bunch of nerds.
Didn't even hit me once. Took no damage. Perfect round.
Yeah, like Tekken.
He jumps in when they have 1 hit left. Then he says perfect round.
Yeah. Lethal, Dutt, and Lynn eventually come out to make the save, as TNA does point out they were locked out of the building by Zbyszko, so they couldn't make the save from the Nash attack. And then Shelley just kind of wanders out later than everybody else, but then leaves with Nash.
He does do like a little like pats him on the shoulder. He's like, good work, kid.
Betrayal. Though the thing he's betraying is America, so maybe I'm on board.
Or isn't he technically betraying the NWA?
Which I'm still on board. Fuck you, Billy. May 25th Impact, after an X Division match that we'll talk about when we get to the other side of the X Division. Nash arrives after the match and jackknifes Lethal.
I'm sure we could just chuck these two together, to be honest. There's not like a lot of story running through all of these. It's just kind of matches.
The deep lore behind the eventual 6-way on the pay-per-view, because you get a 4-way on TV. All right. The opener of the May 25th Impact, Senshi versus Jay Lethal versus Alex Shelley versus Shark Boy. You love this, apparently.
Sponsored by...
Yes. This match is sponsored by X-Men: The Last Stand.
I want to talk about X-Men: The Last,
which Don gives the pitch for, where he says he loved the first 2 movies, and he's heard this one is the last one and the best one.
Okay.
It was neither the last one nor the best one.
So, let's talk about X-Men Last Stand.
It's a bad movie.
I love it.
Do you actually?
I do.
Do you really love X-Men: The Last Stand?
I love X-Men Last Stand, and let me tell you why.
Please do.
X-Men Last Stand came out in 2006.
I see where this is going.
I was 9. I fucking loved this movie.
Uh-huh.
And you know what?
What?
One sec. I need to check something before I say something slanderous. And the only X-Men movie not directed by a big pedophile.
I like the way you spent time going through all of them.
I just had to make sure that Bryan Singer actually was accused.
And to be fair, there are other X Division movies that were directed by people other than...
The only one of this run.
So I think you've technically accused like Matthew Vaughn of being a pedophile there too.
I did. Not directed by Bryan Singer.
Yeah.
A more important thing. I love this movie. It's stupid, it's dumb, but it's awesome. It's just, like, for a 9-year-old, this is the best superhero movie.
They do kill a lot of people.
And they just do cool shit. They have cool powers. Magneto's awesome. What do you want from me? I love the first 3 X-Men.
I love the first 2 X-Men.
See, that's what I get to love the trilogy. While you are over there in your ivory tower, you're looking at the X-Men trilogy, and you're crying about Last Stand, and how it doesn't hold up, and, oh, Vinnie Jones is juggernaut. Shut up. I get to like all 3. I get to enjoy all 3.
I was going to expressly state one of the positive column points for this movie is the "I'm the Juggernaut bitch" line, which is in this movie. If you don't like that line, you're a baby.
I want to Google all the X-Men movies right quick.
Uh-huh.
Because I want to work out how many of them I think are good and how many of them I think are...
They have about a 50-50 hit rate, really.
X-Men good, X2 good, Last Stand good. Origins bad.
Bad.
Wolverine bad.
Wolverine is good. Oh,
The Wolverine
no.
is bad.
I like Wolverine a lot.
I mean, it's fun. It's like self-contained. It's not the worst.
You see, people remember like the last 10 minutes, which are bad. It becomes a really bad CGI fight that no one cares about. But I think everything before that is actually really, really good.
Okay, I'll put it in the middle. I'll meet you in the middle.
Okay, that's fair.
Logan, good.
Yeah.
First Class, good. Days of Future Past, good. I watched it recently. It's like good enough. Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix, the worst shot you'll ever watch in your fucking life. What's the goddamn point? If Magneto's not on the screen, it doesn't serve anything.
I will say they're bad, both of them. Dark Phoenix does have, I think, the best scene of the X-Men kicking ass, though.
Yeah, but Dark Phoenix is a dog shit, terrible, awful, bad movie.
It is, but they have that one, like, 3-minute scene on the train where all of the X-Men are actually, like, a team fighting something, which I think is, like, the only time in all of these movies that actually happens.
Yeah.
And it is really cool, but the rest of the movie is diabolical.
But it's so bad. It's so bad, man. And by the way, every time I called Bryan Singer a pedophile, it was alleged.
Alleged, indeed. And
Alleged.
the times you called everybody else who, what's his name, James Mangold, you also called him a pedophile, I think, technically.
I did.
But...
I did call, and Simon Kinberg.
Yeah.
And Matthew Vaughn.
Apologies to them for catching strays.
Brett Ratner.
No, Brett Ratner is the one you qualified.
Oh, yeah. Brett Ratner, you're the one.
Yeah, this X-Division opener is sponsored by X-Men The Last Stand.
Yeah, I saw that and I immediately knew I wanted to defend X-Men The Last Stand.
And it's fun, like, you got the X-Division and you get X-Men. There you go, branding.
Oh, Matthew Vaughn was originally going to do The Last.
Yeah, and then he did First Class. And I think he was originally going to do Days of Future Past too, but they pivoted to Bryan Singer.
Great.
Don mentioned that Senshi was revered in Japan as a former X-Division champion. And that's the reason he's come back, because they loved him so much for being X-Division champion. He's like, I want to win that belt again.
And they'll love me even more when I leave.
Yeah. That's actually how his career strategy, which I actually think if you actually do the math, it's actually exactly what he's done, which is win the X Division title, spend some time in Japan, go back and win the X Division title, spend some time in Japan. So he needs to re-establish his Japanese cred with the X Division title every so often.
Makes sense.
He beats Lethal with the Warriors away after a big Tower of Doom. And
remember when we started the Rain Takers? And Loki was just all over these shows?
Yeah, that was really weird, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Until he hitmanned his way out of the company. But yes, Nash arrives after the match, jackknifes the Lethal, calls himself the undisputed cruiserweight bully, and says size matters.
He's talking about his dick.
No, he's just talking about physical height. What are you talking about?
No, he's talking about his penis and cock and balls.
There is no segment this month where Kevin Nash alludes to his penis. I don't know what you mean.
Should I buy the X-Men 10 movie collection?
Sure. How much is it?
$46.
It's a steal. They're also all on Disney Plus, but
yeah, but like $35.
Ooh, Blu-ray or DVD?
Nah, it's Blu-ray. I want Ultra HD.
Ooh, Mr. I have even higher standards.
Ooh. Well, I can get the trilogy for $35 in Ultra HD.
As they're going out to break here, there's a fun moment where Nash is like, Shelly, look down the hard camera. He's like, let's do a pose. Shelly, look at the hard camera. Giving him his tutorship.
See, he's a good teacher. He's a benevolent god.
Yeah. June 1st Impact. Backstage, JB has Alex Shelley. JB is like, what's your deal, man? You're stalking people? You stalked Sting? You stalked Christian? Now you're freaking hooking up with Kevin Nash? Oh, no. He makes such a good noise. He's like, you've hooked up with Kevin Nash? Huh? And then Alex Shelley's like, now you've hooked your wagon to Kevin Nash. It's like fucking got his ass.
I like that Shelley's line of, what I do with my camera in my own time is none of your business.
Yeah, he's a photojournalist.
And it's perverted in nature.
Filming people through windows all the time. You leave him alone. He's just making movies. This is art.
Making flicks. Who are you to judge his art?
Nash walks in and says he can make Shelley a star. He's like, who you got tonight? He's like, Jay Lethal. But I lost my tripod. And Nash is like,
I got your tripod right here.
Right here.
Right here.
And then Jay Lethal versus Alex Shelley.
Yeah, they have a good little match.
Good little TV X Division match, as you would expect. Nash gets up in the apron, but Lethal whips Shelley into Nash's elbow, rolls Shelley up for the pin. They immediately jump Lethal after the match. Sabin makes the save, and then Nash uses Shelley as like a human shield and bails. He just kind of throws him at Sabin.
Then Sabin picks up a microphone, and Mike Tenay is shocked. He's like, Sabin has a microphone?
Rude, first of all.
Bobby.
He used to talk all the time when he was heel X Division champion in the Asylum.
Yeah, he's a man who knows a lot about sex and talking.
Well, I don't know him personally.
He tells Nash to man up. He's like, man up, dog. Not the best opening gambit from Chris Sabin.
No.
Points out that his back wasn't turned, so Nash bailed. So he challenges Nash to a match at Slammiversary if he doesn't have a date planned with Alex Shelley.
Yeah, because they're gay.
They're gay pals.
Gay.
People who are gay. Brokeback Mountain.
Gay.
Sabin said he'll prove to Nash what Nash's wife has been saying for years. Size doesn't matter.
Because he's talking about penis.
There's a solid outline.
Penis.
It's better than gay. It's like your dick is small is better than gay.
Gay. Your dick is small and gay.
So that does set up our pay-per-view match, Kevin Nash versus Chris Sabin.
Well, we have another setup.
Yes, the next week, Nash is backstage, or no, he's in his hotel room, sorry, with Alex Shelley. We go to Paparazzi Productions, and he's like, Sabin, he fell for our trap.
We have a plan.
And then, once again, we go to a drawing on a piece of paper, one of those flipboard paper things. Do those have names? It's not a whiteboard this time. It's one of those, like,
dry erase.
No, it's like the boards with the paper that you like flip over the pieces.
Oh,
of
that
paper.
you tear them off.
Yeah, does that have a name for like the board version of that? I don't know.
Nah.
But yes, they have a 3-part plan. The first of which they've executed. They've lured Sabin into a match at Slammiversary. Part number 2, tonight, they plan to scout Chris Sabin, and they're gonna make sure Sabin knows they're there. And then part 3 next week, he instructs Shelley to find a total Sabin clone for a tune-up match, as next week will be the Kevin Nash X Division debut, which will also be a Size Matters on a pole match, but that doesn't happen. We're robbed.
I think it is, but there's the similar rules, to a regular match.
I see no polls.
I got a poll for you right here.
God damn it. Chris Sabin and the James Gang face Team Canada.
I was gonna say, like, the irony being that I think the closest person to like a Chris Sabin clone for Nash to wrestle is probably Shelley.
Yeah, he should have just jackknifed his buddy. BG says, "Hail Sabin, hail yeah."
Cool.
So Nash and Shelley said they were going to scout this match and they were going to be seen. So a few minutes into the match, a scissor lift appears at the very back of the building.
It's very funny.
It really is. They very slowly move into frame as Alex Shelley and Kevin Nash appear on a scissor lift over the bleachers at the very back of the building. And even like from Sabin, they're very tiny figures. What are those guys doing over there? And Nash notices them as Nash demands Sabin show him something, and immediately EY jumps him from behind, and they're like, yeah! Sabin gets worked over by A1, and Nash is like, he's being beaten up by a man half my size. Sabin gets the hot tag to Kip, who runs wild. This is where Demore throws Rude a hockey stick, but Rhino stops from using it. Kip hits A1 with the Faymaster. Sabin wins with the top rope leg drop, which I guess it actually makes... he does that in the match with Nash as well. I was like, why is he winning with that? But I guess to set that up as a potential near fall against Nash, I guess is why they had him win with a top rope leg drop here.
It's also, maybe it's just nice to have a few... I mean, what's he going to do? Not shell shock.
Cradle.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Cradle shock.
Yep, I definitely didn't tell you.
Nope. What are they going to do? Cradle shock Kevin Nash?
Maybe he should.
I don't think he could.
I think he probably could. Nash and Shelley then lower themselves out of sight, but I think they lower themselves too far down because they're meant to have a face-off with Sabin. And I think they bring themselves back just high enough so that they can see over the top of the stands.
I could also believe that was the intended bit.
Yeah, their heads are just poking above so they can have a little jaw jacking with Sabin. So go home episode of Impact, Liam. Of course, we have the X Division debut of Kevin Nash, one of the biggest matches in Impact history. Never mind Sting and Steiner. X Division debut of Kevin Nash.
It's important, wrestling a face from the past.
Yes, so JB has Nash and Shelley. Shelley has found akin to a clone of Sabin from the future because he knows you can clone people there.
True.
But for the sake of his, anonymity, they don't want to embarrass him too much. They made him wear a mask.
No, they also said because he's ugly as hell.
Yeah, well, how dare they say that about Chris Sabin?
Well, he said that, like, from the neck down, he's exactly the same as Sabin, but just ugly as hell.
Saving us from the idiocy of his face. Nash then sings, "Happy Slammiversary, Sabin. I got you on my mind."
So I'm sure that's a poignant reference to something.
I don't know what the song is either. I assume it is, but I don't know what the song is.
Yeah, me neither.
But he does that. There's I think it's a YouTube exclusive paparazzi production segment in which he sings Happy Slammiversary Sabin. No, I think he says baby in that one. Happy Slammiversary baby. And that's been stuck in my brain for like 18 years. So it's fun to see it on impact. It's one of those things that like every time Slammiversary comes around every year, I'm like, Happy Slammiversary baby. I don't even know what the song he's parodying is. Somebody tell me. Kevin Nash faces Mr. X.
Mr. X. I'm pretty sure it's PCO.
He's about PCO sized, I think.
Yeah.
Looks just like PCO.
So I'm pretty sure it's PCO.
And PCO is a Frankenstein monster, so that's the right they need to cover the face.
Exactly. So PCO versus Kevin Nash.
Yeah, that is the match, definitely. So PCO is a mini. Yes, PCO is a mini from Hell, Michigan, according to Kevin Nash. Nash says that he knows that's secretly Sabin. Says we must have gotten this guy on short notice. Short notice, because he's a mini Liam. Short notice.
I get it. Because, like, he's small.
Yeah, it's small, short, small. Get it?
Yep. Mike today just saying the M word this whole time, by the way.
Well, yeah, but that's 2006.
But with, like, vitriol in his voice.
Well, yeah, it's 2006.
It's like, damn, all right, man.
That is not the worst thing to happen on this month of television.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know what? We'll save our fury for when we get to the James gag. But, yeah. He does look, after he does that short notice gag, he does look at Shelly. He's like, he gave me that one. My favorite bit of this is Don is very amused by this match because it's Nash, very tall man, wrestling Mr. X, very short man. Nash gives him a chokeslam while on his knees. Nash does a splash off the bottom rope and throws up an X. Nash sits in a chair in the middle of the ring and simply lifts his foot up to do a big boot. And like Don is like super on board for most of it, but when he does the big boot, it's like, this is too far.
No, he still loves it. Mike today bullies him into changing his opinion.
Yeah, Mike today is like, you're liking this? How dare you? And Don's like, it's kind of funny.
Yeah. Then he's like, oh, no, it's gone too far now. Sorry, Dad.
They're kind of good bits.
It's silly.
It is funny. As TNA gets more furious, the crowd start playing along and start chanting like TNA, and this is awesome. Nash hits the jackknife for the win. Shelley lifts Nash to his feet as TNA does close the segment tremendously with just like, what an ass. That's the out. They just go out and Mike TNA being like, what an ass. I did like Nash selling as if he had the hardest match of his life.
He had to work that style, the exhibition style.
Very fast paced. He did do a dive off the bottom rope, which is very difficult. Slammiversary. We had a 6-way X Division elimination match. Senshi, Jay Lethal, Shark Boy, Alex Shelley, Petey Williams, and Sanjay Dutt.
Now, when you hear 6-way X Division match, you may think, wow, this is going to be kind of high octane.
Yeah, it got 19 minutes too.
Now, imagine if you were wrong about that.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of boring.
Yeah, they're talking in the Observer this month about how they're looking at venues outside of the Impact Zone for pay-per-views. And Dave is like, this match is an example of that, like why you need that, because they did all this stuff and they didn't get a response. And I would simply say, this match wasn't very good, Dave.
No, it was just kind of boring.
It was too long, because in theory, like, they get 19 minutes for the 6-way elimination match, and you're like, that's loads of time, that's good. But it was too much time, and it was quite boring.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have notes, other than, like, Dutt pins Shark Boy with a standing superstar, Lethal pins Shelley with a Dragon Suplex, PD eliminates Lethal with the Canadian Destroyer, Senshi pins PD with the Warrior's Way, and then Dutt with the Warrior's Way out of the corner. That's it. I didn't take notes, other than the eliminations. Senshi wins.
Yay. The Warrior's Way in the corner kind of was sick, though.
Yeah, and he does the big scream when he does it. It's cool.
Yeah.
And I think that this is... I didn't watch his... Because like he wasn't doing the Warrior's Way, at least as a finish. I don't think he was doing it at all in his first TNA run.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was probably doing double stunts, but I don't know if it was like a finish.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't his finish.
The corner one, yeah.
And I don't think he did the corner one at all. Like, the Key Crusher was his finish in his first TNA run anyway. And, like, obviously, I'm not watching his Ring of Honor stuff at this point, or his, like, Indie or Japan stuff. So maybe he's doing the Warrior's Way there, but it's fun to see, like, a new wrinkle to Senshi, not Loki. If you are wondering who the fuck is Senshi, it's Loki. We'll probably say Senshi because he's Senshi, but it's Loki.
I'm gonna say Loki.
But yeah, the Warrior's Way is a cool move.
It sure is.
A new fun wrinkle for this version of Loki. We go backstage. JB has Nash and Shelley. Shelley's like, I don't know if you saw it. I wrestled 10, 20 guys. Some had knives, some had guns. And Nash is like, I didn't see that, no. Sorry, he didn't say some have guns. He had some has gax because he's up on the street lingo.
He said some of them have gax. That's guns.
Yeah, just to explain it to his old man dad Nash. It is Father's Day after all. So Nash explains, because it's Father's Day, he has a message for Walt Sabin watching on his crappy 19-inch TV. He's not going to pick up the medical bills, and when they have their sad phone call tonight, and when he's like, Dad, I got my ass kicked by Kevin Nash, and he'll be like, size doesn't matter.
Tice does.
We then had a feature, and then we led to Kevin Nash versus Chris Sabin in the Size Matters contest.
Are you excited?
It was, like, Nash bumped for him, so...
Like, he didn't eat him up.
He didn't. It was like the match it should have been. Like, Nash has more limitations than Steiner does at the moment, which is weird to think about.
Yeah.
Even though Nash does have a 4.25 star match according to you in TNA history.
That's true.
But yeah, it's the exact match you would expect it to be. Nash is big, Sabin is small. Sabin makes comebacks, Nash cuts him off. Nash cheats a little bit with an eye poke, Shelley interferes a little bit. Like, Nash does bump for Sabin's comeback. He bumps for a drop kick. Sabin even gets Nash up on the shoulders for the cradle shock, which he got, like, remarkable ease. Which is, when you said he could do it, I was like, he really could. He got him up there for it.
Yeah, but I think, like, the twisting motion's the hardest bit, though.
Especially because Nash is really long.
Yeah, because you have to, like, actually, like, move him in a safe manner.
You would have to somewhat drop him on his neck and shoulders.
Yeah, that's like could he, like, wrench him over? Probably. Could he do it safely?
Does he need to do it safely, though?
Yeah.
Is it fine if he just drops Kevin Nash on his head?
I don't know. I don't think so.
He got him up for the cradle shock, but Shelley pulled Nash off. Sabin wipes Shelley out with a dive. Sabin hits a springboard clothesline and a top rope leg drop for 2. Shelley crotches Sabin on the exposed turnbuckle, and Nash falls with a jackknife to defeat Chris Sabin.
Very good. Well, not very good. I mean, yeah, it's the first match, right? Like Nash should win.
Yeah.
I don't know where this goes, though.
Well,
I keep, like, being worried that, like, Paparazzi Productions is just going to end any day now, and it's going to make me really sad.
Oh, no, like, Paparazzi Productions runs in one way or another until, like, July 2007.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, like, the Nash combo.
But yeah, like, Nash and Shelley are aligned with each other in one way or another until July 07. So you don't have to, you have another year of them. You don't have to worry about them disappearing all of a sudden. I will relieve that tension for you, even if this particular story doesn't really get paid off.
I was like, I don't remember them, like, I don't remember it, so.
Like, there is no instance in which the X Division gets a, like, triumphant comeuppance on Kevin Nash. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It just becomes Nash just does more bits with more guys, which honestly is probably the better conclusion for entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
Kevin Nash, by all accounts, has been nice and approachable behind the scenes with younger TNA wrestlers. There is no sense he's out to hurt them or ultimately make TNA look bad.
How nice of him.
Again, like, you could be deeply cynical about whether or not you should do this with the X Division. And again, back in 06, fair. You know, should Nash be mocking the X Division being too cool for the X? Probably not. But, like, Nash is mostly mocking himself, and the segments are very funny.
Yeah.
So, what more could you want?
I'm not going to complain about it.
But people will. People complain about everything, including me.
You do complain about everything.
No, people complain about me is what I was saying, actually.
No, you do complain about everything, it's true.
People complain about me all the time.
Name one.
You.
Yeah, I've raised the bar, yeah.
That brings us over to the tag team division, or the continuing tag team title feud is still AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels versus America's Most Wanted.
We've been talking about this match for 8 months.
Yeah, well, 6 actually.
I am fucking tired of talking about this fucking match.
The first time they did it was the New Year's special. So since January 1st, we've been talking about Styles and Daniels versus AMW.
No, I mean us. Like us in real time.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking about this for like 8 months. And I'm fucking sick of it.
You get one more version of it in July, too.
Fuck off. I'm so sick of it.
Hey, Gale wrestles that time, though.
Good. At least it's something fucking different.
May 25th Impact. The Diamonds in the Rough beat AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels.
Yeah, AJ Styles and Daniels, their big build up to finally winning it is like they lose a bunch like fucking idiots.
I really don't understand this one.
Well, it's this one, and then they lose the 6-man. And, like, the way they get the matches by, like, whining like babies.
Yeah, it's like he should just be like, you fucking lost to the Diamonds in the Rough. Like, why are you getting the tag title match?
Like, really uncool for this build to them finally winning it.
It's really weird.
And then they win it because someone else helps them. Like, it's the stupidest, shittiest booking.
Yeah, and like I don't like when this match happened on him. I was like, oh, Styles and Daniels is just getting a win on TV, so that you justify them giving him. No, they just lose. They just lose to the Diamonds in the fucking Rough.
I mean, they lose because of like.
They lose because of interference, yeah, but still.
And the Diamonds in the Rough do celebrate like they've fucking won the Super Bowl.
It is very good. Yeah, they are very pleased.
They should be Daniels and Styles' first title challenges.
They should be. They've earned it. But there's also a note this month that the Diamonds in the Rough have been told they're not going to be booked until the end of the summer.
Why would you give them this?
I don't know, Liam. I don't know.
It's fucking dumb.
I really don't understand what they're doing with any of this.
Stupid, dumb bullshit.
just have them win and then be like, yo, can we have one last shot or we never get a shot again? Fine. Yeah, we are running out of time on Diamonds in the Rough. We're running out of time on David Young, actually. He has a few more matches, but soon you will never have to see David Young wrestle again, Liam. Does that cheer you up?
No.
You love David Young?
I will miss him. He's been a staple, a TNA original.
You do like their tracksuit.
I will never party at the demise of a TNA original.
You will celebrate when he returns for the Reverse Battle Royal in 2022.
Exactly. That is when I will do the Remember When for him.
Yeah, we do have to wait that long.
Yeah, so if you're expecting one...
A good luck remembering what David Young did by the time we get around to that. So this match, they replayed the finish from Sacrifice where Gale threw the baton down and AMW retained due to Gale's outside interference again. Skipper hit Styles with the rope walk Rana, presumably jilted at AJ teaming with his old partner, which they don't acknowledge at all here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm so disconnected on this fucking feud.
Daniels and Skipper, former Triple X partners, you might remember that tag team?
Yeah, I do.
AJ did hit the reverse springboard DDT on both Skipper and Young at the same time, and then he hit a dive off of Young's back onto Skipper. It's like, AJ, this is a 3-minute TV match in which you are losing. What are you doing?
It's because he hasn't been doing shit.
Yeah, he's just like, I have 3 minutes, and this is like my only match on TV. Well, he has an 8-man tag as well, but this is all I'm doing. I need to get it out of my system while wrestling Elix Skipper and David Young.
He's like, I'm not going to get to wrestle anyone cool from the X Division for like 6 months.
And Skipper and Young are AJ's old NWA Wildside boys.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a bit of that. I'm sure these are old boys, right? Everyone in this match.
And AJ's like, I'll make them look good by hitting all my cool moves.
Can you hear the cat meowing in the background?
I don't, but I'm looking forward to it, because there's a lot of times where I don't hear things until I go back in the edit and they're like, oh, Liam just Googled something that I didn't hear in real time.
Let me hear my own mic for a sec.
Oh, I got it that time, I think.
Damn it.
No, that's a feature.
Kiki.
If you hear cats, feature, not a bug.
Yeah, we're in the 12th hour. It's fine.
Storm appears at ringside as Daniels hits Young with the Angel's wings. This distracts the referee as Harris then hits Daniels with a club and drapes Young over Daniels for the win. And as you said, Diamonds and Rough celebrate. They are very pleased with this victory over Styles and Daniels.
As they should be. They're number one contenders now. If I'm Diamonds in the Rough, by the way, I'm going to Larry's Biscuit. I'm like, hey, what the fuck? How did they get the tag title match?
Yeah, they beat Styles and Daniels. They deserve it.
3-way tag title match, please.
Then you were like, I'm super jaded about this Styles and Daniels thing, but I think I know what will pick you up, Liam. The June 1st Impact. AMW versus the Naturals. You got nothing? I think, like LAX, Liam has gone into work stoppage.
It's gonna go for a walk around
His body is just shut down. He needs to go to the cat. He needs to speak with the cat about getting not only another AMW versus the Naturals match, but still not the last AMW Naturals match in TNA history.
I haven't really moved yet, so circulation is all shutting off. I'm slowly dying because my body hasn't experienced any movement. And then you come to me and you say, talk about a fucking AMW Naturals match. Like, no, fuck you.
Mike today is calling this match solo after Don was attacked by Scott Steiner. So he does appear halfway through the match and is like, I wet my pants. I pissed my pants. Scott Steiner was there. As I mentioned, there is still, I think, one more AMW The Naturals match you will have to sit through.
How?
There's another one in July.
Get more tag teams, for the love of God.
You'll finally start getting LAX wrestling in July too, though, so that evens out.
About fucking time.
Gale tries to use the baton, but Styles and Daniels cut her off. Daniels throws the baton to Chase Stevens, who is like, no, I shall not use it. I am a noble, valiant babyface. And he immediately gets hit with a beer bottle and pinned. Franchise watches on as AMW destroy the Naturals. And Styles and Daniels just leave?
They're like, well, we don't really like the Naturals.
Yeah, they're like, we tried to help you, you refused, so we're leaving, even though AMW are going to kick your ass.
I mean, I would... again, Styles and Daniels are weird motherfuckers. They're not, like... I don't find myself actually rooting for them.
You're rooting for AMW?
No. At this point, I'm not rooting for it. I'm rooting for LAX.
Shane Douglas appears, stares at them, walks back down the tunnel. Styles and Daniels are backstage with Larry Z. Larry's like, you lost 3 times.
And they're like, but this time we'll win, please.
Yeah, it's like, it's Gale all along, but give us one last shot, but we have a way to neutralize Gale. And Larry is literally like, if I give you this, will you stop annoying me? And they're like, yeah. And he's like, fine.
That's my champions, baby.
This is why Jim Cornette needs to be brought in to stop, like, annoying, harassing Larry into the same match over and over again. Go Home Impact main event is an 8-man tag team match. AMW Bobby Roode and Monty Brown defeat AJ Styles Styles, Christopher Daniels, Raven, and Rhino.
I actually like this. After all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just had a fun little 8-man tag. I don't know. I enjoyed it. I thought it was interesting that Daniels just loses again to Monty, of all people.
Who's not on the pay-per-view.
Could have just had, like, Bobby win it, you know?
Well, Monty's a star, though, even though he's leaving.
Yeah, but, like, Bobby's got a singles match. You know, they're trying to elevate him.
Monty did something on the pre-show where he said he's going to start a winning streak of his own, potentially pivoting to something with Joe, but we'll get to that next month. But Liam, you see what they did here was they took a bunch of matches that are matches on the pay-per-view and put them together into a multi-man tag and added Raven and Monty, and I clapped like a seal.
You went arf, arf, arf.
I did. I was like, arf, arf, because they did the thing that I will never criticize anybody for. It's just like, we threw a bunch of stars together in an 8-man tag on TV. Heat, come back, everybody gets their little move in, go to a finish, and I will clap like a seal every single goddamn fucking time. Even on AEW Dynamite, when it's Mark Briscoe and all those people against all those other people, it's just like, yes, yes, do it, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm incredibly easy to please in this regard.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, you know?
Northern Lights into the corner by Storm allows them to get the heat on AJ. Hot tag to Rhino. Everybody hits their move. Gore to Storm, but Rhino chases D'Amore out of the building. Daniels hits the Angel's Wings on Harris, but Rude makes the save. Gale drops Daniels with the Tornado DDT, and Monty falls with the pounce for the win, period.
Pounce.
We're running out of pounces. We ought to savor every pounce from here.
When he leaves, we're going to be like, just one more pounce, please.
It's like me and AJ on every
I
show.
need another pounce. I'm going to tune into the ECW 2006. I just need a pounce.
Going down, down, down. Just call me smooth.
Watch me do the things I do.
Slammiversary. JB has AMW. Harris says Styles and Daniels' little experiment has failed because the two best X Division wrestlers can't beat the best tag team no matter how many times they try. And Gail is like, you got a neutralizer for me? I'm the best. Nobody can neutralize me. I'm Gail Kim.
Blah. She says. She goes, blah.
Which is what I think you went to the match, which is AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels defeat America's Most Wanted to become NWA World Tag Team Champion.
What about it?
So they went one too many for you think?
I think they went about 7 too many for me. If they got the TW knock of booking the same match too many times.
Yeah, because this is the 4th time they've done this for the titles this year. 3rd since they started this as an actual feud since lockdown. So
yeah, I'm done with it. I got no interest in it. Like, it could be really good, but I just eyes glaze over.
They say AMW has been the longest reigning champions ever at this point. They did miss a CW Anderson and Pat Anderson reign in the 90s that was longer, but other than that, it is the longest NWA World Tag Team title reign.
I just lie about it anyway.
Yeah, and it's fucking CW Anderson in the 90s. That doesn't count. Styles and Daniels run wild. Daniels stomps Harris's head into Storm's crotch, which brings our monthly Brokeback Mountain chant. Brokeback Mountain. Brokeback Mountain. Spills out to the floor. Styles goes for a forearm off the apron, but Storm knocks his legs out and they get the heat. AJ escapes in the eye of the storm, hits the Pele, hot tag to Daniels. Dawn is like, Pele, the World Cup is on. How fitting is that?
Where's Pele from?
Brazil.
Ah, they're a good team historically.
One of the better teams historically.
Good work. Oh, Pele's mother, Celeste Arantes, died yesterday.
Pele's mother outlived Pele?
101 years old.
I'm also saying Pele, which I should... Pele. It's Pele. What am I doing? Don West has Pele pilled me.
Yeah.
Ripped Pele's mom.
Oh, that's sad.
What?
She spent 5 years in a vegetative state and was not informed about her son's death in 2022.
Oh, well, I guess she was in the vegetative state.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
If I'm like 96 and you're like death or vegetative state.
Yeah, I'm probably just like cashing out.
Give me death. So the entire hook of this match is that Styles and Daniels have a neutralizer for Gail Kim. After Gail Kim has cost them the tag titles 4 times or whatever at this point, they finally have a thing to counteract Gail Kim, and it's just a very large woman.
Yes.
A very large woman shows up, choke slams Gail Kim, and then leaves with Gail Kim. And the way Styles and Daniels interact with this very large woman is so amusing to me.
They're as confused as everyone else is.
Because it does not seem to them like they know this woman.
They don't. I think they're like, this is not who we had planned.
I would like, actually, like that. That's like Larry Zbyszko getting his management position. He just showed up one day. Like, this woman just showed up and neutralized Gail. And it's like,
and happened to be wearing the same color clothes as their gear.
Yeah, it's like, I guess she's with us. We thought it was going to be Jackie, but
yeah. I think everyone thought it was going to be Jackie.
I would imagine the entire point of this was meant to be Jackie stops Gail here, but then Jackie got pregnant, so they just needed to find another woman.
They could probably just have like Jackie hit her with something.
Yeah, like they do set up a match the next month. There's a 6-person tag with Gail and Sorelda, as it turns out, is the name of the large woman. The Days of Thunder's thing is a large man appears. Our thing is now a large woman appears. But yeah, Sorelda. So we get a 6-person tag next month with Gail and Sorelda involved. So maybe that's why they didn't want Jackie there to do. But yeah, for the sake of the story payoff, it would have made more sense to have Jackie just come out, hit Gail with something, and then Styles and Daniels retain. Then you can just have them fire Jackie or something then, because she's costing the titles.
Yeah, and then they still have control over her contract or whatever. And then you don't have to run the match back. It's a win-win-win-win-win.
Everybody's happy. But yeah, Styles and Daniels don't interact with her. They don't like high five her or thank her. They just kind of stand around as she takes out Gail. It's very funny.
Yeah. They look very confused, and that is the most amusing part of it.
Storm chucks a chair right at Daniels' skull, but Daniels kicks out. AJ misses the spiral tap. Storm drops him with a handcuff punch, but Daniels pulls the referee out as they point out that's a thing AMW have done multiple times themselves in the past. So turnabout is fair play, even though the heels are cheating. But the babyfaces are cheating. But the babyfaces are counteracting the cheating, so that still makes them... I don't know. Daniels hits Storm with the Angel's Wings. Harris elbow drops to the ref. Storm accidentally hits Harris with a beer bottle. Frog splash BME finish. Big pop for the finish. Styles and Daniels are champions. They celebrate in the crowd.
It was a cool finish.
Yeah, I like the BME frog splash as the Styles and Daniels finish. They do the high-low as well, but like the BME followed by the frog splash looks really good. Especially because they do it from like opposing corners, so they come from either side of the ring, like back to back. It looks really good. The woman who helped AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels at the Slammiversary pay-per-view is Jamie D, who trained at one of Scott D'Amore's training sessions in Canada. I actually think she was shown on screen at one point in TNA history before this when they did some like gut check video, because she won one of the gut checks.
From Jamie D to Bozilla, Scott D'Amore training story.
Yeah, she is like prototype Bozilla. Jamie D walked so Bozilla could run.
Yeah.
How fucking awesome would it be if Bozilla was here to stop Gail Kim?
That would be perfect.
We need Bozilla to time travel.
Yeah. She's wearing the colors.
Does Bozilla wear the blue and white?
Yeah, she wears the blue and the white and the black.
Bozilla, time travel.
My God.
We do finally have new NWA World Tag Team Champions. AMW have held the belts since October, so their reign has come to an end at the hands of Styles and Daniel.
Can I give Tag Team of the Year to no one?
You're probably going to just give it to LAX.
I mean, we'll see how they go. Maybe they have to impress me. I'm not so easily won over.
Or you could give it to our next feud. I think Tag Team of the Year should go to Team 3D or the James Gang, right? You love that.
I mean, I like this match. I haven't loved other elements of the feud as much as you have.
I think you have signed off and underlined on everything Kip James in particular has ever said as part of this feud.
I think if I recall correctly.
Yeah? Nothing?
I think you're just a big fan of Father Asshole.
What? Oh, Father. Oh, right.
I realized if you didn't understand what I was doing, that's an insane thing to say.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is Father Asshole?
Just get through this shitty racist shit so we can wrap this shit up.
May 18th, Impact. Team 3D is with JB. It says nothing is settled at Sacrifice. They're mad that the James Gang hit Devon in the shoulder with a pipe to win. They then do an extended bit where Bully like hypes up Devon every time he does like a bit of a promo. He'd like tap Devon on the shoulder, and Devon's like, "What the hell, man? My shoulder's hurt." He's like the Barry lad and Will Ospreay. They take a shot, one of many this month, at WWE reviving ECW and say, "Leave it dead and buried where it belongs because the heart and soul are in TNA." He was like, at the pay-per-view at Sacrifice when we wrestled, I thought it was a wrestling match, so I threw a drop kick. And then Devon was like, that was a drop kick? And I was like, leave my drop kick alone.
It was a fine drop kick.
He was gassed after it, but he did throw a perfectly fine drop kick.
This is good Team 3D banter.
I was going to ask you, how do you feel about, because they're doing like the arguing brothers routine, which is kind of their act at the moment.
Yeah.
They're like brothers who got along, but then they do a little bickering, but they're doing a bit of comedy. You into that bit of them?
Yeah, I like it.
It is fun. It is light comedy.
I mean, to me, it's always better than them like doing the greatest tag team ever, blah blah blah, because like I just don't believe that at all.
Whereas a bit of silliness, bit of like mocking themselves, you're more into that.
Yeah.
So they challenge the James Gang to any kind of hardcore match at Sacrifice, and then Bully taps Devon on the shoulder once again, and Devon's like, what the hell, man?
It's Mom.
And I assume you're going to say good stuff about this next segment. So May 25th Impact.
No, I'll let you carry this one actually, because like you were DMing me about how much you enjoyed this. So.
You know, I need to rest my voice. I think I'm going to take a deep sip of this milk I have on in front of me, and I think you should talk about this one, Liam. I think you should.
But you say that, but I actually think that like you're more qualified to talk about this segment.
I hear the cat behind you is like meow meow meow. Liam, talk.
I better go get it. Actually, so I'll just let you handle this while I go, and I'll stop it.
Team 3D's music hits. The James Gang come out. BG is dressed as a fat brother Ray.
Classic comedy.
Kip, Liam.
Yeah.
How do you think Kip is dressed?
Could you describe it as dressed?
Yes.
So listeners, you may have like heard of blackface before.
Yes.
Thing that pops up every now and again, especially in relation to DX related people.
Yeah.
But like, imagine if it was just all of his body.
All of it.
And really, it's so abrasive. Just so much going on.
It is. So Kip is dressed as Devon. Completely dressed as Devon.
Yeah.
As you said, blackface is almost minimizing it.
Because it's everything.
Yes, his entire upper body is painted to be like Devon.
It's so ridiculous.
It is outrageously racist.
Why 2006?
Yeah.
2006?
But you see, Liam, everyone always talked about how that segment where DX dressed as the Nation was so good and so funny and so good, so they did it again.
2006.
Yeah. He's doing blackface. Again, blackface is only an element of what he's doing.
Why have we had to talk about blackface so much in our TNA retrospective podcast?
Did someone else do blackface?
Bully Ray.
Oh, well, that was more, like, that was, like, dubious. What the fuck are you doing?
It was dubious, but, like, that, I also do think that was the bit that he was doing.
Yeah, that did tip to, but, like, that was one that had plausible deniability. You know,
Yeah.
If you accused Bully Ray of doing blackface or that, he'd be like, don't know what you're talking about. That was just war paint, you know?
Yeah.
This is a man doing blackface.
The most.
All of the blackface, all of the black torso, all of the black arms. It's not even funny. Like, the segment is bad.
The bit, it's not even a funny bit. Like, not that would justify it, but like, it's just, it's nothing. And then like, it ends in nothing. Like, Team 3D doesn't come out and, like, beat him up.
It's not like there would be a funny version of blackface, but, like, the stuff BG is doing isn't even funny. He's just doing a bad...
Yeah.
He kind of drops in and out of trying a New York accent. Like, the actual bit Kip does is he just keeps shouting, my brother,
it's so
testify.
weird to watch and see, like, that, like, no one, like, addresses it.
Yeah, it's really weird that, like, Team 3D aren't offended at the blackface.
And, like, commentary aren't even particularly offended.
No, and even the next week, Team 3D are like, actually, it was kind of a good bit. It's like, no! It's bad. It's really bad. It's 2006, though. That's the problem. Like, like the bad thing they're doing here isn't the blackface. That's just normal.
2006?
The bad thing they're doing is, like, mocking Devon, just generally.
The year of X-Men The Last Stand.
Yeah, blackface still acceptable on national fucking television. Like, this isn't even, like, if it was, like, tiny-ass Asylum TNA,
to 1 million people.
Yeah, 1 million people watched this episode of Impact, and it's like, yep, that's just normal.
It's not even like the lack of outrage, because like I don't think you would expect outrage. But it's like the fact that it's treated as nothing.
Yeah, it's just a thing that has happened.
It's kind of mind blowing.
So yeah, they do the usual Philly indie bingo hall gags were bad. Kip keeps shouting, "Oh, my brother, testify." BG is doing a bad New York accent while calling Bully fat. None of the bits are good. Then they get serious and pivot to Slammiversary, which makes it even weirder that they're doing serious wrestling promos while dressed like this. Accepts the challenge laid out last week and say, we don't really care what the stipulation is. Kip says, nobody moves, nobody gets hurt, whammo. And he does a cross chop. That's how the segment ends. He says whammo as he does a cross chop. He
says
whammo. Yep.
Next week.
Team 3D is with JB. They found last week very funny, actually, but points out they also did it 8 years ago. And then they point out the various jabs. Bully actually kind of gets mad at the fat jokes because he has a thyroid problem. But where they really stepped over the line is when they mocked the arena, Liam. They mocked South Philly. Not the blackface. They mocked the ECW arena, and that's the problem.
Yeah. That's when you've gone too damn far.
Calls them jealous, says insulting that might as well be calling their mother a whore. Bully's like,
My mom's not, but I don't know about Devon. Devon gets upset at this. He's like, he tells him to get off your mother. Bully, get off my mother. JB, get off my mother. Everybody get off my mother.
Bully's like, yeah, we'll get off your mother, alright? Hey,
my tripod's right here. They'll show him what the bingo hall really means to them. Devon hits the catchphrase, and Bully's like, I wasn't done yet. Devon says, now you're done. June 8th Impact. T3D are in Philly. They're in the ECW Arena. Says it reminds me of the Impact Zone. They're going to bring South Philly to Orlando. It's an anniversary. Then they set like a 3D on fire.
I kind of like that segment.
They had the little 3D in lighter fluid below them. Set it on fire.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, it kind of sets up expectations that they're going to use fire at Slammiversary.
Which I think there was a chant for, and then they didn't. Following week, they show footage of the house show from the ECW Arena, where the James Gang and Team 3D brawled, and the ring was filled with chairs. So, Liam, you might have noticed blackface aired on TV, right?
Yeah.
A lot of drug references have been cut out of the promos hyping the Team 3D versus James Gang match for Sunday's pay-per-view. Management wasn't comfortable with airing those accusations and references on Spike.
That's so insane. It's so insane.
Of all the things this month.
Oh, morality is so fucking weird.
To have content cut for the sake of standards of purity or whatever.
What are we doing?
The blackface makes the air, but like BG James did drugs does not.
What are we doing?
Also, Conan took shots at BG's drug use a few months ago.
What are we?
It's been an opening clip in our show for a while. Well, we took it out for I think last month, but have you been painting in an unventilated room? You got to go back to rehab. Was a Conan line a few months ago.
Yeah.
But yes, there is a standard for the stuff that was included in this program, and the blackface made air.
So silly.
Brings us to the pay-per-view.
And then they have a pretty kick-ass match.
They kind of do. They open the pay-per-view. They don't even do entrances. They just brawl down the ramp as the show starts and the match starts. It is a bingo hall brawl, by the way. I don't think I said that in, I think, the Team 3D segment. They're like, we're going to face you in a bingo hall brawl.
Which I thought meant they were just going to, like, film the match off location.
Oh, like cinematic style?
Yeah.
Or just like brawl in like the empty ECW arena.
Yeah.
Which might have been a cooler idea, but they had a good match.
Yeah, like...
You have been saying for the longest time that you would love BG James to be a plunder guy.
Yeah.
And you have finally gotten it here.
Well, yeah, I like it. It's just unfortunately he's still saddled with the carcass that is Billy Gunn.
Who does bleed at least a lot.
Yeah. I think I might dislike Billy Gunn more than I dislike BG James now.
Really?
Yeah.
Has his like interminably long AEW run actually hindered that as well?
I don't think so. I just think I feel like BG actually puts a little effort in when he wrestles. Like Kip does nothing.
At all.
Nothing at all. He's so useless. And, he's not interesting. None of his promos are good. At least BG's delivered some good promos.
Have you considered he did a cross chop and said whammo?
I did not.
Does that change anything?
Listen, if you want to count that segment as a big positive in your Billy Gunn book, that's up to you. But to me, I think it was a bad segment.
But he does bleed in this match at least.
I don't care. I don't want him on my screen. Are the New Age Outlaws just the worst tag team ever to exist?
What?
Are the New Age Outlaws... the James Gang.
Uh-huh.
Are they just the worst?
I think there's obviously worse teams. But
you know what I mean. Are they just the worst?
If you were to are they the worst major pushed tag team act in wrestling history? They're definitely up there.
They're just so bad.
And the funny thing is, they are an influential team. There is two teams that you could say are directly influenced by the New Age Outlaws. There is Enzo and Cass, who were a catchphrase who outstayed their welcome. And there's the Acclaimed, who were a catchphrase who outstayed their welcome.
And the Guns, but they legally have to.
Well, even the Guns aren't really New Age Outlaws guys.
They're Smoking Guns guys.
They're just kind of heel crony tag team guys, you know?
That sounds like the New Age Outlaws.
But the Guns have more in common with the Naturals than they have with the James Gang, you know?
Fair.
Whereas the kind of catchphrase charisma tag team, which is Enzo and Cass, and that's the Acclaimed. The Acclaimed are more of a work rate version of it, but that makes sense because they're in AEW.
Yeah.
But those are the direct descendants of the New Age Outlaws, and both of them are teams that seemed cool and over at first, and then were fucking go away after a while.
Yeah.
So even their influence is the same. It's just this is bad, annoying, and go away.
I'm sick of them. I want them gone. What's the timer? How much more do I have to deal with these fuckers?
BG lasts until the start of 2009. Kip lasts until the middle of 2009.
2009?
Yeah, you got another 3 years of these boys.
How is it 2009?
And they will have some bad shit with Christy Hemme toward the end of the year, start of next year. Yep. Bully hip tosses Kip onto a guardrail set up on some steps. Kip takes a pretty bad bump onto it too because he's not a good wrestler.
I'm sure Kip James has taken plenty of bad bumps in his life.
No, we can't. We have to cut that out. No.
Why? Yeah, exactly. We can't leave that in.
Our morality standards, Liam. No.
No.
BG jumps off the steps over the rail into Devon, which he looked very cautious about, but he did it, just about.
Yeah, he's still committed to it.
Kip comes up bleeding after a cheese grater. 3D on Kip through a table for the win. Bully says that's how it should be done.
But now let's take it back and reverse it and talk about the one cool part of... not the one cool part, but like a cool little side bit in this match.
Well, we'll go through the entire story because
that's what I mean. Like, we'll take it back like all the way through and then bring it back to this point, man.
So there is a running story through the month. During the Petey Williams Chris Sabin World X Cup final in the first show of the month, May 18th, they cut to LAX, who are now on a work stoppage. The Spanish announce table is Spanish only, no gringos, and they've declared a border in the impact zone.
Yeah.
So if you cross into their territory, they'll beat the shit out of you. So there's a few times, again, the four-way Senshi, Jay Lethal, Alex Shelley, Shark Boy match, same thing, cut to LAX. They're holding the Spanish announce area hostage, work stoppage, refusing to work due to how they've been treated. AMW and the Naturals, same thing. Mike Tenay plugs the Spanish announce team, and he says he's been hearing a lot about how they've been furthering their political agenda and talking about immigration reform on commentary. And that they're still refusing to wrestle because, like all times in American history, you might be like, oh, at the time, immigration was a big issue. It's like, well, look at now. All times in American history, immigration is a big divisive... Well, it's not a divisive issue. It's an issue that's used to create division, which I think is how it should always be framed. It is not a divisive issue. It is an issue being used for division. But it's very relevant now. I think there's like the guest worker bill going through like Congress or something at this point. So it's a notable thing. JB gets the assignment on the June 1st impact of having to investigate the Spanish announce area. Conan's like, this is LAX's border, and if you got no papers, you stay the fuck out. This is our region, and JB just runs away.
Which my favorite line is like, Conan goes, homicide, if he gets too close, stick him.
Yeah, stab that gringo. June 8th impact, Sanjay Dutt faces Jarrell Clark.
Mm-hmm.
The point of this match is not this match. It is merely a backdrop for Conan to join commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I've walked over here. I want to see how you guys live. Production, you get producers, people are bringing you water. We get none of that shit. We're stuck in the dark corner of the building.
He's got some points. He has to be there with the fucking fans.
Yeah, they're just stuck over there with the freaking riffraff. Of course, like this is not the first Conan calls everybody racist angle we've had in TNA.
No, but they're all correct and good.
Yeah, we had one in, was it 2003, where like he did the famous wrestling fans are racist line. Which I believe includes him.
Has he?
I think he said some shit. I don't remember. Conan points out, just like he did that, so when he did that with the like sit-down injury with Mike Tenay, he was bringing like Super Crazy and Hoovy, and he brought someone else in as well. I don't remember. Heavy Metal or somebody? Or Bestie? Yeah. Back in 2003, he was like, oh, you know, the X Division has co-opted its cultural appropriation. It's taken from Lucha Libre. So they're doing a more cultural play on, of course he's a heel both times, but they're doing a more culturally relevant play on that, where Mike Tenay is literally like, you're using the commentary to further your political agenda, and Conan simply replies, damn right, you're all racist. It's like, today you're a corporate kiss ass and you know the X Division is a rip-off of Lucha Libre. Team Mexico tore the house down, and which debatable, but he says Team Mexico tore the house down during the World X Cup and got sent home. There's no Mexicans in positions of power, and you're just sitting here and you're getting producers and water being brought to you and all this shit, and we get nothing.
Sorry, I've been digging deep looking for Conan.
No, it was something about Takeshita, wasn't it?
Oh, I found the Takeshita line.
Ah, there you go.
Well, Takeshita, he's got heat with me, and he's lucky I wasn't in El Paso, because when he went up and he did the fucking Eddie Guerrero thing for the frog splash, you're not Mexican, dude, I don't care, stick to your nationality.
So wrestling fans are in fact racist, including Conan.
And someone in this response said, Conan, aren't you Cuban?
Listen, hypocrisy and racism, never.
Okay.
He points out that the octagon ring was taken from Mexico, and Don's like, it's a fucking hexagon, comprende? It's just like, Don.
Proving his point.
Tenay tries to do like the worst thing, and he's like, Sanjay Dutt in the ring. He's an immigrant, graduated from university. He tries to play like the good immigrant versus bad immigrant thing. It's like, Mike.
And then Conan's like, that assimilating little kiss-ass Sanjay Dutt, he doesn't count. Gerald Clark then misses the 630 and Sanjay wins with a standing shooting star. Conan says, if you're Latino, LAX have your back.
Is that like them setting up something?
We'll see.
What do you mean?
It is, like, they do stuff with Sanjay next month.
Yeah, I meant more like if you're Latino, we have your back. Like, is there someone else that they're gonna align with? Or?
I don't think so. I think that's just a general statement for the Latino out there.
Oh, okay. I thought they were like teasing, like, bring people in or something.
June 15th, Impact. Thrilling tag team contest between two titans of the tag team division. It's the Diamonds in the Rough versus the Naturals.
Yeah, you talk.
Oh, okay. Mike and Don note how unenthusiastic...
What do you mean, okay?
Oh, as if you would talk about it.
Okay, I'll talk about it.
You tell me all about Diamonds in the Rough and the Naturals.
They have a match. Diamonds in the Rough win. The whole time they spent it talking about Conan.
Good job.
You happy? Actually, I do have one thing about it.
Yeah?
My favorite thing is the Naturals, like, they're doing the fight, they're doing the brawl. This is skipping ahead, I don't care. And they go into the LAX territory, and the LAX beat the fuck out of them and just throw them back over to the side. It is so funny to watch, like, them be like, yeah, babyface is fine, boom, 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 boom. And then they just get their shit kicked out of them and dumped on the side of the ring.
They crossed the border, Liam. They went to the wrong side.
But it's so funny to see them just, like, get... Like, this is a month of the Naturals just getting their asses handed to them, and this is so embarrassing.
They just get owned left, right, and center.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Mike and Don note how unenthusiastic the Spanish announce team is, and I think they learned nothing from what Conan said to them last week.
Yeah.
I am stunned, Liam, that somebody credibly pointed out accusations of racism, and people just didn't learn anything from it.
They made excuses.
Mike and Don preview the upcoming Knockouts DVD, which Don pitches it as bikinis, bikinis, bikinis.
I wonder what the Spanish commentary was saying during the blackface segment.
Oh, that's a fun thing. Track down the Spanish impact for that.
Yeah, I can't speak Spanish, so someone else left.
I think I might be able to find the Spanish file for that show.
It'd be interesting to see if, like, they use that to be like, yeah, this company's super racist.
Yeah, that's proven our point.
Yeah.
Chase somehow ends up bleeding again. He was bleeding in a beatdown at some point. One of the times they got their ass kicked this month, he started bleeding. I think it was when AMW beat them up, he started bleeding. And I can't work out when he started bleeding in this match, but suddenly he's just bleeding.
I don't know. I don't remember that either.
They hit the natural disaster on Young, but referee gets distracted. Diamond hits Andy Douglas with a chain, allowing David Young to get the Diamonds in the Rough second win this month. Whoa.
They should be the number one contenders to Styles and Daniels.
They are the winningest tag team that aren't America's Most Wanted this month.
They have less losses than America's Most Wanted.
As you said, the Naturals chase Simon Diamond, but they chase them to the Spanish announce border, so LAX start beating their ass and just dump them over the rail.
It's so embarrassing the way they throw them. It's like straight up 2 sacks of shit.
Franchise then walks out. He shouts at the Naturals for being total failures. Said Chris Candido took them to the tag team titles and this is what you become. All while an Irish jackass tries to quote unquote rape the legacy of the company they made. First of all, don't you associate Vince with my country. You keep Vince away from my fucking country.
Yeah, he's American, alright?
Don't you put him on us. Unfortunate choice of words from Franchise there, though. They may, Extreme lives right here in the Impact Zone. The crowd are very pleased, so Shane Douglas commits to being their manager. But yes, they have to do everything he asks. He promises to Candido and his father to take the Naturals right back to the top of the business. So he lied to dead Chris Candido.
He didn't know.
And as they cut away, Mike and Don are throwing to something. The crowd are chanting, "You've still got it," at Shane Douglas. He just cut a promo, guys. So he will manage the Naturals after they got their ass beat all month.
Yeah. Hey, at least they still have someone in their core. To be honest, if I'm the Naturals, I'm probably like, yeah, this month has sucked. Shane, we'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, things aren't working out for us.
It's worth a shot.
Scott Steiner injured Andy. He came back and nobody cared.
Nobody cares about us at all.
We didn't even try to get revenge on Scott Steiner.
Because we know he'd kick our ass.
And then we do, as you said, circle all the way back to Team 3D versus the James Gang in the Bingo Hall Brawl. As they brawl down the ramp to start the show, they brawl into the crowd over to the LAX area, where LAX attacked Devon. And then you had a momentary meltdown.
I was gonna be so fucking mad.
Because BG and Conan share like a fist bump. They share like a moment of respect where it seems like LAX aren't going to attack old 3LK friend BG James. But then they do. They beat his ass too.
They were feuding like a month and a half ago.
And this does technically mean we've ended the show on 3LK family drama one more time. Even though we'll do it next month too.
It's just like, fuck you. Don't even tease that. They shouldn't even be. They should have jumped him immediately. They spent a year and a half fucking hating each other.
Well, they spent a year and a half building toward hating. There's times in that year and a half where they kind of liked
the hate
each
was
other.
palpable, and it was only like a month and a half ago.
Lockdown, yeah.
Like, there shouldn't have even been a moment.
Lowering
if it was
them into a trap,
3 years afterwards, in 2009, when they'll still apparently be fucking around in the company.
Conan won't be.
You don't need to do that. You could have just let me have the bit, okay? You want family drama now? We got family drama.
Fight. But yeah, they beat the shit out of BG and Devon because they crossed into the border as LAX. Continue their work stoppage and continue to attack anybody who comes to their border without papers. We're done, Liam.
I've come to the conclusion about Slammiversary 2006. It fucking sucks.
Why?
It's a bad show with one good match. Everything else can fuck off.
There is some holes in the booking this month, you might say.
Like, it could all fuck off. Everything with Steiner and Joe can fuck off 1,000 times. Bad show. Decent TV month. Too much racism. Fuck TNA.
We'll be back with the Victory Road 2006 episode in a little while. Coming up, we'll also have episodes of Rain Takers and Gift of the Pods on Patreon too. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. Subscribe to us on Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. You can subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me or follow us on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening and bye-bye.
I don't want to do the damn thing anymore.
Yeah, you have to find a new thing that's not tied to blackface people.
Yeah. Got your tripod right here.